In the dead of night, a body quietly burned before Qin He, occasionally crackling with a burst of sound. After a moment of daze, chaotic memories flooded his mind like a torrential deluge, filling his heart with a cacophony of 1,000 alpacas. He had astonishingly traversed to another world. He found himself at a crematorium in the eastern city of the Greatly dynasty, serving as a corpse burner. In this era, the court was rife with corruption and plague ravaged the land. To the south, refugees revolted, turning the land into a sea of blood. To the north, the barbarians invaded, razing cities and pillaging territory. The Greatly dynasty swayed in a storm of chaos. Unlike the previous world he inhabited, the turmoil and unrest here were magnified manyfold. Warriors and otherworldly beings flouted the law, while sinister, indescribable monsters roamed, preying on the living and devouring their remains. In a world devoid of righteousness, people were treated like chaff. If his former reality was akin to a realm of humanity, this one was a hellish abyss. The crematorium was designated to handle mutated corpses throughout history. It has always been deemed essential to inter the deceased whole. To burn a body was the utmost disrespect to the departed. Only those who had undergone a transformation would meet such an extreme fate. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air nearby. Qin He's heart sank. Another one was dead. The ensuing crunching sounds of devouring only heightened his unease. Mutated corpses were far from ordinary. One misstep could result in a ghastly resurrection, posing significant danger. This was already the third incident this month. Despite being a select few with exceptionally tough fates, burn masters like him would hardly survive a day if they were mere common folk. The crematorium, strategically positioned with its back to the capital and facing the Grand Canal, was a bustling nexus where merchants and travelers converged from the south and north alike. Countless souls met untimely ends, drowned, wronged, starved, beaten, and if a corpse bore any resentment, it might transform. Given the sheer volume of the deceased, it was impossible for one man to manage alone. The crematorium had a total of 18 burners. The cremation rooms stood in a row, each assigned to a burner, who would lock the door before incinerating a body should a transformation occur. The burner would surely perish. Misfortune and peril epitomized a burn master's circumstances. Yet, amid all these ails, there was one solace: a roof over his head and food on his plate. Qin He was originally a refugee from Jinsi, having barely survived the hellish journey to the capital. He had been noticed by the officers of the crematorium and brought here a fate envied by many refugees. If he refused this job, he would be cast back into the masses to starve. The body before him had burnt down to a shapeless form. There would be no rising to attack now. Surrounded by chaos, he had managed to survive another day. Villains, do not delay your trial. A call echoed as the on-duty officer arrived, dealing with the resurrected corpse. After a flurry of clattering, tranquility returned. Before long, a voice called out, "Number 9 burn master is vacant. Recruit immediately." Number 9. That was the room next to Hish. Was room 7. He recognized number 9, a man in his 30s, who had only arrived a few days prior. Who could have imagined he would lose his life so soon? Qin He had learned that the most senior burn master had only been here for half a year. In other words, within an approximate span of 6 months, everyone here would eventually perish, only to be replaced by newcomers, an endless cycle with no apparent end. Qin He was uncertain how long he would survive, so he could only pray for good fortune each day. He pulled the bellows, the crematory's coal stove glowing brightly red as the charred body before him gradually turned to ashes. The flames leaped higher, turning a vivid green upon mingling with the fresh fuel. At that moment, his vision blurred, and a massive gray-white curtain descended slowly. The sound of a wooden clapper sliced through the dim light, dancing in the air. The shadow puppetry unfolded, blending the surreal with the tangible, narrated the life of the departed. The deceased had been a scholar, whose father served as the magistrate of Longchuan County. Coming from a moderately affluent background, he had shown prodigious intelligence from a young age and devoted 10 years to his studies, eventually penning exceptional essays. On the day he traveled to the capital for the imperial examination, the townsfolk sent him off with great fanfare, brimming with pride. However, fate was unkind. His first attempt at the examination ended in failure, forcing him to return home in despair. Soon after, his father became embroiled in a scandal and lost his position, dying shortly thereafter in anguish. The townspeople who had once bid him farewell with such warmth quickly turned cold, ridiculing him with scorn. The enthusiasm they once possessed transformed into cruel mockeries. The scholar, deeply wounded, found it difficult to write again, losing his once great inspiration. Fortunately, A childhood friend often consoled him, reigniting his fighting spirit. 3 years later, he spent his entire fortune to return to the capital for another try. Tears were shed as he parted from his childhood friend, who assured him that she had convinced her parents that regardless of the examination's outcome, they would wed upon his return. Mutual affection intertwined with reluctance. They exchanged tender farewells. But alas, fate had other plans. Before even reaching the capital, tragedy struck. The scholar, first traveling by horse-drawn carriage to the canal, then by boat into the city, encountered a violent storm that capsized the vessel. Unable to swim, he drowned. The shadow puppetry depicted the scholar's last moments, his struggles against the water, rife with disbelief, as eerie figures lurked beneath the surface. The body was not recovered until 3 days later by the patrolman, who, unable to identify him due to the lack of identification, unceremoniously disposed of him in a mass grave. Yet the scholar, unwilling to part with his unwed bride, clawed his way back from the grave, experiencing a transformation. After several twists of fate, he finally arrived before Qin He. Despite 1,000 regrets, he could only turn to ashes. As the curtain lifted, the shadow of the scholar merged into the light of the puppet lantern. The lantern ascended slowly, illuminating a massive copper scale upon which stood a figure in a black robe, gazing down like a deity. The puppet lantern fell into the scale's dish, and the black-robed figure slightly raised its head. At the time of soul judgment, I shall weigh thee with the scales of justice. The figure spoke, and the scene before Qin He dissolved like ripples on water. Looking at his hand, Qin He found a red fruit resting in his palm. Images of the fruit's properties flashed through his mind. It was a fruit from the abyss that would imbue him with great power. A grin stretched across Qin He's face as exhilaration coursed through his veins. Burning corpses, weighing souls. Rewards, was this not the quintessential trope of traversing worlds and external aid? Yet he could not discern whether it emanated from a system or a divine phenomenon. That black-robed figure resembled the legendary Grim Reaper, shrouded in darkness, with a face obscured. As Qin He inhaled the aroma of the red fruit, the rich scent filled his lungs, prompting a rush of saliva to gather in his mouth. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The fruit dissolved into sweetness upon his tongue, coursing down his throat into his very being. His muscles crackled with energy, swelling energetically. In mere moments, Qin He's originally frail physique expanded considerably, his face becoming more defined. Wonderful, he could not help but exclaim. He swung his fist a few times, his strength more than doubled, and he yearned for another body to burn immediately. This reward was simply invigorating. Achieving such power through training would have taken months, especially under conditions of adequate sustenance. Unfortunately, it would not be possible for now. The crematorium had already queued up a few bodies to be burned before locking the doors. Tomorrow would be the next opportunity. In the distance, the bell of the night watch announced the arrival of the fifth watch. The timing for cremation was arranged by the authorities to occur at night, under the belief that souls could only depart after the deceased bodies had been burned. Otherwise, lingering souls could manifest far more terrifying supernatural events than merely transforming. Qin He did not comprehend these mystical explanations, yet he realized the officials had insisted upon it. On every occasion, bodies were delivered at night, never during the day. After extinguishing the flames and shoveling the ashes into an iron bucket, dawn broke. Dawn! The time has come. Open the doors! With a clang, the large iron doors of the crematorium room swung open one by one. Qin He picked up the bucket of ashes, prepared to step outside. Room 6 is vacant. The voice of the duty officer rang out once more. Chapter 2. The Grand Canal. Number 6 has met his demise. Along with Number 9, 2 cremators perished last night at the cremation facility. Number 9's death was marked by a harrowing scream, which led to his immediate discovery. In stark contrast, Number 6's silent departure went unnoticed until the door was opened, revealing his headless corpse sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around him. What should have turned to ashes instead broke through the roof and fled. Its whereabouts unknown, along with the severed head of Number 6, the 16 surviving cremators, their faces mottled with soot and smoke, betrayed no semblance of emotion. Fear, relief, or otherwise, silence reigned. The life of a cremator is a perilous trade, one that offers scant respect, even less than the night watchmen of the city, with most hailing from the ranks of the destitute. Those who once roamed the streets have become all too familiar with the sight of corpses. Their hearts long dulled to the horror. Before long, 3 officials clad in flying fish robes arrived at Number 6 cremation chamber, tracking the escaped corpse. Yet, this matter was of no concern to the cremators. Whether the fugitive was captured or not, it would never return to their facility. Even the corpse from Number 9's chamber, apprehended by the on-duty officials, would be sent elsewhere for disposal. The cremators lined up to receive the ashes, each collecting 15 copper coins, merely enough for a day's sustenance. Ashes belonging to the deceased were claimed by their families. Those unclaimed were cast into the canal. The identity of the scholar remained a mystery known only to Qin He, and no one came forth to claim him. After a moment's contemplation, Qin He addressed the on-duty official. "Sir, may I take charge of this bucket of ashes?" Su Changsho cast a curious glance at Qin He, then waved his hand dismissively in agreement. He had little interest in Qin He's intentions regarding the worthless ashes, burdened by the previous night's fatalities and the escape of a corpse. Though cremators could be replaced, the specter of a runaway corpse could incite considerable chaos, leading to dire consequences for the crematory. Half a year prior, a similar incident resulted in an attack on a merchant convoy, leaving all 13 members dead. The unfortunate victims were not mere traders, but part of the Wei Wang's retinue. Who was Wei Wang? The esteemed Grand Duke of the Dali dynasty, second only to the emperor himself, and the most trusted advisor to the crown prince. The extent of Wei Wang's wrath was unknown, yet it was evident that the East City garrison faced severe repercussions. Half of its officers were dismissed, and the 4 on duty were imprisoned, never to be heard from again. Qin He had managed to secure his position at the crematory due to a stroke of misfortune. Who could have anticipated that such an event would unfold during his watch once more? He silently prayed for no further calamities. Carrying the scholar's ashes, Qin He made his way to a secluded spot outside the city, where he dug a pit to inter the remains, fashioning a crude headstone from a branch. He inscribed, "Grave of Lu Chengji, scholar of Longchuan." Given that he had drowned, it seemed fitting that his ashes should not be cast back into the water in a haphazard manner. The son of a county magistrate was laid to rest, accompanied by his vast knowledge, feelings, and aspirations. His name now a mere whisper in the world. Upon returning to the vicinity of the crematory, the sun had risen. The once silent transport dock bustled with activity. The Grand Canal, snaking from the horizon, connected the heart of the Dali dynasty to the fertile southern lands, laden with provisions, military supplies, taxes, silks, cotton, porcelain, coal, timber, and countless goods heading northward, sustaining the precarious grip of the Dali dynasty on the northern territories. Laborers, akin to ants, busily unloaded and loaded cargo, shouting commands as they navigated the swaying planks, their backs bent under the weight yet moving with remarkable agility. On the shore, merchants haggled vigorously, their voices melding into a cacophony of life. A throng of destitute individuals gathered outside the docks, hoping to trade their labor for a meager meal. The foreman, wrinkling his nose in disgust, pointed to a 200-pound stone lock and declared, "Lift that stone lock, and you may stay. If not, be gone." The destitute, upon seeing the stone, shook their heads in defeat. Their emaciated bodies lacked the strength to lift such a burden. Those who protested were met with a swift beating. As the foreman had several enforcers at his back, with no other choice, the crowd dispersed, each lamenting their fate. Just as the foreman was about to leave, a voice piped up, "Let me give it a try." Turning, he beheld a young man, around 20, clad in coarse linen, who had mysteriously appeared at the stone's side. With a grunt, the youth bent down and hoisted the stone lock above his head. The foreman's eyes brightened. Finally, a capable worker had arrived. "How much do you pay?" The young man inquired. "0.5 coins for a day, with breakfast and lunch included." "Too little. I refuse to work for that." "Too little? Have you inquired who else offers 2 meals and 5 coins a day? Apart from my crew, who else does?" 15 coins. The young man grinned, and before the astonished foreman could respond, he dropped the stone lock and sprinted away, leaving the foreman fuming in frustration. Qin He felt a sense of satisfaction with his transformation. Had he possessed such strength in the past, he might not have ended up as a cremator. Yet now, he would not budge even for a noble. With his 15 coins spent entirely, he returned from the morning market with 8 coarse buns and 2 sesame cakes. The taste was hardly worth mentioning. The buns were hard and dark, filled with chaff and roots, while the cakes were similarly bland, save for a hint of salt. Nevertheless, they sufficed to stave off hunger. After a day's rest in the cremation room, Qin He finished the remaining buns just as the gong sounded. The on-duty officials allocated the corpses, locking the doors, and the cremator's work commenced. Assigned to Qin He was the body of a man who had met a violent end. His chest bore a puncture wound, his arms severed, and his body covered in mud, marked with the symbols of the Sanjiang gang. It was evident he had once been a thug of the Canal gang, who, after death, had seemingly risen from the earth, either in vengeance or obsession. The Grand Canal served as a golden waterway for trade, drawing the entire Dali dynasty's attention towards the profits of transport. Factions emerged, each with their own henchmen and influence: footmen, canal gang, cart and horse gang, and others, each vying for dominance, engaging in brawls as a matter of course. It often began with a mere glance, escalating into confrontations that culminated in full-blown skirmishes, while the officials either turned a blind eye or blended into the crowd, sometimes even snacking on seeds while watching the spectacle unfold. After ensuring the body posed no further issues, Qin He donned his mourning garments, covered his head with a cloth, and fetched clean water to begin the cleansing process. There were protocols for cremators. Before incineration, one must don mourning attire and cleanse the corpse. If the body was disfigured, they would need to find something to mend it, chanting, "Do not worry about your journey, for there are riches in the afterlife. Do not blame the flames for your purification, lest the insects harm you." He went about preparing the body for its final passage. Once the body was cleaned, Qin He stitched the gaping wounds and dressed it appropriately before transferring it to the cremation furnace. The ignited oil quickly engulfed the coal, and soon, the flames roared to life. The acrid scent of sulfur mingled with the stench of decay was nearly unbearable. Chapter 3: The 9 Instruments of Corpse Control. The fire raged for about half an hour. Charring the body to a safe state, a gray-white curtain descended, and through the shadow play, Qin He witnessed the life of the deceased unfold before him. The man was named Zhao Si, hailing from the city of Liqing in Lu province. In his youth, though he was a ne'er-do-well, he was not entirely wicked. His family owned a steamed bun shop, barely managing to support their lazy son. However, their fortunes dwindled as local thugs targeted their establishment. One day, a foul substance was thrown onto freshly steamed buns. The next, someone accused the buns of being poisoned, and soon after, a fire consumed the shop. As time passed, Zhao Si's family business was thoroughly ruined, leaving them in debt, and any attempts to seek justice proved futile, ultimately leading to his parents' demise from anger and despair. Unable to contain his rage, Zhao Si took a dagger and plunged it into the heart of a local bully. Fleeing to the capital, once a victim of crime, Zhao Si ultimately became the embodiment of the very type he loathed. Upon arriving in the capital, he quickly squandered his meager savings and found himself destitute on the streets. When the Sanjiang Canal gang sought to recruit boatmen, Zhao Si joined, his prior experience with violence making him more ruthless than most. He soon gained notoriety within the gang, rising from boatman to enforcer. In time, he replicated the same ruthless tactics to acquire a few profitable shops for the gang, earning the favor of the gang's leaders and becoming a small-time enforcer himself. With his newfound status, Zhao Si purchased a ramshackle house for a destitute woman, effectively establishing a home. Yet, a life of crime does not lend itself to domestic bliss. It was not long before old enemies came knocking, and in a drunken stupor, they exacted their revenge, mirroring the very death Zhao Si had inflicted upon his foes. The shadows danced and the soul was weighed. The figure in the black robe spoke. "Our hatred is not for the injustice itself, but for the fact that we bear the brunt of it." As the water ripples faded, a new tome appeared in Qin He's mind, titled Shadowless Hand, annotated. When you are wholly focused, your hand speed becomes astonishing. Qin He raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as a skill book. Regardless, he thought, learning it could only serve him well. A fleeting thought ignited within my mind, revealing an inexplicable array of knowledge. I became acquainted with the myriad acupoints of the hands and learned some extraordinary techniques for exerting force, even feeling my knuckles crack and reconstruct in a rather remarkable manner. Mere minutes later, my skill acquisition was complete. I sought an object to test this newfound ability and found a bamboo tube lying on the ground. Gripping the tube, I activated the skill, and my hand swiftly transformed into a blur, moving rapidly along the surface of the bamboo. In less than half a minute, the tube began to emit smoke from the friction, an unmistakable sign that it was on the verge of catching fire. I found this phenomenon quite intriguing. It seemed even more efficient than the traditional method of starting a fire by drilling wood. To my astonishment, the bamboo tube indeed ignited. I quickly halted my actions, only to discover that my hand felt neither sore nor scorched, truly astonishing. However, once I regained my composure, I found myself pondering the practical application of this skill. Could it genuinely be employed for igniting fires from wood? Shaking my head, I set this skill aside. In the subsequent 4 days, I safely burned 4 corpses. In return, I received a fruit from the abyss, a golden healing pill, a manual on the 9 instruments for corpse suppression, and a technique for making yogurt. To put it simply, I received both useful and trivial items in one go. The abyss fruit granted me a modest increase in strength, albeit not as significant as my initial gain, approximately a 20% enhancement. The golden healing pill was a remedy for wounds, though its specific effects were not detailed. It seemed satisfactory. As for the yogurt making technique, I found myself at a loss for words. I had no intention of opening a yogurt shop, so what purpose would it serve? Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that acquiring skills is never a burden, I decided to learn it, as it would not consume much of my time. The most valuable item, without a doubt, was the manual on the 9 instruments for corpse suppression. It detailed the crafting methods for 9 distinct tools specifically designed for controlling corpses. While the extent of their utility was not elaborated upon, one could safely assume that items bestowed by an external source must hold significance. This was sufficient, as the greatest fear of a cremator is the transformation of corpses. It was indisputable that this was the most practical reward among the 6 corpses I had incinerated. I realized that when weighing the souls of the deceased with the soul lantern, the more extraordinary the past life of the deceased, the heavier the scale would tip, resulting in better rewards. A stark comparison could be made between the 9 instruments for corpse suppression and the yogurt-making technique, one belonging to a seasoned merchant who traveled extensively, while the other belonged to a congenital cripple confined to a bed. The contrast in their life stories was glaring. The merchant's existence was rife with peril and excitement, while the cripple's life was limited to the confines of his rooftop. The 9 instruments for corpse suppression consisted of glutinous rice, talismans, inked threads, golden needles, black donkey hooves, horse bells, soul-capturing lanterns, corpse-suppressing pills, and reincarnation seals. Each of these items was increasingly formidable, particularly the last 4, which were family heirlooms, precious treasures that could sustain generations, seldom revealed to outsiders. The first 4 items were no less significant. Take, for instance, glutinous rice. Not just any glutinous rice would suffice. It had to be the spring-sprouted variety, imbued with the essence of nature. This rice must be carefully preserved to prevent spoilage, and then planted during the awakening of insects to grow. A single seedling might yield only a handful of grains, which would vanish in an instant when scattered during the corpse suppression ritual. Furthermore, the talismans required red mercury purchased with silver, a costly endeavor, as even a single stroke could consume half a month's worth of meals. The paper for drawing talismans was even more expensive, necessitating the use of gold and silver for embossing. These were not to be used lightly, as they were matters of life and death. The crematorium had only 4 talismans, each assigned to an officer on duty, which had to be returned after their shift concluded. The inked threads were similarly rare. They could not be made from just any material, but rather had to be crafted from the silk of fire silkworms, painstakingly gathered and manipulated by a carpenter over a lifetime to harness the righteous energy necessary for use. Interestingly, when it came to the materials for corpse suppression, the golden needle was the most convenient, despite its name not indicating that it was crafted from gold, as gold is too soft for needle making. It referred to any metal needle. One might wonder why the golden needle ranked 4th among the instruments. The challenge lay not in the materials but in the craftsmanship required to create the needle. To put it plainly, one must engrave a text containing 380 talismans, known as the auspicious talismans, onto a single nail, where each stroke must be executed with utmost precision. Any slight deviation would necessitate a complete redo. As for the size of the nail, it could be as large as a hoe handle, provided it could be driven into the corpse during the suppression ritual. However, one crucial aspect to consider was that the transformed corpses were as hard as wood. Understanding this, the materials may be affordable, but finding someone skilled enough to craft such an item was the real challenge. For me, however, this was no obstacle. Once I acquired the skill, I intuitively grasped the methods to create the complete set of 9 instruments for corpse suppression. As for the external assistance, I could only marvel at its wondrous nature. Early one morning, I exchanged ashes for 15 copper coins and hurried to the blacksmith's shop, where I spent 10 coins to purchase 200 iron nails. Upon returning to the crematorium, I closed the door, sharpened one of the nails, and heated the remaining nails before beginning my carving. Each stroke was arduous, and I realized that even if I abstained from food and sleep, I could hardly finish more than a few in a day. Yet, with my newfound skill, my hands moved with astonishing speed when I focused intently. The nails were carved in a blur, and in just half an hour. I completed one. Within an hour, all 200 nails were finished. I fashioned a needle bag from ragged cloth and hung it at my waist, resembling a long chain of bullets. As the saying goes, when fortune smiles, the heavens lend their strength. Just as I completed the corpse-suppressing nails, a unique corpse was delivered to the crematorium. Chapter 4. The transformed corpse strikes. This tale must begin with the transformed corpse that had escaped a few days prior. The silent creature had bitten down on the sixth officer, and the pursuing officials lost the trail not far from the scene. After futile efforts, they returned empty-handed, realizing that every year, no fewer than 15 transformed corpses managed to flee. It was a misfortune for the crematorium, and the officers could report back, having conducted their search. However, Su Changsho, one of the officers on duty, was quite anxious. Who was Su Changsho? He was the officer whom Qin He had approached regarding the disposal of the scholar's ashes. On that night, 4 officers were on duty, and he was among them. Su Changsho hailed from a once prosperous family. His ancestors had enjoyed wealth for 2 generations, but by the time it reached his father's generation, their fortunes had dwindled. Yet, even a deceased camel is larger than a horse. A dilapidated ship still has 3,000 nails. Su Changsho had lived a relatively stable life, engaging in various endeavors, though none had proven particularly successful. He had begun his education, mastering basic writing and arithmetic, but the prospect of taking the imperial examination seemed distant. He later pursued martial arts, achieving mediocre results, as he could easily best a few ordinary individuals. But that was the extent of his prowess. Eventually, he sought employment, engaging in trade with an uncle for several years. To say he suffered losses would be inaccurate. He neither lost nor gained, as all earnings seemed to vanish into thin air. Time passed, and he found himself in his 20s, having squandered years without marrying. However, to claim he gained nothing from those years of struggle would be untrue. He had made many friends, relishing in the company of others. With a wider network, he became privy to more information. 6 months prior, while drinking with a friend, he learned of a transformed corpse that had fled from the East City crematorium. It was said that the creature had attacked a merchant caravan belonging to Wei Qinsui, leading to a significant fallout, resulting in 4 officers on duty being imprisoned, including one whose position was unexpectedly vacant. At this juncture, it is crucial to explain the state of affairs within the Dali dynasty's bureaucracy. Since its inception, the dynasty had engaged in the practice of appointing hereditary nobles, resulting in a plethora of affluent lords while the court itself faced financial ruin. Yet, the hereditary system extended beyond nobles to the clerks, those who served alongside officials, conducting the day-to-day tasks. When the emperor issued an edict appointing someone to a position, that individual could not accomplish anything without the aid of a cadre well-versed in governance and local customs. Thus, the clerks were essential to the functioning of any office. The crematorium's officers were no exception. These clerks inherited their positions, passing them down through generations, living off the government's provisions, i.e. the rare event of a vacancy. It was uncommon for someone to step in. Upon hearing this, Su Changsho's mind began to race. Having long felt like a half-hearted participant in life, securing a government position, while not necessarily bringing glory, would at least allow him to live with dignity. Without further ado, he borrowed some money, fueled by the spirits of the night, and sought a friend to guide him to secure a position. Perhaps he was fortunate, as he successfully obtained the position without issue. Half a year passed, and Su Changsho felt quite content. Yet, when news of the escaped transformed corpse reached him, he realized that bad luck could lead to dire consequences in this line of work. The fate of the prior 4 officers served as a grim reminder. The thought of the transformed corpse roaming free, potentially targeting someone significant, sent shivers down his spine. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to consult with his 3 colleagues on how to proceed. While searching for answers, he overheard them whispering in a corner. One lamented the difficulty of handling the escaped, transformed corpse, fearing repercussions. Another dismissed the concern, stating that Su Changsho would take the blame if anything went awry. The third, more perceptive, remarked that the clerk had arranged for Su Changsho to be stationed at the crematorium precisely for this reason. to shield their own from the fallout. Upon hearing this conversation, Su Changsho was drenched in cold sweat. From the moment he entered the crematorium, he sensed something was amiss, but he had never anticipated such a revelation. Who was this Clerk Chow? In the East City Military Division, the esteemed second master commands the respect of all clerks in the area, earning the moniker Clerks Gang from outsiders. Except for Lord Liu of the Military Division, his words hold the most weight, and he is never lacking in the trifling silver coins he offers as tribute. Su Changsho is plagued by both regret and fear, often finding himself dreaming of being imprisoned in the imperial dungeons. Logically, whether a corpse transformation leads to harm is open to interpretation. Even if it does, it may not involve significant figures. Nonetheless, Su Changsho remains anxious, sensing impending doom. Sometimes, human intuition is astonishingly accurate. Fears manifest. Indeed, a transformation has resulted in an attack, specifically on the nephew of the current Deputy Minister of War. On a fateful night, the Deputy Minister's nephew, having exited the Yihong courtyard, indulged in hot pot and song when he was suddenly ambushed by a transformed corpse in a dark alley. The sedan chair's occupants, along with the two bearers, met a tragic end, and the wooden chair was torn to shreds. This horrifying scene was witnessed by an old watchman from the West City, who let out a terrified scream, summoning the constables of the West City Military Division. Upon their arrival, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This was the nephew of Deputy Minister Liu. A group of constables murmured among themselves, uncertain of how to proceed. What could be done now that a life had been lost? They decided to inform Lord Liu. Hastily, Lord Liu arrived at the scene and, upon seeing the tragic sight, let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. The East and West City military divisions were similarly shaken, trembling with fear, for the Deputy Minister of War was a high-ranking official of the third class. The direct superior of the military division, particularly, the East City Military Division, was alarmed. The old watchman's description indicated that the assailant was a corpse that had escaped from the East City crematorium. Yet, an entire day passed without any sign of Lord Liu's wrath until dusk approached. When Lord Liu finally appeared at the crematorium, he stated solemnly, "I have no children of my own and regard my nephew as my own. His untimely demise is fate's decree, and I do not blame you. However, one thing is non-negotiable. His remains must be preserved." The officials of the military division, upon hearing this, expressed their gratitude, hailing Lord Liu as a just man. A circle of onlookers, including the cremators, observed that, while the nephew's complexion was somewhat pale, there were no signs of corpse decay, and the body remained limp when moved, sending chills down their spines. The corpse's preservation indicated something far more sinister than mere transformation. It was indeed a malevolent entity. According to protocol, the body should have been handed over to the Flying Fish Guard for handling. However, Lord Liu insisted on retaining the remains, for the Flying Fish Guard was notorious for their thoroughness in dealing with both the living and the dead, leaving no trace behind. With Lord Liu's decree, the rules could be bent. After all, his desire to keep his nephew's remains for a proper burial was understandable. Chapter 5. The Serpent Immortal Liu Tsang. The officials of the military division declared a generous reward of 5 taels of silver for the cremation of the remains. Offering it immediately, the cremators exchanged glances, none daring to accept the offer. Such money was a matter of life and death. The officials grew anxious, and so did Su Changsho. If this matter were mishandled, the officials might only lose their positions, but Su Changsho could very well face execution, considering the escaped corpse had fled during his shift. Yet, enforcing compliance in the presence of the deputy minister was impractical. Furthermore, coercion would lead to chaos. If the cremators revolted, it would create a dire situation. As tensions mounted, Qin He raised his hand, declaring, "Sir, I will take on this task." Su Changsho's heart soared with relief. With the officials' involvement and someone stepping up to take the job, he could evade the fallout. Looking at Qin He, the young man appeared increasingly amiable despite having previously requested a bucket of ashes from Su Changsho, perhaps indicating a touch of madness. The cremators shook their heads and departed. No one mocked Qin He. If he could endure this trial, the 5 taels of silver could provide him with sustenance for a while, perhaps even allowing him to seek a new livelihood. Risking it might be better than languishing in the crematorium awaiting death. Thus, Qin He accepted the 5 taels of silver and took possession of the deputy minister's nephew's remains. As night fell, he locked the doors, stoked the coal fire, and began his work. Upon inspecting the body, he marveled at its beauty. Lips like painted silk, a face as exquisite as jade, and well-defined brows framing striking eyes, all draped in luxurious white silk, exuding an air of nobility. The wound in the chest suggested the heart and lungs had been extracted by the transformed corpse. There was some blood, but it was minimal, and the body appeared relatively clean. Dressed in mourning attire, Qin He first cleaned the bloodstains and began to undress the corpse, only to discover that the wound had already healed significantly, nearly scabbing over. The sight of flesh regrowing on a corpse was a harbinger of calamity. At that moment, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, revealing amber vertical pupils. Qin He felt a jolt of fear. This was no ordinary person. It was a monster. Seeing Qin He's change of expression, the corpse grinned widely, its mouth stretching unnaturally, revealing a mouthful of fangs and a flickering serpent tongue in a flash. Qin He, fueled by adrenaline, drove 200 corpse nails into the creature before it could react. The monster fell still, immobilized by the nails, its eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Qin He hastily placed the body in the furnace, pumping the bellows vigorously, igniting a fierce blaze. In all the tales and films of bygone eras, a common theme emerged. Those who acted too slowly and spoke too much inevitably met their demise. The night was long, and dreams were plentiful. The monster, witnessing Qin He's swift actions, lamented in its heart. It had been burned into its true form, a colossal serpent. 2 hours later, the serpent lay charred to ashes. As the gray-white curtain descended, shadow puppetry revealed the serpent's life story. It was a descendant of a serpent immortal family from the Changbai Mountains, who had cultivated for over a century to attain human form. Named Lu Tsong, sent to the capital of Dali by the elders of his clan to assist a man named Lu Chang'an, they posed as uncle and nephew without any specific mission, merely to lend a hand when required. Having descended from the remote mountains to the bustling capital, Lu Tsong was quickly entranced by the allure of the city, indulging in its pleasures and forgetting his purpose. Yet, he did not neglect his duties. As a century-old serpent immortal, he possessed formidable abilities. With his assistance, Lu Chang'an ascended from a mere fifth-rank scholar to the esteemed position of Left Deputy Minister of War in just 4 short years, overseeing critical military matters. Yesterday, having exited the Yihong courtyard, Lu Tsong, intoxicated and reveling, was ambushed by a transformed corpse. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily overpowered such a creature, but having indulged in drink and merriment, his reflexes were dulled, and he was mortally wounded. However, he did not perish. Instead, he employed secret methods to protect his heart, feigning death for a time. Upon returning to Lu Chang'an, they quickly deduced that Lu Tsong could no longer maintain his identity as the nephew. Such severe injuries without death would raise suspicion. Both were cunning, devising a plan in mere moments. Lu Tsong would visit the crematorium and then escape that night, claiming to have undergone a corpse transformation. This would allow him to adopt a new identity without arousing suspicion, and he could even consume the flesh of a cremator to heal his wounds, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thus, the scene of delivering the body to the crematorium unfolded. However, meticulous schemes can backfire tragically. Lu Tsong encountered Qin He, a man capable of executing the swift and deadly technique known as the shadowless hand and equipped with 200 corpse nails. In a foolish act, he attempted to intimidate Qin He. Had he seized the moment of Qin He's astonishment to strike, there might have been a chance for survival. Yet in this world, every outcome is inevitable, and there are no alternatives. Lu Tsong was mercilessly pinned down by the 200 nails, becoming akin to a porcupine. As the judgment was rendered, the cloaked figure spoke solemnly. In the vast mountains, a wanderer for a century, captivated by the mundane world, is no true immortal, alas. The scales of judgment were lifted, awaiting the dispersal of the water's ripples. In Qin He's mind, a new technique was unveiled, devouring immortal technique. Note, by mastering this technique, one may consume the essence of immortals and become an earthly immortal. Without hesitation, Qin He began to learn, for this was a powerful skill in the Dali dynasty. All wandering heroes cultivated their inner strength. The ordinary officials of the crematorium, the higher-ranking members of the cargo and foot guilds, and the elite external strength masters, each held significant power. The renowned generals of the Dali court, known for their unparalleled capabilities, were rumored to be protected by external strength masters. The time required for Qin He to learn the technique was far shorter than anticipated. He could hear the sound of his teeth cracking as they fell out, only to be replaced by a dazzling new set. His stomach churned, forming a digestive system capable of dissolving gold and iron. The devouring immortal technique required no daily training. Mere sustenance sufficed for enhancement, truly miraculous. Yet, without food at hand, Qin He could not verify the technique's wonders. Nevertheless, a century-old serpent immortal had bestowed this power. Surely it was of great value. On the cremation furnace, the serpent's remains gradually turned to ash. Who could have imagined that the esteemed left deputy minister of the Dali dynasty was a disciple of the northern shaman, with the infamous serpent immortal Lu family backing him? Lu Tsong had frequented the gold-laden tents of the D tribes, where wealth abounded. Half a year prior, the Dali dynasty's 80,000 troops had fallen into an ambush at the Dailing River, decimated by 30,000 D warriors. One could only wonder how much this was connected to the deputy minister's command. In the struggle for supremacy, one could not overlook the presence of demons and monsters. Even the transformed corpse that attacked Lu Tsong seemed to have acted with intent rather than randomly. However, these matters were of no concern to Qin He for the time being. When the nation flourishes, the common folk suffer. When it falls, they suffer still. The fate of the world rests in the hands of those who consume flesh. He was merely a humble cremator, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 6. The art of consuming immortality. As dawn broke, a resounding gong echoed, and the doors of the cremation chamber swung open in succession. The cremators emerged, their gazes drawn towards room 7. Last night, no anguished cries had erupted from within. It remained uncertain whether Qin He still drew breath. Su Changsho, feeling a twinge of anxiety, cautiously opened the door to room 7, only to find Qin He sprawled on the ground. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, realizing the truth of his suspicions. Just as he was about to declare room 7 vacant, he noticed the rhythmic rise and fall of Qin He's chest, accompanied by the sound of deep slumber. Not dead. Su Changsho hurriedly scrutinized the remnants in the furnace. Only ashes remained, and there were traces of bone dust scattered about. Looking up, he observed a gaping hole in the ceiling. Nearby, an iron bucket contained half a bucket of fresh ashes, still emitting wisps of warmth. Su Changsho was bewildered. The body should have been cremated, yet what accounted for this hole? He roused Qin He, who, upon seeing Su Changsho, was taken aback. When did you fall asleep? Su Changsho inquired. I don't know. Qin He replied, dazed. Was the body incinerated? I have no idea. How did that hole appear in the ceiling? I couldn't tell you. Su Changsho was at a loss for words. Qin He glanced at the cremation furnace and then at the bucket of ashes, his expression one of disbelief. Sir, did you burn the body last night on my behalf? After a thorough inquiry, Su Changsho concluded that an inexplicable phenomenon had transpired in room 7. The lifeless Qin He had not perished, and the corpse that should have risen to wreak havoc had been incinerated. Likely not by Qin He himself. The particulars of what had occurred were elusive. Qin He remained clueless, only recalling the moment he had fallen asleep until he was awakened. Su Changsho, disinterested in further investigation, decided to move on, as the body had already been cremated. When day broke, Lord Lu arrived. Upon seeing the bucket of ashes, which appeared as white as lime, he prodded it a couple of times with his hands, let out a heart-wrenching wail, and collapsed to the ground, weeping as if he had lost both parents. The cremators were left utterly baffled. Lord Lu had shown no sign of grief when he had delivered the body the previous day. So why was he now in such despair? Once Lord Lu composed himself, he followed Su Changsho to room 7. Upon seeing the hole in the ceiling, his complexion fluctuated between shades of green, white, and red, as if he had stumbled into a dye workshop before he staggered away. Qin He's lips curled into a slight smile. All he desired was to quietly incinerate a few more bodies without drawing the attention of high-ranking officials. The mysterious attack on Lu Tsong's corpse and the inexplicable hole in the cremation chamber's ceiling had effectively diverted Lord Lu's focus away from him. Weighing the half a pound of silver in his hand, Qin He grinned widely. He could finally indulge in a good meal. Typically, he subsisted on 15 a day, barely enough for 3 meals, and if he wished to feel full, he could only settle for plain buns, which had long since lost their appeal. Tangji Restaurant, the finest establishment near the cremation site, boasted 2 stories and a dozen tables. The proprietor, Tang Tianquai, had just removed the door panel when a figure clad in rough linen appeared at the entrance. The individual bore the marks of smoke and fire, yet curiously, his teeth were remarkably white. With a grin, he approached and spoke. "Proprietor, I seek a meal." Tang Tianquai was somewhat perplexed by this character, while the attire suggested a beggar. The demeanor did not match. The Grand Canal attracted all sorts of individuals, including those skilled in deceit, so he was wary of welcoming just anyone. Moreover, who would visit a tavern at such an early hour? Surely, it was more fitting for midday. "I have silver," Qin He declared, producing coins from his pocket to show Tang Tianquai. Recognizing the authenticity of the silver, Tang Tianquai quickly donned a smile, ushering Qin He inside. "What would you like to eat, esteemed guest? What do you have? Make it quick." "I'm famished," Qin He replied, patting his stomach. The effects of the art of consuming immortality were unknown to him, but the side effects had already manifested. Hunger of a magnitude that made his stomach feel as if it were touching his back. "Ah, esteemed guest, you've arrived a tad early. The kitchen hasn't ignited the flames yet. However, we do have half a roasted goose left from yesterday. Shall I have the chef heat it up for you?" Upon hearing this, Qin He's eyes lit up. Roasted goose sounded splendid. He also ordered 2 bowls of meat noodle soup, fearing it might not suffice. Soon, half a roasted goose was brought to his table. This marked Qin He's first taste of meat since arriving in this world. While the flavor could not compare to that of his previous life, hunger rendered everything delectable. He devoured the half-goose along with the 2 bowls of noodles, only to discover that his stomach felt merely slightly satisfied. He was still far from full. "Proprietor, 3 more bowls of noodles," Qin He signaled with 3 fingers. After finishing those 3 bowls, he still felt unsated. "More, please." "Still not enough." "Bring more." "Still not enough." "Bring more." Tang Tianquai and the waitstaff watched in astonishment. A tower of noodle bowls had accumulated before Qin He, surpassing 20. The young waiter, eyes wide, exclaimed, "How can this man eat so much? Will he not burst?" Tang Tianquai, though equally surprised, was more seasoned and aware of peculiar happenings. He surmised that this patron was no ordinary individual. An ordinary person would have long been overwhelmed, yet Qin He appeared unfazed. "Go, tell the kitchen to prepare more. If there is an excess, we shall consider it our breakfast," Tang Tianquai instructed the waiter. The waiter, beaming with excitement, recognized that the patron had ordered meat noodles, a delicacy he hadn't tasted in months, and planned to discreetly ask the chef for extra meat. After consuming over 60 bowls of noodles, Qin He finally received a notification. "You have satiated your internal organs. Internal energy has increased by 5 years. A sense of fullness replaced the previous hunger, though it was only about 70 to 80% satisfying." "Proprietor, I would like to settle the bill," Qin He announced, setting down his chopsticks. It wasn't that he couldn't eat more, but he was concerned about having enough silver left. Having used 200 corpse nails the previous night, he needed to reserve some funds for more nails today. After leaving Tangji restaurant, Qin He gazed at the remaining half a tael of silver in his hand. Feeling somewhat troubled, the appetite induced by the art of consuming immortality was daunting. He had spent over 4 taels on a single meal of noodles. How would he manage from here on out? Even if he resorted to plain buns, he doubted he could last more than 2 days. Moreover, he had only reached a state of moderate fullness. He sensed that if he pushed himself, he could consume an entire cow. Yet, worries aside, he had matters to attend to. He made a stop at the blacksmith's shop to purchase another 200 nails. Upon returning to the cremation chamber, he found the plasterer busy repairing the hole in the ceiling. Su Changshou, supervising the work, appeared in good spirits, engaging in light conversation with Qin He. For him, having passed through a harrowing ordeal felt akin to surviving a calamity. After the plasterer completed the repairs, Qin He rested in the cremation chamber for the remainder of the day. As night fell, he discovered, to his surprise, that he was not hungry. It seemed the art of consuming immortality was not as cruel as he had feared, and being full would likely sustain him for some time. As the hour struck, a gong sounded, signaling the locking of the cremation chamber doors, and the cremators began their day's work anew. Before Qin He lay a woman's corpse, clad in red, its origin shrouded in mystery. Chapter 7. The corpse in red. The female corpse was strikingly beautiful, her figure graceful, her face adorned with rouge and powder. A keen observer could detect a faint, delicate fragrance. The cause of death appeared to be asphyxiation, evidenced by a pronounced ligature mark around her neck. The body was impeccably clean, devoid of dirt, indicating she had not emerged from the earth. The circumstances surrounding her demise remained unknown. A clean body is convenient to handle. All that was required was to remove the cosmetics from her face. This was part of the protocol for preparing a corpse. Prior to cremation, the body must be restored to its original visage, lest the wrong spirit be summoned, leading to dire consequences. Draped in mourning attire, Su Changsho used a damp cloth to cleanse the woman's face. Stripped of the embellishments, her true appearance was revealed. Her complexion had taken on a slight gray hue, a normal occurrence post-mortem. Overall, her beauty remained intact. She was not of the sort to appear ghastly without makeup. At this moment, Qin He noticed that the corpse's hand clutched a white handkerchief tightly. He tugged gently, yet it would not yield. That a closer inspection revealed it to be a piece of Su embroidery. Meticulously crafted with fine stitches, adorned with red patterns. Unfortunately, it was gripped too firmly to discern its full design. Qin He refrained from pulling any harder. The corpse's attachment to the handkerchief suggested a profound obsession, and any forceful attempt could yield ominous consequences. Without further delay, he promptly placed the body onto the furnace, stoking the flames for cremation. This corpse unsettled him. A body wrapped in red is traditionally an ill omen. Amidst the roaring flames, the corpse lay still, showing no signs of transformation. Nevertheless, Qin He remained apprehensive. He reached for a nearby oil barrel and, using a ladle, poured a measure of fire oil over the female corpse. His gaze fixed upon her, ready to employ the corpse nails at a moment's notice. The fire oil was a rare resource in the cremation facility, used sparingly. The cremators were frugal, only resorting to it when they sensed an ominous presence, hoping to hasten the incineration. Yet at that moment, Qin He's pupils dilated. It was not the corpse that moved, but rather, he realized with alarm that the handkerchief in the corpse's grip had vanished. The hand of the corpse lay open, utterly empty. A chill coursed through Qin He, reaching the very core of his being, prompting him to retreat several steps. The handkerchief had not been consumed by the flames. As there were no ashes in the palm, it had simply ceased to exist. With the corpse nails firmly in hand, Qin He felt a sheen of sweat on his palm. The 5 years of internal energy he had just acquired surged within him. Agitated and restless, a tension gripped his spine, warning him that something lurked behind him. He could not discern the nature of the entity behind him. It remained motionless, perhaps deterred by the aura of his internal energy or the presence of the corpse nails in his hand. At that moment, he could not afford to turn around. To do so would invite immediate peril. What transpired was an event far more enigmatic than any transformation of the dead, hinting at a phenomenon belonging to another realm. For Qin He, every passing second stretched into an eternity. In the throes of tension, the passage of time felt unreal. He could not tell how long it had been. Half an hour, perhaps an hour, when the corpse before him gradually turned to charcoal. As the malevolent energy behind him receded, vanishing without a trace, Qin He exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly turned around, finding nothing there, as if the sensation had been a mere figment of his imagination. A vast gray-white curtain fell gently, the sound of wooden clappers piercing the dim yellow light. Shadow puppets danced, weaving a tale that straddled the line between reality and illusion. It was the story of the female corpse's life. She had once been a daughter of nobility, educated and literate, her father holding the esteemed title of Right Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. 4 years ago, his father, along with 12 officials from the court, jointly impeached the reigning Wei Qiansui for his corruption, favoritism, and the chaos he wrought within the imperial harem, among other grave accusations, in a bid to overthrow the eunuch faction. However, their efforts ended in failure. The implicated officials were imprisoned or executed, the male relatives conscripted into military service, and the female relatives sent to the educational brothels. These establishments, known as jiaosifang, were specifically designated for the indulgence of the powerful within the Ming dynasty. For women condemned to such places, entering was akin to stepping into the jaws of a tiger. Their only hope for escape lay in catching the eye of some influential figure willing to redeem them, lest they face a grim fate. A woman, having acquired knowledge through reading and possessing talents in music and performance, quickly garnered a reputation and was eventually noticed by Su Huayan, the son of the king of Zhongshan. During a dance performance, he redeemed her from the jiaosifang. Yet, what awaited her was not a turn of fortune, but death. Upon entering the king of Zhongshan's palace, she initially lived in a state of bliss. free from want, as Su Huan lavished her with affection. However, this bliss was short-lived. One evening, after finishing dinner with the assistance of her servants, she suddenly felt an unbearable heat coursing through her body and, in a daze, engaged in a tryst with a guest. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Su Huan, who, in a fit of rage, ordered her to be strangled on the spot. Thus, a talented woman met her untimely demise in the opulent confines of a noble household. Following her death, an eerie wind swept through the palace. The servants deemed her corpse ominous and dispatched it to the crematorium. Shadows danced as souls were judged, and a figure in a black robe proclaimed, with a smile blooming like flowers, and a voice as melodious as jade, one cannot discern the depths of the human heart. Even the most gifted talents are rendered futile, as the water patterns dissipated. Qin He felt a surge of power and received a message. You have gained 10 years of Taoist cultivation. Overjoyed, Qin He acknowledged that this reward was substantial. Conversations with other cremators had revealed that those who dealt with supernatural events, such as monks and Taoists, were measured by their level of cultivation. A system parallel to inner strength but focused on confronting demons, spirits, and the supernatural, capable of causing harm though not as directly impactful as inner strength. 10 years of cultivation would suffice to handle minor supernatural incidents. For an ordinary person to reach such a level would require at least a decade of arduous effort. Not to mention guidance from a master. It seemed evident that this reward was intimately connected to the corpse he had burned, as the rewards for supernatural incidents were significantly greater than those for ordinary corpses. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why the woman's corpse was associated with supernatural occurrences, especially since the missing handkerchief had never been depicted in the shadow play, which was indeed strange. However, Qin He was not one to dwell on incongruities. If he could not understand it, he would let it be. Regardless, the reward was already in hand, and his focus now was on growing stronger, as his current abilities were still insufficient for self-preservation. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from nearby. Qin He quickly turned in that direction. After a brief period of calm, death had returned. He was uncertain which crematorium had experienced the tragedy. Soon, the duty officer provided the answer. Crematorium No. 2 is vacant. Please fill the position immediately. Qin He was taken aback. Number 2 was the oldest cremator at the Eastern City Crematorium, known as Matuzu, who had originally been a butcher and had survived for half a year in the crematorium due to his menacing aura. Who would have thought that tonight would mark his end? At dawn, the cremators gathered at the entrance of number 2, watching as Matuzu's body, wrapped in black cloth, was lifted onto a cart for transport. Once he was out of sight, they dispersed, as if bidding farewell. For the next 3 to 5 days, they would remember him, as enduring for half a year in the crematorium was a rarity. However, after half a month, when Matuzu's name was mentioned, it would likely evoke only vague memories. Chapter 8. A breakfast invitation. Qin He did not hold any particularly deep impressions of Matuzu, as he had only been at the crematorium for half a month. At that moment, Su Changsho emerged from number 2, carrying an urn of ashes, steam still rising from it. Sir, whose ashes are these? Qin He inquired. Puzzled, Su Changsho tapped the urn with his waist knife. These are from the body that Matuzu burned. And how did Matuzu meet his end? Qin He asked, intrigued. Heavens no, his body was entirely decayed. Su Changsho replied, shaking his head. Matuzu was one of the most competent cremators here, having dealt with several unusual corpses without incident. Now that he's gone, finding a capable replacement will be a challenge. The crematorium is performance-driven. While it's not unusual for cremators to die, if a corpse were to escape and cause trouble, that would be a disaster. Just like last time when a corpse attacked Lord Lu's nephew. Thinking of this, Su Changsho cast a longer glance at Qin. It seemed that a particularly sinister female corpse dressed in red had been assigned to this fool the previous night. Ah, still alive. What good fortune, he mused, feeling increasingly favorably disposed towards Qin He, and asked, Have you eaten this morning? I received some coins and went to buy steamed buns. Qin He replied honestly, Keep the coins. Join me for a meal. No, I couldn't possibly let you spend your money, sir. Qin He stammered, hastily waving his hands. Enough of that. Let's move. Su Changsho shot a glare at Qin He and continued on with the urn. Qin He was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Su Changsho would treat him to a meal, such an unexpected gesture. Typically, not only would he not be invited to dine, but he wouldn't even receive a second glance. In truth, This bewilderment was not entirely unfounded. The reasons could be attributed to two aspects: Su Changsho's character and the recent events. Regarding his character, perhaps due to his ancestors having been affluent, Su Changsho had an unconventional approach to friendships. While most people sought friends who could offer them advantages, preferably wealthy and influential individuals, Su Changsho did not adhere to such norms. He chose friends based on his mood. On a good day, he might find it amusing to chat with a fisherman by the river, hop onto their boat, and strike up a friendship. The following day, he could be captivated by a street performer and invite them to dine with him. However, if he heard that a widow selling tofu in the alley had caught a cold and attempted to help her grind the beans, only to be chased away by her with a stick, that friendship would not materialize. This was his nature. He loved making friends, and he had made quite a few, choosing them solely based on his mood. Such a disposition had its merits. Life was joyous. Yet, it also had its drawbacks, as cultivating numerous friendships often required spending money. After years in business, he found himself indulging in feasts, wondering where all his money had gone. Su Changsho felt that Qin He was a kindred spirit. Setting aside the incident from days prior when he had saved himself by burning the son of a minister, Qin He's appearance was quite appealing. Although he resembled a beggar, blackened and shabby, he carried an air of vitality, standing tall and possessing a spark in his eyes, markedly different from the other cremators who seemed like mere shells of humanity. Su Changsho was drawn to unique individuals. They were far more interesting. Secondly, recent events had altered the dynamics. Su Changsho had previously spent his nights drinking and dining with the other 3 officers on duty, but upon realizing they were a tight-knit group capable of throwing him under the bus at any moment, he had become wary and had no desire to share meals with them. Nevertheless, he enjoyed having company during meals to engage in conversation. Otherwise, he found it difficult to swallow. With no one else around today, he regarded Qin He favorably and decided he would do. Thus, the two exited the crematorium and ventured to the busiest market by the river. "What shall we eat, sir?" Qin He asked, his hands tucked into his sleeves, following Su Changsho closely. Although he had gained considerable skills, he still felt somewhat apprehensive around Su Changsho. Despite being of a lower rank, the officers at the crematorium held the power to dictate life and death. Should they take a disliking to someone, they could assign them the most troublesome corpses, and within 10 days, their fate would be sealed. He had yet to fully navigate the complexities of this world. Su Changsho turned his head and chuckled. "The tofu pudding and mung bean juice at the alley entrance are delightful, and the scenery is lovely. I shall treat you to that." Qin He, unsure of Su Changsho's amusement, thought to himself that tofu pudding and mung bean juice were hardly filling fare. If they were to indulge in such delicacies, he would likely have to buy steamed buns himself. "Sir, perhaps I should just have some mixed flour buns instead. That's what I usually eat." Upon hearing this, Su Changsho's expression soured. "Does this fool look down upon me? Half tree bark and half moldy flour buns. Are those fit for human consumption? Swine food." His temper flared. He decided that the tofu pudding was off the table, and they would not enjoy the scenery today. "To Tangji restaurant we go." Thus, they proceeded to Tangji restaurant, the very establishment where Qin He had dined the previous day. The proprietor, Tang Tianhui, and the waiter were engaged in slurping noodles when they caught sight of Qin He approaching. The gentleman who devoured over 60 bowls of noodles yesterday has returned. They noticed the esteemed Su Changsho accompanying him. Su Changsho was a regular at Tangji restaurant, often inviting friends for meals. Tang Tianhui welcomed the two with courtesy, guiding them to their seats. "What would you like to order, gentlemen?" "The usual, please. Another pot of wine." "Certainly, sir. I shall have noodles as well." Qin He hesitated before settling on his choice. "Noodles?" Su Changsho's face contorted in disbelief. "You come to a restaurant to eat noodles? You'll be looked down upon in no time." Yet he refrained from arguing further. After all, the simple-minded Qin He probably wouldn't order anything else. "Just make sure the portions are generous enough for him to fill his belly," he instructed Tang Tianhui. "Rest assured, I just received 2 loads of noodles yesterday. This gentleman will be well fed," Tang Tianhui exclaimed, beaming as if he had received a royal decree. Su Changsho was left bewildered, unable to fathom why Tang Tianhui was so elated. Before long, the noodles arrived. Tang Tianhui and the waiter brought it up together. That bowl of noodles, my goodness, one might mistake it for foot-soaking water. A large basin filled to the brim with shredded meat noodles. Su Changsho was taken aback, speechless, when he heard Tang Tianhui wipe the sweat from his brow and say to Qin He, "Sir, please take this bowl of noodles first. I will have the kitchen bring more." Su Changshou replied, Sir, I shall not be polite then. Qin He, enticed by the food, felt his stomach rumble and, with an apologetic murmur, picked up his chopsticks to dig in. He devoured the noodles with gusto. As if a dragon were drinking from the river, the entire basin disappearing in mere moments without a trace of chewing. Su Changshou stood there, dumbfounded. He had never witnessed anyone consume food in such a manner throughout his life. Yet, the astonishment was only just beginning. As soon as the first basin was finished, Tang Tiankue and the waiter returned with another. They were busily occupied, bringing forth a second basin. The second basin was consumed entirely. Su Changshou. The third basin vanished as well. Su Changshou. The fourth basin was gone too. Su Changshou. By the ninth and 10th basins, Qin He finally let out a satisfied burp. Scratching his head and looking somewhat embarrassed at Su Changshou, Sir, please forgive me. I have quite the appetite. He. Chapter 9. Wealth brings death. After they finished eating, the two exited Tangji restaurant. One after the other, Su Changshou felt a pang of pain in his pocket. His knife was nowhere to be found. Where could it have gone? He could never have imagined that treating Qin He, this foolish lad, to a breakfast could cost him 8 taels of silver. Fortunately, it was just noodles. Had it been meat, he would have surely gone bankrupt. Sir, shall I escort you home? Qin He noticed the pained expression on Su Changshou's face and felt a touch of embarrassment. Unable to rein in his appetite, and oh need. You should rest. Farewell. Su Changshou waved his hand dismissively. Goodness, why would he offer to send him home? What if his overly hospitable father insisted on inviting Qin He for lunch? Would the old Su family survive? Then, take care, sir. Next time, let us have steamed buns. They are more affordable. Su Changshou stumbled slightly and hurried away. The morning at the canal dock was always bustling with activity. Even if the livelihoods of the people in the Great Li dynasty were in decline, it could not tarnish this golden waterway. Qin He, gently patting his belly, strolled back slowly, the hefty breakfast granting him an additional 5 years of internal strength, totaling 10 years when combined with the previous 5. He was curious about the capabilities of 10 years and spotted a tethering post for cattle by the roadside. Channeling his internal strength, he struck it with his palm. Bang! The stone post, as thick as a thigh, shattered into several pieces. Qin He was startled, glancing around nervously before quickly covering his face and fleeing the scene. The cattle shopkeeper rushed out, bewildered by the noise, scanning the area only to discover the remnants of the broken post. Infuriated, he cursed, wondering which rascal had done such a thing. The daytime crematorium was far quieter than at night. Only one officer remained to keep watch, while the cremators had mostly finished their breakfast and returned to their quarters to rest. Outsiders seldom ventured into this grim place, as it did not house any livestock. Leaving the crematorium particularly tranquil, the few cremators lounged against the wall, lazily basking in the sun. Despite having gained 10 years of internal strength, Qin He felt no fatigue and joined them against the wall. Upon seeing him, the cremators finally showed a flicker of interest, as some had witnessed Su Changshou leading Qin He into Tangji restaurant earlier that morning. The 15 copper coins allocated for daily meals barely filled the stomachs of the cremators, and the thought of dining at a place like Tangji was beyond their imagination. Qin lad, did Su Changshou treat you to drinks? Inquired Lao Liang Tu, the oldest and leanest among the cremators. His eyes sparkling at the mention of alcohol. No drinks. Qin He shook his head honestly. Then what did you eat? Lao Liang Tu seemed somewhat disappointed, as if Qin He's indulgence in drink would somehow satisfy him too. Shredded meat noodles. What a pity, Lao Liang Tu sighed, reclining back down. What good is alcohol? Meat is the true treasure. Lu Sanjin, another cremator, leaned in with a grin and asked, Qin lad, what kind of meat did you have? Qin He paused, shaking his head. I ate too quickly to notice. You devoured meat without even looking? What a waste, Lu Sanjin lamented. It's already in my stomach. No waste here. Qin He patted his belly and grinned. He truly couldn't discern what kind of meat it was, as the ingredients in this realm were vastly different from those in his previous life. Not only did the meat taste different, but even the noodles were of another flavor entirely. Qin lad, did you not receive 5 taels of silver last time? Why not leave this wretched place? Asked Li Kz, the last cremator, who limped as he walked due to an unknown ailment. Staying here will lead to death sooner or later. Venturing out might offer a chance at survival, Lu Sanjin agreed. Qin He smiled but remained silent. To him, the crematorium was a treasure trove. Why would he ever leave? Not even for a dragon throne would he exchange it. In this world, human life was as fragile as grass. Where could one find a true path to survival? All were destined for an early demise. Lao Yang too shifted positions and muttered softly, "Had I known, I would have preferred to die in my hometown. At least I could have returned to the earth. Now, if I die, I'll be nothing but a wandering ghost." The other cremators looked at Lao Yang too, falling into a contemplative silence. They were all refugees from distant lands, having fled to a foreign place in search of survival, only to find themselves merely awaiting death. Qin He gazed up at the sky. It had been half a year without rain in the capital, with the sun shining brightly each day, casting a pall over the northern lands. While the canal was not short of water, the increasing number of refugees indicated that life was becoming ever more difficult. Each morning, officials pushed carts through the streets, retrieving the brittle corpses of the deceased. Once the carts were filled, they would be taken to the mass grave for burial. Although Qin He had never personally experienced fleeing from famine, his previous life was steeped in the tragic memories of such a plight. The once mighty Qin clan, over 300 strong, had migrated from the west of Jin, only to perish in droves at the hands of soldiers, bandits, and from starvation and exhaustion along the way. Ultimately, he was the sole survivor who reached the capital. "If I had the money, I would feast on meat, all meat, and if I died the next day, it would be worth it." After a long while, Lu Sanjin murmured, "Alcohol is the essence of grain. Without it, what is the point of eating meat?" Lao Yang too countered, "You old drunkard, if you're so capable, why not learn from ekes and save up for some wine? You lack the guts for it. Money brings death, that courting disaster." The two resumed their bickering. Qin He glanced at ekes. Saving copper coins in the crematorium was an audacious endeavor. For the cremators, money was an ill omen that could disrupt the fragile balance of their lives. They were born into poverty, cursed by fate, unable to bear wealth. Touching money would surely bring about their demise. Thus, the 15 copper coins they received daily were fully spent on food, leaving not a single coin behind. Fearing that wealth would attract death, Qin He had adhered to this rule as well, spending his 15 coins each day. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what Lu Kz aimed to do by daring to save copper coins. "Heh, I believe that if I die without ever tasting a woman's embrace, my life would be in vain. I've heard that down at the old alley, 50 coins can get you a taste. I save 5 coins a day, and in 10 days, I'll have enough." Kz rubbed his hands together, a flush creeping over his face, chuckling. "How many more days?" Qin He asked. Kz held up a hand. 5 days. "Almost there." Qin He nodded at that moment. Kz's face shone with the determination to fight for the continuation of the human race, pure as a saint. 50 coins at the old alley. Qin He silently committed it to memory. The day passed lazily. As night approached, a new batch of corpses was brought into the crematorium. The officers distributed the bodies, locked the doors sequentially, and began their work. The body assigned to Qin He was the one Su Changshou had delivered. Su Changshou wore a serious expression, cautioning, "Be careful tonight. After you burn this body, you'll have a free day tomorrow." Qin He's heart skipped a beat. The words hinted at something ominous. This was a customary practice at the crematorium. When dealing with particularly dangerous corpses, if they were successfully cremated, the following day would be a day off. Previously, it had been the horse butcher who had not been seen for 10 days or so. With the horse butcher now here, it was clear that fate had brought him to this place. Su Changshou said no more, leaving the body and locking the door behind him. Qin He sighed softly, slowly uncovering the shroud. His hand paused involuntarily. Goodness, it was the horse butcher. Chapter 10. The horse butcher of face. Rotten and devoid of any decent skin, met Qin He's gaze. Were it not for the figure and clothing, he would not have recognized the person. The skin was entirely gone, replaced by numerous black lumps the size of soybeans. At first glance, it resembled the skin of a toad, utterly shocking. This morning, Su Changshou had mentioned a bucket of ashes labeled as the horse butcher. This meant that the horse butcher had not perished at the hands of the corpse. The cause of death was a mystery. According to the rules, the horse butcher's remains should have been handled by the flying fish guards, and the morning's destination for the body was indeed there. It was unclear why it had returned instead. The issue was evident, yet it was equally clear that no answers would be forthcoming at present. Qin He had always been one to contemplate what he could understand and set aside what he could not. With 200 corpse nails in hand, and with a deftness that came from experience, he would face whatever came his way. Donning mourning clothes, he set about cleaning the horse butcheress remains. In truth, there is little to be tidied. The face's utterly disfigured point, one can only make do by applying a brush dipped in lime to restore a semblance of normal skin tone. Lest the spirit be misled by the haunting visage. After ensuring a clean-up, the corpse is transported to the pyre, where a recitation of uncertain efficacy is uttered. Do not fret on your journey, for the afterlife promises wealth and bliss. The purifying flames shall not be held against you, lest vermin bring you harm. A humble craftsman dons mourning garb to prepare you for your passage. Lay you gently on the altar of the three purities, and ensure time does not slip away. The fire is ignited, and the flames roar as the corpse of the butcher suddenly awakens. Emitting a shrill wail from its throat, its eyes roll back, revealing a pair of crimson orbs, and its jagged teeth snap open, preparing to pounce. Crack! It is met with a lightning-fast slap, sending the butcher crashing backward. A corpse-restraining nail pierces its brow, empowered by 15 years of vigor and a decade of cultivation. The engraved nail glows a fierce red, causing the butcher to emit wisps of black smoke. Qin He's eyelids flutter with alarm. This body is no ordinary malevolence. Its mouth bears fangs, and its fingers are like blades. The nail embedded in its forehead rapidly dissolves, thinning in the process. Without hesitation, a flurry of unseen strikes ensues, delivering 50 restraining nails into the malevolent form before ceasing. In this awkward phase of development, caution reigns supreme. One nail suffices to bind the wretched corpse. With 50, it is rendered completely immobile. The crimson hue in its eyes gradually fades, and as it expels a breath of green calamity, the flames engulf it, dissipating the essence into the ether. This calamity, the final exhalation of a deceased soul, taints the earth, causing flora to wither and inflicting ailments upon both man and beast, with some succumbing to death. The expulsion of this essence signifies the soul's complete departure. The butcher's transformation into a malevolent being was caused by this essence, ensnared in its throat. The reasons behind it can only be unraveled through shadow plays. Everything proceeds methodically. 2 hours later, the corpse is reduced to char. The gray-white curtain descends, and wooden rods animate the shadow play, recounting the butcher's life story. The butcher, named Ma Wu, bears a name that reveals his humble origins. Lacking even a proper name. His parents were tenants of a landowner, and among their 7 offspring, 5 sons and 2 daughters, survival was a daunting challenge, especially in the face of 2 decades of severe floods and droughts in Yu province. 2 elder sisters were sold into servitude, and 2 brothers perished from starvation. By sheer fortune, Ma Wu was adopted early on by a childless relative to continue the family lineage. This relative, a butcher, naturally led Ma Wu to the same profession. Roaming from village to village, he barely managed to fill his belly, occasionally receiving scraps of offal from more generous households, improving his lot compared to his original family. Thus, Ma Wu toiled alongside his adoptive father, the butcher, for over a decade. The adoptive father treated him decently, saving enough over the years to build a tiled house and secure a wife for him. Yet, like many innocents in times of chaos, Ma Wu's fate was swept away by the overwhelming tide of turmoil. He would never forget the night the rebel army passed through, their torches illuminating the sky in a crimson glow. A force akin to locusts, with men resembling demons. After one night, all consumables were devoured, and everything combustible was reduced to ash. The village lay in ruins, and Ma Wu, like many others, followed the rebel army, adrift in a sea of uncertainty alongside his adoptive father and wife. The journey was fraught with hardship, hunger, and cold. His adoptive father succumbed to illness, and his wife was lost on the road. He encountered his biological parents. But like wisps of smoke, they were soon lost amidst the chaos. Ultimately, all that remained with Ma Wu was a slaughtering knife passed down from his adoptive father. Before long, the rebel army suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the imperial troops. Leaving corpses strewn across the battlefield, Ma Wu narrowly escaped with his life, joining a group of seasoned refugees fleeing north along the Grand Canal, eventually arriving at the granaries of the capital. Tongzhou Wharf. After days of hunger in the refugee camp, like many cremators, Ma Wu found his way to the crematorium through official channels. armed with a fierce aura and a knife stained with the blood of countless animals. He thrived in the cremation business, even managing to subdue the most unusual corpses. 6 months in the crematorium felt akin to living the life of a wealthy landowner for Ma Wu, with shelter, food, and ample leisure time. However, the grim reality of cremation ultimately demands a price, with no exceptions ever made. The shadow play reached the previous night, where Ma Wu successfully completed the cremation but suddenly felt a chill down his spine and instinctively turned to look behind him. He saw a handkerchief adorned with a red, fanged ghostly visage. The handkerchief was abruptly thrust over his face, flooding him with crimson light and a nauseating stench, followed by a searing pain, abruptly halting the performance. The shadow lamp ensnares the soul, weighing judgment as the figure in black proclaims. In the relentless hustle and bustle, amidst the joys and sorrows of humanity, how many tales turn to naught as the water ripples subside. A tome of skills appears in Qin He's mind: needle art, annotation, a needle piercing through the target, hitting true every time. The process of learning the skill causes his bones and muscles to crackle, filling his mind with vast amounts of practice and combat experience related to the needle art. With a flick of his wrist, 10 iron nails strike the beam in perfect alignment, embedding themselves deep and stirring a cloud of dust. Qin He feels a surge of delight. This skill, combined with needle-making techniques and the unseen hand, is an exquisite match. With a mere flick, it transcends mere needlework, becoming a torrential downpour of needles. Henceforth, there will be no need for manual strikes against the corpses. Should they harbor poison, the risk of misfortune is greatly reduced. His status is elevated significantly, capable of pinning both corpses and humans alike. After a few more attempts, Qin He calms himself to Ma Wu. He has avenged his own life. The handkerchief that claimed Ma Wu's life was the same one held by the female corpse yesterday, the chilling sensation strikingly familiar. The difference lies in the fact that last night, he did not look back, while Ma Wu did point two choices, two fates. Had he turned back, it might have been his own body that Ma Wu burned tonight. As for the cause of death, it would have been the fanged ghost that flayed his face, draining his life force. The fine black bumps on Ma Wu's face were blood seeping from his vessels after the skin had vanished, compounded by the rapidity of death. Qin He remains puzzled by the nature of that handkerchief and its appearance in the female corpse's grasp. Especially since it had never appeared in the shadow play. It is an enigma he cannot unravel. Was it an oversight in the performance, or was it entirely unrelated to the female corpse? Such is the strangeness of it all. Chapter 11. The art of yogurt. As the appointed hour arrives, the door swings open. The dawn light begins to break, accompanied by the sound of a gong. As the heavy iron door of the crematorium opens sequentially, Qin He steps out, carrying the ashes of Ma Wu. Su Changshou, having opened the door, beams with joy upon seeing Qin He alive, saying, "Tonight, you can take a day off." Qin He immediately feels that this is not a reward, but rather a punishment. One corpse equates to one reward. However, there is no way to express this. How could he claim that burning corpses comes with rewards? Or that he has an addiction to it? Absolutely not. Humility is paramount. Otherwise, others might perceive him as a madman or a fool. Worse still, that treacherous traitor who aligns himself with the D people might cast his gaze upon the crematorium. Nevertheless, Qin He inquires, shouldn't Ma Wu's body be handled by the flying fish guard? Why has it returned to the crematorium? Su Changshou, now a friend of Qin He, replies, it has been rather unsettled lately. The flying fish guard is overwhelmed. For the time being, any corpses that are not particularly malevolent will have to be dealt with by us. Qin He presses for details on what unsettled entails. Su Changshou shakes his head, admitting he is not entirely sure, only hearing whispers of some mysterious and dangerous entities infiltrating the capital. Qin He is taken aback, uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. As the sun rises, Qin He skips breakfast, having feasted heartily the day before, estimating he could endure for 3 to 5 days without hunger. Carrying Ma Wu's ashes, Qin He heads outside the city to dig a grave for burial. Ma Wu had saved his life, and this is the least Qin He can do for him. Nearby is Lu Chengji, a scholar from Longchuan, providing him with some company. Yet, one wonders if there is any common ground for conversation between a scholar and a butcher. The following day and night pass in relative monotony for Qin He. Previously, he would have thought of working at night, using the day to recuperate, as excessive fatigue weakens one's life force and invites misfortune. Now, that urgency has dissipated. With an evening off, the 15 years of internal strength render him less susceptible to drowsiness. In a corner, Qin He contemplates whether to visit the old alley. He has no 50 coins to spare for ekes. But he still has some. After all, he saved 30 coins by skipping 2 meals yesterday, and today, he could take ekes along, allowing him to guide the way while helping to fulfill his noble aspiration for the continuation of humanity. Furthermore, he could contribute a bit more to the GDP of the dynasty. How delightful it would be. As the saying goes, when one prospers, they should benefit the world. When one is impoverished, they should cultivate themselves. Having shared the trials together, they could forge a path side by side, right? However, a moment's reflection reveals the flaw in this plan. What if that 50 coins were to attract a dinosaur? The notion of purchasing warmth has always been a matter of you get what you pay for. With 50 coins, the likelihood of encountering a dinosaur is high. Qin He suddenly feels ekes' illustrious image has grown even more imposing. With nothing to occupy his time, after nightfall, he awaits the commencement of work at the crematorium, clutching a bowl as he steps outside. What for? To make yogurt. Before arriving in this world, Qin He was a true foodie. Having sampled everything from the 8 major cuisines to barbecued skewers, spicy snacks, and even obscure culinary creations, there are few delights he has yet to taste, and his palate is exceptionally discerning in this world. One need not even speak of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, or salty. They are often reluctant to use even a modicum of salt. A half-roasted goose, when gnawed upon, tastes as bland as one boiled in plain water. Qin He found himself irresistibly tempted. Hope for anything else was futile, save for one thing. Yogurt? Yesterday, he passed by a dairy farm that housed several lactating cows, and he intended to procure some milk. As he stepped outside, Su Changshou, who was on night duty, inquired, "Going out?" "Just taking a stroll," Qin He replied with a grin. "All right then, it's a rare day off." Su Changshou nodded, not pressing further, but cautioned, although the dock isn't under curfew. Do not stray too far. It would be unfortunate if the patrolling officers misinterpreted your intentions. Return early. I will be prudent. Thank you, sir, Qin He acknowledged, exiting the crematorium. Turning back, he beheld the entire establishment enveloped in a faint haze. The curling black smoke ascending from the roof of the cremation chamber twisting in the night breeze, resembling serpents of darkness. An eerie sight indeed. Shaking his head, Qin He made his way to the dairy farm. Inside the farm, it was pitch black, devoid of even a single light. After a fruitless search, he realized he would have to be resourceful and rely on his own efforts to procure sustenance. As he delved deeper, he arrived at the cow shed. The cows soon noticed this unexpected visitor and bellowed a few times before quickly settling down. Qin He glanced around. The darkness obscured his vision, rendering everything indistinct. Only the vague outlines of the herd were discernible. Cautiously, he felt his way along, crouching down to locate the udder. Upon grasping it, the cow let out a distressed moo and turned to regard him. "Sure, no need to be afraid. I'm just borrowing a bit of sustenance," Qin He whispered reassuringly, stroking the cow's back until it calmed. He then proceeded to milk it, but after considerable effort, not a single drop emerged. Puzzled, Qin He recalled his previous experience milking cows with ease. It seemed to stem from the breed. This was a workhorse, not a dairy cow. Quickening his pace, he unleashed his skillful hands. When focused, one's dexterity could reach astounding speeds. True to form, milk soon flowed forth, albeit the cow's discontent was palpable in a short while. Qin He managed to fill a bowl to the brim with milk. He then climbed over the wall to conclude his task and returned to the crematorium. Su Changshou was nowhere to be seen, and the other 3 officers on duty were also absent, prompting Qin He to head straight to the cremation room. As he withdrew the bowl of milk from his robe, he noted that it was indeed quite white, albeit a tad thick and potent. The disparity in quality was evident. However, thickness posed no issue. Adding a bit of water would suffice, and any overpowering taste would likely dissipate once the yogurt was prepared. The technique for making yogurt was remarkably simple. Boil the milk, stir and simmer, then allow it to cool overnight. What? Yeast? Sugar? Apologies, but Qin He possessed a skill that rendered such ingredients unnecessary. The principles behind it were unknown to him. It was simply magical. Adding water and igniting a fire, Qin He began his labor. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus to Su Changshou. Not long after Qin He returned to the crematorium, Su Changsho noticed a woman in white staggering toward him. Crying for help, with a few armed bandits pursuing her in the distance, Su Changsho's heart raced as he called for the 3 officers. They hurried to draw their swords, adopting a defensive stance. Soon, the woman approached, her bloodied gown and panicked expression reminiscent of a weeping willow, pleading, "Sir, please save me, save me." "What happened?" Su Changsho asked. The woman pointed to her pursuers, exclaiming, "They are spies from the Dilu, disguised as members of the Feiyu Guard. They are wreaking havoc, and many have perished outside." "Spies from the Dilu?" Su Changsho's scalp prickled. The other 3 officers' faces paled. The Great Li dynasty faced internal strife and external threats, the latter primarily from the Dilu in the north. With their numbers in the tens of thousands, they were formidable foes. In recent years, the Great Li had suffered defeat after defeat, losing 8,000 elite border troops to merely 3,000 Dilu soldiers in a catastrophic rout. The Dilu had become monstrous figures in the public's imagination, notorious for their brutality, and many spies lurked within the capital, either gathering intelligence or conducting assassinations, often instigating terror with their actions. The most recent massacre occurred a month prior in Laojing Alley, where over 100 people from 7 households were slaughtered overnight, and the perpetrators vanished without a trace. "Close the gates. We cannot let them in," one officer shouted in panic. The 4 hastily rushed to secure the main entrance. The crematorium, being a government facility, boasted high walls and a secure compound. Just as they managed to close the door, the bandits arrived, angrily demanding to be let inside. "Feiyu Guard, open the door immediately." The door rattled violently, and it seemed the latch would soon give way. The 4 officers, swords drawn, were at a loss, unsure whether to flee or fight. "Ling Zhonghai, Su Changsho, what is the meaning of this?" A furious voice boomed, causing their eardrums to throb painfully. The 4 froze, recognizing the voice. It belonged to Changwon, the captain of the Feiyu Guard. They turned to see the woman in white had mysteriously vanished. They had been deceived. The bandit outside continued to curse, and in their haste, the 4 reopened the door. At the forefront stood a man clad in the distinctive Feiyu attire, his face stern and square. It was indeed Captain Changwon. "How dare you obstruct the Feiyu Guard in apprehending fugitives? Do you have any idea how many heads are at stake?" Changwon seethed, stepping forward and delivering a resounding slap. After pursuing the culprits around the eastern city, they were on the verge of capturing them, only for these officers to inadvertently close the door, hindering the chase of a state criminal. "Captain, it's a misunderstanding," Ling Zhonghai hastily interjected, being the most senior officer among the 4. "You need to find them quickly," Changwon barked, uninterested in further explanation. The officers promptly scoured the premises for the missing individuals. Initially startled by the mention of the Dilu spies, they had not given the seemingly delicate woman a second thought, allowing themselves to be tricked. Confronting the Feiyu Guard could lead to dire consequences. As they searched, they soon discovered fresh bloodstains on the ground, leading from the doorway through the crematorium to a wall in the backyard. Where a clear footprint was visible, it was evident that someone had scaled the wall to escape. "Pursue," Changwon commanded, his expression darkening as he addressed the officers. "You 4 are now under my command. Fail to capture the suspects, and you will face the consequences." The officers dared not protest, hastily following him over the wall, trailing the bloodstains. Meanwhile, Qin He had just finished stirring the boiled milk, preparing to seal it, when something suddenly fell from the rafters. Thud! A figure crashed heavily to the ground. "Huh?" Qin He rubbed his eyes in surprise and joy. How curious. Where did this body come from? Hadn't it been established that today was a day off? Who orchestrated this? Cautiously poking with his stick, he realized it was not a corpse but rather a woman, her hair obscuring her face, rendering her features indistinct. Baffled, he glanced around to ensure there was no immediate danger before cautiously approaching. The woman was indeed alive, albeit barely, blood saturating half her body from grievous wounds. Faced with an uncertain situation, he stepped outside to find the officers, but they were inexplicably absent. The dilemma presented itself. Should he save her or not? Her origins were unknown, and if he chose not to intervene, she would likely perish soon. On the other hand, would it be wise to save someone whose past was shrouded in mystery? Would he simply end up with another corpse? The thought startled Qin He, prompting him to slap himself in the face. Such a path could lead to madness. To save a life is to build a pagoda of merit, he muttered, shaking off the disordered thoughts. Determined, he lifted the woman and placed her upon the purification table, brushing aside her hair to reveal her face. Astonishingly beautiful, her skin was fair, her brows delicate, and her figure slender, resembling a celestial being stepped from a painting. With his last shred of hesitation evaporated, Qin He resolved that this woman must be saved. No one would stand in his way. Inspecting her wounds, he noted a deep gash on her back. Where the torn fabric revealed stark white bone, a dart had also embedded itself within, almost entirely buried, its tip laced with poison, and the surrounding flesh had become a darkened mass. It was unclear which brute had inflicted such harm. Showing little regard for her well-being. After a moment's contemplation, Qin He bound her limbs to prevent any sudden aggression, then proceeded to remove her clothing, followed by his own, to address her injuries more effectively. He was uncomfortably warm, thanks to the oppressive autumn heat. He then leaned down to suck out the poison from the wound. No, his intentions were not as they might seem. Binding her limbs was a precaution against any unexpected violence. Her state of unknown origin warranted caution. Stripping her was merely to facilitate treatment. As for removing his own garments, it was simply due to the warmth, a consequence of the relentless autumn sun. Sucking out the poison was a crucial step in her healing process. He might have glanced at her exquisite form a few too many times, but he deemed it within normal limits. What Qin He failed to notice was that although the woman's eyes were shut, her pupils were shifting, indicating she was not entirely unconscious. After extracting several mouthfuls of toxic blood, Qin He retrieved a healing ointment from his pocket. This had been a reward from his prior work at the crematorium. He crushed it and mixed it with water to form a paste, administering half to the woman and using the other half to treat her wounds. To his astonishment, the medicine worked wonders. The blackness of the poison gradually faded, and the wounds healed at a remarkable pace, even producing audible sounds of flesh regenerating. While the woman was on the mend, Qin He began to feel unwell. His mouth tingled, and his limbs seemed to lose their responsiveness. Staggering to the side of the water bucket, one glance revealed a startling sight. His lips were swollen, resembling sausages. Suddenly, with a thud, Qin He fell straight to the ground, his heart racing with alarm. The poison coursing through his veins had a paralyzing effect. He hastily attempted to channel his internal energy to resist it, but to little avail, as if fate had conspired against him. An even graver situation unfolded. The white-clad woman on the corpse platform stirred. Before long, her delicate visage hovered above Qin He, her face etched with frost and a murderous intent. Accompanied by a glinting dagger. In that instant, Qin He felt a wave of regret wash over him. It was over. He had stumbled into a trap. This woman was no virtuous maiden. Qin seethed with anger. That lecherous scoundrel, that despicable little beggar. How dare he violate her? Disrobing her was one thing, but using his mouth was utterly intolerable. The most outrageous act was his audacity to extend his tongue. A wave of frenzied rage clawed at Qin's sanity. Having narrowly escaped the onslaught of the flying fish guards and cleverly deceived them, she found herself utterly humiliated by this little beggar. Her innocence shattered in an instant. The dagger pressed against Qin He's neck felt as cold and lethal as a venomous serpent. A mere flick could turn him into a lifeless corpse. Alas, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the crematory grounds were indeed a perilous place. One could die not only from being overwhelmed by corpses, but also from other unfathomable misfortunes. It was a pity he had yet to visit the old alley. Qin He found himself in greater agreement with the lame as he contemplated this. A sense of calm enveloped him, and he scrutinized Qin before him. She was already strikingly beautiful, and her pair of glistening apricot eyes made her even more enchanting. Slightly peculiar was the faint pink ring encircling her irises, lending her an exotic charm. As she met Qin He's tranquil gaze, her fury gradually dissipated, replaced by a twinge of guilt. This little beggar, while audacious, had indeed come to her aid. How could one heal without undressing? How could one alleviate pain without resorting to the use of drugs? His demeanor was so composed that it seemed he bore no ill intentions. Since he harbored no such thoughts, it could not be deemed an offense, but rather a matter of necessity. Once a person begins to justify another's actions, it becomes increasingly difficult to act against them. Qin was no exception. Had Qin He's eyes revealed even a hint of pleading, blood would surely have been shed. Humph, consider yourself fortunate this time. But should there be a next, no, there shall be no next time. Farewell, never to meet again. With a fierce glare, Bai Qing'er retracted the dagger and turned her charming face away from Qin He. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the door gently opening and closing echoed. Qin He suddenly slumped, silently thanking his lucky stars. Chapter 13. The cicada garb technique. The toxin coursing through his body was rather potent. The internal force he exerted had minimal effect. The numbness began to recede slowly, like peeling layers from an onion, but at a painstakingly gradual pace. Qin He surmised that he would likely have to lie on the ground for the night. However, with the danger averted, he found it of little consequence. Sleeping in any position was still sleep. With that thought, he soon drifted into slumber, fortifying his heart's veins with internal energy just in case, and disregarded the poison. Meanwhile, Su Chang'an and his companions had met with considerable misfortune. Uncertain of the methods employed by the wanted criminal, they had followed a trail of blood and footprints for several hours. Ordinarily, a person would have long bled out from such wounds, yet this fugitive remained elusive despite the grievous injuries. Yet, to say they could not catch up was misleading. The blood on the ground was still fresh, indicating it had been shed recently. Initially filled with hope, as hours passed, Su Changsho began to sense something amiss. It was highly likely they had been led astray. Being well acquainted with various strange tales, he dared not voice his suspicions. As the sky gradually lightened, darkening Chang Baihu's countenance, it was evident that the criminal held great importance to Chang Baihu. Otherwise, according to the Flying Fish Guard's usual approach, they would have retreated once they had pursued him beyond the borders of Tongzhou. Typically, this group wouldn't even venture outside the capital. Yet, they had long left Tongzhou. Heading south along the Grand Canal, nearing Tonghui, words were futile. They could only grit their teeth and persist in their pursuit. Thus, the group of 7 or 8 continued their chase for another half hour. Suddenly, amidst the desolate wilderness, the crowing of a rooster echoed. A loud thump followed, signaling something had fallen to the ground. The group perked up, drawing their blades, and moved towards the sound. Not far away, merely a few dozen steps, they discovered a figure lying on the ground, blood gushing forth, a visage painted in shades of red and green. Eyes, nose, ears, mouth, head, body, hands, and legs. What a peculiar sight! The skin was as thin as yellowed paper, the bones as fragile as bamboo. Adorned with a pair of embroidered shoes, it was nothing more than a paper figure. Clutching a dead roe deer in its embrace, blood still flowed from it. The group stood dumbfounded, having chased for an entire night only to encounter such a spectacle. Chang Baihu's expression turned utterly grim. There was no need to search further. After being toyed with for an entire night, even an ant would have long since fled. Having come to this point, there was no use dwelling on their frustrations. The group eventually arrived at a dock, where Chang Baihu displayed his token to requisition a boat, leaving Su Changsho and the others behind, returning empty-handed. It was not that he intended to abandon them. The boat was simply too small to accommodate so many. Su Changsho and his companions were unwilling to share a vessel with the irate Chang Baihu, thus finding themselves relieved of the burden. However, the boat fare was rather steep. The 4 of them pooled their resources to cover the cost, unlike Chang Baihu, who could commandeer a vessel with a mere flash of his token. Though they were all under the same government payroll, the disparity was stark. Naturally, during the journey, the 4 could not help but discuss the paper figure, which was indeed unsettling. The tale was so peculiar that if one could articulate it, they could easily set up a stall at the alley's entrance to regale passers-by. Just then, the old boatman at the stern interjected, "Gentlemen, are you referring to the cicada garb technique?" Intrigued, the 4 immediately inquired about this cicada garb technique. The old boatman, being quite talkative, recounted its origin. Many centuries ago, when the eastern lands were divided into 3 dynasties, Zhuge Liang, the master strategist, made 6 incursions into Qishan in a bid to reclaim the Central Plains. However, he ultimately fell ill during his 6th northern expedition and passed away in the army at Wuzhong Plains. To prevent the Shu army from suffering losses while retreating to Hanzhong, Zhuge Liang entrusted a secret retreat strategy to Jiang Wei before his demise. Following Zhuge Liang's instructions, Jiang Wei commanded craftsmen to create a paper figure in Zhuge Liang's likeness, using the skin of a golden cicada as paper, yellow bamboo for the bones, burnt willow for ink, and the fur of a fox for the brush, thus fashioning a paper figure. The specific techniques remain unknown, But on the day of the Shu army's retreat, Zhuge Liang appeared in full regalia, commanding the army with unwavering authority, appearing no different from usual. The enemy, observing the neatly organized Shu forces, dared not act rashly. That night, Zhuge Liang's presence intensified. He even manifested before the enemy camp, causing them to be filled with trepidation. Fearing an ambush, thus tightening their defenses. The standoff persisted throughout the night, and at dawn, a rooster crowed. Suddenly, the enemy realized that Zhuge Liang had fallen from his horse, and his guards, disregarding him, fled on horseback. The enemy commander hastily ordered someone to investigate, only to discover that the fallen figure was merely a paper effigy. It was then that the enemy commander understood he had been deceived and hurriedly led his troops in pursuit. But it was too late. The Shu army had already retreated under the cover of night. Leaving behind an empty camp, it was only after a considerable time that news finally broke. Zhuge Liang had passed away the night before the Shu army's retreat. Thus, the cicada garb technique was born. This technique, rooted in Zhuge Liang's secret arts, later spread among the common folk, giving rise to various sects, by mimicking human appearance, speech, and behavior. It became difficult to discern truth from illusion, allowing one to escape danger, hence the name cicada garb technique. Upon hearing this, the four finally comprehended the significance of their night-long endeavors, gaining valuable knowledge despite returning empty-handed. Though they had gained nothing tangible, they had acquired a captivating tale to share in future conversations over meals. As late autumn approached, the southern winds continued to blow, and the boats sailed smoothly back to the Tongzhou dock. Disembarking, they hurried back to the crematory grounds. Having neglected their watch the previous night, any further disturbances would be most unfortunate. Fortunately, the crematory grounds had remained undisturbed throughout the night, allowing the four to breathe a sigh of relief. Exhausted from the night's ordeal, they mustered their strength to collect the ashes and distribute the copper coins before returning to their respective homes. Before leaving, Su Changshu recalled Qin He, pondering whether that foolish lad had returned from his outing. Being a good friend, he decided to visit Qin He's crematory room. Upon entering, he found the lad there, curiously holding a bowl to his nose. "What are you smelling?" Su Changshu wondered aloud. "Sir, it's, sour milk," Qin He replied, setting the bowl down as he noticed Su Changshu's entrance. At this point, the poison had been neutralized, and his mouth was back to normal, ready for breakfast, only to discover a rather pungent odor emanating from the sour milk. Sour milk? Su Changshu's curiosity was piqued. He often drank sour bean juice, but had never heard of sour milk before. He had only heard that the nomads of the grasslands consumed it, with occasional vendors selling milk curds at a steep price. Lifting the bowl, Su Changshu took a whiff and inquired, "Is it drinkable?" After a night of chasing, he was quite famished, and considering he had just paid a boat fare, he was in dire need of breakfast. With a bowl of milk at hand, it should suffice, right? Qin He replied uncertainly, "Well, I suppose so. It's milk after all, then I shan't be polite," Su Changshu declared, tilting his head back and gulping down the sour milk. Licking his lips before returning the bowl to Qin He, "Your milk isn't sour. It's just quite potent, a bit strong on the palate." Qin He took the bowl back, scratching his head in confusion, unaware of where the issue lay. Meanwhile, at the cattle market, the shopkeeper Miao Yongda had risen half an hour late, freshened up, and was now enjoying a bowl of noodles. Zhang, the young assistant, rushed in with an air of urgency, exclaiming, "Master, something terrible has happened. Our breeding bull has suddenly fallen ill." Chapter 14. The Graveyard of the Unfortunate. Miao Yongda, who was in the midst of savoring a half-eaten noodle, nearly choked at the news. "What do you mean it's unwell?" he asked, bewildered. "It seems it has lost its vigor, master. You must hurry and take a look." Upon hearing this, Miao Yongda hastily dropped his chopsticks and made his way to the cattle shed. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. The bull, intended for breeding, was lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, struggling to breathe. Its member was unnaturally long, dripping like milk, and no matter what, it wouldn't cease. How could this be happening? Miao Yongda exclaimed in alarm. This bull had been procured at great expense from outside the region, and he had high hopes for it to sire calves. Why had it suddenly lost its vitality? Quickly summon Matuozi, the veterinarian from the animal husbandry department. Shortly thereafter, Matuozi arrived, a small, hunched old man who examined the bull with a few glances, shaking his head. "Master, this bull is beyond saving. It has lost its vigor. Even if it survives, it will never breed again or plow the fields. You should report it for slaughter, alas. Miao Yongda howled in despair, collapsing to the ground. Just days ago, he had lost a tethered cow, and now, another was gone. What ill fortune! Shopkeeper, bring me some steamed buns. As the sun rose, a group of boatmen disembarked at a nearby bun shop, calling out to the owner. The shopkeeper, with a hint of regret, approached them, saying, "Gentlemen, I apologize, but we have sold out of buns today." "What? So early in the morning and you've sold out of buns? Indeed. Who are you trying to fool? You wouldn't be trying to raise prices, would you?" The shopkeeper quickly waved his hands, insisting, "The prices haven't changed. We have truly sold out. We appreciate your patronage, but today is just one of those days." Skeptical, the boatmen rummaged through the steamer, discovering it was indeed empty. Cursing under their breath, they departed. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow as he returned to the shop, approaching the only remaining customer, his expression somewhat anxious. "Sir, we have no more buns. Time to settle up." Qin He grinned, revealing a dazzling smile as he stuffed the last half of a bun into his mouth. "All right, 9.9 coins." Reluctantly, Qin He produced a small lump of silver, weighed it for the shopkeeper, and added an additional 21 before exiting the shop. Patting his stomach as he walked back, Qin He felt a pang of worry. Breakfast had cost him half a tael of silver. Depleting his finances, initially, he had hoped to sustain himself for a few days with the previous meal from Su Changsho, but perhaps due to the effects of last night's poisoning, he was now ravenous. With no choice, he had to spend money on buns, even if they were made from mixed grains. The shopkeeper had none left for takeaway. He had consumed them all himself. Even so, he was only 7/10 full. And the meal had only added 2 years of internal strength to his cultivation. The rewards for burning corpses were varied, but there was no silver to be found. Ironically, he had learned a technique for consuming celestial energy, which now left him feeling regretful. The pangs of hunger were unbearable. Just as he pondered how to acquire some silver to fill his belly, a corpse cart approached him. Passers-by hurriedly stepped aside, wary of the ill omen. The cart was laden with bodies, its wheels creaking under the weight. The shrouds were insufficient to cover all the corpses, exposing emaciated limbs, victims of starvation. The 2 workers pushing the cart were also destitute. Temporary laborers hired by the government, faring much worse than the cremation workers, reportedly receiving only 2 watery meals a day with no wages. Waves of refugees continued to flow along the canal to the capital. Yet the population there had not increased. Rather, the number of makeshift graveyards was on the rise. Watching the cart roll away, Qin He's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. The crematorium was low on bodies. But the graveyard was abundant. It was not merely a graveyard. It was a veritable treasure trove. Returning to the crematorium, he grabbed a shovel and swiftly made his way to the nearest graveyard. Contrary to his expectations of an eerie silence, the graveyard was bustling with activity. Packs of robust wild dogs roamed freely, either digging up graves or chasing each other, feasting on any corpses they unearthed. After each meal, the area was left in disarray, with crows swooping down to scavenge the remains. Nature adhered to the principle of waste not, want not. The abandoned bodies of humanity had become a paradise for scavengers. A half-grown mangy dog had just swallowed a piece of flesh when it noticed a figure in the distance, someone carrying a shovel. The dog tilted its head in curiosity, having never encountered such a person before. It had only seen those pushing carts, laden with the edible woof, woof, woofed. The mangy dog barked. The pack of dogs quickly took notice of this unexpected visitor, their excitement palpable. The leader of the pack, a one-eyed beast, led a few others toward Qin He, their eyes gleaming with menace. Woof! The large dog leapt at him. Qin He stood firm, swinging the shovel with an elegance that belied his strength, his posture upright and powerful, as if the shovel had transformed into a golf club. The dog yelped in pain as it flew through the air, and the pack scattered, even the crows in the trees startled into flight. Finally, the graveyard fell silent. Qin He, shovel in hand, began to survey the area, furrowing his brow. To unearth a body, he needed to locate a new grave. The old ones were long since reduced to bones. Yet, as he scanned the surroundings, he found that even the old graves had been ravaged by wild dogs. He had heard whispers of a dog problem in the graveyards, where wild dogs would attack anyone except the corpse handlers, prompting the government to undertake several extermination efforts. He had not anticipated the severity of the situation. The ground beneath him was littered with white bones, a scene of chaos. Disheartened by the grim reality, Qin He shifted his focus, determined to find whatever he could. After digging in several spots without success, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of an approaching corpse cart. His eyes lit up with renewed hope. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He quickly found a hiding place. The two corpse handlers were on high alert, constantly scanning their surroundings as they sought a suitable spot to dig a pit. The hole they excavated was shallow, barely a foot deep, but they easily lowered 5 bodies into it, covering them with earth as if they were seasoned professionals, exerting minimal effort. Once they departed, Qin He approached the grave, ready to begin digging, but paused abruptly. He had secured the bodies, but what would he burn them with? Chapter 15. The Chaos of the Refugee Camp, Part 1. Qin He clearly realized he had celebrated too soon. The saying goes, the 7 essentials for opening a shop are firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, with firewood being the foremost necessity. Without it, the other 6 are rendered useless. Cremation is a process that consumes considerable fuel. After contemplating various options, he concluded he had no choice but to gather wood nearby. He had considered transporting the bodies back to the crematorium, but that was impractical. The crematorium had a limited supply of coal, and transporting bodies in broad daylight would draw unwanted attention. The graveyard was barren, devoid of resources, so Qin He had to venture farther afield. He spent over an hour collecting firewood and returned to the graveyard, only to find the pack of wild dogs had returned, scavenging the area. With a loud shout, he dropped the firewood and charged forward. The wild dogs, their eyes gleaming with hunger, recognized him and, at the command of one of their own, lunged at him. A battle between man and dog erupted. With his internal strength bolstering him, Qin He wielded the shovel with ferocity. The sheer number of wild dogs posed a challenge. Some were mutated by their cannibalistic diet, with teeth like iron and claws like eagles, and some were as large as calves, fiercer than wolves. After a fierce struggle, Qin He emerged victorious, albeit with several rips in his clothing. The pack was forced to abandon the corpse pit. Upon inspecting the area, he discovered that only 2 bodies remained buried beneath the earth. Had he arrived any later, there would have been nothing left. Nevertheless, 2 corpses were a significant find. Qin He promptly cleaned and prepared them, ensuring every detail was attended to. This meticulous process was essential for cremation, even in a graveyard. Fortunately, both bodies had perished from starvation and illness, their limbs intact, allowing for a swift preparation. Once ready, Qin He arranged the firewood and ignited the flames to begin the cremation. The temperature produced by the burning wood was inferior to that of coal, and by the time he finished incinerating the 2 bodies, the sun had begun to set. The 2 corpses represented a foreign refugee and a local beggar who had succumbed to misfortune. The foreign refugee was unremarkable, merely a victim of famine, while the local beggar provided Qin He with valuable local knowledge, particularly navigating the routes between the capital and Tongzhou. As the scales weighed the remains, the figure in the black robe slightly raised his hand, rewarding the refugee with a digging technique and the beggar with the ability to hear distant sounds. The digging technique would ensure success in excavating soil, while the ability to hear would allow Qin He to catch whispers from 100 paces away. The rewards were quite generous. With the digging technique, he would have complete control over the earth around him, knowing precisely where to dig and where to avoid. The ability to hear was even more remarkable, allowing him to discern all sounds within 100 paces. After refilling the grave, Qin He returned to the crematorium with his shovel just as dusk descended. The officials from the military were delivering corpses, and a long line of carts had formed. The duty officer was busy allocating the bodies when Su Changsho spotted Qin He and waved him over. "Officer," Qin He approached. A riot erupted in the refugee camp, resulting in numerous fatalities. "We have a heavy task tonight, so you must exercise extreme caution," Su Changsho admonished. Upon hearing the term daunting, Qin He, oblivious to its gravity, rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Sir, how many bodies can we incinerate tonight?" "At least 2, but no more than 3, Su Changsho replied. "Very well, I shall take 3, Qin He insisted, but Su Changsho gazed at him incredulously, saying, "Have you lost your senses? I was just strategizing on how to allocate you 1 less. The crematorium can only burn 2 bodies at a time. 3 would require splitting the task into 2 shifts, and a prolonged night brings forth greater peril, sir. Qin He protested, clearly displeased at the prospect of losing a body. After all, this was a corpse he wouldn't have to collect firewood for. And it would net him an additional 15 won. Enough of your rambling. We do not know how many lives will be lost tonight. So pay heed, Su Changsho interjected, turning to make arrangements. Qin He felt a pang of regret. After laboring all day to earn the equivalent of 2 bodies, he now faced a loss of half. Such was his peculiar logic regarding profit. The more bodies there were, the sooner the incineration would commence. For as the saying goes, rules are immutable, but humans are not. As night fell, the gates were locked to prevent chaos from erupting, and the Feiyu Guard dispatched officers to maintain order, led by the ever-vigilant Chang Wenchang. 2 corpses were placed upon the cleansing platform. Qin He inspected them. One, a ragged beggar, was a refugee. The other, clad in dark attire, was a soldier tasked with maintaining order within the camp. The refugee had been fatally stabbed, a blade piercing through his heart, while the soldier had met his end from a blunt force trauma. His brain matter splattered across his visage. Both had died violently. Judging by the blood stains, they had been deceased for quite some time. Their skin hardened, yet their limbs not entirely stiff, indicating some form of mutation. Undoubtedly, tonight would be a trial for the crematorium, with an uncertain number of survivors. However, that concern did not pertain to Qin He. Regardless of any mutations, the priority was to drive in the corpse nails first. Draped in mourning attire, he cleansed the bodies with pure water, sutured the wounds, and once completed, lifted them onto the incineration furnace. With a flicker of flame and a gust of air, the furnace roared to life, and the blaze. The soldier exhibited signs of mutation, attempting to rise and attack, but Qin He swiftly drove in 20 corpse nails the moment it stirred, rendering it compliant. An hour later, through the shadow play of the deceased, Qin He witnessed the horrors that unfolded in the refugee camp. The phrase "a tragedy beyond comprehension" echoed in his mind. In recent years, the northern territories of the Dali dynasty had been ravaged by natural disasters, warfare, and human calamities, leading to a surge in the number of refugees. The emperor had decreed relief efforts, scraping the already impoverished treasury to allocate funds for a refugee camp outside the city, providing gruel for sustenance. Initially, there were some positive outcomes. Although the relief funds were diminished by corruption, the scarcity of refugees allowed a few to partake in the thin porridge. Gradually, news of this spread far and wide, attracting more refugees. However, as the saying goes, too many monks lead to too little porridge, and starvation soon claimed lives within the camp, with the situation deteriorating rapidly. The hunger, combined with the increasing number of refugees, transformed them into an unstable collective, which ultimately led to several instances of rioting and robbery, narrowly averted by forceful suppression. The authorities, alarmed, encircled the camp, allowing no entry or exit, threatening death to any violators. Yet, the news failed to deter others. Refugees continued to flock there, viewing it as their last glimmer of hope. Thus, this hope morphed into a hell on earth. Nature has a cruel law. When food becomes critically scarce, creatures turn upon their own kind. Humanity is no exception. Cannibalism ensued, with no clear origin. As the cycle continued, the initial victims were the freshly deceased, but as the dead became insufficient, the elderly and infirm were targeted. Eventually, even the young and strong die in an atmosphere of terror. The refugees inevitably banded together, initiating a deadly cycle of internecine violence. Today, those from you killed those from Jinsi. Tomorrow, those from Shannon would slay those from Jinbei. The day after, the Jinbei would unite with you to assault Shannon. Living humans consumed flesh, while the dead were devoured. Ultimately, chaos spiraled into uncontrollable mayhem, as the once loosely organized refugees turned their fury upon each other, leading to outright rebellion. The refugees seized the armory, overwhelming the poorly trained soldiers who had been hastily assembled, resulting in a bloody melee. The government, in a frantic response, dispatched troops to quell the uprising, managing to restore some semblance of order. Qin He could not ascertain the precise toll of death and injury from the shadow play, but the sheer number of mutated corpses indicated a veritable mountain of the dead. Given that the probability of mutation was approximately 1%, and considering that the East City crematorium received nearly 60 mutated bodies today, that amounted to around 6,000 individuals, with 4 crematoria at the military command and 2 cremation halls under the Feiyu Guard. The total would be approximately 32,000 souls. At the very least. Half must have perished. Chapter 16. The Refugee Camp Uprising, Part 2. The two incinerated corpses were both victims of violence, the refugees slain by soldiers, and the soldier met his fate from a brutal strike by a refugee. However, this soldier was not a regular troop. He was a temporary worker hastily recruited by the Eastern City Military Command. A ruffian from the capital known as Malai, whose real name was Lu Xuanzi. Young and unruly, Malai was steeped in vice, deceit, theft, gambling, and brawling were his daily pursuits. After squandering his family fortune and causing the demise of his parents from grief, he relied on a struggling uncle for sustenance. Yet, in these dire times, even landlords lacked surplus grain, and his uncle's circumstances were no better. He could only support him a few times before the burden became too great. Consequently, Malai descended further into the depths of depravity, becoming a street thug. Recently, when the Eastern City Military Command sought temporary laborers, he brought along a gang of miscreants, not for the pay, but for the promise of a full meal, at the expense of the refugees. Of course, the government exploited the refugees, serving them watered-down gruel after the soldiers had their fill. Is it any wonder that unrest erupted? The situation was untenable in the refugee camp. Malai engaged in unspeakable acts, preying upon any refugee woman who caught his eye, occasionally dabbling in robbery and human trafficking. His immoral pursuits were executed with alarming ease. However, fate caught up with him during the uprising. Though he initially had the chance to flee, he tragically twisted his ankle. When the fatal blow struck, his brains splattered forth. Justice, indeed. The two corpses yielded two rewards, one for night stealth and the other for street brawling techniques. Night stealth. When concealed beneath the cover of darkness, you shall become an incorporeal specter. Street brawling techniques. In the midst of chaos, you shall reign as a king. The rewards were exceptional, particularly the night stealth ability, an indispensable skill for nocturnal misdeeds. The street brawling techniques were also advantageous. Although Qin He had already enhanced his combat prowess with internal energy and needle techniques, this technique was ideal for situations that did not require lethal force. After extinguishing the flames, he attempted the newly acquired skills. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air. Qin He swiftly turned toward the source of the cry. A death had occurred, uncertain of the room number. He soon heard the sounds of a scuffle, concluding with an announcement. Room 5 is vacant. Please fill it promptly. Qin He recalled the occupant of room 5, a young individual who had only recently arrived at the crematorium. Just as the situation seemed to settle, another scream erupted, this time from room 16. Another casualty followed, accompanied by the cacophony of conflict. The Feiyu Guard, being elite forces under the command of Wei Wang, swiftly dealt with the situation, far surpassing the efficiency of Su Changsho's officers. After a brief period of calm, the sound of the iron door unlocking broke the silence. The door swung open, and an officer along with Su Changsho entered, dragging a corpse behind them. The officer, in an official capacity, stated, 2 cremators have perished. The remaining bodies must be processed immediately. No corpse shall remain overnight in the crematorium. With that, he departed, leaving Su Changsho behind. Su Changsho glanced at the now extinguished furnace and said to Qin He, relight the furnace. The Feiyu Guard has descended into madness. With a muttered curse, he exited. Qin He surveyed the corpse on the ground, a grin slowly spreading across his face. What a stroke of luck! With renewed vigor, he rushed over to inspect it, only to discover it was the very corpse that had just attacked. The forehead bore the mark of the corpse nail, and blood stained its claws. Clearly, the Feiyu Guard was overwhelmed, as this fierce corpse would have typically been transported back to their cremation hall for processing. Now, they were settling matters on site. Naturally, Qin He was elated, for he had recently discovered that the more vicious the corpse, the better the rewards. He placed the body upon the furnace and reignited the fire. The corpse, subdued by the Feiyu Guard's intervention, had become relatively docile, its struggles rendered futile beneath the tin nails. However, the body proved resilient, taking considerable time to incinerate, only fully consumed as the coal supply dwindled. Through the shadow play, he discerned that this was a captain, a mid-ranking officer in the barracks, capable of commanding around 200 men, akin to a contemporary company leader. It was no surprise that it had been so ferocious. Had the Feiyu Guard not been present, the crematorium would have undoubtedly descended into chaos. As the judgment weighed heavy, The figure robed in black proclaimed, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. The reward, disguise technique. Disguise technique. Your visage can shift and change, transforming into any persona you desire." This skill was incredibly practical, a fitting reward for incinerating a mutated captain. Qin He hurried to the water bucket, envisioning Su Changshou's countenance. With a series of cracking sounds, his facial muscles and bones contorted until he bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Chang's. Tea was truly astonishing. This skill, should he encounter the emperor one day, could allow him to charm the hearts of 3,000 beauties in the palace. The thought alone sent a thrill down his spine. After indulging in the skill for a while, Qin He gradually regained his composure. The remains of the deceased have turned to ashes, and from the shadow play of the deceased, Qin He uncovered more truths about the refugee encampment. The evolution of the refugee camp into a concentrated refuge was a covert scheme. Initially, this development stemmed from the emperor's edict to provide relief to the displaced. Relief necessitated the allocation of silver and grain, which naturally delighted the bureaucratic class. As long as funds flowed from the national treasury, they possessed the means to embezzle and share the spoils collectively. While the emperor's decree was justifiable, it inadvertently led to an unexpected outcome. News of the refugee camp spread swiftly along the Grand Canal, drawing in more and more displaced individuals. Regardless of whether the officials were corrupt, the funds and provisions were utterly insufficient to sustain the ever-expanding camp over an extended period. The faltering Dali dynasty was already in dire straits. The emperor's decree was more a statement of intent than a substantive solution. Thus, logically speaking, the refugee camp represented a mere illusion for the refugees. As the number of displaced individuals grew, managing them became a thorny issue, or rather, the challenge lay in how to reduce their numbers. Across the capital, both inside and out, there was a palpable aversion towards this community. The refugees, destitute and often emaciated, lacked purchasing power and were unable to offer labor. Apart from bringing disease and various public safety concerns, they were of little utility. Resentment brewed among the populace, the officials were insatiable, and the central authority was powerless. Consequently, the fate of the refugee camp was sealed. The authorities had long anticipated unrest within the camp and prepared to deploy troops to besiege it, intending to suppress any insurrection and resolve the refugee issue once and for all. However, they miscalculated the combat effectiveness of the camp's inhabitants. As night fell, with the rooster heralding dawn, the horizon brightened. The sound of gongs resounded as the gates of the crematorium swung open. Room 18 is vacant. Expedite the admissions. Room 4 is vacant. Expedite the admissions. Room 3 is vacant. Expedite the admissions. With 3 successive proclamations, the number of deceased cremators had increased by 3, simultaneously signaling the escape of 3 transformed corpses. The discovery that morning indicated that the cremators had not even had time to scream before being attacked. Most of the transformed corpses had likely fled. The order from the Flying Fish Guard to leave no corpse uncremated overnight ultimately failed. They still dragged away several unburned bodies from the crematorium. The 13 surviving cremators exchanged glances, their faces numb, yet their eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. Nearly a third had perished overnight. An unprecedented tragedy. Chapter 17. Converging histories. The plight of the cremators was dire, yet the refugee camp faced an even graver fate. News of the uprising within the camp spread quickly throughout the docks, bringing with it the latest grim reports. The situation was worse than Qin He had surmised. The entire refugee camp had been obliterated, with barely 1 in 10 refugees surviving and the rest scattered. The casualties among the officials and soldiers exceeded 1,000. The emperor issued a decree to pacify the people, but under the machinations of a corrupt and inept bureaucracy, it culminated in a disgraceful spectacle. The dockside populace had varied reactions, each harboring their own opinions. Xiao Sanhuang, a street vendor selling pancakes, clapped his hands in approval. Well done. Why should these country bumpkins come to the capital? This is the capital for its own people. Elder Huang, the vegetable vendor, shook his head repeatedly, lamenting, such a sin. The boatman at the noodle stall wore expressions of joy, for with the refugees gone, wages might rise. Lu Kuaizue, the storyteller at the tea house, had prepared a new tale titled The Secrets of the Refugee Camp Uprising, ready to unfold it in 5 chapters and 20 segments. Yet, the vast majority remained too preoccupied to pay much heed, as the burdens of daily life had drained them of nearly all their strength. A few grumbled and cursed, but that was the extent of their engagement. Indeed, many were entirely indifferent, such as young Xiao'er. The vendor of tofu pudding, Qin He, with his acute hearing, captured the voices of all within 100 steps, noting that Xiao'er, aside from collecting payment, had not uttered a word. Who was young Xiao'er? She was the tofu beauty who had been beaten out by Su Changshou when he visited to make friends at night. Coming from a fishing family, despite having given birth, she remained slender and alluring. With curves in all the right places one would think such a beauty deserved to marry into a good family rather than toil in public. However, young Xiao'er had spent her life earning a living on the water. And with a pair of large feet, she found it difficult to enter the doors of the wealthy, ultimately marrying the tofu vendor, Chu Lao-san. Following her husband, she embarked on the arduous journey of managing a tofu business. Although it was tough, it was still better than the harsh winds and rains of the waterway. However, good times were fleeting. Chu Lao-san, perhaps overexerting himself one night, met his untimely end, leaving young Xiao'er with a daughter born posthumously. A woman, though weak, becomes strong for her child. Young Xiao'er shouldered the burden of raising her daughter while making tofu, leading a hard yet somewhat decent life. Yet, her beauty attracted the unwanted attention of lecherous onlookers, such as the man seated opposite Qin He, Su Changshou. The man stared at young Xiao'er, his gaze fixed, while he slurped the tender tofu pudding, his mind undoubtedly filled with unsavory thoughts. His breathing growing heavy, Qin He glanced at young Xiao'er and the small girl beside her, who resembled her almost perfectly, feeling an impulse to append the tofu bowl onto Su Changshou's head. People do not grow tails. Had they done so, they would have resembled him all the more. Choosing not to witness the scene, Qin He lowered his head and took a bite of the tofu pudding. Sweetened with honey, the delicate sweetness momentarily distracted him from the grim memories of the corpses he had encountered. Indeed, prolonged exposure to death can warp one's sensibilities. After finishing a bowl of tofu pudding and a bowl of sour bean juice, young Xiao'er closed her stall, and Su Changshou, still unsated, departed. Qin He found himself reluctant to leave, feeling obliged to accompany him, especially since Su Changshou was treating him. A bowl of honeyed tofu pudding cost 30 copper coins. Sir, you seem a bit restless, Qin He quietly observed as they walked through the streets, sensing something amiss with Su Changshou, whose complexion was flushed and breathing erratic. Su Changshou paused, acknowledging, now that you mention it, I've felt a burning sensation below my navel for the past few days, and I'm not sure why. Perhaps I've been burning the midnight oil too much. Should I consult a physician? Qin He was uncertain. Su Changshou deemed it reasonable and agreed. After settling the bill, Su Changshou headed for the pharmacy, while Qin He strolled leisurely back. The scenery along the Grand Canal remained picturesque, and the deaths of tens of thousands in the refugee camp had no bearing on this place. The waters sparkled, boats traversed, and the atmosphere was lively. Ever since Yu Chao developed the canal, regardless of how dire the people's livelihoods became, it had never affected this golden waterway, unless the canal itself were to be severed. Should that occur, it would likely herald a change of dynasties. This timeline bore a striking resemblance to Qin He's former life, yet the details diverged significantly. To begin with, regarding the dynasties, his past life included the Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming, while this life comprises the Qin, Han, Yu, Song, Rong, and Li. The Qin, Han, and Yu can be roughly correlated with the most prosperous periods of the Qin, Han, and Tang in the eastern lands, with cultural, institutional, and historical evolution following a similar trajectory. In his previous life, the Qin extinguished the 6 states, ending the warring states' chaos. Here, the Qin annihilated 13 states, concluding the feudal system and initiating the district and county governance, similarly marked by the unifying principles of standardized measures and script. However, the differences are notable. For instance, the Qin lasted a mere 13 years post-unification, while the Qin astonishingly endured for over 2 centuries. It is somewhat regrettable that the Qin dynasty was perpetually besieged by northern nomadic tribes, relying on the Great Wall to stave off decline. The wall itself was a magnificent feat, akin to the canal before him. In his previous life, the canal was merely a river, but here it resembled a grand river, with vessels on the opposite bank appearing as diminutive as paper boats. Following the Qin was the Han, which bore a high degree of similarity, sharing the same name and further divided into Eastern and Western Han. With a considerably longer span of existence, lasting 700 to 800 years, fiercely contending with the northern nomads who changed over several generations. Perhaps the Han thrived for too long, resulting in the subsequent Yu dynasty, corresponding to the Tang, falling slightly short, yet still achieving remarkable cultural accomplishments and enduring for over 500 years. This was soon followed by the same-named Song dynasty, which faced pressures from the rising Rong tribes in the north. It sustained itself for less than a century before retreating south across the Yangtze River to Jinling. Notably, the southern Song remarkably survived for 300 years, resisting annihilation by the Rong, ultimately forcing them back to the steppes, with the worst times seeing them retreat to Ryukyu, facing near destruction multiple times yet managing to rebound, embodying an indomitable spirit. Its true downfall came at the hands of the current Li dynasty. Unlike the Ming, the founding ancestor of the Li dynasty did not emerge from beggary. Rather, he was a Han general of Rong descent who revolted, gradually unifying the north before descending south under the Han banner to extinguish the Song, thereby establishing the Li dynasty. Consequently, the legitimacy of the Li dynasty was questioned, intertwined with an inextricable history of master-slave relations with the Rong. Thus, to validate its legitimacy and completely sever ties with the Rong, the Li dynasty waged nearly 100 campaigns into the northern territories after its establishment, engaging in close to 300 years of bloodshed, while also relocating the capital and raising the banner of the emperor guarding the nation's gates. Thereafter, history repeated itself. The Li dynasty and the Rong tribes, after 3 centuries of conflict, both exhausted their vitality, granting the D tribes of the Liaodong region the opportunity to rise in recent years. The 8 divisions of the D army have triumphed continuously, forcing the Rong to migrate westward, while the Li dynasty has suffered successive defeats, losing the Liaodong provinces it had reclaimed from the Rong over 200 years in less than 10 years, depleting its forces and retreating south of the Great Wall, too fearful to show their faces. Coupled with the aberrations of the Little Ice Age, unrest among the displaced in the Central Plains surged, and the once stalwart Li dynasty, having endured for nearly 400 years, now teetered on the brink under the relentless assaults of the D and rebel forces. By historical inertia, the D's ascendance to the Central Plains seems an imminent probability. Chapter 18. The struggle at the mass grave through the shadow play of the deceased. Qin He perceived not merely the death of the departed, but the entirety of their lives, their birth, aging, illness, and death, their joys, sorrows, and emotional turmoils. Take, for instance, that captain. Once a valiant soldier on the frontiers, he had encountered both the Rong and D tribes, defending the borders of the Great Wall and accumulating commendable military achievements. Subsequently, he was reassigned to the capital's military camp, where he ascended to the rank of captain. He had once been disciplined and industrious, training rigorously in the biting cold of winter and the sweltering heat of summer. Aspiring to emulate the illustrious generals of yore in serving his country, however, the capital's military was ultimately not the same as that of the border. Beneath the imperial city lay a web of nepotism and factional strife, stifling his ambitions and leading him to succumb to moral decay. When the refugee camp erupted in chaos, he led his troops into battle, only for his men to scatter in disarray, leaving him encircled and ultimately meeting a bitter end, consumed by resentment and unfulfilled desires. Thus arose the ominous transformation of his lifeless body. From merely this single corpse, Qin He gleaned a fundamental understanding of the situation at the Great Li border and the state of its fortifications. He was similarly well informed about affairs beyond the pass. The informant was the serpent spirit, Lu Tsong, a practitioner from the northeastern regions who had engaged with the high echelons of the D tribes alongside his elder and traversed many locales in the northeast, gaining extensive knowledge of the local customs, geography, and distribution of practitioners. The intertwining fates of the different deceased corroborated one another, gradually assembling a vivid tapestry of the entire eastern lands within Qin He's mind. Returning to the crematorium, Qin He hefted his shovel and made his way back to the mass grave. He still had plenty of firewood left from yesterday's collection, aiming to incinerate 2 more bodies today. As time was running short and the hour for corpse delivery had passed, he resorted to digging up and seizing the bodies, moving from one mass grave to another. The pack of wild dogs had never encountered such audacity. They retaliated fiercely, barking and growling in protest. Thus, the entire afternoon at the mass grave was filled with the cacophony of barking, alarming nearby residents into a state of suspicion. "Sister, What's with those dogs? They've been barking incessantly in a dilapidated temple several miles from the mass grave. A beautiful woman in green, holding a sword, inquired of another woman in white, who was adjusting a long telescope. Let them be. Wild dogs fighting for scraps need not concern us, the woman in white replied casually, her almond eyes wide with wonder. If Qin He were here, he would surely exclaim, "Thieving wench, return my golden healing ointment." It was by Qin He. "Sister, this contraption from the South Sea is quite impressive. I can even see the plaque of the crematorium clearly," by Qin He exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. "This is called a telescope. If you like it, I shall gift it to you, sister," the woman in green said. "Thank you, sister," by Qin He replied, beaming with joy. "Sister, the scouts report that you were gravely injured, yet you seem unscathed," she continued. It was merely a ruse by the flying fish goddess hounds. "I sustained only minor injuries, which are healing swiftly," by Qin He said, turning slightly to avoid the green-clad woman's gaze. The green-clad woman found it peculiar but harbored no suspicions in this world filled with suffering, where all beings endure pain, and the cycle of reincarnation is unending. May the divine grant mercy upon us mortals, bringing forth a celestial savior from our barren homeland. At that moment, a resonant sound arose, akin to the clash of metal, reverberating with a force that could stir the soul. Both women jolted, quickly bowing toward a shadow within the dilapidated temple. "We humbly greet our master," as the words fell. A figure clad in black and masked emerged silently from the shadows, piercing eyes fixed upon the two women as if they were tangible entities. "Congratulations, master, on the upheaval within the refugee camp. Our holy sect has gained over 1,000 loyal followers, bringing us a step closer to our grand ambitions," the green-clad woman declared, stepping forward. "All thanks to your strategic prowess, master, leading us to victory in the capital," by Qin He added. The masked figure's voice was deep and measured. "This endeavor rests upon the sins of the court, as well as the unity of our forces. Your contributions are also commendable." "Thank you for your praise, master," the two women echoed in unison. "Qin He, how fares your injury?" The masked figure's gaze bore down upon by Qin He. "Master, it is but a surface wound. The court's hounds falsely reported accomplishments, causing you unnecessary worry," by Qin He replied hastily. "Oh?" A hint of doubt flickered in the masked figure's otherwise impassive voice. "Master, if even the flying fish guard has begun fabricating achievements, this corrupt court cannot endure much longer." The green-clad woman scoffed. "The more critical the situation, the greater the caution required," the masked figure replied, shifting their gaze from by Qin He, who exhaled cautiously. "Master, what shall be our course of action from here?" The green-clad woman inquired. "Plans remain unchanged. Proceed as intended, but avoid approaching the Eastern City crematorium for the time being." "What of the Eastern City crematorium?" by Qin He lifted her head in curiosity. It is quite peculiar. A grandson of Lu Tsong was reportedly burned alive there. He has dispatched executioners southward, and there is likely to be a fierce struggle there. Remain vigilant and observe the developments," the masked figure instructed. "Understood, master." As the sun set behind the western hills, painting the sky in crimson hues, Qin He returned to the crematorium, shoulders bearing the weight of a shovel, his spirits high. With no other reason, he had managed to collect 3 corpses within the span of an afternoon, and he felt a sense of satisfaction as he headed back, only stopping once the firewood from his previous collection had been consumed. One cannot prosper without external wealth, and a horse cannot thrive without night fodder. Corpses seized are far more gratifying. Thanks to his skills in street brawling, Qin He had engaged in a fierce battle with the pack of dogs, emerging unscathed after a grueling contest. With a little more effort, if he could tame the dogs, he might earn the title of King of the Mass Graved. Is that not Qin He, returning? At the entrance of the crematorium, 3 officials were directing refugees to deliver corpses to various cremation chambers. The leader, Ling Zhonghai, greeted Qin He with a wave. Recently, Qin He had been dealing with numerous corpses, all of which had been safely handled, gradually elevating his status above that of other cremators. Especially after incinerating the captain's ominous corpse last night, even the flying fish guard's constables regarded it with trepidation, yet Qin He had successfully disposed of it. Initially, such privileges were reserved for horse slaughterers, but after several trials, they had fallen into Qin He's hands. Regardless of the institution, there are always a few capable individuals. Otherwise, one might falter in critical moments. Greetings, official. Qin He flashed a broad smile. Ling Zhonghai, leader of the crematorium officials, was a subordinate of Su Changshou. With Su absent, only the three of them remained. What have you been up to? Ling Zhonghai inquired, noticing Qin He with his shovel. Qin He had no intention of revealing the truth, stating, "Oh, I've been planting trees. Green mountains and clear waters are worth more than mountains of gold and silver. Tree planting is a responsibility we all share." The three men exchanged bewildered glances, filled with questions. What is this fool talking about? What responsibility? Environmentalism. Once Qin He passed by, Ling Zhonghai turned to whisper to his companions, Li Tai and Gao Linkun. Li Tai shook his head, indicating he did not comprehend either. Nothing unusual. This lad may have a few screws loose. Gao Linkun remarked, pointing to his own head. Ling Zhonghai and Li Tai came to a realization, recalling that Qin He indeed lacked clarity of mind. Not long ago, after the nephew of Minister Liu of the Ministry of War was attacked and turned into a corpse, it was this very fool who volunteered to incinerate the body. Additionally, he occasionally took unclaimed ashes to bury. Poor soul, wandering far from home as a refugee, and his mind is not quite right. At such a young age, he likely has yet to marry, Ling Zhonghai lamented. The world is harsh. There's no remedy. Everyone struggles, Gao Linkun commented, shaking his head. Tio travel such a distance to the capital with a mind like that. His fate is indeed resilient, Li Tai added. Ling Zhonghai nodded slowly, saying, how about this? Let us arrange for him to incinerate a body tonight. Among us at the crematorium, he is the only one who seems capable. We must continue to look after him, Li Tai and Gao Linkun had no objections. Whether one burned an extra body or not was merely a matter of wording. Yet just then, as Qin He reached the door of room 7, he suddenly halted and turned back. Chapter 19. Seeking distant shores, Qin He retraced his steps, walking straight up to the trio. Officials, is Su not here today? He has matters to attend to. He took an early leave and will not return. Ling Zhonghai replied with a smile. Very well, Qin He said, turning once more. He swung the shovel in an arc, bringing it down with a loud thud upon Ling Zhonghai's forehead. Ouch, Ling Zhonghai cried out in pain, nearly toppling over. What's wrong, official? Qin He exclaimed, startled, as the shovel swung again, inadvertently striking Li Tai in the face. Ouch! This time, it was Li Tai's turn to yelp in pain. Why apologies, official. It was not my intention. Qin He panicked, jumping back as the shovel flailed about. Thud! In no time, Gao Linkun, unable to dodge, was struck down, landing on the ground. What on earth are you doing? Ling Zhonghai demanded. I truly didn't mean to. I was trying to help. Qin He scrambled to assist, but the shovel swung again, knocking Ling Zhonghai and Li Tai down to the ground as they sat heavily. What is happening? I'm so sorry. Official, my apologies, he stammered. Enough. Just put down the shovel, Ling Zhonghai urged. All right, official. Qin He complied, but the shovel clattered again. Ouch, you stepped on my foot. As night fell, Qin He gazed at the row of 3 corpses lined up on the purification table, his eyes narrowing in delight. Had he known that incurring the wrath of the officials would yield an additional corpse, he would not have ventured to the mass grave for such a bloody spree. Realizing this, he felt a pang of regret for not having figured it out sooner. Seeking distant shores while neglecting nearby opportunities, clad in mourning attire, he purified the corpses, igniting the furnace for cremation. After a night of tireless effort, the 3 bodies were successfully incinerated. With the corpse nails secured, even in death, they could only lie down once more, obediently accepting the fate that awaited them. This day marked a bountiful harvest for Qin He, 6 corpses in total. The 3 bodies from the mass grave rewarded him with a significant boost in cultivation, amounting to a total of 13 years. In the crematorium, 3 corpses acquired a fruit from the abyss, a cleansing elixir, and a night vision skill, night vision. Mastering this technique allows one's sight to transcend the boundaries of night and day. With decisive learning, the effects are remarkably evident. As Qin He's pupils flickered with a ghostly light, the dark corners became illuminated as if it were broad daylight, revealing every detail with clarity. His cultivation increased by 13 years, cumulatively reaching a level of 23 years. Attain such a level of mastery. Even standing still would suffice to suppress certain lower-tier supernatural occurrences. The cleansing elixir. A precious potion from the abyss, it possesses the remarkable ability to refine one's sinews and marrow, facilitating a rebirth of sorts, a treasure that is sought yet rarely encountered. Qin He gazed at the translucent cleansing elixir in his hand, resembling a gelatinous orb, its fragrance intoxicatingly sweet. This was exchanged for a carefully selected corpse by Ling Zhonghai and others. There was no doubt, it was indeed a highly coveted item, as the annotations explicitly stated that it was a rare potion, hard to come by, and originating from the abyss. Qin He did not comprehend what the abyss truly was, but he understood that anything emerging from there was far from mundane. Without further hesitation, Qin He swallowed the cleansing elixir whole. An exquisite wave of ethereal energy unfurled from his abdomen, permeating through his limbs and bones, followed by the unsettling sensation of a viscous, oily substance oozing from his pores. Lifting his hand to sniff, he was met with an overwhelming stench. Hastily, Qin He shed his clothes and washed with clean water, spending a full half-hour before the foul odor finally dissipated. While other sensations had yet to manifest, the rewards were immediate. Internal strength 32 years, cultivation 20 years. Qin He was exhilarated. Such rewards were simply astounding. Ling Zhonghai, a seasoned veteran of the crematorium, truly possessed a discerning eye. 36 years of internal strength effectively doubled Qin He's power, bringing it to 51 years. Previously, with just 10 years of internal strength, he could effortlessly shatter a tethering post the size of a grapefruit. With 51 years of internal strength, he could surely crush a large boulder, he mused. Yet, he found no suitable place to test this newfound strength and set the thought aside. His cultivation had also doubled, reaching 41 years. He was uncertain of the significance of this level, only aware that the average lifespan in this era seemed to hover around 30 years, not accounting for those who perished due to calamities or misfortunes. Experiencing the flow of internal energy, he felt a remarkable vigor. He felt as though he had shed a great weight, as if after years of arduous training, he was suddenly liberated from burdens. Finally, there was the fruit from the abyss, which he had previously consumed twice, enhancing his strength. This time, however, it appeared that the cleansing elixir had elevated his foundation, resulting in a dramatic surge in his power. He tested this newfound strength by effortlessly straightening a coal clamp that had been warped from repeated exposure to fire. Delightful. Qin He could not contain a low roar, his fatigue from several sleepless nights vanishing instantly, leaving him rejuvenated and spirited. Outside room 7, the three individuals, having heard the commotion, exchanged glances. That roar bore an uncanny resemblance to the cries of a vengeful corpse. "He is dead," Gao Linkuan declared decisively. "Humph, this is the consequence of crossing us. Indeed, he brought this upon himself." Both Ling Zhonghai and Li Tai concurred. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, and after a prolonged pause, an air of guilt and compassion began to circulate among the trio. Gao Linkuan whispered, "He is just a fool. Are we being a bit too harsh?" It was not uncommon for the cremation workers to provoke the officials, but typically, the officials would not retaliate too severely, as the cremators were merely individuals nearing death, differing only in the duration of their lives. Occasionally, if they offended too gravely, they might be assigned an additional corpse to teach them a lesson. Surviving such an encounter would be a stroke of luck. Failing to do so would be their own misfortune. However, the deliberate selection of the three most malevolent corpses from dozens to be placed in the same cremation chamber was a step too far. We've been left in such a predicament, and with other cremators witnessing it, it is imperative that we, Li Tai suggested, his voice wavering. Ling Zhonghai exhaled softly and said, "What is done is done. Let us find a suitable place to bury him." Li Tai and Gao Linkuan fell silent thereafter. Suddenly, a crowing rooster echoed from the distant horizon. Bam! Open the door. The clang of a gong signified the end of the day's work. The three hurriedly retrieved their keys and rushed towards room 7, fumbling as they unlocked the door. However, the scene inside was far from the blood-soaked nightmare they had envisioned. Qin He stood bare-chested, drenched, and greeted them with a beaming smile, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. "Good morning, officials," Qin He cheerfully exclaimed. You're alive?" Ling Zhonghai asked, astonished. "Of course not," Qin He replied, shaking his head, his expression a mix of earnestness and bewilderment. Before adding, "My life is resilient. Even if you were to perish, I would remain unscathed." Chapter 20. The Inadequate Villain. Even if you were to perish, I would remain unscathed. These words escaped Qin He's lips. The three exchanged baffled glances, unable to discern whether this foolish lad was simply misguided or intentionally provocative. Who speaks so recklessly? Reckless words can lead to dire consequences. Ahem. Well, what matters is that you're alive. Ling Zhonghai stammered awkwardly. Absolutely. I've had my fortune read and I'm destined for a long life. Qin He replied, his expression radiating navet. You can read fortunes yourself? Ling Zhonghai found it challenging to keep pace with this foolish logic. Of course, it's quite simple. If you don't believe me, I can read yours, esteemed official. Qin He confidently stepped forward, grasping Ling Zhonghai's hand for a closer inspection. Ah, esteemed official, it seems you might be destined for a short life. Upon hearing this, a surge of indignation welled within Ling Zhonghai. What? How can I tolerate this? Absolutely not. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Li Tai and Gao Lingquan rushed forward, covering Ling Zhonghai's mouth and urging him away. Calm down, he is just a fool. We cannot stoop to his level, or others will think we are fools too. Ling Zhonghai struggled against their grip. But ultimately, he was dragged away, leaving Qin He standing there with a perplexed expression. What an inadequate villain. He can endure such insults? In a typical narrative, the three would have drawn their blades in retaliation. But he would evade them all, leading to a grand opportunity for him later. However, witnessing Ling Zhonghai being taken away, it was evident that such a grand opportunity was now lost. Not only was the protagonist inept, but even the supporting characters fell short. Where were the antagonists who fanned the flames of conflict rather than intervening? It seemed the novels of his previous life were indeed deceptive, filled with fabrications. With his thoughts gathered, Qin He collected the ashes and exited the cremation chamber. The cremators gradually emerged, most carrying a single urn, with a rare few managing two. Only Qin He bore 3, after handling the 3 most malevolent corpses. The cremation workers, having survived the ordeal, finally welcomed a peaceful night. No cremators had perished. The gazes directed towards Qin He shifted, now filled with admiration and reverence. They had all witnessed the events of the previous day and understood the circumstances surrounding the 3 corpses he had burned. Qin He's continued survival could no longer be attributed solely to luck. He either possessed significant skill or an extraordinarily resilient fate. Regardless of which, his position as the top figure in the crematorium was firmly established. The titles bestowed upon him by the other cremators evolved from Qin Lad to Brother Qin or Qin Brother. The newly arrived cremators approached Qin He to seek his guidance on the art of cremation, eager for any knowledge that might prolong their lives. Yet, Qin He had no true experience to share. He relied solely on his abilities to maintain his standing. Thus, he could only offer encouragement and vague advice. Summarizing with a single phrase, with courage comes vitality. With vitality, life endures. The new cremators revered this as truth, expressing their gratitude. After delivering the ashes, Qin He hefted his shovel and made his way to the pauper's grave. While his position as the top figure in the crematorium was secured, the title of King of the Pauper's Grave still eluded him, and with the inadequacy of the villain, he would have to strive harder. Drive on! As the capital experienced merely a slight chill in the early morning and evening, the northern region of Luomping was already besieged by biting winds. 4 swift steeds reared high, their hooves crashing down heavily, sending sprays of mud flying. The riders, clad in armor and wielding blades, exuded the unique aura of the borderlands, brimming with vigor and menace. Leading the group was a figure dressed in azure, adorned with a flying fish emblem. Unlike the fallen executioners of the past, the Flying Fish Guard in this realm upheld its original mission. Divided into the Northern and Southern Pacification Offices, the Northern Office maintained internal oversight, monitoring officials, and deterring malignancy, while the Southern Office engaged in external intelligence gathering, defending the territory from foes. These 4 armored warriors were elite soldiers of the Southern Office, with the leader named Shen Lian, the chief officer of the Southern Pacification Office. Spurring their horses onward, the quartet galloped like a whirlwind across the frost-bitten plains. In the distance, a dilapidated village emerged on the horizon. Shen Lian raised his hand, and the 4 riders skillfully slowed their mounts, gradually encircling the small hamlet, blades drawn and bows strung. The village lay in ruins, enveloped in a deathly stillness, disturbed only by a few crows in the trees, startled into ominous cawing by the approaching horsemen. Shen Lian surveyed the disarray on the ground, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a house at the center of the village. The scent of blood, foul and pervasive, invaded their nostrils as the four dismounted and surrounded the dwelling. With a wave of his hand, they simultaneously breached the doors and windows, and no combat ensued. For there were no adversaries within, to be precise. There were no living souls. However, there were indeed four corpses, suspended from the beams above. The sight was horrifying. One leg was charred to cinders, another flayed. One had its intestines drawn out, and yet another had its heart and eyes gouged out. The ground was stained crimson, turning into vast patches of black, accompanied by various dismembered parts and a complete human skin. Torture has existed since ancient times, with dozens of named methods. One method is called lighting the sky lantern. The condemned are smeared with lard, which is ignited. Lard burns gently, unlike oil, resembling a mere illumination. The victim must endure the agonizing heat for an extended period, ultimately succumbing to death, often wailing in despair. Another method is skinning. The executioner makes an incision beneath the victim's spine, slicing the back skin in half, gradually separating it from the muscle. Akin to a butterfly unfurling its wings, a skilled practitioner can remove an entire skin intact. The third method is the drawing of intestines. An incision is made in the lower abdomen, and the intestines are entirely extracted, used as a noose to strangle the victim. The fourth method is gouging, as the name implies, involving the removal of the eyes and heart. These four forms of punishment did not occur in a deep, dark prison but rather in a dilapidated village, instilling terror. The faces of three sharp-eyed men turned pale, with one glancing at Qin Lian. "Lord Qin, we have arrived too late." Qin Lian's gaze was somber as he looked to the south, where jagged structures stretched endlessly along the ridge, appearing on one side of the horizon and vanishing on the other. That was the Great Wall, the defensive line that had safeguarded the eastern lands for thousands of years. Qin Lian slowly sheathed his embroidered spring knife and said, "Send a pigeon post. A criminal has unexpectedly crossed the border southward. With unclear intentions, the capital must enhance its defenses." "Understood." Moments later, the carrier pigeon took flight, flapping its wings as the four riders stirred up dust, disappearing into the horizon. The house erupted in flames, consuming the four corpses and the sins that had transpired there. Dao Xing 3 Dao Xing 6 Dao Xing, for you have mastered the shrinking technique. Shrinking technique. When needed, your muscles and skin will become as soft as cotton. The sun was setting as Qin He, bearing a shovel, made his way back, passing by what seemed to be a collapsed ruin. He was captivated by a cluster of red and green fruits. They were slender and pointed, some fully red, others half red and half green. It turned out to be chili peppers. Qin He was overjoyed. He approached and confirmed his discovery. Scattered across what was evidently a small garden, framed by crumbling walls, they stood out strikingly. Qin He unconsciously rubbed his hands together. In his past life, he was known for his love of spicy food, relishing it in every meal in this world. He had longed for it. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty, sugar, needless to say, is a luxury for the wealthy, and salt is equally costly. Not to mention the common folk, even restaurants are reluctant to use much salt. Sourness is mostly found in snacks, not something the average person enjoys regularly. All that remained was bitterness, something Qin He had had his fill of. The coarse grain buns were bitter, as for spiced, alas, the people of this era do not consume it. Chili peppers had just crossed the ocean. Regarded as ornamental plants, their vibrant fruits celebrated but unconsumed. Qin He thought he would never taste the longed-for spice again, yet unexpectedly discovered a patch beneath the graveyard. Surveying his surroundings, Qin He surmised that although the houses were in ruins, traces indicated that a once prosperous family had lived here, now fallen to misfortune. The peppers were planted for aesthetic purposes by the inhabitants. Ordinary folk, struggling to survive, would never cultivate such things. Eventually, as the graveyard expanded, this area became an ill-omened place, overrun by wild dogs and rarely visited by humans. Thus, these chili peppers proliferated, becoming a patch. Though Qin He had no means to cook them at present, he could not resist gathering a large bundle, wrapping it in his outer garment, and collecting several seeds that had fallen to the ground. The thought of the various spicy recipes from his past life made his mouth water. Even if he could not consume them immediately, he could dry them, with the hope of savoring them one day. He continued until his garment could hold no more, then set off back. Upon returning to the crematorium, It was still early, and the workers there were very curious about the large bundle on Qin He's back. When they saw him pouring the peppers into a bucket for washing, they gathered around. Qin Gu, what is this? Lu Sanjin asked, picking up a pepper with curiosity. This is chili pepper. Qin He grinned. Chili pepper? What is that? I've never heard of it. Can it be eaten? The crematorium workers began to chatter. This is fanjiao, something the rich grow for show, Old Liang said loudly. The crowd, seeing that Old Liang could speak on the matter, parted to let him through. He picked up a pepper and said, look at this color, bright red, just like a festive lantern. The wealthy love this. Everyone suddenly understood. Lu Sanjin asked Qin He, where did you get so many? Picked them outside. Why gather so many? This can be eaten, used in cooking. What? Edible? Lu Sanjin's eyes began to shine. The crowd stirred. Although the crematorium had no shortage of food, they rarely enjoyed anything good. They mostly had the bitter, coarse buns, with perhaps a bit of salty but tooth-crumbling flatbread. Qin Gu, can this pepper be eaten? Old Liang, momentarily losing his composure, looked astonished. In the past, he would have slapped Qin He for suggesting that chili was edible, calling him a fool, saying it was toxic. But now, he dared not. For Qin He was the top man at the crematorium, even able to handle fierce corpses without fear. Yes, but it is quite spicy. Qin He nodded earnestly. I'll try it. Lu Sanjin, not waiting for Qin He to finish, hastily stuffed the pepper into his mouth. He chewed once, then twice. The next moment, he spat it out with a loud wah. His eyes widened, and his tongue stuck out. A fire, fire, fired. It's burning me alive. Lu Sanjin's outcry startled those who had prepared to share, causing them to hurriedly toss the peppers back into the bucket. You fool! Chili peppers cannot be eaten. Quickly rinse your mouth with water. Old Liang's mustache bristled with pride. Lu Sanjin rushed to rinse his mouth, soaking half his clothes before recovering. The others shook their heads and left. Qin Gu may be formidable at the crematorium, but his wits seem lacking. One must not offend the officials. Chili peppers cannot be eaten. It's best to sleep more and not wander about. These were truths to heed. Foolishness. Qin Gu, chili peppers cannot be eaten, truly cannot. Lu Sanjin, still sticking out his tongue, left, offering one last piece of advice. Qin He suddenly grasped why chili peppers were not on the table in this era. Firstly, it was indeed a new phenomenon. Secondly, the flavor was the issue. Chili peppers must be cooked with oil. Only high-temperature frying can temper their heat. Steaming or boiling does not suffice. Yet in this era, common people could not afford oil. It was more expensive than meat. A pound of rendered fat could equal 3 pounds of lean meat. To be able to drop even a drop of oil on vegetables was considered a sign of prosperity. Cooking with oil, that was beyond their reach or imagination. Qin He cleaned the peppers, then strung them together with twine, hanging them by the stove. The heat from the stove would quickly dry them out. By the time he finished, night had nearly fallen. The East City Corpse transport team arrived punctually at the crematorium's entrance, bringing a total of 20 corpses. 18 crematorium workers were present. 16 would handle one each, while 2 would manage 2. Gao Lingquan and Li Tai exchanged glances upon learning the count, then looked towards Ling Zhonghai, their eyes questioning how to distribute to Qin He, whether to include him or not. Why are you looking at me? Am I such a petty person? Ling Zhonghai retorted, annoyed. Yes, head is magnanimous, the most magnanimous. Gao Lingquan and Li Tai quickly nodded in agreement. Ling Zhonghai may not be a good person, but I adhere to principles. That fool offended me. I'll give him 3 corpses, and we'll call it even. Moving forward, we'll divide as usual. I won't make it difficult for him at all. Ling Zhonghai declared, patting his chest. Decent. Gao Lingquan gave a thumbs up. Head is indeed generous. Li Tai added. Let us give that fool 1 corpse tonight, and the extra 2 to Li Kezi and Lu Sanjin. We'll follow the rules, 1 for each, and the remainder to whoever it should go to. Ling Zhonghai nodded in agreement. Having settled the distribution method, the 3 instinctively glanced towards room 7, where Qin He happened to emerge. Heading towards them, Officer, has Officer Sunat come again today? Monthly leave is 2 days. He will come tomorrow, Li Tai replied. Oh. Qin He nodded, then suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Ling Zhonghai. Officer, don't move, huh? Ling Zhonghai was taken aback. In that instant of distraction, Qin He swiftly slapped him across the face. The sound was loud and crisp. Ling Zhonghai was stunned, while Li Tai and Gao Lingquan gaped, unable to react. There was a mosquito. Qin He chuckled softly, gradually opening his palm to reveal a bloodied, lifeless mosquito. Chapter 22. Neatly arranged you. Do you dare to strike me? Ling Zhonghai, regaining his composure, immediately erupted, pointing at Qin He as he drew his knife. I'll slay you, you worthless wretch. Stop. You can't harm him. Li Tai and Gao Lingquan exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly pulling Ling Zhonghai back. Let me go. I must kill him. Calm down, calm down. He is but a fool. We must not stoop to the level of a fool. Otherwise, others may think we, too, are simpletons. Ling Zhonghai struggled vehemently, yet ultimately failed, being dragged into the duty room. The cremator can die from being smothered by corpses, from illness, but cannot die from being struck, hacked, starved, or frozen. Otherwise, misfortune will ensue. Why this is, no one knows. It's merely a rule passed down through the ages. There was once an incident in the Great Li dynasty where a cremator, having been deprived of copper coins, starved to death, resulting in calamity, with half of the East City military division perishing overnight. Since then, no one has dared to lay a hand on a cremator. While one may handle corpses, one must not resort to violence. Qin He lifted his hand to inspect the mosquito corpse that had been slapped twice, grimacing slightly. Could this truly be tolerated? It was akin to a ninja turtle. It made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps it was time to reconsider their alignment from villains to heroes. However, after some contemplation, Qin He deemed it unwise. They had yet to grasp the ultimate essence of villainy. The medicine must not cease that I know. My future is not a dream. I live each minute, earnestly dumb. Why future is not a dream, and why heart moves with hope. Half an hour later, Qin He hummed a tune while meticulously cleaning the 3 corpses on the dissection table. 2 men and 1 woman. One was an elderly man, the other a young man, who bore a striking resemblance, likely father and son. The woman was alluring, possessing considerable beauty. The old man and the woman appeared to have been poisoned. Their necks clenched and eyes wide open in death, blood oozing from their 7 orifices. The young man bore a head injury, his eyes similarly open and unable to close, no matter how one tried. Corpses with open eyes are a typical aberration. They cannot be buried but must be cremated, hence they were sent to the crematory. All signs indicated that these 3 deceased were indeed a family, delivered to the crematory and handled by the same cremator, which was rather rare. Qin He donned mourning attire, cleaned the blood, adjusted their garments, and procured needle and thread, carefully stitching the eyes of the 3 corpses shut. Corpses with open eyes cannot be buried, nor can they enter the furnace. If they cannot close, they must be forcibly sewn shut. Undoubtedly, these were the remains of murder victims, and a family of murder victims at that, a scenario ripe for reanimation. Although the villainous trio had yet to comprehend the ultimate essence, their discerning eyes remained sharp. However, with Qin He in charge, no matter the corpse, be it a dragon or a tiger, they would remain subdued. With decades of experience and the use of corpse nails, he specialized in dealing with all manner of defiance. After preparing the bodies, he recited the customary words for the deceased. The man was addressed as grandfather, the woman as aunt, and they were placed upon the furnace. Normally, the cremation furnace could only incinerate 2 bodies at a time, but as the poisoned corpses curled into a ball, they took up less space. And with the woman being petite, Qin He decided to burn all 3 together. He ignited the coal, fanning the flames for the cremation. To his astonishment, all 3 corpses opened their eyes simultaneously, the threads snapping under the strain. Their resentment palpable. There was no way around it. It was quite undignified. Thus, Qin He had no choice but to restore their dignity. With 20 corpse nails plunged into them, the commotion subsided as if they were eels in a hot pan. After pouring in 3 ladles of fire oil, he gave the cremation a boost. 3 hours later, Qin He finished watching the shadow play of the 3 individuals. 2 words. Incredibly thrilling, with no room for a hard drive without AT. Indeed, they were a family. The old man named Xiong Jiao, the son Xiong Wanlang, and the daughter-in-law Lu Xinyang. Since time immemorial, there have been 3 forms of unfilial conduct, with dying without descendants being the gravest. This lack of descendants is of utmost significance. The Xiong family faced the dilemma of having no heirs. Xiong Wanlang and Lu Xinyang had been married for several years yet remained childless. A year or 2 could be tolerated, but after 4 or 5 years without progress, the Xiong family inevitably grew anxious. Xiong Wanlang was the sole heir, and it appeared that the vast wealth of the Xiong family would soon have no successor. What to do? First, investigate the cause, whether the issue lay with Xiong Wanlang or Lu Xinyang. They sought the services of a highly esteemed physician at great expense. The Xiong family, being wealthy, could afford it. When the esteemed physician arrived, he took the pulses of Xiong Wanlang and Lu Xinyang, said nothing, brushed off the dust on the table, and departed. What did that mean? I know, but I cannot say. Heaven knows? Earth knows, I know. That suffices. If truly unclear, inquire of Dunyang. The sword of Qin He hung overhead, and I dared not speak. Moreover, there was an anecdote related to this. An anecdote, well, I cannot divulge that either. In any case, it was a matter of generational transmission. Though the physician's suggestion was difficult to bear, it was the only path available. Skipping through the various arguments and awkwardness, Xiong Wanlang sought out concubines and physicians, ultimately finding that only the path indicated by the esteemed physician remained viable. Thus, Xiong Jiu and Lu Xinyang engaged in that affair. The outcome was unfortunate. Though Xiong Jiu was advanced in age, he had been widowed early and had spent years honing his martial arts and nurturing vitality, while Xiong Wanlang, being youthful, was quick in his endeavors. Lu Xinyang, on the other hand, discovered a new world. Initially, Xiong Wanlang could endure everything for the sake of continuing the family line, but after the two of them had one child and wished for a second, he could no longer tolerate it. The ensuing arguments turned chaotic, resulting in Xiong Wanlang delivering a severe beating to Xiong Jiu and Lu Xinyang, even threatening to slay the pair. Lu Xinyang was no meek character either. She whispered in Xiong Jiu's ear about eliminating Xiong Wanlang, suggesting that the family fortune be inherited by the youngest son. As the saying goes, one need not fear misfortune, but rather the absence of good people. While Xiong Jiu and Lu Xinyang were indeed excessive, Xiong Wanlang's words were said in anger, yet he could not withstand Lu Xinyang's relentless whispers. Fearing for his own safety, Xiong Jiu acquiesced to the idea of fratricide. However, fate is often unpredictable. The scheme of Lu Xinyang and Xiong Jiu was overheard by the steward, who discreetly relayed the information to Xiong Wanlang. Upon hearing this, Xiong Wanlang thought, so these two intend to take my life. Very well, I shall strike first. That very night, he poisoned the two, resulting in tragedy. Yet this was not the end. It seemed that some form of retribution was at play. While Xiong Wanlang was handling the bodies of the two, he slipped and fell down the stairs, colliding with a beam and perishing. The family of three was neatly arranged and brought to the crematory. The judgment was rendered, and the figure in the black robe proclaimed, "Under the pomegranate skirt, one cannot escape death. With lust at the forefront, a knife awaits. Greed blinds the eyes, leading to hatred between father and son, and the vile daring to turn against Qin as the water patterns dissipated." Rewards were granted: a volume on lockpicking, a tome on bedroom techniques, and a decade of inner strength. Chapter 23. Copper coins burn the hand. Qin He immediately grinned broadly. To toil with one's own hands is to reap the fruits of labor. And that slap was worth it. Lockpicking. Master this skill, and no lock will be beyond your reach. Bedroom techniques. Master this skill, and you shall become a silver spear-wielding little tyrant. What harm is there in 1,000 beauties for one night? Resolutely he studied, instantly mastering 168 lock-picking techniques and 230 bedroom skills. The latter not only encompassed techniques but also methods for cultivation. A single noodle could unlock all the locks of the Greatly dynasty, and a silver spear would welcome all who dared approach. Qin He exclaimed in awe, "This is remarkable, truly extraordinary. A wealth of skills is never burdensome. One day, all manner of abilities will prove useful." Qin He eagerly anticipated the latter. Speaking of which, the old alleyway required only 50 coins. Surely, Ekes must have been there by now, right? Perhaps he should inquire tomorrow? Would Ekes expect him to treat? Lost in thought, Qin He added the final shovel of coal to the cremation furnace, lay down on his bedding, and gradually fell asleep. Although his inner strength had increased significantly, several days without sleep still left him with a sense of fatigue. In the cremation chamber, the Xiong family gradually turned to ash under the residual heat. Unbeknownst to Qin He, while he slumbered deeply, two shadows, one black and one white, adorned with pointed hats, flashed above the cremation furnace. With an iron hook, they drew forth 3 phantoms from the ashes, vanishing in an instant. How many deeds of good and evil unfold in the mortal realm, who can discern right from wrong? Such is the work of the King of Hell. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon glowed with a pale light, heralding another bright day. The crowing of roosters roused the slumbering Yanghe wharf. A gong sounded from the crematory. Bang! The time has come. Open the doors. The heavy iron doors of the crematory swung open in succession. Yet no one came to mourn. It was yet another peaceful night. Qin He turned in bed, stretching his limbs, and began to shovel the warm ashes into a bucket. The villainous trio awaited him at the entrance, their expressions tinged with skepticism upon seeing Qin He still alive. The other cremators, upon spotting him, all raised their thumbs in salute, greeting him as Brother Qin with auspicious gestures. Once Qin He moved on, they sighed, lamenting, "What a shame that his mind is not sharp. He may not last many days." Qin He remained blissfully unaware, for in life, one merely laughs at others while being laughed at in turn. After handing over the ashes, he received an additional 45 coins. This aspect of the crematory never faltered or shortchanged. The copper coins gleamed with a golden hue, of better quality than those found in the marketplace. The ashes of the Xiong family were claimed by a still infant child, the very one born from the ashes, cradled in mourning attire by the steward who collected them on their behalf. The steward was tall and thin, his face lacking vitality, yet his eyes sparkled with life. He was the one who had alerted Xiong Wanlang to the conspiracy of Xiong Jiu and Lu Xinyang. Suddenly, Qin He recalled that when Xiong Wanlang had slipped, he had seemingly stepped on oil or wax. Why would there be such substances at the stairway? The steward, the infant, the vast family fortune? Qin He tilted his head, uncertain and unable to grasp the full picture. However, he possessed a good habit. If he could not comprehend something, he would not dwell on it in this world. There exist two ultimate philosophical questions that can alleviate 90% of our troubles. One is, why should I care? The other is, why should you care? Indeed, why should you care? It is as it is. Qin He merely serves as a corpse burner, nothing more at least. That is his belief. What? With great power comes great responsibility. I beg your pardon, but the individual who utters such sentiments will not be born for another millennium. No, it does not exist. Do not speak nonsense. Shifting the 45 copper coins in his hand, which felt somewhat heavy, Qin He added 5 more and proceeded towards room 17, where Ekes resided. As he pondered how to initiate a conversation, he discovered that Lao Liangtu, Lu Sanjin, and several others were already gathered around Ekes. The doorman, Lao Guanchai Yangbai Tu, was administering medicine to Ekes' eyes. Aside from the 4 guards on night duty, the only other guard present during the day was Yangbai Tu. With his hair graying and having surpassed 60 years, he juggled the roles of doorman, scribe, and doctor, often going unnoticed. Qin He had been at the crematory for nearly a month and had never exchanged a word with him, nor did he know his name. "What has happened, Uncle Yang, Uncle Li?" Qin He inquired of Lao Liangtu, who stood at the outermost edge of the gathering. "Serves him right. I told him not to hoard money, and now look at the mess he is in. Hoarding money will only lead to disaster," Lao Liangtu scolded, filled with disappointment. Disaster? Qin He paused slightly, recalling he had witnessed the ominous aura once before. The evening when the horse butcher was burned. This so-called ominous aura is the last breath exhaled by a dying person. Once it escapes, it signifies their complete demise. If vegetation is tainted, it withers. If humans or livestock are affected, they may suffer from illness, or worse, death. Is it serious? Qin He asked again. Not dying on the spot is already fortunate. Now he is deaf and blind. Whether he survives depends on his luck, Lao Liangtu replied, gesturing towards Lu Sanjin and scolding. And you? You brought this upon yourself, if it weren't for Qin Gur shielding you from calamity last night. We'd all be dead. Hoarding money? Indeed. Lu Sanjin, frightened, hurriedly waved his hands. No more hoarding, I promise. I'll spend all my copper coins today. A chill ran down the back of Qin He's neck as he listened. Before that slap last night, the trio of antagonists had been plotting to distribute the 2 extra corpses to Ekes and Lu Sanjin. Had it not been for his intervention, it was likely that Ekes and Lu Sanjin would have met the fate Lao Liangtu described. Qin He could not help but draw in a sharp breath, raising his gaze to the heavens. Is it possible that a transcendent will exist in this world, dictating that a corpse burner must not touch money lest he lose his life? At that moment, Qin He suddenly felt that the copper coins in his hand were somewhat scalding. Upon leaving the crematory, Qin He ventured to the marketplace. What for? To spend money. One need not fear a myriad of possibilities. Who knows what circumstances may arise? It is a time for cautious development. One cannot be reckless. After all, money is meant to be spent. It matters little when it is spent. There is no need to oppose fate. He held no grudge against the heavens. In fact, they seemed to treat him quite well. Halfway through his musings, Qin He resolved to purchase a pot first. Observing Ekese's condition, he deemed it unnecessary to return to the old alley for the time being. Thus, he decided to improve his rations. He had long since grown weary of the bland steamed buns, and there was little available in the market that suited his taste. In the future, he would experiment with his own cooking. To do so, he first required a pot. Qin He made his way to the general goods market, spending 600 won on a large iron pot. Truth be told, it was rather expensive. He had not anticipated the iron pot to be so costly. After acquiring the pot, he purchased a pound of salt, which cost over 100 won. Finally, he used the remaining few copper coins to buy iron nails. Thus, Qin He's meager savings had been entirely depleted. Carrying the large pot back, he passed by the entrance of the cattle market. To his surprise, a crowd had gathered, drawn to a stall displaying a cow's head. They were in the midst of butchering beef. Chapter 24. A life to live. The vibrant red of the meat was particularly enticing, attracting numerous wealthy families from the docks eager to make a purchase in the greatly dynasty. Beef was a luxury reserved for the affluent, for the unlawful slaughter of cattle was a grave crime. As an agrarian civilization, cattle were vital production resources, and throughout history, the slaughter of working oxen was strictly forbidden. Should the elderly, sick, or injured require slaughter, it must be reported to the authorities and official permission secured, with the hides, tendons, and horns of the cattle required to be surrendered without compensation, as they were considered military supplies. What struck Qin He as odd was the sight of the cattle market owner, who, while observing the butcher slice the meat, was weeping as though mourning the death of a parent. With so many cattle in the market, the natural cycle of life and death was hardly surprising. Did he truly weep for every cow that perished? You are no Lin Dayu. Disgraceful. Qin He spat disdainfully and turned away, pot in tow. However, mere steps later, a commotion erupted behind him. Thief! A silver thief! Qin He turned around to see a rather corpulent man pointing at a fleeing figure. Shouting loudly, he dashed forward, but his speed paled in comparison to that of the agile thief, who slipped through the crowd with remarkable swiftness, turning the corner and vanishing from sight. When the rotund man reached the corner, he could only shout curses, having failed to even catch a glimpse of the thief's face. Ho Xiaolu ran for a considerable distance before halting beneath a wall, his chest heaving from exertion. After catching his breath and ensuring no one was around, he opened the newly acquired pouch, revealing a small ingot of silver and a handful of copper coins. Weighing it, he estimated it to be around 4 taels, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. Let us split it in half. At that moment, a voice startled him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Swiftly hiding the silver behind him, he focused his gaze, only to find a man with an iron pot atop his head standing beside him. Grinning widely, his white teeth gleaming. Without a second thought, Ho Xiaolu bolted, drenched in cold sweat, unable to comprehend how the man had approached him so stealthily. Fortunately, this time the man did not pursue him. Ho Xiaolu ran breathlessly from East Street to West Street, dodging and weaving until he finally ducked into a decrepit temple. But before he could steady his breath, the voice returned, now sounding from above. Let us split it in half. Ho Xiaolu looked up to see the pot-topped man squatting on the wall, grinning at him. Oh no, he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and fleeing once more. The same frantic chase ensued, as he darted from the west side to the north. Yet, just as before, upon stopping, he was confronted by the same voice. Let us split it in half. The voice had an almost hypnotic quality. Ho Xiaolu was genuinely terrified. He had never encountered anyone who could chase him while wearing a large iron pot as if it were a mere game. This individual was no ordinary person. Spare me, brave sir. I've been starving for 3 days and can no longer endure it. Please, grant me a way out. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he felt utterly trapped. The sensation of being unable to escape this person's grasp filled him with dread. Splitting it in half wouldn't endanger your life, would it? The newcomer tilted his head in inquiry. Huh? Ho Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback. Split it in half? What is your name? Ho Xiaolu. Hand over the pouch. Yes, yes, brave sir. Under the absolute control of the situation, Ho Xiaolu dared not entertain any other thoughts. Qin He took the pouch, extracted the small silver ingot, and with a gentle twist, divided it into two halves. One half he placed into his pocket, while the other half he returned to the pouch and tossed back to Ho Xiaolu. Ho Xiaolu stood dumbfounded. Such a silver ingot was exceptionally hard. One might struggle to bite off even a small piece, yet this man had broken it with his bare hands. It couldn't possibly be fake, could it? Ho Xiaolu suddenly pondered, hastily retrieving the silver to bite it. Upon discovering it was genuine, he glanced back, only to find the brave man had vanished once again. Shopkeeper, I'll take a pound of beef. Qin He returned to the stall with the iron pot. Placing down 6 in change, very well. The attendant skillfully cut a piece for Qin He, weighing it precisely at 1 pound, clearly an expert. After receiving the beef, Qin He made his way to the grain and oil shop. Spending the remaining taels on a pound of sesame oil, 10 pounds of flour, half a pound of leaven, a kitchen knife, and an assortment of spices such as Sichuan pepper, ginger, and other seasonings. Upon returning to the crematory, he found the corpse burners had already retired for the night, leaving only Yang Baitu, who watched in astonishment as Qin He re-entered the cremation chamber. The corpse burners, having lived day to day with uncertainty, were unbothered by purchases of food and drink, but the acquisition of a pot was indeed unprecedented. Yang Baitu had been at the crematory for 30 years and had never heard of such a thing. An iron pot was not cheap. What if he were to sell it off tomorrow? Qin He's actions signified a singular intent. He intended to make a life for himself at the crematory. Only those who aspire to live would procure their own belongings. Indeed, those with extraordinary qualities often exhibit unusual behaviors, Yang Baitu thought to himself in admiration. Qin He set down his items and went to borrow a cart from Yang Baitu, preparing to gather stones and mud for building a stove. With his internal strength, he worked swiftly, smashing large stones into several smaller pieces, which he then shaped into even bricks. After several trips back and forth, he had gathered enough materials. Then came the task of assembling the stove. Constructing a simple single-burner stove did not require great skill. With some repairs and adjustments, it gradually took shape. Though it appeared somewhat unsightly, it remained functional. Once the iron pot was placed atop and surrounded by a layer of mud, the stove was deemed a success. After igniting some coal cinders with fire oil to evaporate the moisture, Qin He proceeded to knead the dough. Tonight, he planned to treat himself to a hearty meal. He skillfully made the dough and then ventured to a nearby potter's field to cut 2 bamboo stalks for bowls, chopsticks, and a steamer. With his nimble hands, he not only crafted them but did so with remarkable speed. As everything was prepared, night fell. The bodies from the military affairs office arrived, 16 in total. The enlightenment of the trio of villains remains utterly stagnant, allowing Qin He to escape unscathed, without even a single corpse delivered. Yet, for the sake of the sumptuous meal that lay before him, Qin He temporarily spared them, continuing his culinary endeavors. As the moon ascended, a lavish dish of spicy stir-fried beef with steamed buns finally graced the table. The white, fluffy buns, even without sugar, possessed a subtly sweet flavor. As for the spicy beef, one bite was a burst of sheer bliss. Just as Qin He was indulging himself, with his cheeks full, a sudden sound of the door opening broke the tranquility. He lifted his gaze, having not heard any footsteps. Not only were there no footsteps, but even the sounds of patrolling officers outside had inexplicably ceased. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in white, adorned with a small hat. Upon seeing Qin He's stuffed cheeks and the spread of food on the table, he paused momentarily. Qin He, too, was taken aback. "May I inquire who you are?" "Luogio." The newcomer removed his hat and hung it on a beam, approaching with an air of casualness. "May I ask you a rather bold question?" "Who?" He fished out a portrait from his pocket, depicting a handsome young man. Qin He recognized him immediately. "The snake fairy, Lu Tsong. Have you seen him?" "I have. He was the nephew of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War. By the time he was delivered, he was already dead." "Burnt?" "Indeed, I did not do the burning. I fell asleep that night, Ditto." "What is the matter?" "Nothing, just a casual inquiry." Luo Jiu seated himself opposite Qin He. Glancing at the food on the table, he asked, "May I join you? I am rather famished, of course." Qin He turned and handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Thank you." Luo Jiu accepted them, taking a bite of the bun, followed by a piece of beef, his brow furrowing as he spat it out. "What is this? Beef? What flavor? Spicy. Quite novel." Qin He paid him no mind, swiftly finishing the remaining beef and buns. Luo Jiu appeared to have little appetite, only managing to finish the bun in his hand. "Are you full?" Luo Jiu inquired. "Quite. Good. Being full gives one strength." "What? Nothing." Luo Jiu shook his head, unbuckling a backpack from behind, revealing an array of knives, scissors, pliers, gold needles, iron nails, and other instruments. Gleaming and exquisitely crafted, it was evident they were forged from fine steel, a dazzling assortment. "What are these for?" Qin He asked curiously. "You will find out shortly," Luo Jiu smiled faintly. Then, in a flash, struck 7 points on Qin He's chest. Acupoint ceiling. Instantly, Qin He found himself immobilized, standing rigidly in place. Luo Jiu then produced a rope, binding Qin He in a star shape to the beam, and inquired with a light chuckle, "Do you know how many kinds of torture exist in this world?" Qin He glanced at his bound hands and shook his head. 460-8. "So many? There are over 178 that torment the body, 110 that torment the mind, and 180 that torment the soul. And how many do you know?" "I know 288. 288, precisely the total for torturing body and mind." "You are quick with arithmetic, not resembling a corpse burner. A corpse burner is merely poor, not lacking in intellect. Let me tell you, there are plenty of clever folks here. Everyone speaks beautifully, like me. I hardly want to leave." "Ha, that is indeed intriguing, but I still feel you do not resemble a corpse burner." "Why is that?" "You show no fear of me, even when I present my instruments." "Lu Tsang died at your hands, did he not?" Luo Jiu's gaze sharpened. "It seems I cannot conceal it any longer." "Very well, I confess, he met his end at my hands." Qin He sighed, shaking his head. "To be bold and accountable, that essay man. Are there any privileges? You may choose any form of torture. This way, the process will be swifter and the suffering lessened. However, since they are all tortures, you must endure some pain. Moreover, as you can see, I came in haste, and these are the only instruments available. Choose first, and if it does not suit, we can switch." Luo Jiu gently caressed the instruments, as if stroking the skin of a maiden. "These knives are rather frightening. Do you have anything for the soul?" "I prefer not to use blades. I have yet to try anything for the soul." "You cannot?" "It is not feasible. That is the punishment of the underworld, which cannot be executed in the mortal realm." "How about this? I can send you down to learn." Luo Jiu abruptly raised his head. Whoosh! In an instant, Qin He opened his mouth, and a nail shot forth, piercing straight toward his brow, the engraved pattern glowing red. "Corpse restraining 9 instruments. Golden needle technique?" A look of disbelief crossed Luo Jiu's face. "The art of golden needle crafting has been lost for hundreds of years, has it not?" "Really? Has it been lost for so long?" As Qin He spoke, his bones cracked, muscles shifting as he extricated his hands from the bindings. "Bone shrinking technique?" Luo Jiu's astonishment deepened. "Just a little trick. I hope it did not overly surprise you." Qin He twisted his wrist, grinning widely. "Not particularly. It is merely a corpse-restraining nail." Luo Jiu's expression suddenly turned fierce, and with a surge of internal energy, the corpse-restraining nail shot out from his brow. However, as one flew out, 100 flew in. Thud, thud, thud. Qin He flicked his hand, and over 100 corpse-restraining nails instantly turned him into a hedgehog. "There are actually so many?" Luo Jiu's fierce demeanor froze on his face, and he fell backward, raising a cloud of dust. "One corpse-restraining nail could be endured, but 100 felt like Mount Tai bearing down." Qin He's face slowly appeared above. "Teske, the first executioner of the D People S8 divisions, the torturer, indeed possesses remarkable skill." "You recognize me?" Luo Jiu's fierce expression gradually faded, replaced by suspicion. "I do. Can we negotiate?" "No." Qin He shook his head earnestly. "You came in good spirits, but you shall not return. Who would have thought? Truly unforeseen." Luo Jiu sighed, slowly closing his eyes. Qin He bent down, lifting Luo Jiu and tossing him into the incinerator, habitually adjusting his clothing, placing the hat on his chest, and asked, I generally do not burn living beings, so I seldom inquire. Do you have any final words? Luo Jiu opened his eyes. That set of instruments is my prized possession. May I be buried with it? Very well, it shall be arranged. Qin He nodded. He added coal and oil, striking a match, and after a moment's thought, he tilted his head and asked, does burning a living person count as torture? It does not, Luo Jiu asserted firmly. How so? Torture is an art. It seeks survival, not death, if the craft is not perfected. The victim will pass before the ordeal is complete, rendering it meaningless. Torture aims to extract something, not merely to procure a lifeless body. So your implication is that I must slow cook you over a low flame for it to qualify as torture? Could you pretend I never said that? Agreed, as the fire ignited. The renowned first executioner of the 8 divisions of the D people met his end in the secluded incinerator number 7 in the eastern part of the city. The world believed that the torturer was a rugged man with bulging eyes and a fierce beard, never suspecting he was a fair-skinned youth, bearing a gentle appearance, whose true name was Luo Jiu. Even Qin He, prior to Luo Jiu unveiling his instruments, had not anticipated this. He bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Ganglai from Journey to the West, save for the lack of oil smeared across his face. As for how Qin He recognized him as the torturer, naturally, it was through the shadow play of the snake fairy, Lu Tsong, learning of such a figure, though he had never encountered him until the instruments identified him. The torturer had once successfully completed a grueling interrogation of the Guaning death warriors, the intelligence acquired directly altering the course of the Liaodong War, establishing the formidable dominance of the D people in Liaodong, earning him the title of torturer bestowed by the chieftains of the D people. Simultaneously, he was a powerful internal energy master among the elite of the D people's 8 divisions. This southern expedition was commissioned to investigate Lu Tsong's demise. Yet, he encountered the same tragic fate as Lu Tsong, meeting the monstrous Qin He. As he worked the bellows, Qin He stoked the flames in the incinerator, ensuring ample air supply. This would save considerable coal and reduce smoke emissions, preventing unnecessary complications. From the torturer's demeanor, it was clear the D people were entirely unaware of his existence. He was merely here to investigate. Excessive coal consumption could reveal his position, as each incineration room's coal supply was based on the number of bodies burned, which would increase the smoke. However, cooking for himself served as a suitable cover. With nearly 50 units of internal energy, Qin He continued to fan the flames, the coal glowing fiercely, and soon the torturer's body was reduced to charred remains. As the moon reached its zenith, a massive gray-white curtain slowly descended, the sound of wooden clappers slicing through the dim light, swaying gracefully. The shadow play unfolded, oscillating between illusion and reality, as Qin He witnessed the entirety of the torturer's life. The convict, having grown up under the rule of the D people, naturally held no allegiance to the Han, especially after his father's demise in battle, which left him with nothing but animosity towards the Great Li. Upon entering the 8 departments of the penal system, he exhibited an extraordinary talent for interrogation, catching the attention of the chief officer, Lu Ya. His repeated accomplishments led to him being imparted with techniques for cultivation. In the realm of these techniques, the convict displayed remarkable aptitude. After several years of arduous training, he successfully harnessed inner strength, evoking envy among his peers. However, it was a particular interrogation of a Guaning assassin that truly brought him into the limelight. This interrogation coincided with the fervent East Liao War, during which the D captured a gravely wounded messenger from Guaning, who bore crucial intelligence that could sway the tide of battle. The messenger, having poisoned himself and resolutely refusing to divulge information, posed a formidable challenge. Just as despair settled in, the convict stepped forward, accepting the military order. Accompanied by only a physician, he engaged in relentless interrogation for 7 days and nights, ultimately extracting vital information from the messenger's dying murmurs, thus achieving fame overnight. One truly comprehended the methods he employed to lower the messenger's defenses. This baffled even Qin He, who was watching the shadow play. Nevertheless, he succeeded. In recognition of his monumental achievement, the D chieftain issued a decree awarding him the name Xing Nu, along with a prized 1,000-year-old ginseng. With the ginseng fortifying his body, the convict dedicated himself to intense training for 3 years, significantly enhancing his inner strength and establishing himself as one of the few young masters among the D, his inner strength surpassing that of many with over 30 years of experience. Under the weight of his renown, in the following decade, The convict's skills further refined, solidifying his reputation as the foremost executioner of the 8 departments of the penal system. This continued until he was commanded by Liu Ye to journey south to investigate the death of Lu Tsong. As the scales of judgment tipped, a voice in a black robe proclaimed, "In the world, all matters are fraught with discontent, gains and losses are but the musings of a wayfarer. The moonlit towers still bore ailments, and the falling blossoms were often swept by winds. Gallant youths clad in fine garments lamented their fleeting fates. Qin He's mind was graced with a new technique, the golden body of merits. This technique promised that once the golden body was established, one would stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Elated, Qin He recognized the potential of this method, which diverged from the usual paths of cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he began his studies, knowing that mastery of many arts would serve him well. Moments later, he grasped the essence of the technique. While the eating immortal technique focused on the physical form, the golden body of merits nurtured the spirit. In this world, demons and spirits each followed their unique paths, capable of immense power. The golden body of merits aligned with the divine, yet each method possessed its distinctive attributes. The Buddhist path emphasizes cultivating the mind, while the divine seeks to gather incense and devotion, with the concept of the divine encompassing a broad spectrum. City gods, land deities, mountain spirits, and heavenly beings all belong to this category, sharing similar practices. Once the golden body of merits is perfected, malevolent spirits cannot approach and demons will steer clear, surpassing even the eating immortal technique. To illustrate, the accumulation of merit yields auspiciousness, rendering even the most fearsome corpses powerless, as even flying zombies would be unable to stir. After his studies, Qin He noted, merit 0. However, the method of acquiring merit and the quantity needed to establish the golden body remained ambiguous. Leaving Qin He to explore these mysteries on his own. Setting aside the technique for the time being, he continued to fan the flames, turning the last remnants of Xingjia's remains to ash. With diligent effort, he extinguished the furnace, cooled it with water, and lowered the temperature of the cremation. After nearly an hour of labor, with the crowing of the rooster, he finally erased all traces of his actions. A gong sounded, and the door to the cremation room swung open. The previously silent footsteps of the guards returned to Qin He's ears, and he marveled at how Xing Nu had employed some secretive method to muffle the sounds from within, only for it to be broken by the rooster's crow. Moreover, the iron lock outside was firmly secured. Undoubtedly, Xing Nu had entered and exited room 7 without anyone being aware, which inadvertently favored Qin He. His caution bore fruit, for shortly after the cremation workers delivered the ashes, the flying fish guard, brimming with menace, surrounded the cremation site, accompanied by a high-ranking official in a red robe, inquiring whether any strangers had entered the previous night. The guards and cremation workers all shook their heads, and the high-ranking official requested the cremation records, examining each room and posing various questions. After half an hour of fruitless inquiries, the flying fish guard was compelled to withdraw, leaving behind a wanted poster of Xing Nu at the cremation site. Qin He glanced at it, noting that while the likeness captured some resemblance, the details were exaggerated. Xing Nu's fierce visage, with a dark face, a beard, and scars, bore little resemblance to his actual self, making it easy for him to evade recognition. Shaking his head, he collected his 15 copper coins and headed out to purchase buns. While white buns were delightful, they could not sustain him through every meal, and with little money remaining, he settled for the cheaper coarse buns. Xing Nu was indeed a remarkable individual, having entered the city without a single copper coin, relying solely on scaling walls and entering homes for sustenance. Encountering him would mean facing a living nightmare. Exiting the cremation site, the streets were plastered with wanted posters of Xing Nu, creating a tumultuous atmosphere filled with gossip. At one end of the street, he was spoken of as a mere killer. By the middle, he had transformed into a three-eyed assassin who feasted on human hearts, and by the end, he had become a monstrous figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, said to require the lives of a dozen to sleep soundly at night. Regardless of the external chaos, it was clear that Xing Nu would have no opportunity to commit further atrocities. Once a life is extinguished, it is as if a light has been snuffed out and all is resolved. Whether in the afterlife one becomes a beast of burden or descends into the depths of hell, such decisions rest with the king of hell. For Qin He, this matter was temporarily closed. The reason for temporarily is that he had unwittingly spoken a truth. Executioners are indeed artisans. This artisan trait ensures that wherever they go, there will always be someone willing to provide them sustenance. As for the notion of karma, it depends on the state of the world. In tumultuous times, it is often said that those who commit heinous acts prosper while the virtuous face hardship. Of course, these are discussions for another time. Just remember that there exists an executioner named Qin He, who was sent to the king of hell by Qin He's flames. Chapter 27. Su Changsho quells the flames munching on a few coarse buns. Qin He wandered aimlessly. He contemplated venturing to the mass grave for some profit, but decided against it. Wary that the left minister of war, Lu Chang'an, might have spies watching him, it was best to lay low until the storm passed. There was no need to attract trouble. As he meandered, he arrived at a 3-story red building adorned with the bold characters Xiao Chui Lu. Traditionally, establishments of this nature were designated with names like Yuan, Guan, or Gu for the higher tiers, while the lower tiers often opted for Shi, Ban, Lu, or Dian. Outside the red building, a throng of lively courtesans flitted about, enticing patrons with their silken scarves, in stark contrast to their unabashed demeanor. The clientele exhibited a more varied spectrum of behavior. Some boldly escorted ladies inside, while others feigned hesitation, yet stepped forward nonetheless. Among them were dignified officials, youths with a penchant for mischief, and even elderly men, with patrons spanning from the very young to the quite aged, creating a lively scene. The most astute among them was the madam of the establishment, whose discerning gaze could assess a prospective patron with just a glance. In mere minutes, she had ushered 13 individuals inside, leaving Qin He astounded by her uncanny ability. As autumn breezes swept by, Qin He felt a slight chill in the air. Just as he prepared to depart, a disheveled figure emerged from the establishment, yawning widely, accompanied by a few scruffy companions. It was none other than Su Changsho, who had been missing for several days. Spotting Qin He, Su approached and asked, "What brings you here?" "Just wandering around with no particular purpose," Qin He replied with a grin. "Speaking candidly, this isn't a place for you," Su remarked, clearly unconvinced. "If you truly wish for such things, head to the old alley. It's cheaper there. Next time, I'll take you. The women here are all three-handed, and you'd need at least several taels of silver to keep up with their demands." The old alley? Qin He suddenly realized that it mattered little whether Ekes was blind. He decided to postpone that idea. "I should head back to rest. I have a shift tonight, and I'm utterly exhausted." Su yawned again. "You haven't been here the whole time, have you?" Curious, Qin He asked. "You've been burning the midnight oil, I take it? It's not like you to look this worn out. Let us not even get into it. That day you sent me to see the doctor." "Things took a turn for the worse," Su replied, his expression one of distress. Realizing Su's recent disappearance was due to his health, Qin He listened intently. Su, once a person of means, still possessed some of that lineage. Having sought out the renowned physician Xiao Jin, known for his expertise in the region. Xiao's family had a long history of healing, but after being embroiled in some scandal, they had faced dire consequences. Yet, Xiao's skills remained unparalleled. After observing Su closely and taking his pulse, the physician had bluntly stated that Su's internal fire was excessively strong. If not addressed, it could lead to a fatal outcome within half a month. And he had pinpointed Su's symptoms. Alarmed, Su immediately pressed for a remedy. With a faint smile, Xiao had written a prescription, instructing Su to follow it closely for his recovery. Upon returning home and examining the prescription, Su found a single instruction: Xiao Chui Lu, extinguish the fire and cure the ailment. Thus, he arrived at the Xiaotsue Tower, half in doubt, and it took him a full 3 days to extinguish the fire that burned within him. "My silver!" Su Changsho left with a pained expression, while Qin He stood in the autumn breeze, somewhat disheveled, unable to comprehend how a seemingly normal person could harbor such a fierce inner turmoil. This ailment was indeed peculiar. As he walked back along the canal, the wide river glimmered under the sun, occasionally revealing fish leaping from the water. Suddenly, Qin He felt an urge to eat fish, sweet and sour fish. Spicy fish, clear broth fish, fish head with tofu. His mouth watered at the thought. Unfortunately, upon checking his pockets, he found only 2 coins, insufficient even for pickled vegetables, let alone fish. Just as he pondered this, a commotion erupted ahead. Crowds began to rush in one direction. The Sanjiang gang and the Chaohua gang were fighting. "Everyone hurry to see!" someone shouted. Instantly, the crowd surged faster, eager and anxious. Qin He stuffed the last half of a bun into his mouth and joined the throng. Upon arrival, he witnessed a chaotic brawl between the Sanjiang gang and the Chaohua gang, with fists, wooden sticks, bricks, teeth, and blades employed indiscriminately. There were about 30 individuals on each side, and the brutality was evident. Blood spurted from broken noses. Blades cut into flesh, and kicks aimed at sensitive areas. The two factions were entangled in a fierce melee, each side taking no prisoners. The onlookers quickly surrounded the small battlefield, creating a wall of spectators. Oh, what a powerful kick! Use all your strength to turn him over. Grab his hair and slam his head to the ground. What good is it to ride him? Sit on him. Yes, sit on him. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, transformed into instant martial arts masters, their saliva flying as they offered unsolicited advice. Qin He, tiptoeing to see better, found himself unable to squeeze into the fray, so he climbed a nearby tree. From this vantage point, he finally had a clearer view. The Sanjiang gang had fewer members, but some were particularly fierce, while the Chaohua gang was larger, and the fight was evenly matched, with neither side gaining an advantage. Reinforcements for the Chaohua gang arrived. Clear the way on the west side. Just then, someone bellowed. Qin He hurriedly looked westward, and indeed, the reinforcements from the Chaohua gang were charging in, led by two captains followed by a large throng. The citizens on the west quickly parted to make way. Upon seeing the reinforcements, the Sanjiang gang realized the gravity of the situation and began to flee, shouting as they ran. But the onlookers were unwilling to let them escape. A human wall formed, and as the Sanjiang members attempted to break through, they were immediately pushed back, possibly even receiving a kick in the process. The crowd, eager for excitement, seemed intent on ensuring that a few lives were lost to justify the spectacle. There were indeed ill-intentioned individuals among the spectators. Qin He clicked his tongue in wonder it goes without saying that the Sanjiang gang was thoroughly beaten, unable to retaliate. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, reinforcements for the Sanjiang gang also arrived. Witnessing their fallen comrades, their fury ignited, and the scale of the chaos expanded tenfold. Blood and flesh flew. Severed fingers and teeth danced in the fray, creating an exhilarating scene. Sunflower seeds for sale, cheap sunflower seeds. Salted beans, fragrant salted beans. Sugar-coated hawthorn for sale, sugar-coated hawthorn. The docks were never short of keen-eyed vendors, flocking to where the crowd gathered. In a mere moment, the outskirts of the crowd had transformed into a bustling market, resembling a festival. The moral decay of society was lamentable, thought Qin He, as he slid down from the tree and hurried to a nearby vendor. I'll have 2 tails of sunflower seeds. Chapter 28. Survive. Do not waste. The melee lasted for nearly half an hour before it concluded. Both sides had sent 2 waves of reinforcements, basically emptying their ranks. Qin He kept his eyes and ears open, carefully observing the scene. A total of 17 individuals had perished, with 8 of them dead on arrival, and the number of injured, whether severe or minor, was too numerous to count. The officials from the Eastern City's military division had arrived with the first wave of reinforcements, totaling 20 individuals. Among them, 11 bought sunflower seeds, 7 purchased salted beans, and 6 opted for sugar-coated hawthorn. Of the 18 sunflower seeds he cracked open, most were bitter. Curse those unscrupulous merchants. After the chaos subsided, the battlefield was left in disarray, with the injured taken away by their respective gangs, and the corpses left behind. The officials were tasked with cleanup, bringing in 3 large carts to remove the bodies. And thus the incident was considered over. The spectators had their fill of excitement, and the vendors sold out their wares, contributing a slight increase to the GDP of the Great Li dynasty. Most of the deceased were itinerant laborers, lonely men without anyone to mourn them. The bustling canal docks, where they had once been, now seemed as if they had never existed after the brawl. Qin He walked back. Grimacing as something lodged between his molars irritated him. He knew where it was, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't reach it with his hand. Spotting a thorn bush by the roadside, he hurried over to pluck a thorn to use as a toothpick. This scene was unremarkable, yet it caused a nearby young servant in green to frown slightly as he passed by. Not far off, a swordsman finished his tea and left after settling the bill. Further away, a long telescope was quietly withdrawn from a window. Qin He's grimacing expression hardly resembled that of an expert. He looked more like a dog. Inside, a woman in green shook her head, putting down the telescope, her brow furrowed into a frown. Sister, The cremator is also a poor citizen. Our holy sect does not condone such harm to others. The woman in white took the telescope, her almond eyes slightly reproachful. The flying fish guards have mobilized, undoubtedly to investigate the executioner who went to the crematorium. However, the crematorium was calm last night. Where could the executioner have gone? This butcher typically kills wherever he goes. The woman in green paid no mind to the woman in white, continuing her analysis. Sister, no matter how strong the executioner is, he is still but one person. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Perhaps he never went to the crematorium but instead feigned a retreat to lie in wait. The woman in white took the conversation further. Perhaps the woman in green nodded. These scenes unfolded continuously around the Eastern City crematorium. Suddenly, the flying fish guards surrounded the crematorium, drawing many eyes, both open and hidden, to focus there. Although Qin He could not see the people, he could sense this concentration. Clearly, it was wise to have avoided the mass grave today. After sending off a 100-year-old snake immortal and the chief executioner, how could the invaders let it go so easily? Enduring a moment of calm was not out of fear, but rather a desire for comfort. After spending a day at the crematorium, he visited ekes once as dusk approached, as night fell. The bodies arrived at a total of 20 corpses. The trio of antagonists, as usual, showed little awareness and only allocated 1 corpse to Qin He. He endured this as well. Ding! The sound of a gong echoed. The crematorium doors were sequentially locked, and the day's work commenced again. Qin He lifted the shroud and looked. Well, what a coincidence. It was one of the individuals who died in the brawl between the Sanjiang gang and the Chaohua gang earlier in the day. The deceased was around 20, in the prime of youth, sturdy of build, with calloused hands, a clear indication of someone who made a living on the water. His eyes bulged in rage, but the cause of death was unclear. In mourning attire, the body was washed clean. Upon inspection, Qin He found no obvious wounds on the corpse. It was ominous that the deceased's eyes remained open, which likely led to its being sent to the crematorium. Lost in thought, Qin He undid the deceased's clothing. Goodness! The eggs were broken. 2 yolks had slipped from their nest and fallen into the pant leg. A vicious kick. Not only had the eggs been crushed, but the groin area had clearly suffered a fracture. Most likely, it had been the leg of a martial artist with formidable internal strength. No wonder the eyes bulged. He must have been painfully killed. How uncouth! Qin He shook his head in disbelief. Finding the wound made things easier. Qin He fashioned 2 new eggs for him and reattached them, then stitched up the nest and eyelids, and the body was nearly ready for processing. He moved the corpse to the furnace, recited the incantations, ignited the coal, and fanned the flames. The body lay still, its resentment minimal, save for the frightening glare of its open eyes. At midnight, the body gradually turned to ash. Through the shadows, Qin He learned the identity of the deceased. The man was named Zhang Laosan, another individual without a proper name. His background was self-evident, a poor family, but he was not a vagrant. Rather, he was a local fallen noble, who had engaged in petty crimes in his youth before joining the Chaohua gang and becoming a boatman. Traveling with the boatmen, he gradually rose to a position of minor leadership, overseeing 4 or 5 individuals. Such a life was rather dull for Qin He. It epitomized the existence of a bankrupt citizen in the Great Li dynasty, unremarkable skills and nothing outstanding. Zhang Laosan's life revolved around running boats, earning silver, gambling, drinking, and occasionally getting into fights with other gangs. He was neither a good person nor overly wicked, until today when he was killed by a brutal kick to the groin. Though Zhang Laosan's life story was unremarkable, a scene that had nothing to do with him in the shadow play piqued Qin He's interest. In the shadow play about Zhang Laosan, he repeatedly spotted the disguised and secretive left minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Chang'an, passing through Ling'an Alley, which was the path Zhang Laosan took to return home. Ling'an Alley was a dilapidated area. A few years prior, the invaders had slaughtered half the residents, and since then, rumors of hauntings had circulated, with sightings of corpses reported. Each time Zhang Laosan passed through, he was filled with trepidation and dared not linger. A dignified left minister of the Ministry of War, a third-rank official, sneaking around there. If nothing was amiss, Qin He would be willing to live-stream his own demise, just like Zhang Laosan. However, Qin He was merely intrigued and had no other intentions. When the nation thrives, the common people suffer. When it perishes, the common people still suffer. Even in an age of technological explosion, the lives of ordinary people remain arduous, unchanging throughout the ages. The rise and fall of the world are orchestrated by those who consume meat. Why should he, a mere cremator, concern himself with such matters? Judgment weighs heavily, as the figure in the black robe opens his mouth to declare. Amidst the trivialities and distractions of life, how many dynasties have weathered storms? How fleeting is a millennium, reduced to mere ephemeral smoke? Qin He gazes at the slowly vanishing black-robed figure, increasingly convinced that this is not merely a system, but a genuine existence. Occasionally, when he feels inclined, the black-robed man offers comments on the deceased. At other times, lacking interest, he mutters a few words that hardly form coherent thoughts, disconnected from the departed. As for the black-robed man's origins, they remain shrouded in mystery. With only the knowledge that he hails from a place known as the Abyss. Just days ago, he had remarked to Qin He, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you." It is unclear whether this was a hint or a warning. Teo returned to the main subject. Such contemplations are destined to yield no conclusions. What will come, will come. For Qin He, the most pressing concern remains the reward. Reward, Firestone, Chapter 29, Discord amongst Allies. Firestone. This is a stone from the abyss, capable of storing fire seeds. Current storage, abyssal fire, the most commonplace fire of the abyss. Upon seeing it, Qin He could hardly contain his joy. A stone that can store fire seeds is indeed a treasure. What is essential for cremation? Fire. While coal produces a fierce flame, it still requires nearly half a day to burn a body completely. If this abyssal fire can expedite the cremation process, it would be splendid. Qin He is confident. Nothing from the abyss has ever let him down, and although this abyssal fire is the most ordinary, it must surely be superior to the flames he has been using for cremation. With a mere thought, the firestone materializes in Qin He's hand. It is a perfectly round black stone, the size of an egg, adorned with a faint red flame-like pattern. As he holds the firestone, its usage becomes clear. With a gentle flick of internal energy, the flame-like pattern transforms into a flickering flame that descends into the cremation furnace. Boom! A roar of combustion erupts, as the faint red flames swiftly engulf and replace the previous yellow fire. The temperature of the entire cremation furnace instantly rises significantly, a wave of heat washing over him. The rate at which Zhang Laosan's unburned remains turned to ash accelerates noticeably. Excellent. Qin He beams with delight. The temperature of this fire surpasses that of a fully exerted bellows, increasing the cremation speed by at least 30%. If he were to use the bellows, the speed would increase even further. For Qin He, this is nothing short of divine assistance. A higher furnace temperature and quicker cremation are one aspect. Coal consumption can also be reduced, allowing him to incinerate more bodies without raising suspicion. The advantages are almost overwhelming. The only drawback is that once the fire is extinguished, the fire seed must be reclaimed. Otherwise, it would be lost. Once Zhang Laosan's remains have been completely reduced to ash, Qin He brings the firestone close to the flames, reclaiming a strand of fire seed. He quickly scoops up the ashes and finds them thoroughly incinerated, with hardly any large bones remaining, unlike before when larger bones required smashing with a shovel to fit into a barrel, making it difficult to clean completely. Such a reward leaves Qin He utterly satisfied. His luck has truly skyrocketed. The emergence of the convict brings forth tumultuous winds. The overt explorations are trivial. It is the covert stirrings that pose a true danger. The following night, under a dark sky and howling winds, the view over the capital reveals a shroud of darkness, pierced only by a few flickering lights. The soldiers on night patrol. The night wind rustles through the treetops and corners, producing a mournful sound akin to ghostly wails. Concealed within the shadows, various malevolent spirits lie in wait, lurking beyond the reach of the patrolling lights. Suddenly, a shadow darts across the rooftop, causing a shower of broken tiles to cascade down. Who goes there? The patrolling soldiers are startled, exclaiming in alarm. With a clatter, a dozen treasured swords are drawn, and they hastily surround the area. At the forefront stands a figure clad in iron armor, draped in a green robe, bearing a scarred face. He is a chief officer of the Flying Fish Guard. Meow. As the lantern light shines upon the scene, it reveals a black cat crouched in the corner, its eyes glinting green as it stares at the soldiers. Sir Chief, it's merely a cat. Humph. These beasts always seem to create unnecessary commotion. Infuriating. The scarred chief's gaze sharpens, and with a swift motion, he unsheathes his sword, cleaving the black cat in two, the blade embedding itself into the stone wall behind with such force that the soldiers are left aghast. Continue the patrol. Yes, in a dilapidated courtyard a few miles away. A shadow descends, making a soft sound. Password. A low command echoes from the darkness. From beneath Mount Baekdu, the shadow murmurs, slowly lowering the black cloth from its face, revealing a somewhat sallow countenance. Should any court official have been present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in recognition, Deputy Minister of War, Lu Chang'an. Lord Left Horse and Lord Right Horse have awaited your arrival for some time. A voice arises from the shadows. Lu Chang'an nods, gently pushing the door open. Inside, 8 or 9 pairs of eyes immediately focus on him, among them a burly man with a thick beard, copper-ringed eyes, and a square jaw, wielding a hefty sword, exuding an aura of countless killings. Most strikingly, his head is shaved smooth, while at the back, several thin braids resembling rat tails hang down, distinctly the insignia of the Dilu, the rat tail warriors. Deputy Minister, you are late today. The rat tail warrior's voice is deep, tinged with evident displeasure. We encountered flying fish eagle hounds along the way, causing a delay for all. Lu Chang'an bows slightly and takes a seat beside the burly warrior. The room is divided into 2 factions. One side representing the rat tail warriors, each bearing a sinister gaze and unfriendly demeanor, while the other side consists of the Han people, appearing far more benign, albeit fewer in number, merely 2 or 3 individuals. The 2 factions stand distinctly apart. Once everyone has gathered, let us begin. The rat-tail warrior rises, his towering figure imposing, and speaks in a deep, resonant tone. Recently, Lu Tsang's death was shrouded in mystery, and now the convict has gone missing. Lord Aki Na is extremely dissatisfied. We must take action. What action? Lu Chang'an raises an eyebrow, glancing at the rat-tail warrior. The warrior smiles faintly and replies, to seize the prison. What? Lu Chang'an's expression shifts, alarmed. That is unthinkable. The current situation is unclear, and it is better to remain still than to act rashly. Still, the rat-tail warrior scoffs, Lu Tsang has been dead for quite some time. Deputy Minister, you have remained still long enough. Now with the convict's disappearance, you wish to maintain your inaction? Investigations require time. Lu Chang'an defends, feeling a surge of anger. These wild men from the deep mountains are of no use except to sow chaos and slaughter the innocent. Chaos? The 8 armies have yet to enter the pass. Such chaos serves no purpose. It will only remind the Li court to strengthen their defenses, making it more challenging to gather intelligence. A single piece of information can sway the outcome of a war far more than the death of a few inconsequential people in the capital. These arrogant warriors are best suited for the battlefield, not lurking within the heart of the empire. Then Deputy Minister may continue your investigation. We Dajian warriors have our own methods. The rat-tail warrior narrows his eyes, his murderous intent palpable. However, I have already tracked down the murderer who attacked Lu Tsang, and results will emerge within 3 days. Lu Chang'an is unwilling to let them act blindly, his instincts telling him that the convict's silent disappearance is anything but ordinary. What can be uncovered from a dead body? The name of the convict was bestowed by the king himself. If anything goes awry, it falls upon both our shoulders. You should know the consequences. Lu Chang'an attempts to persuade further, but he is abruptly interrupted by the rat-tail warrior. This action is already decided. It is also Lord Aki Na's intention. Deputy Minister, there is no need for further words. Lu Chang'an's face fluctuates between anger and exasperation. Ayan Bagu, you are acting on your own. You will pay the price for your recklessness. Do not worry, Deputy Minister. Regardless of the outcome, I, and Bagu, will bear it alone. The meeting is concluded. Deputy Minister may take your leave. No need for formalities. The rat-tail warrior's face bears a mocking smile. You will regret this. Lu Chang'an's chest heaves with indignation. Yet he finds himself powerless, leaving with his faction in a huff. Humph, southern barbarians, rat scum. The rat-tail warrior snorts disdainfully, turning to face the remaining rat-tail warriors in the room, his eyes gradually filled with a bloodthirsty gleam. Tonight, let us slay to our heart's content. The faces of the rat-tail warriors reveal their eagerness and excitement for bloodshed. It has been 3 long months since their last operation, all due to Lu Chang'an's suppression. Today, they can finally act once more. Slaughter, Slaughter. Let the entire capital tremble beneath our feet. Let fear engulf every southern barbarian. The bloodlust boils, igniting into flames. Chapter 30. A breach of martial ethics after issuing secret orders. The rat-tail warriors disperse. Before long, screams of anguish echo from all corners of the capital, rising and falling in a cacophony, accompanied by raging flames. The Flying Fish Guard and the East City Military Command respond to the alarms. Rushing to various locations, Nbagu stands atop a rooftop, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He may lack literary finesse and military strategy, but he possesses an innate talent for warfare, for war is akin to hunting. When one wishes to draw out a bear cub, one must find a way to divert the mother bear's attention. Seeing the moment ripe, Nbagu hefts his heavy sword and strides towards the Flying Fish Guard's prison. With the convict's disappearance, the most likely location would be within the prison of the Flying Fish Guard. Go lure the tiger from its mountain lair. He must act swiftly and strike decisively. Suddenly, as he turns a corner, he encounters a squad of soldiers. At the forefront stands the scarred chief officer, clad in iron armor and a green robe, his expression fierce. Who do you think you are? To confront us? A cruel smile spreads across Nbagu's face, his eyes aflame with bloodlust. It's a Delu infiltrator. The scarred chief officer's eyes widen in alarm as he swiftly draws his sword. However, before he could completely draw the embroidered spring knife, a black, heavy blade suddenly loomed large in his vision. Thud, bang. The heavy blade surged through the crowd, forcefully embedding itself into the bluestone ground. Blood and entrails erupted, splattering across walls and floors, as dozens of corpses fell to the ground. Each split in two. The scarred-faced flag officer collapsed, witnessing for the first time the soles of his own feet. Along with the neatly severed embroidered spring knife and iron armor, in the fleeting moments of his life, he suddenly recalled the black cat Nbagu drew out the heavy blade, licking the blood from its edge. His gaze growing ever more sinister, at that moment, the capital plunged into utter panic. No one knew how many thieves were wreaking havoc amidst the chaos. Soon, a squad of soldiers carrying buckets of water appeared before Nbagu. After the bloody storm, the ground was littered with corpses. Only one soldier remained, crawling in despair, his legs completely unresponsive to his commands as he faced the hellish scene. Nbagu was in no rush. Grinning maniacally, he approached step by step with his blood-soaked heavy blade. Prey was abundant throughout the city. Nbagu relished the terror of his victims. Many years ago in the Liao territory, he had single-handedly slaughtered over 3,000 townsfolk in a single night. The despair and wails of the prey in their final moments still lingered in his memory. And now, on this night in the capital, he felt that sensation once more, behind a nearby courtyard. A pair of terrified eyes retreated from the window. Nbagu halted, turned, and kicked open the courtyard gate. Immediately, cries for mercy and screams erupted from within. All 13 inhabitants, young and old alike, were mercilessly slaughtered. Even the dogs were not spared. The crawling soldier, witnessing this, staggered to his feet, clutching the wall as he attempted to flee, but before he could escape far, a flying hat suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped his head. With a crack, it flew away again. The soldier's head was nowhere to be seen, and his corpse fell with a thud. The decapitation flying hat, also known as the blood dripper, was a unique concealed weapon of the D people. Capable of taking a man's head from 100 paces as easily as plucking fruit from a tree, it was made of leather, concealed a sharp blade, and operated by a mechanism that would, when the target was unprepared, cover their head, triggering the mechanism to swiftly take the head. A terrifying and cruel device. The vast capital was filled with screams, the fire blazed ever higher, and the entire city trembled in fear. The soldiers were utterly ineffective, and the Flying Fish Guard was thrown into chaos. The weakness of the dynasty was laid bare. Nbagu grew more excited as he killed, his face twisted with madness. Wherever he passed, not a single soul was left alive. No one could stand against him, not even the elite of the Flying Fish. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Northern Pacification Office's prison. Licking his lips, he swung his heavy blade and charged in like a whirlwind. Who? It's the D people. Defend yourselves, defend yourselves. The cries and screams once again erupted in a cacophony. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, Nbagu rushed out like a whirlwind, leaping and vanishing into the night, his laughter echoing. Ha ha ha, flying fish guard, a bunch of useless drunks. 3 blood-soaked red-robed flying fish captains rushed out, their faces twisted in horror. The dignified Flying Fish Guard's Northern Pacification Office prison had been infiltrated and slaughtered by a lone D-spy. A disgrace of monumental proportions, however. Upon escaping the pursuit, Ambagu's expression turned grave. The execution slaves were not in the prison. Climbing over the tall city wall, Ambagu headed east. With the prison gone, the crematorium in the east was his last lead. Leaping and running lightly. Despite his towering, iron-like physique, Ambagu's agility was unmatched, a true warrior of the D people. What is a warrior? It means a hero. The D people, hailing from the vast mountains and forests, lived by hunting and fishing. Naturally fierce and combative, a warrior recognized as a hero would undoubtedly possess overwhelming strength. Soon, Ambagu arrived near the crematorium. From a distance, he saw thick black smoke rising from the crematorium, twisting in the night wind like a writhing serpent. Just as he prepared to act, he suddenly heard a sound coming from a nearby cattle shed. Squinting, he noticed a figure crouching beneath a cow, seemingly engaged in some activity. A flicker of malice crossed Ambagu's eyes. Since he had stumbled upon this, it was simply bad luck for the man. His principle was to leave no witnesses, and Ambagu was particularly principled in this regard. Not only humans, but even the cow would meet its demise. He swiftly approached and swung his blade. Clang bang whoosh thud. In an instant, a flurry of blades and light flashed, but the anticipated scene of his opponent being cleaved in two did not occur. Instead, the man stood up, shovel in hand, dumbfoundedly pointing at the heavy blade and exclaiming, "What the hell? I just wanted to borrow a bowl of milk. Why the huge knife in ambush? Is there no code of honor?" Ambagu did not comprehend the concept of honor the man spoke of. He merely asked, "Who are you?" Before receiving an answer, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He never imagined that he would be slain by a mere thin iron shovel. Having seen all manner of weapons, swords, spears, axes, and more, he had never before encountered a shovel. Chapter 31. The death of right horse Qin He looked at the half-bowl of spilled milk in his hands and the shattered iron shovel, his head swirling with questions. Just as he was busy with the milk, suddenly, a blade came crashing down, nearly severing his nose. How lacking in honor! Upon closer inspection, he noticed the man was bald, and behind his head were several tufts of money-mouse tails. It turned out to be a D-spy. Qin He was astonished. Had he been discovered and chased here? Yet, looking around, there was only this one person. Were all D-spies so formidable? Then he glanced at the heavy blade. A foot wide and 6 feet long, with a blade back 3 fingers thick, a striking visual impact. Qin He drew it out and swung it a couple of times. It felt quite fitting. 1,000 times better than that light, flimsy shovel. He looked at the milk in his hand, then at the corpse on the ground, and decisively drank the milk. Licking his lips, he found it wasn't as strong as the last time. With no time to savor the taste, Qin He stowed away the bowl, hoisted the body, and picked up the heavy blade, his figure twisting slightly to meld with the night, leaving only a faint shadow. Should a passerby see it, they might easily mistake it for a figment of the imagination. This was the night concealment technique he had acquired days prior. Night concealment technique. When you hide under the cover of darkness, you become an intangible existence, like a ghost. Qin He kept his eyes peeled and ears attentive, moving with utmost caution. He thought to himself that he wouldn't venture out casually anymore. These D-spies were too terrifying. Could it be that even one of them was this formidable? If a group were to come, he feared he wouldn't stand a chance. He had to continue to survive. There are always stronger hands among the strong. Caution ensures longevity. He returned to the crematorium but saw no other D-spies. It was eerily quiet. Qin He leaped onto the roof, opened the smoke vent, and returned to the cremation room. Next was the task of incinerating the bodies. Not only could it destroy the evidence, but it would also yield rewards. Why not? Burning the first D-spy might even grant him a decent reward. He cleaned the body and placed it on the pyre. Qin He took out a mourning cloth but stuffed it back in. Those money-mouse tails were too off-putting. Today was an exception. He wouldn't wear mourning. Qin He was a man without principles. He was akin to Su Changsho. Both seeking only their own pleasures. Su Changsho sought friendship, while he sought comfort. He ignited the coal, started the furnace, then took out a flint and blew fiercely. The progress bar for burning the body filled quickly, and within half an incense stick, Ambagu's towering corpse was reduced to char. Estimating the time, it would surely be incinerated before dawn, so he tossed the heavy blade into the furnace as well. After it turned red, he took a bone hammer and began to smash and pound, gradually forging a grotesquely ugly iron shovel. Upon looking at it, Qin He felt his eyes sting. There are 1,000 trades, and this was a task only a professional could handle. He discarded the shovel blank, planning to visit the blacksmith's shop after dawn. The sound of a drum echoed. It was the 5th watch, and the eastern sky began to lighten. Ambagu's body had been completely incinerated. As the gray-white curtain fell, shadow puppets played out Ambagu's life before Qin He. He suddenly felt a surge of confidence. It turned out he was not an ordinary spy, but a recognized hero among the Di. No wonder he was so fierce. If all D spies were this formidable, they would have long since united the realm. Ambagu hailed from a tribal family, known for his ferocity and bravery, gaining fame by the age of 13. He later joined the 8 divisions of the army under the D chieftain, achieving numerous military feats and rising to the rank of Bayalazwaling after his promotion. Ambagu's bloodlust intensified. He killed without counting, frequently slaughtering entire families. During the Liaodong campaign, he exterminated an already surrendered small city. Such actions garnered him criticism, and the D chieftain, in response, assigned him to the heart of the Great Li dynasty, to lead chaos and gather intelligence in the capital, under the codename Right Horse. After arriving in the capital, he committed numerous acts of slaughter. Each sin was so egregious that even someone like Qin He felt a surge of anger upon hearing them, a plague upon the earth. Indeed, the black-robed figure pronounced judgment. Good deeds not accumulated cannot lead to fame. Evil deeds not accumulated cannot lead to ruin. Ultimately, good and evil will yield their due recompense. Reward. Insight technique. Observe the good and evil of men. Discern their fortunes and misfortunes. From the highest dynasty's luck to the minutiae of geomancy, all can be perceived at a glance. Qin He was overjoyed, thoroughly satisfied. To observe the good and evil of men is to understand their hearts. To discern their fortunes and misfortunes is to glean the future. A truly valuable skill. He promptly learned it, and in an instant, a glimmer of light flashed in Qin He's eyes, a slight energy flickering. As several currents of unfamiliar energy enveloped him, at the same time, his mind filled with knowledge of the insight technique. Upon closer inspection, he found the entire crematorium shrouded in grayish-white death energy and ominous vibes. The lingering death energy having nurtured some semi-sentient entities that were siphoning the yang energy from all the cremation workers. The cremator's vitality gradually waned. It was said that not only would the corpses rise, but even ordinary dead bodies could spring to life and attack, and no matter how robust the cremator might be, he could not endure beyond 6 months. It was no wonder that the cremation facility's limit was set at half a year, as most could scarcely survive 2 months. At that moment, a mass of deathly energy and ominous aura in midair suddenly transformed into a black serpent, darting towards Qin He with lightning speed. This was a manifestation of spiritual intelligence, sensing that its true nature had been perceived, and it retaliated in anger. Abomination! Qin He bellowed, reaching out to grasp it. With the combined force of his inner strength and magical prowess, he managed to restrain the black serpent. The serpent's cold eyes immediately glowed red as it struggled fiercely. Qin He was taken aback. This mere spiritual entity possessed astonishing strength. He advanced a few steps to the stove. Channeling his energy, he struck down with his hand. With a resounding crack, the black serpent's dark red glow dimmed, dissipating into deathly energy and ominous aura in an instant. That vague sensation of vitality being siphoned away vanished, along with the feeling of being observed. Just as Qin He had finally mustered a modicum of confidence, it was utterly shattered. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated the existence of such a thing within the cremation facility. Every move he made was under its watchful gaze. It was omnipresent. Indeed, one could not afford to be reckless. This world was teeming with bizarre entities. Survival was the wisest course. Qin He discarded everything from Mbagu except for a small amount of silver into the cremation furnace to be incinerated. And the unburnable blood droplet weapons were hammered into scrap iron, utterly erasing all traces. He shoveled the ashes into a corner of the wall. Once all was completed, the time had come. open the door. With the sound of a gong, the doors of the cremation chamber opened in succession, marking the end of a day's labor. He collected the ashes and received 15 coins, while the cremation facility returned to its tranquil state. Little did anyone know, the commander of the spies lurking in the capital had met his demise in a cow shed, his existence obliterated by the cremation process, rendered a mere memory, as dawn broke. The capital, having endured a night of terror, cautiously opened its eyes to the morning light. From a high vantage point, one could see corpses strewn across the ground, a sight of utter devastation. The stench of blood and charred flesh mingled in the crisp autumn breeze, invading one's nostrils with abandon. The tumultuous events of that night were only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 32. The turmoil of Wei Gonggong. The common folk did not dare step outside until soldiers were dispatched to clear the streets of corpses. Discussions flourished in every alley. The people lamented their hardships, expressed their anger towards the court's inaction, and cursed the barbaric invaders, while simultaneously feeling an increased fear of them. The once impenetrable North Town Protectorate's prison had been infiltrated by a daring enemy spy. Leaving the court's authority in tatters in the imperial palace, a loud crash echoed. "What are you all doing?" Wei Zhongliang shattered a white jade teacup in fury, his voice piercing the air. Below him, the southern and northern protectorate officials, along with a multitude of civil and military officers, knelt in submission. The North Town Protectorate's prison, once a bastion of security, had been breached by enemy spies as if it were unguarded. "You have truly brought disgrace upon our family." Wei Zhongliang's expression was as dark as thunder. Since the founding of the Hongwu dynasty, no prison break had ever occurred. Su Xianchun, how do you explain the state of your North Town Protectorate's gates? Wei Zhongliang's gaze was sharp, pointing at one individual below. Su Xianchun trembled, pleading, "Your Excellency, the enemy set fires and committed murder throughout the night. 6 of my 9 captains were dispatched to quell the rebels. I never anticipated falling into their trap, allowing Ba Gu to take advantage. But rest assured, no prisoners were taken from the prison, and Ba Gu was repelled by the remaining 3 captains." "Repelled, you say?" Wei Zhongliang seized a teapot from the table and hurled it, and Ba Gu was there to find the condemned. If there were any, he would have already carried them off. Yes, I deserve to die." Su Xianchun cried, drenched in tea, unable to defend himself further, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Soon, his forehead was stained crimson. "You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. And Ba Gu is formidable, but what about the others? Were they captured? Where are those condemned? And where lies the lair of the invaders? Your ignorance is of no use to me." Wei Zhongliang berated them for a long while before feeling slightly pacified. The chaos in the capital last night was evident even to the prince within the palace, who witnessed the raging flames and could not be kept in the dark in his anxiety. The prince questioned Wei Zhongliang, who was equally bewildered and could only stutter in response. He narrowly avoided a reprimand thanks to the intervention of the guest. When the flying fish guard delivered the report, it was a shock. Wei Zhongliang, having endured an entire night of sleeplessness, was instantly overwhelmed. The flying fish guard had suffered heavy casualties, the capital was ablaze, and Ba Gu had infiltrated the prison unchecked, leaving countless civilians dead or injured. As for the enemy spies, they vanished without a trace, not a single one captured. How could he explain this? The prince awaited a response. Even capturing just one would suffice. Wei Zhongliang could easily envision the flood of impeachment documents flying toward the imperial court. He was all too familiar with the hypocritical nature of the Eastern Forest faction. They were ineffective in action but excelled in rhetoric. If they managed to pin the blame on him, it would cost him dearly. A myriad of eyes awaited to find fault with him. "Your Excellency, do not be enraged. Ba Gu is a renowned warrior among the invaders, with tremendous inner strength and valor. The prison was caught off guard, which is somewhat understandable. The most pressing matter is to devise a strategy." At that moment, the Minister of Works, Cui Chengxiu, raised his head to speak. Wei Zhongliang looked toward his trusted advisor and finally heard a reasonable suggestion. He waved away the others, allowing them to rise. "Speak, how should we handle this matter?" Wei Zhongliang surveyed the room. The assembly exchanged glances until Cui Chengxiu stepped forward, saying, "Your Excellency, speed is of the essence. We must suppress this incident before the impeachment documents reach the imperial court." "Suppress it? How so?" "In the Qinqing Palace, where emperors of your handled state affairs and reviewed memorials." A certain disarray reigned at present. Precious woods were piled together. An array of tools lay scattered, along with carpenters' finished and unfinished products and many unpainted items. The renowned carpenter emperor Zhu Youjiao was rolling up his sleeves, directing a few young eunuchs in assembling a contraption resembling a wooden ox. "Your Majesty, the Duke of Wei requests an audience." A young eunuch entered, moving cautiously. "Let him in quickly," Zhu Youjiao replied without hesitation. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations." Before Wei Zhongliang even arrived, his shrill voice echoed into the hall as he nearly tumbled in. "Congratulations, Duke. What brings about this joy?" Zhu Youjiao turned, puzzled by Wei Zhongliang's beaming countenance. The previous night's fire had cast half the sky in crimson. Zhu Youjiao assumed it could not be anything good, and was taken aback by Wei Zhongliang's elation. "Your Majesty, the Flying Fish Guard besieged the lair of the enemy spies last night, capturing 7 and slaying 26. I bring this joyous news to Your Majesty. May our dynasty prosper for eternity." Wei Zhongliang reported with a beaming face. "Is this true?" Zhu Youjiao's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. "Absolutely, the enemy spies are nothing but a pack of mercenaries. Entirely foreign to our customs. I personally inspected the prison and can confirm the accuracy of this report." "Excellent, Duke Wei. You have worked hard. Quickly, rise." Zhu Youjiao, overjoyed, rushed to assist Wei Zhongliang. However, Wei Zhongliang stepped back, his expression shifting from joy to sorrow. "I cannot claim credit for this. Your Majesty, to be honest, although we eradicated the enemy lair last night, the situation unfolded so suddenly that even I was caught off guard. Moreover, those enemy spies were exceptionally fierce, and the operation was fraught with difficulties. The Flying Fish Guard suffered significant casualties, and many innocent civilians were embroiled in the chaos. Even the prison was breached by the frenzied leader of the enemy spies. The battle was that brutal?" Zhu Youjiao was taken aback. "Indeed, Your Majesty. During our assault on the enemy lair, their leader, Bagu, was absent. After realizing the situation was hopeless, he led his most loyal warriors in a violent attack on the prison, seeking to create a diversion. Fortunately, 3 of our captains held their ground valiantly, preventing his scheme from succeeding." "Who is this Bagu, to be so formidable against our 3 captains?" "Bagu is a fierce general among the invaders. A captain of the Bayala, renowned as a bachelor, which signifies a warrior. At that moment, while Wei Zhongliang wielded power within the palace, the officer on duty, Lu Chang'an, found himself burdened with worry on his morning watch. He received an urgent message from a spy. The reckless Bagu had yet to return from the previous night. Chapter 33. Lu Chang'an's anxiety feigning ease while conversing with colleagues. Lu Chang'an's heart raced with urgency as he completed his duty and hurried back to his residence. The invader's messenger, Gan Tuji, had been waiting for some time. Once the others had been dismissed, Lu Chang'an eagerly inquired about the situation. Dressed in disguise, Gan Tuji's demeanor was somewhat arrogant, yet he reluctantly relied on Lu Chang'an, the local power broker, and said, after Bagu broke out of the prison, "He vanished. Since last night, we have searched everywhere but found no trace of him." Lu Chang'an's heart plummeted, engulfed by a sense of foreboding. Under normal circumstances, he would not have thought too much of it. As the right commander of the 8 department shadows, Bagu was not required to report his whereabouts to anyone other than the superior, Akina. Lu Chang'an had no authority to question him. The foot soldier, Zing slave, ventured to the eastern city's crematorium, only to mysteriously vanish, followed by Bagu, who did not return for a day and a night. In this line of work, coincidences are never trusted, for every seemingly fortuitous event is highly likely to be premeditated. The information provided by Gantuji was nearly equivalent to nothing. Bagu had merely informed him of a strong intent to breach the imperial prison in search of the Zing slave's whereabouts. Without divulging any further details, it was only after Bagu's inexplicable disappearance that Gantuji and his associates urgently sought his assistance. "Oh, Bagu, you reckless fool. You have brought me to the brink of disaster." Lu Chang'an cursed inwardly. Bagu could die openly, and indeed, Lu Chang'an secretly wished for his early demise. Yet his disappearance was unacceptable. Disappearance equated to obscurity. Lu Tsang's death remained shrouded in mystery. The Zing slave's vanishing act was equally enigmatic. And now Bagu had joined the ranks of the inexplicable. What would Lord Qin He think? Bagu possessed formidable inner strength. Reaching 50, and his disappearance could only imply two scenarios. Either he had encountered a terrifying external power and was swiftly defeated, or he had been quietly betrayed by an insider. External powerhouses, whether from the Great Qin or Greatly dynasties, were few and far between. Their every move closely monitored. It was improbable that an external force was involved. Thus, the only other possibility was treachery from within. Who stood as the prime suspect? Apart from himself, who else? As a Han, his credibility was inherently lacking, and his discord with Anbegu provided him with the motive and opportunity to orchestrate Anbegu's downfall. Even if he were a Qin He, the first to be suspected would undoubtedly be himself. Recalling Lord Qin He's disposition, a chill coursed through Lu Chang'an's neck. After pacing for a considerable while, Lu Chang'an turned to Gantuji and inquired, "Which direction did Anbegu head after leaving the imperial prison?" Gantuji pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems he went east." "East of the city?" Lu Chang'an's eyelids flickered. "Ah, esteemed guest, you possess remarkable steel." "Indeed." The blacksmith, Tai Sanchi, lightly tapped the iron shovel in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Can you identify what kind of steel this is?" inquired Qin He, intrigued. "I have never seen such a thing." Tai Sanchi shook his head. "This must not be from Greatly. I have seen their steel." Qin He nodded, convinced that Tai Sanchi wasn't boasting. The Grand Canal connected north and south, facilitating a flow of goods, meaning anything produced in Greatly would surely be available here. "Such fine steel used for making a shovel is a waste," Tai Sanchi remarked in surprise. "Well, I intend to use it." Qin He started. "But your craftsmanship seems rather poor. This is quite an ugly piece. Have you been swindled? Fine steel should not be overworked, or its quality diminishes. This was crafted by a friend of mine. I shall settle the score with him in a few days." "And what do you intend to forge with this steel?" Tai Sanchi asked. "A shovel." Tai Sanchi. "Can it be forged?" "Yes. When do you need it?" Tai Sanchi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Having spent half his life as a blacksmith, he had seen all kinds of customers, some crafting collars for dogs, some iron coffins, and others making undergarments for their wives. The myriad of human experiences had graced Tai Sanchi's forge, and making a shovel was hardly noteworthy. "How quickly can you have it ready?" Qin He inquired, growing impatient. The shovel was his sole means of defense, and crucially, it could be used to dig graves. Concealed yet practical, it was undoubtedly a powerful tool for clandestine deeds. After a moment's contemplation, Tai Sanchi replied, "Return in 3 days." Qin He considered this and agreed. 3 days would suffice, as he had no immediate plans to use it. Anbegu had recently become a burning concern. It was uncertain how Lu Chang'an would respond. He casually purchased a few hundred iron nails before departing the blacksmith shop and heading towards Tongji Tavern. Last night, he had incinerated 2 corpses, and the abyssal fire had halved the time required for cremation. In the late hours, he had ventured out for milk, only to return with a fierce Dili warrior. Before him lay an ordinary transformed corpse, yielding 6 years of inner strength. Altogether, Qin He's inner strength approached 60 years. Beyond the cremation rewards, Anbegu had also bestowed upon Qin He over 50 taels of silver. Now, Qin He was quite wealthy. Over 50 taels of silver constituted a small fortune in this era. With newfound wealth, his first priority was to satiate his hunger at Tongji Tavern. Wine swept through the establishment as noodles, shredded meat, roast goose, and roasted duck were devoured with gusto. He ordered 3 large jars of wine, spending over 20 taels in a single feast, which propelled his inner strength past 60 years. Through this day of indulgence, Qin He discerned that his culinary prowess was selective. Consuming meat significantly accelerated the increase of his inner strength, while grains and vegetables did so at a far slower rate. He even suspected that, having possibly outgrown his initial benefits, eating vegetarian fare might now yield negligible gains in inner strength, merely serving to fill his stomach. After settling the bill at the tavern, he was left with merely 3 taels of silver. Qin He felt he had spent sufficiently. 50 taels could be burdensome, but 3 taels were manageable. Just as he prepared to exit the city and return to the crematorium, the sound of gongs echoed through the streets, announcing the patrol's arrival to post a proclamation. By imperial decree, at the West Market, at the hour of noon, 7 Dili spies shall be executed and displayed for 10 days, to uphold the dignity of the Greatly Kingdom. Once the officials departed, the townsfolk surged forward to read the notice. After hushed discussions, they flocked towards the West Market. Qin He squeezed in to witness the spectacle, nearly giving a thumbs up to the flying fish guards. Had he not seen Ambegu's shadow play the previous night? The performance unfolded in its entirety, complete with a narrative, location, and characters. Indeed, even the execution scene was included. The common folk once again showcased their penchant for revelry. Shishir was teeming with a throng of people, packed tightly like a barrel, to the point where even Qin He could not squeeze through, leaving him no choice but to climb a tree. 7 captured Diwu spies were bound tightly like Zhongzi, kneeling at the guillotine with their mouths sealed shut, their 7 golden coin-shaped heads gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. A multitude of city guards and officials maintained order, keeping the crowd at a distance of approximately 40 paces. Upon seeing the golden coin heads, the citizens were filled with rage, some gritting their teeth, while others wept bitterly. Some expressed gratitude for the flying fish guards' vengeance, while others loudly cursed the Diwu, wishing them a miserable fate. Spittle, stones, rotten vegetables, shoes, and assorted steamed buns rained down upon the guillotine, as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos. Hatred had overshadowed everything. At noon, the executioner announced the commencement of the execution. Kill, kill, kill. The populace waved their hands in unison, lending their voices to the chant. Each time the blade fell and a head rolled, it ignited tremendous cheers. In that moment, the crowd was almost engulfed in delirium, expelling the long-held fears that had accumulated within them. Hardly anyone paused to ponder why the heads of these Diwu were so shiny, as if they had all just had their heads shaved. Qin He observed this scene clearly and shook his head before turning to leave. Absurd, was it not? Indeed, it was absurd. Yet, was it effective? Very much so. From where did the people's morale and power stem? It originated right here. Regarding the truth, that might be the least significant aspect in this world. The common folk needed only to believe. After all, one could always find excuses, be it a fish's belly revealing a silk scroll, or inscriptions on a stone figure. Even the most ludicrous of justifications like a fox appearing at night could be employed. Offering a few heads as tribute was simply standard procedure. Qin He suddenly recalled a saying, though he could not remember who had uttered it. The essence was not to delve into history, if one were to do so. The entirety of history could be summed up in 3 words. Man eats man, as the sun dipped westward. Qin He returned to the crematorium. After a day of indulgence, his stomach was finally satiated, and he enjoyed a delightful nap. Upon awakening, he was prepared to receive bodies. However, the corpses had yet to arrive, but 3 living individuals did show up. Who were they? The 100 householder Changwen of the Flying Fish Guard. Accompanied by 2 subordinates, they were the ones who had been pursuing by Qing'er all night due to her cicada skin technique. Su Changshou was also present. You are Qin He? Changwen scrutinized him. Indeed, Qin He nodded. Prepare yourself and come with me. Changwen instructed tersely, turning to leave. Su Changshou hastily pulled Qin He aside, saying, There's been a situation at the crematorium. They urgently need manpower and are summoning help from various crematoriums. Only you from our place can handle this. You'll head over there, and if all goes well, you'll be back in a day or 2. At most 5, Qin He felt a surge of joy. The capital boasted 4 crematoriums and 2 main cremation halls. The crematoriums were managed by the Wuqing Bingma Si, responsible for handling ordinary mutated corpses. In contrast, the cremation halls were under the Flying Fish Guard's jurisdiction, tasked with dealing with dangerous corpses and those involved in supernatural events, utilizing far superior methods and cremation techniques. Though the departments were distinct, since the establishment of the Dali dynasty, the Flying Fish Guard had always been a powerful agency, capable of directly mobilizing the crematoriums, merely needing to report to the Wuqing Bingma Si afterward. Qin He's elation stemmed from the fact that the minimum standard for cremation at the cremation halls involved dangerous corpses, which were of much higher quality. Higher quality meant better rewards. As for the trouble at the cremation hall, Qin He was already aware, even without Su Changshou's explanation. What was the issue? Naturally, it was the incident involving Anbegu, who had stormed into the Zhaoyi prison last night, attacking anyone in sight. The 3 Flying Fish Guard captains on duty could only manage to defend themselves, as the Flying Fish Guard's cremation hall was situated right there in the prison. It was akin to being slaughtered en masse. This opportunity was exceedingly rare. If one could navigate through safely, the Flying Fish Guard would reward them with a valuable item for corpse suppression, one that could be reused, greatly enhancing one's stability at the crematorium. Who knew, One might even be assigned to the cremation hall in the future. Would you be willing to go? Su Changsho inquired earnestly. Qin He was certainly willing. One should never turn down a free opportunity to in truth. Declining was not an option, as the flying fish guard summons left no room for negotiation. Su Changsho laid the facts before Qin He. His expression serious and cautioned, remember, do not act foolishly in the cremation hall. It is not like our crematorium. Keep your head down, speak less, don't stare or ask questions indiscriminately. Just do as you are told. Grit your teeth and endure these 2 or 3 days, and you might just change your fate, that I understand. Thank you, Su Dego, for advocating on my behalf, Qin He expressed sincerely. The cremation artisans at the cremation hall performed the same tasks as the officials at the crematorium, yet their status was worlds apart. The cremation officials were true members of the agency, receiving royal rations, holding a rank even higher than Su Changsho, who also received government provisions, adorned in the uniform of the flying fish guard. It was a stark contrast. Moreover, the cremation hall was far more affluent, with a greater array of corpse suppression techniques, and correspondingly, the mortality rate there was significantly lower. Unlike the crematorium, which was filled with destitute individuals, merely serving as cannon fodder, their primary role was to sacrifice themselves to identify which bodies were mutated and which were dangerous, thereby alleviating the workload of the cremation hall and reducing the cost of processing corpses. Such an opportunity was already rare for a cremation artisan, and even more so given the significant shortage at the cremation hall. If one performed well, they might very well transform from a cremation artisan to an official. This was because, like the officials, cremation artisans were tied to their fate and birth charts. It was a unique position that could not be inherited or replaced. Although Qin He did not care much for the title of official, Su Changsho was genuinely looking out for him. Work diligently, speak less, and I'll treat you to a celebratory drink when you return. Su Changsho playfully punched Qin He on the chest, then offered a few more reminders before allowing Qin He to gather his belongings. Qin He packed a change of clothes and concealed some corpse suppression nails on his person before following Changwon to the cremation hall. Chapter 35. The cremation hall having only been out of the city for a little over an hour. Qin He found himself back within its confines. Though he had seen the Zhaoyi prison in shadow puppetry, nothing compared to the authenticity of experiencing it firsthand. Over the centuries of the Dali dynasty, countless lives had been consumed here. Corrupt officials and loyal ministers alike, as well as ordinary citizens, had all perished within these walls, though no one could accurately quantify which category was more prevalent. The so-called Zhaoyi prison was a facility where the emperor could directly issue decrees for arrest, bypassing the 3 law offices, allowing for the immediate interrogation of suspects. Initially, it was merely a makeshift inquiry room established by the emperor to enhance judicial efficiency. With decrees for interrogation, those without decrees were left idle. However, as time progressed, the Zhaoyi prison gradually transformed into a permanent institution, no longer requiring the emperor's decree. The flying fish guard could fabricate evidence at will to arrest ministers and commoners alike. Once imprisoned, individuals were tortured into confession, leading to one of 2 fates. Either death through torment for those who refused to confess, or execution at the gallows for those who did. As time went on, the Zhaoyi prison increasingly distanced itself from the emperor, becoming a tool of terror wielded by power-hungry eunuchs. Qin He entered blindfolded, navigating through a labyrinth of twists and turns for a full quarter of an hour, then descending further underground for quite some time. When the blindfold was finally lifted, he found himself at the cremation hall. Before him loomed a massive stone door. Beside it stood 5 other cremation artisans clad in coarse hemp garments, all summoned for duty. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a dark, deep corridor reminiscent of a tomb. Step inside. There will be someone to assign you tasks, if you wish to leave alive. Be diligent with your hands and feet, keep your ears deaf, your eyes sharp, and your mouth shut, Changwon instructed before turning to depart, his demeanor appearing somewhat hurried. The other artisans exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the corridor's depths, where dimly lit lanterns hung upon the walls and flickering flames beckoned them forward. Tentatively, they ventured inside, a mixture of fear and curiosity enveloping them. In contrast to their trepidation, Qin He remained remarkably calm, having visited this place before. He recognized the few weathered corners, still stained with remnants of blood that had proven difficult to erase entirely. Raising his eyes, he noted the corridor's ceiling was pitch black, but he understood that it was not merely a ceiling. Rather, It was the bottom of a massive stone slab. In times of emergency, this slab would crash down with a thunderous roar, forming an impenetrable barrier between the cremation hall and the outside world. And Bago had nearly been trapped here himself, had it not been for his swiftness. As he approached the end of the corridor, the flames grew brighter, and upon rounding a corner, he discovered a river of fire flowing mysteriously beneath the cremation rooms. Unlike the cremation rooms outside, these ones were not locked. In fact, they had no doors at all. Every cremation room bore corpse-suppressing talismans, and around 20 cremation officials were busily engaged in their tasks: cleaning, sewing, lifting corpses onto the furnace, clearing the furnace chambers, and shoveling ash. Their work was fundamentally similar to that of the cremation artisans, the only distinction being that they did not require bellows. Instead, they simply lifted the furnace cover to allow flames to emerge from below. Qin He recognized these flames as the subterranean fire, an intense blaze originating from the dragon vein beneath the earth, ideal for incinerating dangerous corpses. In the center of the cremation hall stood a 7-branched palace lamp, exuding a soft white glow as it slowly rotated. Qin He's eyes brightened slightly at the sight. This was the 7th of the 9 corpse-suppressing artifacts, the soul-snaring lamp. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, with the 3 souls governing the spirit and the 7 spirits governing the flesh. Upon death, the soul disperses, journeying to the underworld, while the spirits dissipate into the world. If the soul lingers, it results in supernatural occurrences. If the spirits do not disperse, it leads to corpse mutation. The soul-snaring lamp can capture the residual spirits within a corpse, thereby achieving the effect of corpse suppression. It is regarded as a divine artifact in the realm of corpse suppression. Though it ranks 7th, it is indeed the highest grade object that can be crafted in this field, as the 8th artifact, the corpse-suppressing pill, and the 9th, the rebirth seal, exist only in legend. Even Qin He's skill in crafting the 9 corpse-suppressing artifacts did not include detailed methods for their creation. A glimmer of light flickered in Qin He's eyes. The art of gazing at in an instant, countless residual spirits swirled around the soul-snaring lamp, akin to moths drawn to a flame, with the lamp's fuel being precisely these lingering spirits. With the soul-snaring lamp present, typical dangerous corpses stood little chance of rising again. Even when reanimated, the corpse would be subdued by the soul-capturing lantern, rendering its movements sluggish. Observing the cremation chamber, the atmosphere was thick with deathly energy and ominous vibes, surpassing anything found in the eastern part of the city. Only near the posted corpse-restraining talismans and the soul-capturing lantern did the air seem somewhat clearer. Moreover, there were personnel present. Each cremation officer bore a string of copper coins, which emitted a dim, yellowish glow, keeping the deathly energy and ominous vibes at bay within a foot of their person. Additionally, each individual radiated faint glimmers from their shoulders and crowns, a phenomenon reserved for those of extraordinary fate and fortune. Undoubtedly, both the facilities and the personnel here were top-notch, truly befitting the cremation hall under the command of the Feiyu Guard. At the same time, Qin He discovered an exceedingly heavy iron door on one side of the cremation hall, from which tendrils of particularly dense, deathly energy intermittently seeped, coalescing into an inconspicuous ceramic jar in the corner. The threads of deathly energy were as fine as hair, obscured in darkness. Had Qin He not possessed both night vision and the art of divination, he would never have noticed. Behind that imposing iron door lay an immense peril, as if plotting something sinister. Within mere breaths, Qin He gleaned a rough understanding of the cremation hall's secrets through his divination. Once he retracted his divination, everything reverted to normal, even the protective copper coins of the cremation officers appearing plain and unremarkable. A group of fools, after laboring all day, only managed to deliver a few foul remains. As if mocking the spirits with their white paper offerings, one cremation officer, a brutish figure with a single eye, slammed his fire hook to the ground in frustration. Even without employing divination, Qin He could sense the overwhelming malice emanating from him. He was the leader of this cadre of cremation officers, distinguished by his string of 7 copper coins, while the others bore 3 or 4. In the world of supernatural beings, individuals often bore unique insignias to denote their identities, such as the copper coins adorning Taoist priests or the ritual rings on a monk's staff. These symbols were established conventions, and any transgression would provoke a united response from the followers of the Tao and Buddhism. Unlike the previous world, the practitioners of Taoism and Buddhism here were notably fierce. battling demons and spirits with explosive tempers, drawing blades at the slightest provocation, with no one daring to impersonate them for deceitful purposes. In contrast, the ranks of wandering heroes were a chaotic blend, comprising all manner of rogues and scoundrels, a veritable mix of the good and the vile. Returning to the cremation officers, the practice of cremation originated from Taoist techniques. Though later amalgamated with various schools of thought, still adhering to Taoist customs, where the quantity of copper coins signified one's status. Wei Wu, allocate those 7 wronged souls for practice, the one-eyed cremation officer commanded, casually removing his grimy apron and flinging it onto the purification platform. The sudden loss of several cremation officers had dealt him a significant blow. The chamber was already overflowing with corpses. Understood, master, a young man with an elongated face replied, setting down his bucket and spade to approach Qin He and his companions. After sizing them up, he declared, for the next few days, I will arrange your tasks. The work will be similar to what you did at the cremation site, primarily dealing with the less malevolent corpses. Do your best, and those who perform well will be rewarded upon completion of their tasks. He then assigned each of Qin He's group a cremation chamber and specified the practice corpses, outlining some precautions for igniting the fires before departing, leaving them with a final remark. The cremation chamber has no door. Should a corpse rise, flee, for someone will come to handle it. The 6 cremation workers exchanged glances, recalling Chang Baihu's warning, and dared not speak as they made their way to the designated corpses. Upon uncovering the shrouds, they were confronted with 7 headless corpses. A closer inspection revealed their skulls polished to a shine, with only a few long, rat-tail-like braids remaining at the back, unmistakably the 7D Lu spies beheaded in the Western market just days prior. Chapter 36. The habitual thief Ho Zhuang. The 7 corpses lay in a row, their upper bodies soaked in congealed blood, all staring wide-eyed in eternal wakefulness. The 6 cremation workers were chosen from the cremation site. While not particularly exceptional, they were certainly a cut above the rest, having witnessed their fair share of grim spectacles. With all the corpses being headless, there was no room for preference, and they each selected one to begin the purification process. The tools were readily available and far superior to those at the cremation site. They first cleaned the bloodstains, then used wooden pegs to reattach the severed heads, stitching the gaping wounds layer by layer. Completing 3 full layers before deeming it finished, after sealing the neck, they stitched the eyelids shut, finally arranging the corpses for the furnace. Cautiously, when no one was watching, Qin He placed a corpse-restraining nail on one of the bodies. The corpse's unblinking stare radiated a significant aura of resentment, prompting him to assess the situation further. The underground fire connected through the burial chamber's passageways to each cremation chamber, requiring only a hook to lift the fire cover for the flames to surge into the furnace. Proving quite convenient in the fierce blaze, the headless corpses lay still, showing no signs of rising. The soul-capturing lantern and the 8 corners of the cremation chamber were adorned with corpse-restraining talismans, effectively suppressing even the moderately malevolent corpses. However, immobility did not equate to a lack of resistance. Just then, a cremation worker from the Western City cremation site opened the fire cover, and 2 of the restraining talismans outside the chamber ignited to ashes. The worker's face turned ashen. Those talismans were worth dozens of taels of silver. Although there had been no rise, the loss was significant. Dozens of taels could purchase 2 robust oxen. Cremation officer Wei Wu rushed over, scolding him fiercely for the mishap. The one-eyed cremation officer did not join in the berating, but instead approached and warned, if you burn another talisman, I'll toss you out. Ask the military office what they are doing. And what they sent over. Qin He shook his head in silence. The corpse was not to blame for the loss of the restraining talismans. Even here, they had managed to incinerate 2 in the cremation site. The worker would undoubtedly face death, while the supervising officer might not even be able to handle the situation, ultimately leading to a runaway corpse that could claim countless lives. In comparison, the loss of 2 talismans was the lightest price to pay. This was, after all, the very purpose of the cremation hall. However, the personnel there failed to see it this way. They focused solely on the loss of the talismans, disregarding the potential catastrophic consequences of leaving such a corpse uncontained, simply deeming the cremation worker incompetent. For, regardless, the restraining talismans and soul-capturing lanterns were external aids, and the cremation workers themselves played a significant role. Otherwise, this profession would not be one fraught with peril. Wei Wu retrieved additional restraining talismans and resumed the cremation process. The waiting period proved somewhat tedious. With the fire covers fully opened, the flames were at their peak, unlike the cremation site where they needed to stoke the fire and add coal. Here, there was simply nothing to do. Qin He observed that while the underground fire burned stronger than coal, it was still inferior to the abyssal fire, perhaps around 30% less potent. However, he could not utilize the abyssal fire. So he had to bide his time patiently. He felt a surge of impatience. The cremation hall was teeming with corpses. To him, these were not mere remains but rather delicate beauties awaiting his tender touch. Igniting within him an urge to unleash a great fire and embrace them all, after an hour of waiting, the corpses were finally thoroughly charred, posing no further danger. Wei Wu came to take a look and instructed Qin He and the others to cease their vigil and assist in clearing the remains. They scrubbed, stitched, and mended for half an hour. The black and white curtain slowly descended, and the sound of wooden clappers pierced the dim light, casting shadows in a theatrical display. This signified that the bodies had been completely incinerated. The deceased was named Ho Zhuang. Orphaned at a young age, he had received little guidance, stealing whatever he could. When he could not find anything, he would demand it, living off the bounty of others. In those years, when times were better, he never faced starvation. As he grew older, his thieving skills flourished, and he ceased begging, becoming a habitual thief instead. As time passed and he approached middle age, his body weakened, and he feared that he would one day be unable to steal and perish from hunger, unwilling to let the skills he had honed through countless beatings fade away. Thus, he took in a young beggar as his adopted son, naming him Ho Xiaolu. Keep this name in mind. Ho Xiaolu is the very little thief whom Qin He had forcibly met and divided in half not long ago. What a small world. Indeed, for them to cross paths again. As for how Ho Zhuang ended up on the executioner's block, it can be summarized by an old adage. While one sits at home, disaster may come from the sky. Recently, the mansion of the Prince of Zhongshan had been burglarized in an estate outside the city, losing nearly 1,000 stones of grain and several hundred taels of gold and silver. This incident escalated, and the prince, a hereditary noble descended from the founding General Su Dahai, with numerous connections to the royal family, was renowned through the generations. Furious, the prince struck hard at the five-city military office. Now, the five-city military office was in quite a bind. It dealt with all manner of trivialities in the capital, yet was surrounded by a multitude of royal relatives and noble families, none of whom it could afford to offend. Following a thorough investigation by the five-city military office, it became clear that this was no ordinary theft. The audacity to steal 1,000 stones of grain overnight indicated that the culprits were not mere thieves, but rather bandits. The prince was not naive and would not be easily fooled. Knowing he could not pin the blame on Ho Zhuang, the five-city military office was well aware that such a heist required a gang. It could not possibly be the work of a single thief. However, the prince needed an explanation, and at the very least, a show of effort to recover the stolen goods was necessary. Commanding Officer Tang Jing'an of the five-city military office slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Arrest them, just grab whoever the thief is." Who is the thief? Grab whoever is suspected. Fame brings unwanted attention, and they could not afford to overlook the habitual thief Ho Zhuang. Thus, while he was peacefully sleeping at home, he was unwittingly apprehended and thrown into the East City military office's jail. Logically, it was impossible for him to be blamed for such an incident. Stealing 1,000 stones of grain could only be the work of a large group. It was not the act of a mere thief, but that of a bandit. The prince was not foolish, and he would not be easily deceived. Ho Zhuang, aware that he would not be imprisoned for long, anticipated his release, knowing that the East City military office was merely going through the motions to extort some money. Thus, he relaxed, reclining comfortably in his cell. However, as the saying goes, fortune does not come in pairs, and misfortune seldom comes alone. When it rains, it pours. Ho Zhuang never imagined that he would unjustly languish in prison, ultimately losing his life. Last night, in the dead of night, a group of individuals arrived at the East City military prison, making a cacophony. Who were they? The officers of the Flying Fish Guard, a band of ruthless killers. In an instant, Ho Zhuang was transferred from the East City military prison to the prison of the Flying Fish Guard. Where? The Imperial Prison. Upon witnessing this scene, Ho Zhuang thought to himself that his life was surely over. He had become a scapegoat, a victim of circumstance. Upon arriving at the Imperial Prison, his fears were confirmed. His tongue was severed, his head was pressed down, and he was shaved into a grotesque state, adorned with shackles and locks. The following day, he was led to the execution ground, and with a swift stroke, his head fell to the ground. It turned out he had been framed as a spy for the enemy, a tragic injustice, a timeless grievance. The judge, cloaked in black, proclaimed, "A life so ordinary, yet a death so extraordinary." Chapter 37. If you must burn, burn the fierce ones. Reward, Tao achievement 1 year, Qin He. The people were bewildered. A severed head, eyes wide open in death, and instead of receiving skills, they were rewarded with merely a year of Tao achievement? This reward was less than that of the most ordinary corpses in a pauper's grave. In an instant, Qin He felt as though the delicate beauty he held in his arms had turned into a mere gourd. What nonsense! The fluctuations in fortune were disconcerting, and he had to remind himself to remain calm. He could only soothe his wounded spirit, telling himself that any reward was still a gain. The temperature of the cremation furnace was consistent, and the progress of the 6 cremators was roughly the same. It was that Wei Wu again, who came over and noticed that the bodies had nearly been incinerated, instructing Qin He and the others to stop the furnace and prepare the ashes for the next round of cremation. The mood of the others was unknown, but Qin He was certainly quite pleased. He could burn continuously for 7 days and nights without rest if given the chance. If he could take over this cremation hall, it would be even better. Once everyone had cleared the ashes, Wei Wu pointed to the bodies in the hall and said, "Burn one, and you can consider it practice. From now on, you may choose your own bodies to burn." To the left are the local corpses, covered in white cloth. To the center are those from afar, covered in yellow cloth. You are to choose the ones covered in white. With that, he walked away. The cremators exchanged glances, then each went to select their bodies. Each had experience, attempting to choose those covered in white cloth that appeared less fierce. But the question arose, was there really a difference between local and foreign corpses? Certainly. The cremation hall of the Flying Fish Guard was the highest-ranking cremation facility in the entire daily.it, accepted not only local gruesome corpses, but also those transported from afar. Other large cities also had cremation facilities, but none matched the prestige of the capital. Some bodies, deemed too troublesome to handle, had to be sent to the capital. This led to a particular outcome. Foreign corpses were those that had undergone 2 rounds of scrutiny and were deemed necessary to send, all of which were exceedingly fierce, many having taken lives. In contrast, local corpses had only gone through 1 round of scrutiny, and their ferocity was significantly lesser. Especially in the central area, many bodies were bound with iron chains, affixed with corpse talismans, and some even arrived still in their coffins, their appearance alone enough to instill fear. This was something that did not require Wei Wu's prompting. All the cremators knew how to choose. No one was a fool. Without the skill, one should not undertake such dangerous work. Otherwise, not only would the rewards be scant, but the punishment for failure would be severe, and if a corpse were to overpower them, that would truly be a grave injustice. However, Qin He did not share this outlook. To him, if he must burn, he would burn the fiercest. The local corpses were akin to beautiful women, while the foreign corpses resembled courtesans. The ones in the center, bound to their coffins with iron chains, were nothing short of celestial beings descended to earth. Qin He was practically drooling. Where could he find such a treasure elsewhere? He felt as though he were a wealthy man wandering through a brothel, surrounded by countless beauties awaiting his favor. While the other cremators were busy selecting from the white cloth area, only Qin He lingered, slowly inching toward the boundary where the yellow and white cloths met. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he lifted a corner of the yellow cloth. Upon inspection, though it bore no chains, the hands and feet were shackled, and a corpse talisman was affixed to the forehead, indicating it had once risen. Beautiful indeed. "You are the one," Qin He declared, scooping up the body and fleeing. His actions akin to a thief. In the distance, Wei Wu watched the commotion and, upon seeing Qin He run off with a body draped in yellow cloth, was engulfed in confusion. He thought to himself, "Is this kid out of his mind? I said to choose the white cloth, yet he picks yellow instead. Fine, do as you wish. When that corpse talisman ignites, let us see how I deal with you for being disobedient." Returning to the cremation chamber, the foreign corpses had been cleaned before their transport to the capital and could be placed directly into the furnace. Setting the body down, Qin He examined it closely. No wonder it was a courtesan. It had a lure. The fingers were claw-like, the mouth bore sharp teeth, and the forehead had two protrusions, as if something were poised to emerge from within. The corpse had lost moisture, appearing shriveled, and when tapped, it produced a metallic sound. The hardened skin had reached a remarkable state, impervious to blades. The corpse's claws were stained with unwashed black blood, clearly indicating it had taken lives. Qin He was thoroughly satisfied and bestowed upon it 10 corpse nails. Particularly, he affixed 1 nail to each protrusion. After completing this, Qin He removed the corpse talisman from the forehead and concealed it on his person. Though it was not as effective as the corpse nails, it would be a shame to burn it without purpose. He opened the fire cover and ignited the furnace. The body lay quietly. With 10 corpse nails in place, Qin He had never seen a corpse capable of rising again, especially with the soul-capturing lantern present. Any attempt to move was utterly futile. The body's hardened skin burned much slower than usual. It took over 2 hours for the body to be completely incinerated. As the black and white curtains fell, the shadow play unfolded, and Qin He beheld the life of this corpse. The deceased was named Chen Yutong, a merchant from Shuzhou, who had built his fortune in grain and cloth. He had endured life's ups and downs, and had managed to amass a respectable estate, raising 3 sons, each excelling in their respective fields, 1 in literature, 1 in martial arts, and 1 in business, all of whom were young talents. The family was harmonious, filled with filial piety and joy. However, as fate would have it, misfortune struck. Last year, the war in the 9 borders escalated, prompting the emperor to issue several edicts, making military provisions a top priority. Each province was assigned quotas, and the governor of Shuzhou, Lu Xiong, was tasked with procuring grain. Yet, upon the emperor's decree, grain prices soared, and merchants hoarded their supplies, refusing to sell in just half a month. Lu Xiong managed to procure only 1,000 stones of military grain, a mere fraction of the required amount. Lu Xiong fumed, thinking, "You treacherous merchants, withholding your grain? Just wait. Within 10 days, I will make you kneel before me begging to sell." It should be noted that Lu Xiong was part of the eunuch faction, in bitter opposition to the Donglin faction representing wealthy merchants and landowners. The inability to procure military grain was due both to the merchants' reluctance to sell and the Donglin faction's deliberate obstructions. If Lu Xiong failed to gather the grain, he would soon find himself stripped of his official position. The matter of grain procurement was rife with irreconcilable party struggles. Lu Xiong was a man of great cunning, nonetheless. He continued to send agents with silver to procure grain from the merchants. What kind of grain? Inferior, moldy grain. The wealthy merchants saw this as an opportunity. There's such an advantageous deal? Lu Xiong must be desperate. If he can't buy good grain, he is settling for bad. Isn't that courting death? They eagerly sold him the damp grain, thinking it a golden opportunity to sell inferior goods as if they were of high quality. Once the grain reached the capital, they could accuse him of mishandling the supply, causing the military provisions to spoil. Even with the eunuch's protection, he would surely face severe consequences. However, they had not anticipated that as soon as Lu Xiong finished collecting the grain, he would mobilize the city guards to arrest people door to door, presenting the inferior grain and purchase receipts, charging them with selling substandard goods and damaging military supplies, a crime punishable by death. The captured merchants were aghast. This was dire. Lu Xiong had turned the tables on them, having set a trap. The receipts were their own, signed with their own seals, and the grain was moldy for months. An ironclad case impossible to contest. Who could they appeal to? Even if the case reached the emperor, they would find no mercy. Moreover, this scheme was orchestrated by Lu Xiong himself. Yet, the wealthy merchants were not without their own cunning. They were not about to surrender easily, gambling on Lu Xiong's lack of audacity. But Lu Xiong had anticipated their resistance and had a backup plan. His method was simple yet brutal. He had one family dragged to the execution ground, and with a swift motion, all were executed, men, women, and children alike. Over 20 heads fell. The accompanying merchants were terrified, their legs trembling, losing control of their bladders and bowels. Lu Xiong was serious. The outcome was predictable. Lu Xiong nonchalantly approached the frightened merchants and casually stated, 100 stones of good grain can be exchanged for 1 stone of inferior grain. The merchants' minds were in turmoil, focused solely on survival. Unable to think of anything else, they hurriedly summoned their families to exchange the grain. Thus, in a single day, Lu Xiong gathered the required military provisions, pocketing the surplus while also acquiring the wealth of the family that had been executed. Ah, you might say, but where does Qin He fit into this? Patience. The family that was executed was none other than Qin He's, Chapter 38. The Art of Riding a Bull. Though connected to the illustrious Donglan merchants, he was not one of them. By executing him, the merchants would be intimidated, yet it would not incite overwhelming backlash. The balance was just right. The Qin family, originally harmonious and prosperous, with their 3 sons excelling in literature, martial arts, and commerce, were on the brink of soaring to great heights. Yet, they watched helplessly as family members met their demise one by one, blood spilling from their mouths as they fell lifeless. The executioner, seeing this, thought it best to spare an additional strike, for the dead belonged to the realm of the King of Hell. Descending from heaven to hell, Qin He's resentment surged, transforming him into a vengeful specter. As for the manner of his transformation, whether he sought revenge, or how he arrived at the crematorium in the capital from Shuzhou 2 months later, Qin He could not discern. The shadow play narrated his life, but not his death. The judgment was weighed, and the figure in black robe clearly elevated his stance, uttering with a heavy voice, "In the bright court, there is no brightness. In the Zhengda Yamen, there is no righteousness. Countless desolate hills, where can one speak of sorrow? Reward. Inner strength 5 years. What the hell?" Upon seeing the reward, Qin He's expression darkened completely. Such a ferocious corpse merited only 5 years of inner strength? It was not that inner strength was lacking in value, but the disparity was too vast. Such a body typically warranted rewards of celestial techniques, divination skills, or divine merit, items of a much higher caliber. Inner strength 5 years? A random graveyard would yield more than that for just 2 burnt corpses. If the earlier reward had been a fluctuation of luck, this time it should have balanced out. Instinctively, Qin He sensed something amiss. The cremation reward appeared deliberately diminished. This left him perplexed. Could the crematorium interfere with the rewards? That was too enigmatic. After a moment's reflection, Qin He resolved to validate his suspicions. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He was indeed in a phase of low fortune. After all, there were distinctions in these fluctuations. He cleared the ashes from the furnace and returned to the selection area. As before, he lingered and finally brushed against the edge of a corpse covered with yellow cloth. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he grabbed a corpse bound by iron chains and fled. This scene caught the eye of Wei Wu, who was momentarily bewildered. What in the world was happening? Was there a cremator specifically targeting ferocious corpses? After barely managing to burn one in shackles, now he aimed for another bound by chains? Wei Wu found himself questioning life. He, a 4-coin cremator, struggled to subdue a corpse bound by chains, while a mere cremator acted so brazenly. Yet, he kept silent. His curiosity piqued by Qin He's strange behavior. He would wait, biding his time until this boy faltered, then he would deal with him. How dare he attempt to display his meager skills in front of the master? Soon enough, he would see the consequences. On Qin He's side, the corpse, indeed bound by iron chains, appeared even more menacing. Its claws, sharp teeth, and tough skin were standard for ferocious corpses, but this one also sported long white hair. How to describe it? It resembled stinky tofu covered in a full inch of fur. Clearly, this was a corpse on the verge of becoming a zombie, exceedingly fierce. In the cremation trade, corpses were categorized by danger level: dead bodies, transformed corpses, ferocious corpses, zombies, and corpse demons. The crematorium dealt with transformed corpses. If a transformed corpse attacked, stimulated by blood or heavy resentment, it would become a ferocious corpse. A ferocious corpse could further evolve into a zombie. Impervious to blades and fired S for corpse demons, they were terrifying entities that regained sentience, existing only in legends. Undoubtedly, the ferocious corpse before him, nearing the threshold of becoming a zombie, represented the highest quality Qin he had ever encountered. Such superior quality warranted greater respect. Qin He bestowed 20 corpse nails upon it, realizing that the body had hardened to the texture of stone. Had it not been for his inner strength nearing 80 years, piercing it would have been a troublesome task. As per usual, he secured the corpse-restraining talismans and ignited the pyre. The corpse remained eerily quiet, a testament to the considerable respect Qin He afforded it. It was coiled like a dragon, lying like a tiger. Furthermore, there was the soul-capturing lamp. This corpse was more challenging to burn. It took over 3 hours for it to be completely incinerated. The soul-capturing lamp gathered souls. The shadow play narrated, and judgment was weighed. The deceased, like Chen Yutong before him, was also a victim of injustice. The difference lay in Chen Yutong being executed by the authorities, while this individual fell victim to familial betrayal. The resentment too deep to articulate in chaotic times. The strong act as they please, while the weak become fodder. Human hearts are darker than coal, and amidst murder and arson, the roads remain unmarked by corpses. The deceased bore heavy resentment after death. Perhaps having succeeded in avenging themselves, they evolved further, sprouting zombie hair. Reward: bull riding technique. Bull riding technique. By mastering this skill, you will communicate with bulls, traversing mountains and hills as if walking on flat ground. At that moment, Qin He felt a storm of indignation. Bull riding technique? Is a bull meant to be ridden? What of the horse's dignity? What of the donkey's pride? In that instant, Qin He was certain that the crematorium had indeed suppressed the rewards. Otherwise, such a nauseating skill would not have emerged. He would have preferred an additional 5 years of inner strength. After all, this was the most ferocious corpse he had encountered. Qin He scanned his surroundings, sensing something, and turned his gaze towards the soul-capturing lamp slowly rotating in the center of the crematorium. Could it be related to the lamp? This object belonged to external forces? The more he pondered, the more he felt it plausible. The soul-capturing lamp was an external influence. With its assistance, the rewards were downgraded. The Eastern crematorium, he had no external forces to rely on. The corpse-restraining nails were all his own creation, hence the rewards were normal. However, here, the soul-capturing lamp belonged to the crematorium. The cremation chamber was also adorned with corpse-restraining talismans, and the ferocious corpse was bound with iron chains. But these were minor details. The biggest factor was indeed the soul-capturing lamp. It was one of the 9 supreme tools for restraining corpses with detailed crafting methods, and could be deemed a divine artifact. Qin He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. How could he manage this? If this continued, it would be better to seek gains at a random graveyard. The reduction in rewards was too severe. Destroy the soul-capturing lamp? That would throw the crematorium into chaos, even if half the corpses rose. His own corpse-restraining nails would be insufficient, especially those lying in the coffins. Who knows how fierce they would be? Furthermore, the cremation officials would never allow him to destroy the soul-capturing lamp, unless an accident were to befall the soul-capturing lamp. Chapter 39. The corpse is robbed. Qin He was taken aback by his own sudden thoughts. No. If this continued, he would become a terrorist. Keep your heart steadfast. Keep your heart steadfast. Qin He quickly dismissed these nefarious ideas from his mind. He must not provoke a consequence he could not contain. If someone lost their life, that would cross the line on the path to power. Maintaining one's bottom line is crucial. Otherwise, one could ultimately become a demon or a monster. After much contemplation, Qin He realized he had only one path ahead. That was to strive to incinerate ferocious corpses, thereby compensating for the decline in rewards, especially those corpses at the center. Even if suppressed, the rewards would likely still be substantial. As Qin He pondered how to burn these corpses without attracting attention, the one-eyed cremation official's booming voice echoed. Today's shift has come to an end. Everyone, return and rest. Come back at the hour of Wu. Understood. The cremators responded in unison, then began packing up to leave, leaving only 3 individuals to guard the unburnt corpses. Wei Wu approached Qin He and the others, saying, I will take you to your lodgings. After another day's work tomorrow, you should be able to return. With that, he led Qin He and the others outside the crematorium, pointing to a prison cell. Someone will bring food shortly. After you eat, rest. Pay no mind to whatever you hear or see, just sleep. The cremators nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. After Wei Wu ushered them inside, locked the door, and departed, the cremators, weary, either leaned or lay down. After working for 7 or 8 hours straight, they were exhausted and had not eaten or drunk anything, unable to hold on any longer. Outside, it was likely nearing noon. Although Qin He felt no fatigue, he did not wish to appear too different, so he sat against the wall, surveying his surroundings. The prison cell was very rudimentary, yet it was equipped with all necessary items for eating, drinking, and sleeping. Compared to the infamous jail, it could be deemed a relatively comfortable cell. From his position, Qin He could see a stone door at one corner of the crematorium. Before long, A factory worker indeed arrived with food, a large basket of buns and a bucket of water. The cremator's eyes widened at the sight. All were refugees. Having barely entered the crematorium to work, they had subsisted on coarse bread. White flour. They wouldn't even dare dream of it. The factory worker opened the door and set down the basket. The cremators rushed forward, grabbing buns and devouring them ravenously, nearly choking themselves in the process. They resembled starving ghosts reborn. The factory worker shook his head and locked the door as he departed. Though Qin He had yet to digest his meal and felt no appetite, he still ate 10 or so buns. He couldn't help but marvel at the difference in treatment afforded by the imperial rations. The factory worker could bring food for this group of starving souls. It was clear that such provisions were not of high quality, as good food would be reserved for themselves. Regardless of the dynasty, public meals truly seemed the most delectable. No one could starve them out. A large basket of buns was more than sufficient. After 5 cremators finished eating, they all sat with round bellies. If we could get to this point in our duties, that would be fantastic, mused a short cremator, his face filled with longing. Not likely, replied another with a square face, shaking his head. Such a position is reserved for those with connections to officials. We should not entertain such thoughts. Being able to enter the crematorium is merely a casual remark. We are simply laborers. Hearing this, the other cremators agreed, and no one voiced any dissent. It is already a twist of fate for us to gather here. Regardless of how long we can stay, let us at least get to know one another. Who knows when we might meet again at the bridge of helplessness? The square-faced cremator added. A few individuals, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, regained a semblance of vitality and began to introduce themselves. The square-faced cremator, known as Tao Daong, hailed from Liaodong and had fled to the capital. The shorter cremator, named Li Ergo, was from the land of Lu. The other 2 were also refugees, while the last one, who had failed to subdue the corpse and had burned the corpse-restraining talisman, was called Qian Montong, a native of Tsang County in the Jingjing region. Tao Daong was quite loquacious, tantalizing his listeners with a mysterious air. Do you know why so many corpses have suddenly appeared in the cremation hall? The other cremators shook their heads in confusion, except for Qian Montong, who seemed to hesitate, as if recalling something, yet restrained himself from speaking. Why? Qin He inquired, finding it peculiar. The cremators were divided into 2 shifts. And logically, even if half of them had been felled by that beast from Amba Valley, it was implausible to accumulate so many corpses in just over a day. Something was amiss. There was clearly an issue at hand. After sufficiently piquing their curiosity, Tao Daong cautiously glanced around and said, I heard that in the past 6 months, corpses sent to the capital from various places have frequently been robbed on the road. The Feiyu Guard dispatched troops and investigated for quite some time, and eventually found a portion of the stolen corpses in a temple. He gestured towards the stone door of the cremation hall, adding, those inside. Corpses can be robbed? How sinister and ominous, Li Ergu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. You wouldn't understand, Tao Daong replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For us, these corpses are of no use, but for certain nefarious individuals, they are invaluable. It is said they can use corpses to refine them into corpse puppets, which is quite impressive. The other cremators displayed expressions of intrigue. Qin He cast a discreet glance at Qian Montong and noted his lack of surprise or curiosity, as if he were already aware of the matter. Where is that temple? Qin He, intrigued, thought that those who robbed corpses must have ulterior motives. If he could uncover a cache of corpses, it would be a lucrative opportunity. It is at Linyo Mountain's Jing'an Temple. The Feiyu Guard has besieged it, resulting in several casualties, Tao Daong whispered. Qin He silently noted this, contemplating a visit in the future to see if he could strike it rich. Linyo Mountain was not far, just over a day's journey. It was audacious for someone to rob corpses so close to the capital, and he couldn't fathom the boldness of such individuals. Qin He continued to question Tao Daong, but it was evident he only knew so much, and the conversation shifted to as they chatted. The topic returned to the Feiyu Guard, with Li Ergo asking, doesn't the Feiyu Guard have 2 cremation halls? Where is the other one? Actually, the Feiyu Guard only has 1 cremation hall. The other is not a cremation hall but a corpse-restraining hall, a misnomer that has circulated outside. Qian Montong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Where is that corpse-restraining hall? Li Ergu pressed on. Despite the precariousness of their profession, there remained a palpable curiosity regarding the inner workings of their trade. It lies just behind that large iron door. Qian Monsong whispered. Ah? The other cremators gasped in astonishment. Chapter 40. Skills abound through their curious banter. Qin He gleaned an important piece of information. The second cremation hall of the Feiyu Guard was actually called the Corpse Restraining Hall. Situated just behind the heavy iron door of the cremation hall, it was said to contain the corpses that the cremation hall could not incinerate, accumulated over an unknown number of years and in an unknown quantity. The other cremators gasped in shock, while Qin He's heart raced with excitement. If given the chance, he too should venture to investigate. After some time, the cremators began to yawn and feel drowsy. Succumbing to sleep. It was unclear who fell asleep first, but within moments, the room was filled with the sound of snoring. Qin He stood up and kicked each one, but they remained as unresponsive as dead pigs. Noticing this, he picked up a straw from the ground, approached the door, and deftly jimmied the lock. Lock-picking skills. A single noodle can unlock all the locks in the world. The skills he had accumulated came into play here. This was what one might call the abundance of skills bearing no burden. After securing the lock again, he made his way towards the stone door of the cremation hall. The three cremators who had been on duty during their conversation had also departed, leaving the cremation room empty. Upon reaching the door, Qin He observed it closely and couldn't help but rejoice. There was a gap at the bottom, left unsealed. It appeared that due to age, the mechanism had fallen out of maintenance, causing it to misalign. Qin He attempted to lift the stone door but found it immovable. Such a barrier was not easily shifted by a single person, even one with nearly 80 years of inner strength. Yet, this was not a challenge for Qin He. Contraction technique. When the moment demands, your sinews and flesh will become as pliable as cotton. Cotton can fit through any crevice, and even a small gap would simply require a bit more effort. An extraordinary scene unfolded as Qin He began to flow through the gap, transforming into a thin sheet and sliding beneath the massive stone door. Upon re-entering the cremation hall, Qin He felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. All the cremation rooms were empty, the corpses laid out in the center, and more importantly, he was completely alone. Qin He felt as if he had stepped into a harem, free to indulge in his desires. Without hesitation, he began from the center, lifting corpses onto the pyre, except for the two coffins in the middle. Each corpse received 5 corpse-restraining nails, and he opened the fire cover to commence incineration. 1, 2.5.10.20.28 of the 30 cremation rooms, only 2 were reserved for the coffins, while the rest were completely filled. The sight was spectacular. It was unprecedented for one individual to incinerate 28 corpses simultaneously. However, there were some drawbacks. Since Qin He could not attend to each corpse individually, some began to act restlessly, burning the corpse-restraining talismans and even exhibiting movements as if attempting to rise. It was quite undignified and disrespectful. Qin He observed this, contemplating whether the rewards of the corpse-restraining nails were insufficient. Very well, he would bestow 5 more. If that was not enough, he would continue to reward them until they felt embarrassed to remain upright. A ruler must be so extravagant. With no less than 500 corpse-restraining nails in his possession, he could afford such generosity. After bestowing over 100 nails, Qin He finally subdued the restless corpses. Establishing order once more, he then turned his attention to the 2 coffins. The main event was about to unfold. One coffin was plastered with corpse-restraining talismans, while the other was bound with a thick black iron chain, covered in intricate engravings that made one feel dizzy and compelled to lean towards the coffin. The more Qin He examined it, the more satisfied and intrigued he became. After some contemplation, he decided to tackle the coffin adorned only with corpse-restraining talismans first. He would start with the easier task to practice. Armed with a crowbar, he forcefully pried off the nails from the coffin and slowly pushed the lid open. As he moved a corner aside, a tuft of long white hair spilled out, dense like the mycelium of moldy tofu, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of decay that assaulted Qin He's senses. Impudence! Qin He shouted, channeling his inner strength and magical power to counter the miasma. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the coffin lid flying and, with a casual gesture, drove 50 corpse-restraining nails into the coffin. Invisible hand. When you are focused, your speed will be astonishing. Flying needle technique. When the needle flies, it will always hit the mark. The combination of these 2 skills, along with nearly 80 years of inner strength, resulted in a barrage of swift strikes. Instantly subduing the enemy, a sizzling sound echoed as black smoke billowed from within the coffin, and the long strands of corpse hair became chaotic, accompanied by growls that resembled those of a wild beast. It turned out to be a hairy zombie, a genuine type of zombie that could only form under significant resentment and malice. Though Qin He dealt with it with ease, aided by his soul-capturing lamp and other enhancements. Had this hairy zombie been outside, it would have undoubtedly caused a bloody storm. Zombies are impervious to blades and fire, and even the most powerful individuals with profound inner strength would find it challenging to contend with them. Only potent corpse-restraining artifacts could suffice. Observing the situation, Qin He swiftly drove another 20 corpse-restraining nails into the hairy zombie. Its growls gradually subsided, and before long, it fell into silence, the once chaotic hair drooping to reveal its true form, an old man. What misfortune had befallen him to harbor such intense resentment and malice? Qin He dared not be careless. Instead of attempting to embrace the corpse, he used a throat clamp to extract the hairy zombie from the coffin and cast it into the cremation furnace. Better safe than sorry. Caution is the mother of safety. He opened the fire cover, and the blazing flames quickly reduced the zombie's hair to smoke, allowing Qin He to see the corpse's full appearance. It was undoubtedly a zombie, with 2 long fang-like teeth nearly reaching the chin. The old man was quite short, and at first glance, he resembled a dwarf, dressed in an elaborate purple shroud, indicative of a wealthy background. The flames blazed fiercely, and although the zombie did not move, it continued to resist. One by one, the 7 corpse-restraining talismans inside and outside the cremation room ignited and turned to ash. Qin He placed another corpse-restraining nail in its forehead to preserve the last talisman. The corpse was quite stubborn to burn, requiring nearly half a stick of incense's worth of time before the skin was finally scorched. Without further delay, Qin He immediately approached the second coffin. This one was truly the main event. Chapter 41. Showered with affection, the black iron chains and the intricately engraved coffin signified that its occupant was not to be trifled with. But what of it? Knowing full well the risks, he boldly advanced. "Little fairy, your brother has come to shower you with affection." Qin He chuckled, rubbing his hands together, raising his great sword, and striking down towards the iron chains. Do not ask where the sword came from. This was the cremation hall, and when the dead rise, one must be prepared for battle, with every conceivable weapon at hand. With a thud, the iron chains snapped. Clattering to the ground, Qin He discarded the sword and picked up the crowbar once more. With a swift motion, the coffin lid was pried open. A wisp of white smoke ascended from within the casket. Through the hazy mist, a pale, delicate hand emerged from the confines of the coffin, slowly resting upon its edge. The fingers were slender and elongated, glimmering like jade under the ethereal glow of the soul-capturing lamp. Following this, a graceful figure languidly sat up, cascading black hair like a waterfall, revealing fragrant shoulders and a lovely back. Most striking was her face. With slender willow-like brows, a nose delicately perched, and captivating eyes that ensnared the soul. Her lips curved into a subtle smile, exuding an irresistible allure. Qin He's mouth fell slightly ajar, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Could it truly be a celestial maiden? A light, melodious laugh escaped the woman, akin to the song of a yellow oriole, as she gracefully stepped out of the coffin, advancing toward Qin He with deliberate steps. The sheer fabric clung to her form, revealing glimpses of her beauty. Qin He's gaze became transfixed, a look of infatuation spreading across his face. She was breathtakingly beautiful. "Young man, you just expressed a desire to cherish me. What are you waiting for?" The woman approached Qin He, her jade finger resting upon his chest, her crimson lips playfully biting as she descended, inching lower and lower. Her lithe body pressed against his, swaying slightly. The skin, so close, was reminiscent of freshly peeled egg whites. Intoxicatingly fragrant, Qin He felt a surge of heat rising in his abdomen, almost consuming him, his breath becoming heavy and unrestrained. The overwhelming desire ignited a crimson hue in his eyes. A piercing scream escaped Qin He's lips as, in the next moment, the sharp crowbar plunged violently into the woman's delicate form. The enchanting atmosphere shattered in an instant. The woman lowered her gaze slowly, disbelief flooding her beautiful eyes. "You? How could you?" Gradually, her incredulity morphed into sheer coldness, her eyes widening in fury, turning a ghastly crimson. Her pristine skin began to peel away, revealing a ghastly blue hue beneath, her flowing black hair transforming into a shock of white. Her once lovely visage contorting into a grotesque, decaying face, maggots writhing within. She was now an utterly terrifying corpse. Roar. The vengeful corpse bellowed, its hands swelling into ghastly claws, lunging menacingly at Qin He in a flash. Qin He, ever the first to strike, unleashed a torrent of corpse-suppressing nails, raining down upon the malevolent being as it moved. No trace of infatuation remained on his face. This was a seductress corpse. Awakened by chance to possess alluring powers, a variant of the undead, far more bizarre and perilous than ordinary zombies. Up close, the full force of his 80 years of cultivation erupted, the nails unstoppable as they drove deep into the seductress's body. The corpse stiffened momentarily, staggering yet refusing to fall. Qin He observed, quite resilient, indeed worthy of being the centerpiece. Well, since you are the last one, let me show you what it means to be showered with affection. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the remaining 100 or so corpse-suppressing nails, each one piercing the seductress's body, leaving her to tumble backward like a hedgehog. Seeing this, Qin He exhaled softly, nearly falling victim to her charms. This seductress did not ensnare the mind but rather preyed upon the primal instincts of the body. He was acutely aware that this creature could never be a beauty but was instead a corpse in disguise. Yet the body's reaction proved uncontrollable, the surging impulses threatening to overwhelm his reason. Fortunately, his foundation was robust. Had a typical corpse burner been in his place, their life and vitality would undoubtedly have been forfeited. Though the seductress lay vanquished, she did not surrender, still writhing and thrashing, her blood-red eyes filled with madness, an aura of death emanating from her, visibly dissolving the nails embedded in her form. Qin He was taken aback. 200 nails, and with the soul-capturing lamp still active, this seductress continued to wreak havoc. He could not fathom her origin, her level surpassing his expectations. Moreover, judging by her struggle, it was merely a matter of time before she broke free. I have already bestowed my gifts upon you, yet you remain disobedient. Qin He regarded her from above, shaking his head in disappointment. You must die, Kakik. The corpse spoke, its voice a man's, the first to dissolve the nails. A man? Qin He felt as though he had swallowed a fly, horrified. He had been seduced by a male corpse. Had it been a female corpse, he might have been able to stomach it. But a male corpse, even if it was warm, it was utterly repulsive. Glancing down, he confirmed it was indeed a male corpse, with an Adam's apple to boot. You perverted wretch! Qin He's skin crawled as he fished out a carving knife from his pocket, seizing a nearby large cleaver, and began to inscribe runes upon it. The carving knife was a tool of punishment for the condemned, one Qin He had left behind when burying the dead. Remarkably sharp, the runes were known as the auspicious talisman. Indeed, they were the very inscriptions etched upon the corpse-suppressing nails. Qin He intended to craft a new corpse-suppressing nail, or rather, a corpse-suppressing blade, with an ethereal hand. While you are wholly focused, your speed shall reach astonishing heights. Swish, swish, swish. In mere moments, Qin He inscribed over 300 auspicious talismans upon the cleaver. Then, with a grin, he plunged the cleaver into the corpse's mouth amid its astonished gaze. You can dissolve little nails. Let us see you dissolve this big cleaver, he chuckled. Yet the seductress remained unyielding, her struggles intensifying. A foul stench of decay erupted toward Qin He. It could not harm him in the slightest. Yet the odor was overwhelmingly pungent. Damn it, you dare! Today, I shall not allow you to submit without thorough persuasion. This journey shall not be in vain. Prepare yourself, Pikachu. Great heavenly dragon. Grand lost spell. Pineapple, honey. Qin He seized an assortment of weapons from the table, swiftly inscribing them as he called forth: sword, spear, saber, halberd, axe, billhook, hook, fork, whip, mace, hammer, claw, staff, spear, meteor. After a fragrant stick of incense, Qin He drove the final wolf-tooth club forcefully into the corpse's rear. At last, the seductress lay silent. Chapter 42. Quantity is king. Qin He meticulously stowed away the carving knife, dusting off his hands, satisfied with his speed. The fastest man in the world, do you dare to challenge? No need for newly made corpse-suppressing nails. They remedy all forms of defiance. Maintaining dignity is essential. After all, we are all dignified individuals, and one must remain so. Qin He took a moment to appreciate his handiwork, bending down to grasp the spear's shaft, lifting the seductress as if she were a mere skewer. What can one say? A kebab. With that, there was no need for tidying. It was time to take her to the fire. The cremation commenced in the flames. The seductress could no longer move. With the 18 weapons, not even a mere human frame could withstand it, let alone a lesser being. Qin He observed that the seductress's incineration was proceeding at an excruciatingly slow pace. After burning for nearly half an incense stick, only her hair had been completely consumed, while her skin merely darkened slightly. Truly bizarre. Shaking his head in disbelief, Qin He could only bide his time. He also replaced the corpse-suppressing talismans he had burned. Before every cremation, Qin He would remove the talisman affixed to the corpse's forehead. It was of minimal use since the nails were already present. However, Qin He chose not to wait in the cremation hall, but instead utilized his shrinking technique to slip out through the stone door. Returning to the prison, the duty officer might arrive at any moment, and the 5 fellow corpse burners could awaken at any time. Moreover, with the corpse settled, there was no need for him to keep watch. Inside the prison, the 5 corpse burners were sound asleep, their positions unchanged, clearly exhausted. The events of Qin He's excursion, while lengthy to recount, had taken no more than half an hour in reality. Fortunately, his return had been swift. Just as he lay down, a group of officers arrived outside the prison. The leader, with thick brows and large eyes, a square face marked by a cold demeanor, scrutinized the 6 sleeping figures within, then inspected the surroundings and the stone door, finding nothing amiss before departing. Who was this man? Changwon, 100 households. He was meticulous and cautious, having brought Qin He and the other 5 corpse burners inside. He thought to check in on them and the vastly dynasty. Not everyone was a mere idle glutton, nor were they all incompetent. Talented officials and loyal generals were never in short supply. What was lacking was the ability to discover and utilize their capabilities. After Changwon and his subordinates completed their inspection of the prison, they emerged above ground, facing the midday sun. Suddenly, he felt as though the sunlight had lost its warmth. He could not tell if it was the cold in the air or a chill in his heart. The vastly dynasty relied upon the common folk to maintain a fraught of virtue. With the flying fish iron bones, was there any spirit left? Had that person been present, surely things would not have come to this. Alas, he had been relegated to the borders, enduring a life of hardship and cold. After standing for a while, Changwon ordered his subordinates to guard the main gate, changed into plain clothes, and departed from the prison, making his way to a somewhat secluded pastry shop. The shopkeeper greeted him with a smile, asking, "What would the guest like?" "Osmanthus cake." Changwon replied, expressionless, "We have just received a fresh batch from Suzhou, particularly crisp and sweet. Please do try. Not sweet. I desire bitter." "You jest, sir. How could osmanthus cake be made bitter? If osmanthus were to remain hidden in the dark all year round, it would surely turn bitter." The shopkeeper's smile gradually faded, glancing around before asking, "What command does the Lord have?" "A secret message. Awaiting your instructions." Changwon turned his hand, revealing a folded paper shaped like a boat. The shopkeeper brushed the note, and it vanished from sight, cheerfully declaring, "Very well, 2 packages of the finest osmanthus cake. Sweet and crisp. Do take care, and come again if you find it delightful." Meanwhile, within the court, a sharp call to arms had already been sounded. The D tribe had slaughtered through the night, their aftermath crashing against the rocky shores with the support of various forces. The impeachment documents flew toward the imperial desk like snowflakes. Wang Chengzhang from the Office of Communications impeached Su Xianchun, the pacification envoy of the North, for failing to suppress the D tribe and neglecting his duties. Jia Qingning, a censor from the imperial censorate, charged Su Xianchun with corruption and collusion with enemy nations. The left and right officials of the Dali Temple, for in total, jointly submitted a petition, impeaching Su Xianchun for neglecting his responsibilities and undermining national prestige. The Hanlin Academy's 7 members have impeached Su Xianchun for occupying his position without merit, exploiting his power for personal gain. 13 members from the Imperial Academy have jointly accused Su Xianchun of failing to suppress the bandits effectively. Additionally, there are 27 officials from the Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of Rights who have either signed in unison or submitted individual petitions. This is merely the central government's response. Local reports are en route, galloping towards the capital. Curiously, none of these petitions are from high-ranking officials of the 3rd rank or above. Most are minor officials from the 5th to 7th ranks. Yet they all point their fingers towards Su Xianshun, the pacification commissioner of the northern town. Under the command of Prince Wei, who boasts 9,000 years of rule, there are 5 literary tigers and 5 martial heroes. Along with 10 dogs, 10 children, and 40 grandchildren. Su Xianshun, the pacification commissioner of the northern town, is the foremost among the 5 martial heroes and a pivotal figure in Wei Zhongliang's control of the Flying Fish Guards. As the 2 armies stand opposed, the vanguard tests the waters, yet the kings do not meet. A splendid spectacle is just beginning to unfold. Back in the prison, the outside tumult goes unnoticed by Qin He, who, with his eyes half closed, grins and chuckles to himself, seemingly lost in a dream of marrying a beautiful maiden. Within the cremation hall, 28 corpses of notorious criminals are being incinerated one after the other. The shadow play unfolds at a dizzying pace, with rewards arriving incessantly. Although the quality has been intentionally suppressed, the sheer quantity is overwhelming. Occasionally, he flips his hand and tosses a fruit of strength into his mouth, chewing and swallowing with satisfaction, followed by sounds of cracking bones and sinews as his strength surges. After a while, he flips his hand again to reveal a marrow-cleansing pill, examines it, and tucks it away. A moment later, he flips his hand once more, presenting a golden wound pill and then a second fruit of strength. These are the visible rewards. The unseen internal energy, cultivation, and skill rewards are even more abundant. It is no wonder that these corpses, gathered from various provinces, are either notorious criminals, mutated beings, or possess unique identities. Even though the rewards have been significantly diminished, they still offer a plethora of valuable items. Water manipulation technique. Mastering this technique will allow you to glide through water like a dragon, effortlessly navigating the tides. Rock climbing technique. With this skill, you will scale cliffs as if walking on flat ground. Breath control technique. By mastering this skill, your pores will replace your lungs, enabling you to evade wind, smoke, and toxins. Barbecue technique. Learning this skill will grant you unparalleled mastery in the art of barbecue. Bird taming technique. With this skill, taming rare birds in a cage will be as easy as reaching into your pocket. Backflip technique. Mastering this skill will allow you to perform 18 consecutive backflips. Spirit suppression 36 techniques. Learning this method will enable you to master 36 techniques for suppressing spirits, allowing you to grasp even the most elusive of specters. After approximately 4 hours, the rewards have steadily arrived. In terms of quality, the skills may seem mediocre, but quantity reigns supreme, with the spirit suppression 36 techniques standing out as particularly impressive, specifically designed to subdue all spiritual entities, containing techniques, skills, and even formations that are profoundly mysterious. The water manipulation and breath control techniques, while average individually, become formidable when combined, as the Grand Canal is but a stone's throw away, destined to be useful. The barbecue technique enhances daily life, which is quite favorable for the food-loving Qin He. Techniques such as rock climbing, bird taming, and backflip are somewhat superfluous. The rock climbing technique is of little use without steep cliffs, as the vicinity of the capital is predominantly flat, with only a few small mounds resembling hills. Qin He has little interest in bird taming, and the backflip technique seems to be included merely for the sake of variety. Yet, with a multitude of skills, receiving anything is a gain. Who knows what the future holds? As the saying goes, it is better to have many skills than to be lacking. Aside from the magical skills, the internal energy has granted him a total of 46 years, while the cultivation has yielded 38 years. Cumulatively, Qin He now possesses over a century of internal energy, equating to 2 full cycles of the Chinese calendar, while his cultivation has surpassed 100. The extent of his strength remains unclear to him. The paths of cultivation in this world are numerous, not easily comparable, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, defying concise explanation. Intangible rewards. He has received 3 fruits of strength, 2 golden wound pills, 1 marrow cleansing pill, 1 auspicious doll, and 1 cursed doll. The first 3 are familiar, but the latter 2 are particularly intriguing. Cursed doll. An artifact from the abyss, crafted by a fate master. The cursed individual will endure 7 days of misfortune at the hands of the deity of destiny. Auspicious doll. Also from the abyss, created by a fate master, when kept close, it grants the blessing of the deity of destiny, allowing one to escape death once. Upon seeing these two items, Qin He nearly burst into laughter. Items from the abyss are notoriously unpredictable. The auspicious doll essentially grants him an additional life, while the cursed doll is equally fascinating. By inscribing one's name and birth date on the back, the curse can be enacted. Although the specifics of the misfortune are not detailed, considering the abyss's nature, it is bound to be quite intense. Overall, the auspicious doll stands out as the finest reward among the 28. Yet, this is not the end point. Two corpses, still unburned and extracted from their coffins, remain. Chapter 43. The mysterious master. With the time taken for incineration and the proceedings, over 5 hours have elapsed. The patrol of the prison has become more frequent, and Qin He can no longer enter the cremation hall. However, he is not inclined to do so. Previously, incinerating 3 to 5 corpses in a day felt manageable, but suddenly facing 28 has left him weary. Stifling yawns as drowsiness overcomes him. The shadow play in his mind consumes energy, and further burning may lead to complications. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. Moreover, the remaining corpses are predominantly from the capital, lacking significant intrigue. Thus, feeling drowsy, Qin He falls into a deep slumber, snoring loudly. Approximately an hour later, the cremation officials, having rested throughout the day, begin to arrive at the stone door. There are rules in the cremation hall. The stone door can only be opened by 20 or more individuals, including 2 5-coin cremation officials or 1 6-coin official. This is to prevent any unexpected disturbances caused by the corpses within rising unexpectedly. A group of 7 or 8 cremation officials, feeling bored, steps outside to watch the spectacle. Wei Wu is among them, holding a basket of buns. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Wu knocks on the door, calling out loudly, "Wake up and eat. We'll start working soon." 5 of the cremation artisans are already awake, while others stir at the noise, except for Qin He, whose snoring is particularly disruptive. Wei Wu, feeling irritated, wonders how someone can sleep so soundly after 6 hours when they should be awake by now. Which cremation hall does he belong to? Wei Wu asks with a frown. The other artisans exchange glances until Tao Deong, summoning his courage, replies, Sir, his name is Qin He, from the Eastern City Cremation Hall." "Wake him up." "Yes, sir." The artisans rush to Qin He's side, shaking and slapping his face until they finally rouse him. Qin He awakens with bleary eyes, bearing marks on his face and drool at the corners of his mouth. This is no act. "Good day, sir." Upon waking, Qin He grins foolishly. "Quickly eat. We start work soon." Wei Wu's irritation lessens as he unlocks the door and places the basket of buns on the ground. Unsurprisingly, the artisans pounce on the food like starving dogs. Once they have taken their fill, Qin He grabs 2 buns for himself. Taking a bite, he discovers that the pre-work meal has improved, featuring meat-stuffed buns, something hard to come by even for money. He quickly snatches 2 more and hides a few in his clothes. With the door unlocked, Qin He decides to leave the prison, squatting in a corner to munch while awaiting the unfolding drama. He is curious to see the reaction of the cremation officials when they discover that the corpses are missing. After devouring 3 buns, the 20 cremation officials gather, and the stone door creaks open. A wave of heat rushes forth, causing the officials to turn pale. Qin He has opened 30 fire covers, and with the doors left ajar all night, it's no wonder it's hot. The cremation hall looks as chaotic as if it had never been tidied up before departure. Even more startling is that within the cremation hall, the flames blaze brightly, yet the cleansing tables are completely empty, with 2 coffins in the center, their lids toppled beside them, already opened. The corpses have risen. A raid! 1 6-coin cremation official gasps in shock, hastily drawing his sword. The other officials are horrified, scrambling to arm themselves. Those with experience shout warnings, "Alert! Alert! Clang! Clang! Clang!" Wei Wu reacts swiftly, rushing to the stone door to ring the alarm bell. The warning echoes through the eerie prison corridor, spreading throughout the facility. What has happened? A loud voice booms from behind. The cremation officials feel a surge of resolve upon seeing their leader. Wei Wu exclaims with joy, "Master!" It is none other than the one-eyed 6-coin cremation official, the head of the cremation hall, Tu Baisho. The officials part to let him through, as his presence exudes a palpable aura of dread. As if tangible. This scene catches Qin He's attention, his eyes glinting. Truly, as a major figure in the cremation hall. He emanates such a fierce energy that most of the notorious corpses are rendered immobile simply by his standing there. This fierce energy is a form of cultivation, inherently possessing the power to subdue corpses. Qin He is unaware of the deeper mysteries behind it, sir. Nearly all the corpses from the provinces have vanished, and the suppression coffins have been opened, yet there are no signs of them rising, reports a 6-star cremation official urgently. Tu Baisho's single eye gleams with intensity as he surveys the cremation hall, pausing on the swirling soul-capturing lanterns before slowly advancing inside. The other officials tighten their grips on their weapons, following closely behind. Upon entering the cremation hall, they finally discern the full extent of the situation. All the fire covers in the cremation rooms are wide open, and upon the cremation furnace lie the bodies, engulfed in flames. The majority have been reduced to ashes, with only 2 remaining unburned. Among them is a sight to behold. Various weapons are thrust into the body at different angles, resembling a porcupine with its quills raised. The corpse lay sprawled upon the pyre, its rear end elevated in a grotesque manner. A vicious wolf-toothed club mercilessly thrust deep within it. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the onlookers, causing an unsettling tightening within. The brutality was overwhelming. What could this wretched body have endured? Silence reigned over the gathering, as none could comprehend the horrific scene before them. Even the jowls of Tu Baisho trembled incessantly. In his 30 years of cremation experience, he had never witnessed such a sight. After what felt like an eternity, they began to piece together the grim reality. The 30 corpses ranked highest in the cremation hall had all been incinerated, 28 of them already reduced to ashes, with 2 still ablaze. The shock was unparalleled, particularly with regard to this particular corpse, which had been subjected to unspeakable torment. Half a year prior, the Flying Fish Guard, in collaboration with Lingyun Temple and Jingguang Monastery, alongside numerous high-ranking officials from the government, Taoist and Buddhist sects, had jointly subdued and sealed this mutated zombie within a coffin. Upon being delivered here, it had been deemed unsuitable for immediate cremation and had to be gradually weakened by the soul-absorbing lamp before eventual incineration. No one had anticipated that it too would be set ablaze. The body was charred beyond recognition, leaving no chance of reanimation. Its cremation was merely a matter of time. We have indeed encountered a master of the craft. After a prolonged silence, Tu Baisho uttered those words, his tone laced with awe and respect. While others failed to discern the subtle details, he could. The array of weapons embedded in the corpse bore the inscription of the corpse sealing rune. Auspicious charmed as these weapons belonged to the cremation hall, it was evident that the inscriptions had been freshly engraved. The auspicious charm, not only a skill long lost for centuries, but the very technique had also faded into obscurity. The soul-absorbing lamp remained intact, indicating that these corpses had never been animated. The coffin lid had been pried open from the outside. A mysterious master had entered this place, severed the chains, inscribed the runes, and incinerated 30 corpses in one breath. Such violent prowess and unparalleled mastery. Chapter 44. The faceless corpse again. What on earth is happening? In the prison, Li Ergu mumbled with his mouth full, curiosity evident in his garbled words. Something has gone awry. Tao Daong craned his neck to utter a statement of the obvious. There must be an issue with the corpses, perhaps those 2 coffins, which look rather sinister. Qian Monsong speculated. It couldn't possibly involve us, could it? If something goes wrong, we have a high-ranking official to shield us. We need not fear. Still, it would be better if nothing went amiss. If something does, it is we poor souls who will bear the brunt. A few cremation workers exchanged words, craning their necks to peer inside yet hesitating to approach. At that moment, the Flying Fish Guard arrived in response to the alarm. Their presence exuding an ominous aura. Theo approach now could result in being mistaken for escaped prisoners and summarily executed. Qin He stuffed the last morsel of bun into his mouth, feeling the spectacle had lost its allure. As he could not discern the myriad expressions on their faces, he stretched and said to those nearby, "It's highly likely we shall return today." Upon hearing this, Li Ergu exclaimed, "Ah, these buns are too delicious. I wish to savor them a few more days. What use is it to eat? If the situation turns grim, we must flee. Our lives take precedence. Such a pity to waste these meat buns. For I shall not have the chance to eat them again." The group of cremation workers expressed their regret, as the opportunity to taste meat was a rare luxury for the impoverished, who often subsisted on meager fare, as if to validate Qin He's words. Shortly after the reinforcements departed upon receiving word that the alarm had been lifted, Wei Wu approached and announced, "Prepare to commence work. Once today's tasks are completed, you may return." The 6 cremation workers exchanged glances, hastily releasing any water they had and hiding any remaining buns, before once again entering the cremation hall. The bodies covered with yellow cloth had been mostly incinerated, leaving primarily those draped in white. The routine resumed, each attending to their assigned corpses. This time, Qin He did not select with care. He scraped the ashes from the incineration chamber and casually grabbed a corpse to burn, keeping the flames alight. The rewards were too harshly suppressed. The distinction between white and yellow ashes was negligible. With a century of experience, even without the corpse sealing nails, the bodies beneath the white cloth remained motionless, quietly awaiting their fate. However, while Qin He maintained his calm, the other 5 cremation workers could not, and no sooner had they opened the furnace than Li Ergu and 2 others outside ignited the corpse-sealing talismans. Wei Wu rushed over, cursing under his breath. Before he could begin his reprimand, Qian Montang's talismans also caught fire, infuriating Wei Wu, especially since this marked the second occurrence for Qian Montang. The 3 could only lower their heads in contrition. After a brief scolding, Wei Wu turned to find 2 Baisho's side unscathed, and thus spared them further ire. After replenishing the corpse-sealing talismans, he departed. Qin He found it peculiar. Beneath the white cloth, the bodies under the soul-absorbing lamp might occasionally warrant the burning of 1 or 2 talismans, but to ignite 4 at once was rather strange. His instincts told him something was amiss, as he vaguely recalled that the 3 had selected their corpses from the same location. Qin He approached that area, casually lifting a shroud to reveal a shocking sight. A faceless corpse. Its condition mirrored that of the butchered horse. Its entire facial skin flayed away, dotted with desiccated blood like black beans. At first glance, one might easily mistake it for a corpse subjected to torture, but in reality, it was a result of a supernatural event. When he had burned the butchered horse, it had struggled violently. The culprit was a handkerchief bearing a blood-red, fanged demon face, first appearing in the possession of a red-clad female corpse. Qin He had nearly forgotten that incident. Yet the supernatural occurrences had not ceased. They were evidently escalating. It remained unclear where these corpses had originated. Qin He inspected further, discovering another nearby body, bringing the total to 6. "Have you encountered such a corpse?" A voice suddenly broke the silence. Qin He looked up, locking eyes with Wei Wu. Returning to the official, "I have not seen one before." Qin He forced a smile, realizing he had been careless, lost in thought to the point of not noticing someone approach. Since the first time he had taken a yellow-clothed corpse, Wei Wu had been keeping a close watch on him. Qin He was aware of this, but at that time, he had been too focused on the reward to concern himself with it. Now, however, the potential danger loomed. Qin He disliked being the center of attention. He merely wished to quietly cremate bodies and collect rewards. To be scrutinized often meant trouble, and he abhorred complications. Wei Wu's lips curled into a slight smirk, tinged with mockery. "You have indeed seen it. The horse butcher's corpse from the Eastern City cremation site was personally dealt with by me, after which it vanished without a trace, presumably incinerated." Wei Wu sensed he had latched onto a weakness of the man before him. If he was not a fool, this could prove interesting. Qin He's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Yet his expression remained cheerful, adamantly denying. "Official, I truly have not seen it." He wagered that Wei Wu was merely trying to trap him. He had no time to investigate, as he was hardly the sole cremation worker at the Eastern City cremation site. Wei Wu's countenance grew serious, his eyes issuing a warning. "Kid, this is a prison. There are no other amenities, just torture devices aplenty. If you continue to deny it, I will let you experience the taste of punishment in this prison, and you may very well find yourself missing a few parts afterward. Think carefully before responding." Qin He maintained his smile. "Official, I genuinely have not seen it." Wei Wu's expression darkened, yet he found himself powerless against Qin He's stubborn denial. He could only leave with a parting remark. "You cannot deceive me. I will verify this." Qin He exhaled, realizing that maintaining his denial was imperative. He must not allow himself to be caught in a trap. "Verify?" Upon returning, he would reduce the cremation records from the Eastern City cremation site to ashes. To hell with it. Even if they uncovered something, it would merely be a misremembering. What? It cannot be misremembered? It is best not to, otherwise, the Flying Fish Guard may very well add another missing persons case to their list. Qin He preferred to remain undisturbed, yet he would not tolerate being provoked. Upon returning to the cremation room, Qin He found himself at a loss, so he leaned against the wall and dozed off. He had not noticed Wei Wu's approach, partly due to his preoccupation with thoughts and partly because his mind had yet to clear. Having only slept for an hour, he was still not fully alert. Leaning there, he indeed fell asleep once more. When he finally stirred, the body before him had already been incinerated. He had missed the shadow play and had no idea whose remains had been burned. The reward notification was as meager as ever. Cultivation 2 years. After shoveling the ashes, cleaning the furnace, Qin He returned to the selection area. Perhaps new corpses had been delivered while he slept. For not only had the number of bodies not diminished, but several fresh ones had also appeared, some still bearing fresh blood. Whether they were remnants of a violent death or the Flying Fish Guard had committed some atrocity to cover up remained unclear. Qin He pondered briefly but chose to ignore it, instead making his way back to the previous spot, seizing the faceless corpse once more to return to the cremation room. His curiosity regarding the fanged demon handkerchief remained unabated. Chapter 45. The cremation hall's conclusion, however, the outcome left Qin He disheartened. In the shadow play, he once again encountered the fanged demon handkerchief, yet it remained fixed at the last moment of the deceased's life. The occurrence was sudden, reminiscent of the butchered horse's demise. In other words, the handkerchief had no connection with the deceased's life. Its sole purpose was to strip away the facial skin. If one were to draw a distinction, it would be that the fanged demon face on the handkerchief appeared increasingly lifelike. Under the nightfall of the capital, danger lurked in every shadow, as indescribable demons and monsters preyed upon the unwary. If the sewers were the conscience of a city, then in an era devoid of such sanitation, the cremation hall served as the moral compass of the city. Clearly, the Flying Fish Guard had taken note of the escalating incidents concerning the flaying of faces, yet they were powerless to intervene. This is perhaps the most consistent trait of chaotic times, recognizing a problem but being utterly incapable of addressing it. With no leads to follow, Qin He grew apathetic. Continuing his task of incinerating corpses, subsequently, he burned 2 more bodies. The day's work was deemed complete, as the number of corpses in the cremation hall had dwindled significantly, rendering Qin He and the other cremation workers unnecessary. After savoring the final dumpling, it was still the familiar figure of Changwon, who routinely escorted individuals out of the imperial prison. The reward, or lack thereof, from the cremation hall remained unspoken, and the cremators dared not inquire. Each discreetly pocketed a few dozen meat buns, considering it a form of recompense. Qin He was indifferent. Apart from receiving a corpse-summoning talisman from Zhang or a bit of silver, he could not fathom what else the cremation hall might offer. A man must possess integrity. If one does not ask, I shall resolutely refuse. Such was his proud disposition. As Changwon escorted several individuals out of the imperial prison, he finally uttered, "If there are rewards, they shall arrive in the next few days. You may return now." With that, he turned and departed. Well, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Compared to the individuals from the cremation hall, they could be considered somewhat virtuous. Not treating the cremators as mere tools, the cremators, naturally, did not take it to heart. They bid each other farewell and dispersed. None knew if they would see the morrow, hence no one was foolish enough to propose a reunion on some future date. Outside, the sun still shone brightly, and glancing at the sky, it was already midday. The autumn air grew denser. A gust of wind swept through, raising goosebumps upon his skin. Qin He recalled the 2 outfits he had ordered and made his way to the tailor's shop. After retrieving his garments, he proceeded to the washroom. After a thorough cleansing, he felt rejuvenated enough to stroll around the city. Having caught up on sleep for over 2 hours, he felt nearly restored. On the streets, discussions abounded regarding the Eastern Forest's campaign against the eunuch faction, with some corners even displaying small posters, all part of a public sentiment campaign. These had just been put up, only to be snatched away by the populace. In this era, paper was a precious commodity. Affixed to windows, it could ward off the wind. Qin He rushed over to grab one, and upon examining it, he saw 4 prominent characters, a manifesto against the eunuchs. The content read, "Since the time of Yusong, The eunuchs have brought calamity to the nation, and now our dynasty suffers from this affliction. The bandits run rampant, and the land is plagued by thieves and vagabonds, all due to the chaos wrought by the eunuchs. The eunuchs are corrupt, the people are suffering, their ambitions are shattered. Lurking near the emperor, greedy for power, and they are the foremost threat to our dynasty. The extensive text thoroughly lambasted the eunuchs. The author's rhetorical flair and skillful blame-shifting left Qin He astounded. However, the common folk remained unaware of the nuances. In terms of intent, it sufficed. Upon noticing the signature, Revival Society, Qin He was instantly repulsed. The Eastern Forest Party, though verbose, still held some semblance of dignity. Yet this Revival Society had completely abandoned any pretense. To elaborate, the Eastern Forest consisted of conservative and radical factions. The Revival Society was the radical offshoot, often gathering to pontificate on state affairs. A cadre of commentators and keyboard warriors, convening at Xiangshan Courtyard. What is Xiangshan Courtyard, you ask? It is a notorious den of vice in the capital. A group of literati, idling away their days, would gather there to engage in grand discussions. While their foul feat would become the envy of the world, their frustrations would inevitably be vented upon the women. This is the Revival Society. Qin He hastily crumpled the paper and discarded it, fearing he might catch some undesirable disease, as the very words seemed steeped in an air of debauchery. However, observing the Revival Society's audacity, with their propaganda plastered across the very forehead of Wei Wang, it appeared that the Eastern Forest Party's influence in this era was significantly stronger than in the time he hailed from. At the very least, they had not been suppressed by the eunuchs. Seizing opportunities, they dared to bite back. Reflecting on the vast Grand Canal that resembled a wide river, it became evident that the Eastern Forest Party served as the voice of wealthy merchants and landowners in the court, with the expansive canal only serving to enrich them further. Thus, the strength of the Eastern Forest's influence was only to be expected. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Qin He exited the capital and made his way to the blacksmith's shop. Tai Sanchi had already forged the shovel, entirely made of steel, measuring 6 feet long, black and devoid of shine even under the sun. The blade was exceptionally thick, the edge sharpened, and upon weighing it, he found the distribution of weight remarkably balanced. Though it was merely a simple shovel, it was evident that it bore the hallmark of a skilled blacksmith. The crafting was not inexpensive, costing half a tael of silver. According to Tai Sanchi, this steel did not retain heat well, requiring a good half-hour of burning before it could be worked, consuming a considerable amount of charcoal. Qin He readily paid the silver, shouldering the iron shovel as he made his way back, feeling a newfound sense of confidence. This tool had claimed many lives, and even if reforged, its murderous aura lingered. As he walked, a sudden clang echoed, and a voice began to sing. Sweep away the remnants of the Hu and establish the imperial capital. Dragons soar and phoenixes dance in grandeur. To the left, the boundless sea stretches high. To the right, the Taihang Mountains encircle. The spear and halberd dominate the borders, while the attire and titles of all nations bow in reverence. In a peaceful world, people rejoice in the flourishing era, forever basking in the golden light of the sun. Qin He halted in his tracks, turning towards the sound, and beheld a makeshift tent at the street corner, surrounded on 3 sides, with yellow cloth hanging and lamps lit behind it. An elderly man, well into his twilight years, manipulated shadow puppets, bringing the tales to life. It was, indeed, a shadow puppet show. Intrigued, Qin He, having never been exposed to such folk art, realized that in a time of bustling entertainment, shadow puppetry had long faded into obscurity. He was aware of its existence, but never expected to witness this craft firsthand today. Shadow puppetry is a quintessential street art form. The puppets are thin, the props simple, colloquially known as one-shoulder carry. The brilliance of the performance relies solely on the hands, feet, and a mouth. The old man was evidently a master of his craft, with a mere 3 feet of silk as his stage, his dexterous fingers weaving humor and history. With a single breath, he narrated ancient tales, and his hands danced like warriors in battle. He was performing a well-known folk tale, Yu Destroys the Yellow Dragon, beloved by storytellers, singers, and listeners alike, as it resonated with the common folk. Behind the curtain, tales of yore unfolded, accompanied by the rhythmic beat of drums, evoking a symphony of joy and sorrow. illustrating the malevolence and treachery of ages past. The delicate puppets, under the old man's control, seemed to possess a soul, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Qin He was entranced, and by the time the performance concluded, the sun had begun its descent. Beside the old man, a young lad held out a tray for donations, but the harshness of life had rendered many spectators reluctant to part with their coins. Only a few copper coins rested in the tray. The old man and the youth were not disheartened. They clasped their hands in gratitude, bidding farewell, suggesting that as night approached, the audience could return the following day. Just as they turned away, a resounding clink echoed, and a silver ingot fell into the tray. The old man was taken aback, while the youth beamed with joy. When they looked back, the tent was empty, leaving them to wonder who had bestowed such generosity. Chapter 46. The cremation officer. Upon returning to the cremation site, Qin He was greeted by the jubilant cries of his fellow cremators, celebrating his return. The once somber atmosphere of the cremation hall suddenly buzzed with excitement, leaving Qin He somewhat astonished. The four on-duty officials also emerged, with Su Changsho approaching and asking, "Why are you only just back? We waited for you for ages. How did you know I was coming back?" Qin He queried, puzzled, thinking that the officials from the body delivery team had not yet arrived. Who could have spread the word? Lu Sanjin eagerly chimed in. Afternoon, someone from the cremation hall came by, saying that Brother Qin had done a splendid job and that they were sending you a monetary reward. And 5 taels of silver, added Ekes, whose eyesight had now improved. Yes, there's a monetary reward. Brother Qin has been promoted to cremation officer. Our Eastern City cremation hall has gained some fame. Amidst the excited chatter, Su Changsho, brimming with joy, pulled out 2 items from his pocket and handed them to Qin He. A golden coin emblazoned with a flaming hexagram and a silver ingot. Upon seeing them, Qin He felt a surge of frustration. Damn it. Now it's impossible to remain inconspicuous. The cremators, having visited the cremation hall, had transformed into cremation officers. How could one maintain a low profile after this? The lunatics at the cremation hall had not given him anything upon leaving the imperial prison, but had chased after him to present these rewards. Yet, Qin He could not show his discontent. He merely accepted the items and stowed them away. Brother Qin, how does the cremation hall compare to here? The food must be better, right? Of course, it's filled with officials and body delivery team members. How could the food be lacking? The corpses must be more formidable, too. What do you know? The group of cremators surrounded Qin He, peppering him with questions. Qin He casually responded for a while, then pulled out the buns he had secretly brought, distributing one to each of them to quell their incessant inquiries. Meat buns? Lu Sanjin took a bite, his eyes lighting up like a dog's. The cremators erupted in excitement. White flour was already a luxury, and the presence of meat filling was beyond their wildest dreams. Lu Sanjin, being a meat lover, devoured the bun in a few large bites, nearly choking in the process. You fool, good things should be savored slowly. Like a cow swallowing a weight. You won't even taste it. Old Liang slapped Lu Sanjin on the back of the head, scolding him. Only then did Lu Sanjin realize his folly, but it was too late. With a gulp, he swallowed the bun. Looking at the others, who were savoring their bites, he lamented, "Oh dear." He immediately regretted his hasty consumption, slapping his thigh in frustration and casting longing glances at Qin He, yet too embarrassed to speak up. Qin He smiled and handed him another bun, causing Lu Sanjin to nearly shout in delight, as if he wished to call Qin He grandfather. It was then that Su Changsho seized the opportunity to pull Qin He aside and inquired. Previously, when the cremation hall sought assistance, they would usually offer a bit of silver and a corpse summoning talisman. It's rare to hear of someone being promoted directly. Has something significant occurred? Qin He could not admit to anything. But considering the events at the cremation hall would inevitably come to light, he decided to recount the happenings there, carefully omitting sensitive details. Su Changsho listened in astonishment, yet being an outsider in such matters, he could not draw any conclusions. He merely advised Qin He to safeguard the coin, stating that it could serve as a powerful talisman, even more effective than the usual corpse-summoning talismans. Qin He, of course, made a mental note and agreed. As for future matters, he would take them one step at a time. At this moment, Ling Zhonghai, Li Tai, and Gao Lingquan, the trio of antagonists, also approached to offer their congratulations. The title of the cremator, although still engaged in the humble task of incinerating corpses, has already been certified by the cremation hall, elevating one's status. It is not merely this modest cremation facility. Under the heavens, Qin He, adorned with this copper coin, would be regarded as a person of significance wherever he ventured. With the change in status comes a transformation in etiquette. It is not inconceivable that one day, Qin He may be reassigned to the cremation hall, at which point he would be feasting on imperial rations. Qin He harbors no prejudice against them, and with a welcoming smile, the atmosphere naturally becomes amiable and harmonious. However, this pleasant ambience lasts scarcely longer than the burn of an incense stick. Why, you ask? The Feiyu Guard has sent over a total of 19 corpses. Ling Zhonghai once again reveals his lack of progress and villainous awareness, cheerfully stating, "Brother Qin has just returned. Take the day off to rest." Even Su Changsho concurs. Indeed, a day of rest is warranted after 2 days of toil. At that moment, Qin He feels as though something precious has been snatched from his grasp, his expression darkening. Such a lack of awareness is utterly exasperating. Yet, he cannot voice his frustration, for what would it matter to them if he were to say, "What do you mean by taking a day off? I burn 3 corpses daily. If one is missing, I will incinerate you instead." That would be madness. The staff at the cremation facility would think him deranged, and word would spread, leading the Feiyu Guard to consider him a suspect. Reflecting on it, he sighs, if they take a day off, so be it. It presents an opportunity to recuperate, as there are still 2 corpses awaiting incineration at the cremation hall, with no indication of when they will be consumed by flames. The anticipation is maddening. With a turn, Qin He strides away, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The trio of antagonists is left in confusion, unable to comprehend why Qin He has suddenly appeared irate. They exchange glances, shaking their heads as they depart, thinking to themselves that a fool remains a fool. Even after becoming a certified cremator, his intellect remains unchanged. Su Changsho, however, finds nothing amiss, accustomed as he is to Qin He's peculiar thought processes. After the distribution of corpses, night descends, and the cremation rooms lock their doors. A day's labor commences. With nothing to occupy him, Qin He retrieves a cleansing elixir and the remnants of a strength fruit from his pocket, tossing them into his mouth in one swift motion. Qin He's apprehension proves justified, as the certified copper coin swiftly attracts trouble at an unforeseen pace. Indeed, overnight, at the Lu residence, Lu Chang'an listens intently to the report from his scouts, his countenance fluctuating between shadows and light. Utilizing certain clandestine methods, he deduces that Bagu was last seen near the docks. Although the precise location remains elusive, it is sufficient for him to redirect his focus to the Eastern City cremation facility. Bagu, despite his brutish demeanor, possesses a keen intuition. At first glance, the Eastern City cremation facility seems inconsequential, yet it conceals profound secrets. Moreover, scouts have just reported that a cremator from the Eastern City facility, after spending 2 days at the Zhao prison's cremation hall, has acquired a rare copper coin signifying his elevated status. This is exceedingly uncommon. Most crucially, he recognizes this cremator, Qin He, from the 7th cremation room, the very room that incinerated Lu Tsong. The coincidence is striking, almost as if the path has been illuminated before him. Summon Gon Tujia, Lu Chang'an commands, narrowing his eyes as a decision solidifies in his mind. Days pass, and it is evident that Bagu has met his demise. Before the wrath of a Qi descends, it is imperative to ascertain the true nature of the Eastern City cremation facility. Shortly thereafter, Gon Tujia enters, standing rigidly without a greeting or inquiry, simply asking, "What is it?" As a proud warrior of the Dilu, he holds Lu Chang'an, a traitor to his own kin, in contempt, even as he requires his assistance. Lu Chang'an, seething internally yet maintaining a calm facade, replies, "Tonight, send 2 men to the Eastern City cremation facility, one to observe, the other to take action. I want to create a disturbance. How do you intend to proceed?" Gon Tujia's eyes gleam with a feral intensity. Lu Chang'an turns to face him, his gaze finally imbued with murderous intent. Eliminate everyone inside the Eastern City cremation facility. Leave no one alive. The greater the commotion, the better. Chapter 47. Create a disturbance. The cleansing elixir, true to its name from the abyss, lives up to its reputation. Even after a second cleansing, it still extracts a substantial layer of impurities from Qin He. The effects are remarkably evident. Inner strength 18, Tao progression 15. This increase is merely one aspect. the refinement of his inner strength and spiritual power is equally pronounced. Inner strength manifests as the external expression of the three energies: essence, vitality, and meridian energy. Following the purification of essence and marrow, these energies become more refined, purging impurities, leading to purer inner strength. Similarly, spiritual power, the energy carried by Tao progression, also experiences qualitative enhancement. As Qin He acquires more skills and gains experience through application. He finally comprehends the essence of Tao progression. It is based on spiritual power, augmented by personal experience, technique, knowledge, and vitality, essentially a composite of strength. To illustrate, consider a short dagger. In the hands of a novice, it is merely a dagger, yet in the hands of a master, it becomes a divine weapon. An elevation in spiritual power inevitably leads to an enhancement in Tao progression, though the extent of this varies among individuals. Conversely, an increase in Tao progression does not necessarily correlate with a change in spiritual power. Take, for instance, the alluring corpse. A monk or Taoist with formidable spiritual power, if tempted and unable to maintain their resolve, would meet their demise, regardless of their prowess. In contrast, a seasoned monk, adept in experience, may subdue the alluring corpse without requiring excessive spiritual power. This exemplifies the disparity in comprehensive strength. Such occurrences arise because the paths to cultivation in this world are manifold, each possessing its strengths and weaknesses. No one dares to claim that their spiritual power alone grants them dominion over all. Thus, Tao progression signifies one's rank. Inner strength follows a similar principle. Without understanding its application, one may unleash only a fraction of their potential, rendering them incapable of defeating even a moderately strong adversary. Qin He currently finds himself in such a predicament. His Tao progression is predominantly supported by his spiritual power, while his inner strength is largely brute force, lacking in finesse. Yet, Qin He remains unperturbed, believing that with time, improvement will come. After all, no urgency will yield results. Despite the myriad explanations, Qin He has only recently arrived in this world. Noticing the foul stench clinging to him, Qin He nearly retches at the thought of yesterday's dumplings. He hastily seeks a wash, only to discover that the water in the basin has dwindled. Opting instead to don a fresh set of clothes, he nimbly leaps from the rooftop, silently making his way out of the cremation facility and plunging into the river. Water play technique, breath holding technique, night vision technique. Upon entering the water, Qin He finds it remarkably welcoming. The water play technique allows him to glide effortlessly, while the breath holding technique enables him to breathe beneath the surface. The night vision technique transforms the pitch-black depths into a realm as bright as day in his eyes. Qin He revels in the refreshing sensation. The filth on his body dissolves in the water, attracting fish, which upon encountering the stench, flee in panic, leaving smaller fish belly up. Qin He aims to catch a large one, only to realize that no matter how agile he is, as a human, racing against the fish is a futile endeavor. However, while he may struggle to catch fish, he spots a lone turtle, concealed beneath the riverbed silt. Its beady eyes regard Qin He, believing itself hidden. As Qin He approaches, the turtle instinctively senses danger and attempts to escape. Yet, can Qin He, who can pursue fish, not catch a turtle? He swiftly closes the distance. Reaching out to seize it, the turtle thrashes, extending its long neck in an attempt to bite. Qin He flicks it, stunning it momentarily. Upon closer inspection, it is as large as a pot lid, enough to feed him for several meals. Emerging from the water, he dries off and changes clothes, clutching the turtle as he prepares to return. That moment, a figure approaches from across the way, clad in black, wielding a curved blade, emanating an aura of lethal intent. After departing from the Lu residence, Gontuja wanders through a series of twists and turns, eventually arriving at a secluded courtyard. This courtyard is registered under the name of an ordinary merchant. Though aged, it is deep-set with lush trees and elevated terrain, providing a vantage point free from prying eyes. Here lies the hideout of the Lu spies that the Feiyu Guard has been desperately seeking. Following in Bagu's disappearance, Gontuja, as a veteran from the Bayala, naturally assumes the role of leader. He summons Luogu and Ming Tu, both skilled warriors of the Bayala. The mission is assigned, one to kill, the other to observe. Upon hearing they are permitted to kill, both men eagerly vie for the task. Suddenly, Tujie begins to understand why Lu Chang'an privately asserted that these individuals should earn their merit on the battlefield rather than lurking in the capital. The task is evidently perilous, yet the two still clamor for the opportunity. Tujie feels a pang of reluctance, but he must make this choice, and Ba Tulu serves as the spiritual leader of the Ba Yala. He may die, but not without clarity. Ultimately, Tujie designates a Ming Tu for the assassination and instructs Luo Gu to observe closely, emphasizing that if they find themselves outmatched, they must retreat without engaging in a forced confrontation. Particularly with Luo Gu, he insists on prompt reporting upon any signs of trouble. The two prepare themselves, evading the patrols of the city guards, and make their way to the vicinity of the Eastern City cremation facility. After observing for a while without detecting anything unusual, a Ming Tu charges towards the cremation facility with his blade drawn. Unaccustomed to being alone in the fray, previously always flanked by Andar, a Ming Tu feels a twinge of apprehension. However, he is undeterred, for Tujie has promised him that upon successful completion of the mission, he may take a Han woman back to their hideout. A Ming Tu has a preference for Han women. The women of the White Mountains and Black Waters are too coarse, lacking the delicate beauty of their Han counterparts. As a Ming Tu dreams of this reward, a figure suddenly steps into view from the roadside ahead. With wet hair and a large turtle in hand, he freezes momentarily as their gazes meet, a Han. Amin Tu was the first to react, striding forward and leaping high, delivering a swift and decisive strike aimed at the man's neck without a moment's hesitation. His speed was remarkable. As a practitioner of profound internal strength, his sharp curved blade descended in an instant. However, to his astonishment, the next moment unfolded before him. The man uttered a curse in an incomprehensible tongue and retreated a step, vanishing as if from existence. Amin Tu felt a jolt of alarm surge through him, quickly halting his momentum and pivoting to deliver another slash. This instinct, honed through countless battles, dictated that if a foe disappeared from sight, they must have repositioned behind him. Thus, his turn was both an offensive maneuver and a defensive precaution. Yet, he struck nothing but empty air. There was no one behind him. Not only that, but there was no one in any direction. The man had completely vanished. Amin Tu felt as if a prickling sensation had settled between his shoulder blades. Had he encountered a man or a ghost? As he scanned the surroundings, just as he turned to face the canal once more, the man reappeared suddenly, a massive turtle shell looming larger in his vision. With a thunderous crash, Amin Tu was jolted, staggering twice before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, in his final fleeting moment, he realized that the man had only retreated a single step all along. Possessing the ability to become invisible in the distance, Luo Gu's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Amin Tu's fall. The entire series of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Far too swift for Luo Gu to comprehend before Amin Tu collapsed. We must go. Though Luo Gu lacked intelligence, he understood that he was no match for that man. Moreover, prior to their departure, Tujie had repeatedly advised him to retreat and report upon encountering a formidable adversary. Stealthily, Luo Gu began to withdraw, accelerating his pace after covering some distance. To ensure he was not being pursued, he took a circuitous route, glancing back to ascertain whether the man was in pursuit. If the man followed, he could never lead the pursuer back to their lair. Otherwise, the Bayala squad would be doomed. In the heartland of Delhi, should a confrontation arise, his small band would stand no chance against the flying fish guards. After multiple confirmations that there were no pursuers, Luo Gu returned to the lair. Upon seeing the outline of the lair, he finally exhaled in relief. Throughout his return, the image of Amin Tu's fall and the mysterious man's abrupt disappearance haunted his mind, reminding him of the terrifying legends from the Bai Mountain and Blackwater, where malevolent beings lurked in the shadows, unseen. Thankfully, he had returned, and as he approached the courtyard wall, Luo Gu braced himself against it to leap into the yard. Suddenly, something dark and ominous lunged toward him. Just as Luo Gu turned his head, he felt a dizzying sensation and fell to the ground. In his hazy vision, he caught a glimpse of a grimy shovel. Qin He glanced at the fallen Dilu, swung the large iron shovel a few times, satisfied with his weapon. That earlier strike had shattered the turtle shell. To engage in a brawl, one must possess a suitable weapon. He hoisted Luo Gu onto his shoulder and turned to leave. This man was exceedingly slow. It had taken him quite some time to return. When Qin He dispatched Amin Tu, he had already noticed Luo Gu lurking nearby. instead of pursuing him, he first took Two back to the cremation room, retrieved the iron shovel, and then waited outside the Dilu's lair for an opportunity to strike point. One could escape a monk, but the temple would remain. It had taken a long time to finally spot someone. As for how he had discovered this lair, it was hardly a mystery. After burning the livestock in Ba Valley, Qin He had learned everything he needed to know. Leisurely, Qin He made his way, avoiding patrolling soldiers as he exited the city and returned to the cremation room. Gazing at the two corpses on the ground, a turtle and a human, Qin He felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Life is unpredictable. He had merely stepped out for a bath, only to return to find two corpses awaiting him. The Dilu were truly audacious. If one was not enough, they sent a pair. Was it a matter of fate that he was perpetually encountering them at night? He had initially planned to take a day off. Who could he even complain to about this? Given the circumstances, he tossed the turtle into a barrel and the body into the cremation furnace. After a brief cleanup, he collected the personal belongings, stoked the coal fire, and summoned the flames of the abyss. Let it burn. The reward from the cremation would take some time, but the spoils from the bodies were immediately available. He retrieved 30 taels of silver and 5 golden leaves. The golden leaves, inscribed with poetry and adorned with exquisite artwork, hinted that they had once belonged to a wealthy family that had fallen victim to these beasts. One could easily deduce that they were plundered treasures. Qin He kept the useful items and tossed the rest into the furnace to burn. Then came the time of waiting. The bodies had committed numerous sins. Heaven had claimed them, and he dared not harbor any resentment, so he remained quiet. Just then, as the bodies had yet to fully incinerate, the black and white curtain unexpectedly descended, the sound of wooden clappers cutting through the dim light. Swaying gracefully, it turned out to be the white-haired zombie from the cremation hall, now fully burned. Qin He quickly calculated the duration, 18 full hours, a day and a half. No wonder it was a zombie. Burning one was no small feat. Through the shadow play, Qin He glimpsed the life story of the white-haired zombie. The white-haired zombie had been named Yu Jijiang in life, hailing from Qinqing in Shu. The Yu family was a prominent and wealthy clan in Qinqing, known for its scholarly lineage and ethical dealings. They enjoyed considerable respect in the community. Yu Jijiang was also renowned for his charitable deeds, building bridges and roads, donating to schools, and aiding the needy, earning him the moniker of Great Benefactor Yu. The Yu family was admirable in every regard, save for one. Their generations had not produced many heirs, with several generations yielding only a single child. By the time of Yu Jijiang, the situation had worsened, and at over 40 years old, he remained childless, causing him great distress as he faced the prospect of leaving his vast estate without an heir. Here, it is essential to clarify that Yu Jijiang's benevolence was partly driven by a desire for future progeny. Regardless of motivation, he was undoubtedly a good man, and his charitable acts were genuine. Yet, the old adage rings true. Those who commit murder and arson may wear gold belts, but those who build bridges and roads do not escape unscathed. As Yu Jijiang approached his 40s, he resigned himself to the possibility that his family line might not continue. After much reluctance, he decided to adopt a son. After some searching, he found a distant relative's boy and adopted him, renaming him Yu Wanglong. Yu Jijiang was attentive to this adopted son, ensuring he lacked for nothing, even hiring a tutor to teach him. Unfortunately, Yu Wanglong, lacking the blood of the Yu family, proved unable to absorb the family's scholarly legacy. He squandered his time with a group of ne'er-do-wells, engaging in gambling and fights, injuring several individuals in the process. Yu Jijiang attempted to discipline him, resorting to both punishment and reprimand, yet to no avail. He contemplated expelling Yu Wanglong, but after living together for over a decade, some affection had developed, leading him to hesitate year after year. As Yu Wanglong matured, he became increasingly unruly, bullying others and even resorting to violence, befriending a band of outlaws and rarely returning home, engaging only in mischief. Yu Jijiang's heart grew heavy. In just a few years, the family's hard-earned reputation was tarnished by that ungrateful Asoan. At this juncture, Yu Jijiang received unexpected good news. He had a son in his old age. A concubine had risked her life to bear him a son. Remarkably, just as he had given up hope, the child arrived after a decade of despair. Yu Jijiang was overjoyed. Just when he thought all paths were closed, a new opportunity emerged. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to him, leaving no doubt of paternity. Yet, as the old saying goes, Fortune often conceals disaster, and disaster often harbors fortune. While Yu Jijiang rejoiced over his late-blooming son, what of Yu Wanglong? The family fortune had initially been intended for Yu Wanglong. Now, with the arrival of a legitimate heir, what claim could he have to the inheritance? Driven by greed, Yu Wanglong returned to the Yu household, accompanied by a gang of cutthroats, and before Yu Jijiang could react, he brutally killed the infant. Why Yu Jijiang, enraged, barely managed to issue a few curses before collapsing to the ground, his face contorted, limbs paralyzed. He had suffered a stroke. As for Yu Wanglong, he proved to be utterly despicable, reveling in debauchery with his gang for days, neglecting to provide any sustenance to Yu Jijiang. Thus, Yu Jijiang perished from thirst. Was there ever a greater grievance? The debt of gratitude for raising him was immense. Yet he repaid it with treachery and slaughter. As for how Yu Jijiang became a white-haired zombie and whether he ultimately exacted vengeance upon Yu Wanglong, Qin He could only speculate. The shadow play chronicled only the life that had been lived, not the death that followed. Reward. The Art of the Universe Under the Armpit, Chapter 49. The Art of the Universe Under the Armpit. The Art of the Universe Under the Armpit. A flower, a world, an armpit, a universe. The universe encompasses heaven and earth, forming its own realm. By mastering this art, you will never again be burdened by the need to carry items. Qin He, upon reading this, was filled with elation. This was indeed a spatial technique. In Journey to the West, the Taoist master Zhen Yuan waved his sleeve and enveloped the four disciples, along with their horse, within it. That sleeve formed its own space. Impervious to Sun Wukong's attempts to break through in the Buddhist realm, Shakyamuni possessed a miniature Buddha kingdom within his palm. Such wonders are truly astonishing. Whether it be a sleeve, a palm, or even a flower or leaf, each is a world unto itself. Though Qin He's version was somewhat unconventional, existing beneath the armpit, he deemed it practical nonetheless. Eagerly, he set about learning the technique. Within mere moments, he grasped the intricacies of the art of the universe under the armpit. He pulled a golden healing pill from his pocket, wedged it under his armpit, and voila! It vanished. Delighted, he rummaged beneath his armpit and, to his amazement, the pill reappeared. This was a storage space capable of holding items. Qin He was nearly overcome with excitement. This skill was extraordinarily useful, undoubtedly a fitting reward for the arduous task of incinerating the white-haired zombie for a day and a half. He had no idea of the extent of this newfound space. But when he pressed 2 golden healing pills beneath his armpit, they disappeared into it. 2 dolls were clamped together and slipped inside. Grasping the large iron shovel, it too was successfully tucked away. The bamboo basket filled with dried chilies was also deftly secured. Even the large water tank found its place within. The purification platform, however, proved to be a challenge. After several attempts, it became clear that this space was not limitless. Nonetheless, it sufficed. What Qin He truly needed to conceal were the small items not meant for public display, such as elixirs and corpse-stabilizing nails, with the largest being the iron shovel. The subsequent hours saw Qin He toying with the items within his armpit space. While in the incineration furnace, the bodies of 2 enemy spies gradually turned to asa. An hour later, the shadow puppet show commenced once more. Theo think, putting them to death only to burn them was truly a disservice. They ought to have been roasted alive. These 2 ruffians had been manageable prior to the uprising of the enemy, but since then, their sole occupation had been murder. First, they slaughtered rival tribes, then the Liao people, followed by the Koreans, and ultimately the Han. Countless villages and towns fell victim to their rampage, and the extermination of entire families was as natural to them as eating and drinking. Wherever they went, they killed for amusement. The shadow puppetry was grim and monotonous, causing Qin He to lose focus. The rewards were dual. One bestowed the skill of chaotic blade techniques, while the other granted 9 years of cultivation. The chaotic blade technique. Mastering this art amidst turmoil will elevate your swordsmanship to its pinnacle, ensuring victory in every encounter. Although Qin He had no affinity for blades and harbored no interest in military affairs, he still chose to learn. As the saying goes, knowledge is never redundant. One can never predict when it might come in handy. This reward bore resemblance to street brawling techniques, both thriving in chaos. Albeit one concerned fighting and the other combat among thousands. The methods naturally diverged. One emphasized evasion and agility, while the other focused on confrontations in narrow paths. Two blossoms bloom, each representing a distinct branch. The world is indeed peculiar. Logically, the Flying Fish Guard should have suffered greatly at the hands of the enemy spies, losing the first instance of their hard-fought protection of the imperial prisons, leading to an all-out clash. Yet, there was none. The enemy had temporarily retreated, conducting investigations from the shadows, ultimately sending Qin He a couple of delicacies. And what of the Flying Fish Guard? They had no time to spare. In these mere days, the court's accusations and memorials flew onto the emperor's desk like snowflakes, seemingly directed at Su Xianchun, but in truth aimed at the influential Wei Wangjuqiansui, Wei Zhongliang. Wei Zhongliang was overwhelmed while Su Xianchun was on edge. Did the Flying Fish Guard seek revenge? Not at all. What purpose would that serve? After all, who needed a bicycle? Both parties, after their tumultuous clash, realized that the true enemy was not across from them but rather beside them, within the palace walls. Wei Zhongliang sat at the head, two young eunuchs gently massaging his shoulders, his head throbbing. Below him, a multitude stood or knelt, including his most trusted 10 men, whispering amongst themselves. Feeling slightly better, Wei Zhongliang straightened his posture. The two eunuchs promptly withdrew, and the murmurs ceased. Wei Zhongliang slowly opened his eyes and said, "All right, we need a plan. Let us discuss how to proceed." The Southtown Pacification Commissioner, Tian urging, was the first to step forward. He and Su Xianchun had been in charge of the South and North Pacification offices respectively, maintaining a cordial relationship. Now that Su Xianchun had become the target of criticism, Tian urging naturally felt compelled to assist, suggesting, "Your Excellency, I propose we capture a few scapegoats and throw them into the imperial prison, charging them with collusion. This will temper their fervor. Then we can rally our own people to submit memorials, stirring the waters." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongliang shot him a glare, replying, "If it were that simple, would I still be troubled? Capture people? Do you not see the timing? The East Forest faction is united, and the Emperor's displeasure is evident from the mountain of memorials before him. To arrest individuals now would clearly be seen as retaliation. Does this fool wish for his own demise, or is he merely foolish? Confrontation is out of the question. The East Forest faction is numerous and powerful. Victory is impossible, and the appearance of eagerness is far too conspicuous. Winning is secondary. The trust of the Emperor is paramount. As long as the Emperor stands behind me, I, Wei Zhongliang, cannot be toppled." Tian urging, believing his multifaceted strategy to be flawless, was taken aback when it was dismissed outright by Wei Zhongliang. His face turning crimson as he retreated awkwardly. "Your Excellency, in my view, we must abandon the lesser for the greater good. A strategic retreat is necessary to navigate this crisis." At this moment, Wei Zhongliang's foremost strategist, Cui Chengxiu, stepped forward. Upon seeing Cui Chengxiu, Wei Zhongliang's brow unfurled, but as he listened to the proposal, it furrowed once more. He was reluctant to abandon the lesser for the greater, for while retreating was easy, safeguarding the greater good was not. The East Forest faction's targeting of Su Xianchun was merely a test. Should Su Xianchun fall, the East Forest faction would undoubtedly pursue relentlessly, turning against him. After all, what was one Su Xianchun? 10 son family members, 40 children. Anyone could replace him. So, how do you propose this strategic retreat? What does this abandon and advance entail? Wei Zhongliang inquired, maintaining his composure. Previously, when he fabricated a narrative about eradicating enemy nests and sacrificed a few prisoners, it was following Cui Chengxiu's advice that he managed to salvage some semblance of order. "Your Excellency, the imperial prison has been breached by the enemy's fierce generals. This is irrefutable evidence that emboldens the East Forest faction. What we must do now is stabilize the situation by voluntarily taking responsibility and dismissing Su Xianchun, denying the East Forest faction any opportunity to speak. That is the retreat. The advance would involve requesting the Emperor to summon former Flying Fish Guard Commander Shan Lian back to the capital to oversee the situation." Cui Chengxiu elaborated. "Shan Lian?" Wei Zhongliang's eyebrows twitched. "Summoning Shan Lian back to the capital? Absolutely not. If Shan Lian returns, the Flying Fish Guard will slip from our grasp. Indeed, this must not happen." Wei Zhongliang was not the only one taken aback. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Wei Zhongliang was not the commander of the Flying Fish Guard. His authority stemmed from the support of the two pacification commissioners, Su Xianchun and Tian urging. In truth, The position of the Flying Fish Guard's commander had been vacant since Shen Lian was exiled a year prior due to their machinations. Who was Shen Lian? He had led the Flying Fish Guard for over a decade, achieving the pinnacle of internal strength, commanding immense respect and authority within the ranks. Should he return to the capital, the Flying Fish Guard would change hands. Even from the frontier, he could still exert influence over the guard. The last time a convict entered the capital, it was he who issued the warning. Since that incident, Shen Lian had yet to make an appearance, leading many to speculate whether he had acted behind the scenes. Chapter 50. The chaotic banquet, Your Excellency. Our foremost concern should be the enemy spies launching another assault, Cui Qingxiu stated seriously. If they were to act up again, it would be exceedingly difficult to explain to the emperor. Wei Zhongliang's eyelids twitched furiously. He had indeed overlooked this matter. Upon reflection, it made sense. Over the past year, the enemy spies had been wreaking havoc, growing increasingly brazen. Tian Urging and Su Xianchun were no match for them, and the Flying Fish Guard was on the verge of becoming a disaster, giving the East Forest faction a chance to seize the opportunity. If another attack were to occur, the situation would become dire. Summoning Shen Lian back to the capital would not only silence the East Forest faction, but also prevent their members from rising to power, and it would help suppress the enemy spies. As for Shen Lian, once the situation stabilized, they could demote him again if necessary, Cui Qingxiu continued. Wei Zhongliang nodded slowly. This indeed seemed a viable strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the kneeling Su Xianchun and asked, "What do you think?" "I shall abide by your decision, Your Excellency." Su Xianchun promptly bowed his head and prostrated himself, not daring to express any dissatisfaction. Days later, the tumultuous court battles were halted by two imperial edicts. The first edict announced the Flying Fish Guard's successful eradication of the enemy nests and capture of enemy spies. However, due to the Northern Pacification Commissioner Su Xianchuan's mismanagement, resulting in numerous civilian casualties and damage to national prestige, he was relieved of his duties pending further investigation, with generous posthumous rewards for the valiant soldiers of the Flying Fish Guard. The second edict summoned Shen Lian back to the capital to eliminate the remnants of the enemy. These two edicts cleverly addressed the avalanche of memorials while safeguarding Wei Zhongliang and providing a reasonable arrangement for the current situation. In an instant, the battles subsided, and discussions of the conflict echoed through the streets. Qin He gazed at the government notice on the wall and murmured, "The one in the palace is certainly no fool." "Qin Guer, everything is packed. We can head back now." In the distance, Lu Sanjin called out loudly, as he and Li Kezi pushed a cart laden with goods. "Coming," Qin He replied, hastening towards them. The cart was brimming with provisions ordered from Tongji restaurant, along with a dozen jars of wine. "What's this for?" "To celebrate." Before heading to the crematorium, Su Changshou had jovially anticipated toasting to Qin He's success, a prophetic remark, indeed, for not only had the crematorium bestowed silver, but also identity tokens. Such a grand occasion could not simply be satisfied with a meat bun per person. Had it only been the 5 taels of silver awarded by the crematorium, that would suffice, but that very night, Qin He had amassed over 30 taels of gold and silver from the two enemy spies. Once again, riches had come his way. Unsure of how it had happened, he decided to host a lavish feast. With wine and meat, both vegetarian and meat dishes, rice and noodles, along with entertainment featuring the shadow play Yu Wu Jiao Huang Long, the cremation workers were elated. Having toiled through the night without rest, they eagerly arrived early to load the cart. Old Liang led a group of cremators, each gripping a stick, standing guard by the cart, fearful that someone might snatch away the wine. 20 or so guests gathered around 3 tables, feasting and enjoying the show, reveling in the experience akin to a landlord celebrating a birthday. The manner in which they consumed their food was rather unsightly. The group of cremators had never witnessed such a spectacle, leading them to jostle for morsels, particularly the meat, which varied in fat and lean, bone and flesh, all while eyeing the dishes hungrily. Old Liang, being the most senior and seasoned among them, was pushed forward to distribute the meat. Yet he was utterly bewildered, making several rounds before clamping his legs together and declaring he could no longer distribute, as he needed to visit the latrine. Upon closer inspection, Qin He noticed that the old codger had hidden a wine jar between his legs. Clearly, he was concealing liquor. In stark contrast, Lu Sanjin's luck was far worse. As soon as he stuffed a roasted chicken into his trousers, it was discovered by the limping Eli let out a wail. Good heavens, Lu Sanjin's trousers were stripped away. The key point was that the chicken, and despite the shame, the group devoured it entirely, leaving not even a bone behind, leaving Qin He utterly astonished. Next time, it would suffice to treat them to plain noodles. They wasted too much on wine and meat. Su Changsho raised his wine bowl, savoring a sip, and remarked to Qin He. Qin He did not join the cremators, but rather sat at a separate table with Su Changsho, along with the trio of antagonists, Yang Baitu. Given that all the personnel from the Eastern City crematorium were present, with wine and meat available, who would consider leaving work? The banquet was chaotic, yet with several tales of gold and silver spent. The atmosphere was one of mutual enjoyment. By noon, the cremators were all round-bellied, taking what they could not finish with them. Su Changsho and the trio were thoroughly intoxicated, while Yang Baitu, being older, had not drunk excessively but was still slightly tipsy. The least affected was Qin He. His divine culinary skills had endowed him with a stomach of iron, making this little feast merely a matter of filling gaps. After placing the inebriated Su Changsho and his companions in the duty room and bidding farewell to the old shadow puppet master, Qin He, feeling aimless, decided to take a stroll through the mass grave. It had been several days since his last visit, and he missed it dearly. The title of king of the mass grave had yet to be completed, and he needed to exert more effort. As for the spies from the D tribe, he presumed that even if they had not been exposed, it was only a matter of time. Thus, there was no need to concern himself with them. If he felt irritable one day, he could simply burn their lair. However, just as Qin He was about to step out of the crematorium's doors, he was stopped by Yang Baitu. Qin He was somewhat taken aback. Although he and Yang Baitu often crossed paths, they had seldom interacted. To quantify their encounters, he had only borrowed a cart from him once, and even today's drinking was incidental. It was a peculiar connection. Yang Baitu, being a mere gatekeeper, had little presence. Yang Lao, is there something you need? Qin He inquired, noticing Yang Baitu's mysterious demeanor, which only piqued his curiosity further. Qin He, there is a matter I would like to request your assistance with. Yang Baitu said, glancing cautiously around. A relative of mine has encountered something sinister. A death has occurred, and I wish for your help in cremating the body, leaving behind some bones for remembrance. Qin He's brows raised immediately. A private job? Yang Baitu nodded and crossed his fingers in a gesture. Upon completion, this sum will be yours. Are you in? Is it far? Qin He felt tempted, not merely for the monetary gain but because such a job indicated a particularly malevolent corpse. One that necessitated the services of the Flying Fish Guard's crematory hall. In this world, the principle of burying a whole corpse was paramount. If that were impossible, retaining the ashes was considered acceptable. Hence, there existed a space for private undertakings. However, such tasks were perilous, as a malevolent corpse could pose significant dangers, and once it rose, the situation could spiral out of control. It is worth noting that even the crematory hall relied on the corpse-stabilizing artifact, the soul-capturing lamp, to subdue most vengeful corpses. Cremating privately lacked such protections, thus it was a gamble with one's life, and the laws of Delhi strictly prohibited unauthorized cremations, with severe penalties for violators. Not far. It can be done by nightfall, Yang Baitu assured. All right, I'll take it, Qin He replied almost without hesitation. Others might fear, but he did not. In fact, he welcomed the challenge. Chapter 51. Old Master Liang. The mass grave was filled with corpses, yet their quality paled in comparison to those of malevolent spirits, and they were even inferior to the transformed corpses cremated at the crematory. As for the government's prohibitions, those were trivial. Qin He was currently a crematory officer of the Flying Fish Guard, even if he was not actively working for them. Displaying such credentials, who would seek out trouble? In reality, the crematory officers were the ones who often took on private jobs. Why? Because clients recognized that identity. Even if a crematory officer's abilities were questionable, they were still preferable to some unknown rogue. Thus, this private job was essentially a result of the certification coin that Qin He possessed. Otherwise, Yang Baitu would not have sought him out. The client would not have recognized anyone else. Returning to the matter at hand, after agreeing to the job, Qin He returned to the crematory room to gather his things before following Yang Baitu. They traveled south along the canal for about 5 or 6 miles, arriving at a village named Shaoliang Town. Along the way, Yang Baitu provided a brief overview of the client's circumstances. The client was named Liang Shiji, and the deceased was his elderly father, the patriarch of the Liang family. The Liang family was a prestigious household in Shaoliang Town. while their ancestors may not have held high official positions. They had produced a few minor officials, the highest of whom became a county magistrate, and each generation had enjoyed some degree of scholarly distinction, qualifying them as a family of literary pedigree. This generation was even more remarkable. Liang Shiji had achieved the position of governor of Hejian, a third-rank official in the current dynasty. It is said that a clean governor earned a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver. In the waning days of the dynasty, one must amass wealth to gain office. If one did not grow rich, one could not hold such a position. Liang Shiji was no exception. During his 3 years as governor of Hejian, the exact amount of wealth he accumulated was unknown, but he had certainly refurbished the family estate into a grand spectacle, complete with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, azure tiles and vermilion roofs. Sprawling grounds, and even enclosed a mountain and a lake, with boats on the lake and buildings on the mountain. Yang Baitu led Qin He to the gatehouse, where they communicated their purpose. After a considerable wait, a steward finally guided them into the residence. Following the passing of the old master, the Liang household was draped in white, with white garments, white hats, and white lanterns adorning the place. However, the atmosphere was not one of sorrow but rather of terror. The servants of the Liang family moved hurriedly, their breaths shallow, and Qin He could distinctly sense their tension. The steward led the two to meet the client, Liang Shiji. Liang Shiji appeared sorrowful, his eyes red from lack of sleep, resembling an ant on a hot pan, and upon seeing Qin He bearing the copper coin, he clasped his hands and said, "My father has encountered something malevolent. His golden body is unsettled. I beseech this young brother for your assistance. Once the task is completed, Liang shall offer a generous reward." "This is precisely the type of work I am here for," Qin He replied with a smile. Liang Shiji, filled with hope, said, "Excellent, please follow me." Liang Shiji led the way, and Qin He was introduced to the deceased patriarch of the Liang family. Unlike other corpses that lay still, he stood upright, rigidly positioned within the coffin in the memorial hall. Resembling a wooden post, clad in dark attire, his garments were charred. The memorial hall was strewn with ink lines, talismans, and glutinous rice used for corpse suppression, creating a chaotic scene. It was evident that the Liang family had sought assistance beyond just Qin He. Even attempting to incinerate the body, yet all efforts had failed. A glimmer of insight sparked in Qin He's eyes as he activated his divination technique, immediately revealing the hidden energies within the memorial hall. The old master Liang was enveloped in a thick aura of resentment and hostility. "Well, do you feel confident?" Yang Baitu quietly inquired of Qin He. Such a corpse exceeded the typical malevolence. It exuded an eerie presence. "Let's observe first," Qin He replied, stepping into the memorial hall. "Be careful," Liang Shiji warned, his expression shifting. Without needing his caution, the moment Qin He entered the memorial hall, the old master Liang opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson irises. "Ha!" The old master Liang leaped from the coffin, lunging at Qin He. "Vile creature!" Qin He wielded his power, swiftly tracing a symbol in the air before striking the old master Liang's forehead. The old master Liang immediately collapsed onto the ground. This was the recently learned spirit suppression 36 techniques, specifically the spirit suppression seal. Clearly, the old master Liang was not a transformed corpse but rather the result of a supernatural phenomenon, far more terrifying and intricate than mere corpse transformation. Strictly speaking, this fell into a different realm than that of the cremators. The spirit suppression seal was effective only against malevolent spirits and other ethereal entities, rendering it ineffective against corpses. Qin He pondered for a moment, exiting the memorial hall to address Liang Shiji. "Might I inquire about the cause of the old master's demise? Without understanding the matter, one cannot resolve the root. The most troublesome aspect of supernatural occurrences lies in the necessity of comprehending the sequence of events to address the issue. Otherwise, even if the body were burned, the problem would remain unresolved." Liang Shiji, however, shook his head. "This is a family matter of the Liang household, and I cannot divulge it. You need only incinerate the body. We will manage the subsequent affairs." Qin He nodded, acquiescing to the client's request. After all, if anything were to go awry, he would not bear the responsibility. They had summoned him as the crematory officer for this purpose. Otherwise, they ought to have sought a monk, Taoist priest, or sorcerer. The Liang family had already prepared a pyre for the cremation, and Qin He placed the old master Liang upon it, igniting the flames. The body lay quietly, showing no signs of movement. Although the firewood was somewhat lacking, the steward had generously provided ample oil, ensuring a fierce blaze. The steward seemed to hesitate, repeatedly on the verge of speaking, as if wishing to convey something to Qin He, only to be silenced by Liang Shiji's gaze. Qin He shook his head slightly. People often did not give up until they hit a wall. However, this suited him well. Better to have less trouble. Before long, the body was charred, and Qin He announced, "The old master has found eternal rest. You may pay your respects." Upon hearing this, Liang Shiji was moved to tears. The Liang family had suffered greatly at the hands of the old master these past few days, and he promptly summoned his family, kneeling to bid farewell to the old master, the entire family weeping in unison. An hour later, the body was completely incinerated. As Qin He observed the performance of the shadow puppets, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The old master Liang's death was indeed a scheme, and it was intertwined with Liang Shiji. Following Liang Shiji's rise to power and wealth, he had constructed an expansive residence and acquired land. Being somewhat of a libertine, he had taken 3 concubines in one go. Among them, his favored concubine was named Liu, a woman of exquisite beauty. Yet, the good times did not last long. Merely 2 months after her marriage, Liu unexpectedly fell ill and died. What was the cause of her death? A venereal disease. Liang Shiji felt a buzzing in his head at that moment. What is Hualu disease? It is known in later generations as Meidu or syphilis, an affliction of the flesh. Liang Shiji hurriedly sought the physician for an examination, only to discover that he too was afflicted. Without a doubt, he had transmitted it to his concubine, who could not endure the burden and perished first. With illness comes the necessity for treatment. He sought out a renowned doctor, who provided some relief. Yet before Liang Shiji could revel in his temporary reprieve, an even more troubling event unfolded. The elderly patriarch fell ill as well. What ailment did he suffer from? The same Hualu disease. The old man was unable to move about, confined to his quarters. One could only ponder how such a malady came to be. It was a matter too sordid to contemplate. Ah, esteemed audience, do not be so quick to react. The situation is not as you might presume. The Liang family has long been steeped in scholarly tradition, and such a scandal is beneath them. There lies a deeper intrigue. Otherwise, the previous account would not have hinted at the patriarch's calculated demise. In chapter 52, the matter remains unresolved. Hualu disease manifests visibly upon the neck and face, making concealment impossible. Good heavens! The Liang father and son, along with a delicate and fair concubine, were all afflicted with this disease. How could one possibly unravel this conundrum? Liang Shiji, despite his greed, was still raised on the classics and was a dutiful son at heart. His intentions were noble. He sought to discuss the matter with the patriarch, hoping that an open dialogue would lead to resolution. After all, a concubine could be replaced. The 2 men broached the subject, seeking to avoid harboring resentment in silence. It was a commendable thought. However, Liang Shiji had scarcely uttered a few words before the elderly patriarch became agitated, swearing an oath. I, Liang Yuan, have lived a life of integrity and honor. How could I disregard familial bonds? I am innocent. Liang Shiji was at a loss for words. Witnessing his father's fury, he hastily replied, "Father, I harbor no doubts about your character. I merely wish to inquire." Merely inquire. Such questions would imply suspicion. Not inquiring was equally suspect. There lay a deadlock. The origins of the patriarch's affliction remained shrouded in mystery, one he could not elucidate. Without clarification, the consequences could be dire. Suspicion is a treacherous thing. No matter what one says or does, it can always be seen as a cover-up. The patriarch, having lived a life of integrity, could hardly bear the weight of such an accusation. Moreover, the matter inexplicably spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge. People cherished their reputations, and upon realizing the scandal, the patriarch concluded that death would be preferable. He could not afford to lose face. Thus, he took his own life, seeking to cleanse his name with his demise. As for what transpired afterward, the narrative becomes obscured. Yet, Qin He is certain that the patriarch did not suffer from Hualu disease, but rather fell victim to an illusion, one not particularly sophisticated. The malevolent entity was aware of the patriarch's inability to face disgrace. Thus, it employed a petty trick that led him to self-destruction. Following his demise, this entity further manipulated the patriarch's lingering resentment, causing his remains to undergo a transformation. The reason the patriarch did not rise from the coffin to wreak havoc was that a fragment of instinct remained within him, resisting. However, that instinct could not endure for long. By the following night, he would be irrevocably transformed into a vengeful corpse. At that moment, the Liang family would face calamity. Qin He was intensely curious about the nature of this malevolent entity. Its cunning methods were notably insidious, and its intelligence was striking. Yet, it was evident that its powers were not profound. Otherwise, it would not have needed to resort to such convoluted methods to bring about harm. Nevertheless, the Liang family was uncooperative, which would complicate Qin He's investigation. As previously stated, it was not worth the trouble. Once the body was completely cremated, Qin He's task would conclude. Liang Shiji was, after all, a government official. When in need of Qin He's assistance, he was quite respectful. However, once the task was complete, he immediately reverted to the demeanor of a high-ranking official, taking a deep breath and addressing Qin He. My family matters remain unresolved. I must not detain you any longer. Lai Fu, please escort our guests out. What a swift change of face akin to the turning of a page. Just moments ago, he was Liang Shiji. Now he was merely a government official. Qin He and his companion had spent the better part of a day here without even a sip of water. Lai Fu, the steward, escorted them to the door, bestowing upon them a generous reward of 10 taels of silver. The price set by Yang Baitu was indeed accurate. Not a single coin too many. Gentlemen, my master has this temperament. I apologize on his behalf. The steward, wearing an expression of deep regret, produced an additional ingot of silver from his pocket and placed it in Yang Baitu's hand, saying, the amount is a bit lacking. I hope you will forgive us. Yang Baitu felt a twinge of annoyance, yet Qin He remained unfazed, relishing the moment. The reward for this supernatural incident was of a commendable quality. Reward, Basic Copper Skin Iron Bones Technique. Basic Copper Skin Iron Bones. This is a spell from the abyss. By practicing it, one can harden a part of their body, making it resistant to blades and as tough as bronze or iron. The abyss, ever the source of extraordinary gifts. This Copper Skin Iron Bones technique is rather impressive. Although it only hardens one part of the body, if utilized wisely, its potential is limitless. Who knows when it might save a life? Moreover, this is merely the basic level. More advanced techniques are surely forthcoming. When one can achieve full-body copper skin iron bones, that would be formidable indeed. This spell bears some resemblance to the Merit Golden Body technique, yet it is significantly easier to master. As for the Golden Body of Merit, Qin He still struggles to comprehend how to cultivate it. Surely, one cannot simply mold a likeness of oneself from clay for others to worship? Shaking his head, Qin He returned his focus to the skill, contemplating which part of his body to harden. Should it be the head, the neck, the heart, the abdomen, or perhaps as Qin He slowly lowered his head. A smile unconsciously formed on his lips. My dear Qin, it appears I misjudged the situation. I apologize for the measly 15 taels given for such a fearsome corpse. If this were a small household, it might be understandable, but I did not expect the Liang family, with their substantial wealth, to behave in such a manner. At that moment, Yang Baitu expressed his regrets and handed over the 15 taels, stating, all 15 taels are yours. I will take not a single coin. Qin He could not accept such an offer. 15 taels were insignificant. He would perform such tasks for free in the future. After some polite refusals, he ultimately accepted 8 taels, establishing a rule that regardless of the amount of tea money, he would only take half. Yang Baitu instantly brightened up, exuding an ethereal aura. His affection for Qin He growing, he seemed like a beloved grandson to him. Qin He was equally intrigued by Yang Baitu. This old fellow had previously mentioned a relative involved in some supernatural affairs. Yet Liang Shiji did not acknowledge him as such. It was evident that Yang Baitu had connections, acting as a bridge in these matters, subtly and deeply entrenched. As the sun began to set, Qin He and Yang Baitu made their way back. Qin He glanced back at the Liang residence, observing a gathering of ominous clouds overhead, wisps of deathly energy coalescing from an unknown source. Humans, it seems, often cling to false hopes. It is only after suffering severe blows that they come to understand the necessity of entrusting professional matters to those who are truly adept. Pride is of little worth. Until the malevolent entity is vanquished, the Liang family's troubles are far from over. However, The old Liang family did indeed choose a fitting name for their steward. Liefud, by the time Yang Baitu and Qin He returned to the cremation site. The sun had dipped below the horizon. The corpse transport team from the Flying Fish Guard had just arrived. The workers were all wrapped in thick cloth, covering their mouths and noses, leaving a trail of white ash with each roll of the cart's wheels. Not only the transport team, but also those inside the cremation site had their mouths and noses covered. Upon seeing this, Yang Baitu hurriedly covered his mouth and nose and fled, his voice trailing behind him. Qin? I am off duty. I will return tomorrow. Qin He's eyelids twitched. All of these were plague-ridden corpses. In Chapter 53, the plague corpses in the tumultuous final years of a chaotic era, 3 calamities arise: natural disasters, man-made disasters, and plagues. As for natural disasters, it suffices to say that several provinces in the north have suffered severe drought. The capital has not seen a drop of rain for half a year. This year's autumn harvest is beyond hope, and the number of refugees is rising. Just recently, a riot in a refugee camp claimed tens of thousands of lives, and yet new ones continue to emerge. In addition to drought, there are calamities of war and banditry. As for man-made disasters, they need not be elaborated upon. During the reign of the dynasty, the princes and officials indiscriminately executed 10 guilty men for everyone innocent, leaving behind many who escaped the noose. Lastly, there are plagues. Once they erupt, the sound of roosters crowing and dogs barking fills the air, yet human voices are nowhere to be heard in terms of lethality. Nothing rivals a plague. Qin He was uncertain whether he could withstand such a plague, as he had never experienced it before. After some contemplation, he tore off a piece of cloth to cover his mouth and nose. This world was unlike the one he had come from. Various formidable entities were indeed real. It was possible that even the plague deity existed. Caution can capture 1,000 cicadas. It is wise to proceed with care. The Flying Fish Guard had dispatched 6 large carts, all filled to the brim with corpses, undoubtedly from the local area. It was unclear where the calamity had struck. After some exchanges, they counted 36 corpses, 18 cremation workers, each assigned 2 bodies. Do not underestimate these 36 corpses. As previously mentioned, the probability of mutation among corpses is approximately 1%. This suggests that at least 1,000 people have perished, and this is merely the toll for a single day. Who knows how many more might follow? 2 corpses were placed on the cleansing platform. As darkness fell, the doors were locked, and the cremation workers resumed their repetitive tasks. Qin He examined the corpses. 1 male, 1 female, both quite young, their bodies dusted with lime. The cause of death appeared to be asphyxiation, as both were clutching their throats, likely succumbing to lung complications induced by the plague. However, it was peculiar that both had injuries on their foreheads, evidently caused by repeated impacts. Cleansing the corpses involved wiping their faces clean, followed by their hands and feet, and shaking out their clothing as best as possible. After some tidying up, they could at least be presented to the underworld officials without fear of misidentification. Time to incinerate them. Coal was ignited, the furnace was prepared, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, the 2 corpses began to tremble, emitting wheezing sounds as they sat upright. Qin He observed with surprise. Oh, are they still resisting? If they died from the plague, it was a matter of fate. It was not a wrongful death, so there should not be such lingering resentment. The corpse nails, a remedy for all forms of defiance. A solitary individual bestowed a token of recognition, while 2 lifeless bodies lay contentedly, shrouded in silence. 2 hours later, the corpses were consumed by flames. Through the medium of shadow puppetry, Qin He witnessed the harrowing aftermath of this plague. This unfortunate pair were newlyweds, residing in the Fang County of Shuntian Prefecture, earning their livelihood through the sale of crisp cakes. No one knew the origin of the plague. Initially, it seemed merely a surge in the deaths of beggars, which garnered little attention. After all, beggars are often regarded as filthy and foul-smelling, predominantly being itinerant drifters lacking vigor, resorting to petty theft. The authorities despised them, and the common folk wished for their swift demise to restore tranquility. Yet, as time passed, an unsettling trend emerged. Locals from Fang County began to succumb in waves. They all perished from illness. Disturbingly, the causes of death varied. Some succumbed to putrefaction, others to asphyxiation, some coughed up blood, while others suffered violent diarrhea. No one could fathom the cause of this calamity. Panic spread like wildfire. Some fled, yet most remained, unable to escape. When they sought the local magistrate, they found a notice affixed to the entrance of the county office, stating that the magistrate had journeyed to the capital to seek aid, taking his entire family and vast wealth with him. The magistrate's office was deserted, as if everyone had fled. The county was in chaos, with corpses left unattended, a stench pervading the air, prompting the populace to flee. However, the plague followed closely, and the death toll continued to rise. In this dire moment, a voice rang out, proclaiming that the mountain deity of the idol cloud temple in Puyun Mountain had manifested, and that the talisman water from the temple could prevent and cure the plague. Upon hearing this, the masses flocked to the temple, including the aforementioned couple. Upon arrival, they inquired about the talisman water, only to learn it was not free. A bowl cost 5 taels of silver. Faced with the threat to their lives, the couple, disregarding their frugally saved coins, spent 20 taels to procure talisman water for their family of 4. Upon consumption, they were astonished to find it truly effective. Those who drank the talisman water felt invigorated, while the afflicted found their ailments alleviated. In an instant, Idol Cloud Temple became the beacon of hope for the people. The influx of visitors surged, quickly depleting the supply of talisman water, leading to a price hike, now 20 taels per bowl. This sum equated to the cost of a robust steer. Was this not extortion? Indeed, it was. Yet, many were eager to be exploited, and the temple limited purchases to 200 bowls per day. Take it or leave it. More troubling news followed. Patients who had previously consumed the talisman water began to experience relapses, falling ill once more. At this juncture, the temple attendant stepped forward once again, stating that the talisman water was only effective for 3 days, after which it would lose its potency. The populace erupted in outrage, cursing the temple attendants as scoundrels. Then, the mountain deity delivered a decree. The skies darkened, thunder rumbled, and a piece of silk fell from the heavens, inscribed with bold characters. The deity pities humanity. Sincere worshippers shall be healed of their ailments. Upon seeing this, the people believed the mountain deity had shown mercy. No longer would they need the talisman water, for sincere devotion alone would yield the same results. A tremendous boon indeed. Consequently, they bathed and donned clean garments to pay homage to the mountain deity. The idol cloud temple became insufficient, leading to the crafting of 18 effigies of the mountain deity from clay, placed throughout to accommodate the multitude of worshippers. However, it soon became evident that deaths continued unabated. The temple attendants then clarified that the deceased were merely insincere in their hearts. Only those with true sincerity would be recognized by the mountain deity and receive protection. The people, finding this reasoning compelling, accepted it without question. What? You fell ill? That must be due to your insincerity. What? You've battered your forehead from bowing? That matters not. Sincerity has no relation to the condition of your forehead. Insincerity is insincerity. Days passed, and when individuals perished, it was lamented that they had not possessed sincere hearts in life. Thus, the destitute worshipped with sincerity, while the wealthy, lacking sincerity, purchased talisman water, which remained effective, a bowl lasting 3 days for 40 taels of silver. Oh, why the increase in price? Because the number of patrons had grown. The deceased couple belonged to the impoverished, left with no choice but to worship sincerely. Yet, no matter how fervently they prayed, their hearts lacked sincerity. And after enduring illness for several days, they succumbed. Shadows and lights entwined. A judgment was rendered, and a figure in a black robe recited. Green waters and blue mountains yield naught but sorrow. Hua Tuo's hands are powerless against mere insects. In 1,000 villages, brambles cover the forgotten. In 10,000 homes, the spirits sing mournfully. The earth travels 80,000 miles daily, while heaven surveys 1,000 rivers. If the cowherd seeks to inquire of the plague deity, the sorrows of life and death flow on like waves. The water patterns dissipated. Reward, 2 plague pills. Chapter 54. Peaceful yet monstrous Qin He flipped his hand, revealing 2 emerald green pills, the size of grapes, round and glistening. Plague pills. Concocted by an apothecary from the abyss, these potent pills, when dissolved in water, can dispel all plagues. The omnipotence of the abyss. These 2 pills were indeed timely gifts. Without hesitation, Qin He tossed 1 pill into his mouth and bit down. It crackled like a crunching orchid bean. He chewed and swallowed. The taste was neither unpleasant nor delightful, leaving him uncertain of its composition. However, in the next moment, Qin He's expression shifted. A surging torrent of medicinal power roiled within his abdomen, making him feel as though he had consumed not just a pill, but an army of thousands. Were he an ordinary individual, he would surely have perished in that instant. Yet, Qin He was different. With his celestial eating technique, his iron teeth and adamantine stomach allowed him to digest anything. The technique activated automatically, and the internal energy of his 20 years resonated within him, swiftly suppressing the overwhelming medicinal force. Moments later, a prolonged release of gas erupted from him. Mind prompt. Internal energy 3 years. Qin He's face contorted. Upon glancing at the description of the plague pill, he realized. This potent pill must be dissolved in water. His countenance darkened instantly. How treacherous! He had failed to read the instructions carefully. This concoction was meant to be diluted. The crux of the matter was that such a powerful dose was not intended for one person, but perhaps for thousands. He had unwittingly swallowed it whole. Good heavens! It was fortunate he had acquired the celestial eating technique. Otherwise, the ramifications would have been dire. Qin He felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, mentally vowing never to ingest anything from the abyss without proper understanding. Otherwise, he might one day find himself in peril without even realizing it. Ever since he learned the celestial eating technique, Qin He had been like a voracious beast, consuming without expelling. Little did he expect that one plague pill would break his fast. After releasing such a long stream of gas, the room was filled with a peculiar odor, seeping through the cracks of the doors and windows, prompting Su Changsho and the nefarious quartet to rush back and forth. Bewildered by the source of the stench, Qin He, are you all right? Su Changsho's voice called out from outside. The fellow sniffed around the crematorium, piecing together the source of the foul odor from the 7th cremation room. I am fine, doing well, Qin He replied nonchalantly. That is good to hear. What on earth are you burning? The entire crematorium reeks, Qin He racked his brain for an explanation, then suddenly declared, there was a fragrant pouch on one of the bodies that wasn't removed. The scent is from the incense within it. Oh, is that so? Well then, incense? Hissed, could it be dragon's blood incense? At that moment, Ling Zhonghai's voice chimed in. The nefarious quartet had gathered outside, having also come to investigate the source of the odor. Boss, are you certain this is dragon's blood incense? Li Tai's voice was filled with inexplicable excitement. It should be I once visited the Wei Wang Fu, and the aroma of dragon's blood incense presented before the aged Wei Wang was identical to this. Ah, boss, dragon's blood incense is a royal incense known for prolonging life and curing ailments. Gao Lingquan was equally animated. What are we waiting for? Let us inhale it. Breathe, breathe, hurry up. Once this opportunity passes, it may not come again. Thus, beneath the heavy iron door, 8 nostrils aligned in a row, inhaling rhythmically. Qin He hadn't uttered a word. What could he say? Each person had their own part to play. What could he employ to rescue them? After a while, the scent began to dissipate. Qin He, has that incense burned out? Stir it a bit to see if you can coax out more aroma. Qin He. That night, peaceful yet grotesque. 2 hours later. The eastern sky brightened with a hint of dawn, and roosters crowed. A day's work was complete. One by one. The cremation room doors swung open, and the cremators returned the ashes, eager to grab a quick breakfast and rest. With the plague's arrival, the pressure of work had intensified. This was a terrifying affair with corpses piling up. Tonight would surely be no easier. Even Qin He stayed indoors, resting in the cremation room. The plague pill, having just sated his earlier hunger, had proven somewhat wasteful, granting him only 3 years of internal energy, quite unprofitable, considering that even a random corpse from the mass grave could yield similar rewards. Nonetheless, it was a product of the newly risen dead. Sure enough, as dawn approached, the Feiyu Guard's convoy returned, 8 large carts carrying 37 corpses, more than the previous day. Qin He was assigned to, and once again, they were successfully cremated. The rewards were strictly internal energy, totaling an addition of 12 years. This was the normal standard for plague corpses, as they had not met their end through violence or misfortune. Their resentment was slightly diminished, resulting in lesser rewards. With dawn breaking, just as Qin He prepared to hand over the ashes, visitors arrived at the crematorium. Who could they be? Riders from the Feiyu Guard. Weary from their travels, upon their arrival, they summoned 4 cremators who had yet to finish their shifts, handed them a document, and muttered a few words before departing. Qin He, not eavesdropping, could surmise that the Feiyu Guard intended to requisition cremators for Feng County. With so many plague corpses being transported to the capital, no amount of lime could ensure the plague would not spread to the heart of the empire. As anticipated, Ling Zhonghai immediately summoned the cremation workers, declaring his intention to dispatch 10 individuals from the crematorium to Feng County to establish a temporary cremation site, facilitating the incineration of corpses in proximity with no deadline imposed on the task. The selection of personnel was to be conducted directly by Ling Zhonghai. The cremation workers, upon hearing this, began to evade Ling Zhonghai's gaze, their faces pale with dread. It was no jest. Working in Feng County meant daily exposure to numerous corpses, which might not even be adequately disinfected with lime. How resilient must one be to avoid contagion? Such a task was far more perilous than merely burning 3 corpses. It could be described as a venture fraught with peril, with the likelihood of complete annihilation looming large. However, one individual was noticeably exhilarated. Qin He. Feng County had transformed into a vast morgue, where the abundance of corpses presented ample opportunities for rewards. Yet when Qin He heard Ling Zhonghai mention that he would personally choose the names, his heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Ling Zhonghai. True to form, Ling Zhonghai completely misinterpreted the hopeful glimmer in Qin He's eyes, even offering him a reassuring look. Reassuring? How dare he? Qin He felt a surge of frustration. When would the notorious trio of antagonists, Li Kezi, Lu Sanjin, and Old Liang, ever demonstrate any growth? One by one, Ling Zhonghai called out names, each selected worker's spirit visibly deflating. 1, 2, 3.7, 8, 9. Just as Ling Zhonghai was about to call the 10th name, Qin He suddenly exclaimed and stumbled, causing the urn he was holding to fly from his grasp, clattering against Ling Zhonghai's forehead. Chapter 55. As desired Ling Zhonghai. Can this be tolerated? Yes, behind closed doors. But in public? Absolutely not. All the cremation workers were present. If he didn't explode with anger, how could he continue to assert his authority as a small leader of the crematorium? Even a meal invitation wouldn't suffice. Every leader, no matter how minor, deserves respect. Do not underestimate the village official's stature. You wretched cur, I swear I will make you pay for this. Ling Zhonghai hurled the urn down in rage, unleashing a torrent of invective at Qin He, brandishing his knife halfway, only to be restrained by Li Tai and Gao Lingquan. Boss, calm down, they urged. He has lost his mind again. We cannot stoop to the level of a fool. The cremation officer is not to be harmed. Su Changsho was similarly taken aback. What a sight it was, an urn crashing down upon someone's head. How to navigate this situation? Despite the chaos, Su Changsho approached Qin He, attempting to mediate and apologize to Ling Zhonghai on his behalf and his mind. This foolish lad had a knack for cremation. Ordinary corpses posed no challenge for him, but what about a plague? That was an entirely different beast. He prayed that Qin He wouldn't be sent to Feng County in Ling Zhonghai's fit of rage. However, as fate would have it, Qin He, with his head held high, retorted, I didn't do it on purpose, you miser. In a haughty manner, Su Changsho nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, Oh brother, what can I do to save you? Ling Zhonghai, seething with fury, pointed at Qin He, declaring, You are the 10th. You shall go to Feng County. May you meet your end there. He then pointed at Su Changsho, adding, As for you, there's no need to draw lots. You are going as well. With that, he stormed off to the duty room, slamming the door behind him. Su Changsho stood there, stunned. Qin He had not been rescued, and he had inadvertently sealed his own fate. Ling Gu, no. I'm not in league with him. This is unjust. Su Changsho hurriedly knocked on the door. Fellow observers, do you think Ling Zhonghai will retract his orders? An hour later, on the carriage bound for Feng County, Su Changsho wore a dark expression. Brother, your actions lack decency. Across from him, Qin He exhibited no remorse, pinching his nose and retorting, You 4 were chosen by lot, so you were destined to go. Qin He had overheard the antagonistic trio plotting against Su Changsho while he was away. The incident with the urn had no impact on Su Changsho's inevitable journey to Feng County. Upon hearing this, Su Changsho's expression darkened further, cursing Ling Zhonghai and the bureaucrats as scoundrels, likening them to cockroaches and pests. Yet, after a couple of curses, he felt deflated. Was there any point in this? He had come to the crematorium prepared to take the fall should anything go awry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been waiting for such a grim role. With 10 cremation workers dispatched, at least one of the 4 duty officers had to go. If he didn't, who would? Under the blazing sun, dozens of carriages meandered along the official road. Autumn had yet to arrive in the mountains. The vegetation had turned a desolate yellow, with no rain having fallen for half a year, leaving even the great trees withered. Along the roadside, groups of disaster victims trudged past, gaunt and emaciated, carrying their families as they sought refuge in the capital, hoping to find a glimmer of hope for survival. Little did they know that, in seeking the capital, the vast majority would merely be exchanging one burial site for another. The fortunate might have their remains interred, while the unfortunate would become scraps for wild dogs. In a time of chaos, human life was as insignificant as the withered wild grass. Only when enough lives had perished and the conflicts between people and land faded would the dawn of a new prosperous era arise. Such had been the course of dynasties for millennia. The cremation workers in the carriage observed the passing disaster victims in silence. Some were reminded of past memories, while others contemplated the life-threatening journey ahead, many already devoid of hope for return. The crematorium they had left behind appeared like a paradise in comparison to their current plight. It wasn't until the caravan had departed the capital, leaving no sight of disaster victims along the roads, that the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Su Changsho, after a period of contemplation, turned to Qin He and asked, "That scoundrel Ling Zhonghai claims that dragon's blood incense can prevent all ailments. Do you think that after inhaling it for so long last night, we might be immune to the plague?" Upon hearing this, the other cremation workers were intrigued. They recalled the overpowering scent at the crematorium the previous night. Everyone had inhaled deeply, only to discover in the morning that it had been a sachet of dragon's blood incense burned in Qin He's room. They felt it must be effective. After all, how else could it be considered a tribute? Indeed, it must surely work. After all, the plague is merely a disease, is it not? Perhaps we have fortified ourselves against it, they speculated. Old Liang, Lu Sanjin, and Li Kezi exchanged thoughts, not truly knowing whether it was effective, but merely buoying their spirits. All eyes unconsciously turned to Qin He. Firstly, he had not spoken, and secondly, his reputation had grown immensely. After all, he was the sole cremation officer to emerge from the 4 city crematoriums. Clearing his throat, Qin He declared that dragon's blood incense can indeed prevent the plague. We at the East City Crematorium need not fear disease, so rest assured. Qin He spoke with conviction. The potent effects of the plague-eliminating pills were nearly overwhelming, and just a whiff would suffice for immunity, far surpassing the vaccines of later times. The cremation workers erupted into joyous exclamations, their spirits lifted. Even Su Changsho's countenance brightened, his brows unfurrowing. Each lamented their missed opportunity to inhale deeply. Although the scent was peculiar, if it could ward off illness, it was indeed a treasure. This scene caught the attention of the cremation workers in the carriages ahead and the patrolling guards, who were baffled by the East City Crematorium workers' exuberance. The flying fish guards had previously dealt with cremations in plague-ridden areas, where the outcome was typically dire. Many perished, while only a few returned, all succumbing to illness. Silence. No raucous behavior on the journey. A patrolling guard admonished, galloping forward to chastise them. The cremation workers quickly fell silent, not daring to retort. Qin He, noticing the guard, recognized him as Wei Wu. That little scoundrel, Wei Wu, was taken aback to see Qin He. Having endured a mild rebuke from him at the cremation hall previously, he had been waiting for an opportunity to make trouble for Qin He. However, he had been instructed by Tu Baisho to deliver a copper coin to Qin He, which had quelled his intentions. Logically, with the coin in hand, Qin He should have been exempt from the trip to Feng County. Wei Wu mused on how detestable this individual must be. Serves him right, Your Honor, Qin He greeted with a cheeky grin. Wei Wu's disdain for Qin He's face intensified. Alas, those who labor in the murky depths of the prison have little patience. Your Honor, what became of the corpse that was pierced by the wolf-toothed club? A glimmer of inspiration struck Qin He, prompting him to inquire. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with Wei Wu. Their mutual disdain was palpable, yet, recalling that he had a beloved little fairy awaiting him at the cremation hall, he felt compelled to ask. Wei Wu was momentarily taken aback. The corpse was indeed a topic worth discussing. Albeit lengthy, in short, Tu Baisho had invested considerable effort to expedite its cremation, only to find it futile. The body could only be gradually consumed by the Earth's natural heat. When he concluded his shift today, he found that only half of the body had been incinerated, with the bones proving even more resistant. Of course, Wei Wu could not divulge this to Qin He, instead reprimanding him. Mind your own business. Stay in line. With that, he urged his horse onward. After riding a short distance, he abruptly halted, pondering the complexities surrounding the investigation of the cremation hall. Could Qin He be seeking information about the alluring corpse? No, that was inconceivable. Wei Wu resolutely shook his head. If he possessed such abilities, he could traverse the world. Why would he linger in the crematorium for such trivial matters? Was he addicted to burning corpses? Chapter 56. Qin He's quirks resurface. Fang County falls under the jurisdiction of Shuntian Prefecture, safeguarding the capital. The urgency of this mission stemmed from the fact that the plague in Fang County posed a significant threat to the capital. Were it in a distant land, the emperor might remain oblivious to the deaths. Throughout history, corrupt officials have wielded two primary tactics: extortion and superficial peacekeeping. Yet, despite the relatively short distance, the caravan took an entire day and night to traverse the official road. By the second day, as the sun began to set in the west, they finally arrived at the county town of Fang County. The vast town lay eerily silent, resembling a ghost town. Not a single soul was in sight. And a foul stench permeated the air, with a thin layer of lime scattered across the ground, leading from the city gate all the way to the crematorium. In every county town, there exists a crematorium, an essential establishment for local governance. However, the conditions of the crematorium in Fang County fall woefully short in comparison to those in the capital. The so-called cremation chamber consists merely of several roofless stone enclosures, with the sole covered space designated for storing fuel, primarily dried cow dung, with scant firewood available. There are no bellows for air circulation. Instead, a few bamboo tubes lean against the structure to facilitate airflow. The conditions are deplorable, bordering on the absurd. Cremation relies on dung, and the bellows are powered by human breath. One can only imagine the challenges posed by rain or even a slight chill, rendering the cremation of bodies nearly impossible. The logistics of locating, transporting, and providing fuel for the bodies are managed by the flying fish guard, while the cremators merely prepare the site for the task at hand. With urgency prevailing, Wei Wu commanded the cremators to unload the cremation furnaces, bellows, oil, tents, and other supplies from the carts to set up a temporary crematorium. Although it appeared chaotic, their pace was commendable. As dusk approached, the convoy transporting the bodies entered the city, an endless line of carts. Qin He watched with a grin, but at that moment, Wei Wu ordered a bamboo pole to be erected, from which a lantern hung. Upon seeing it, Qin He erupted in a torrent of curses directed at his ancestors. What a predicament! It was a soul-capturing lantern. The flying fish guard was so affluent that they even brought such an item to Fang County. Qin He seethed with frustration. The presence of the lantern diminished the value of the bodies. The notorious corpses in the cremation hall offered internal energy and cultivation, while these plague-ridden bodies would yield nothing but solitude. Gazing at the flickering lantern swaying in the breeze, mocking him, Qin He's inner turmoil surged like a volcano, threatening to erupt. Yet, he ultimately refrained from acting on it. There were countless ways to destroy the lantern discreetly, with no one the wiser, but the cost would be the loss of his true self. Some matters may seem trivial, yet once crossed, one may become uncomfortably justified in their actions. Did Qin He truly lack bodies? He could easily storm into a city and incinerate all its inhabitants in one night, reducing thousands of corpses to ash. But could he do that? No. To act thus would strip him of his humanity, rendering him a monster. Qin He remained acutely aware of this. While it was permissible to exercise a little cunning to incinerate a few more bodies, crossing the line into terrorism was unacceptable. The days ahead were long. Such actions were not worth the consequences. These reflections stemmed from Qin He's experiences since he began burning bodies, having witnessed how the seemingly inconsequential can lead one to become a fiend. Step by step, returning to the task at hand, the first wave of bodies was distributed. Each person received one. There were no calculations regarding the amount per individual, just an unending process until dawn. Feeling the spectral essence of the corpses, the soul-capturing lantern emitted a dim glow, gradually drawing the remnants of souls from the bodies to the 7 prisms of the lantern, which began to spin gently. The cremators looked on with curiosity, unable to contain their chatter. Except for Qin he tossed a body into the furnace and immediately began shoveling coal and igniting the fire, wasting no time. What was his intention? He had his own clever stratagem. If the quality was lacking, he would compensate with quantity. Nearby, Ekes, having admired the soul-capturing lantern, prepared to ignite some kindling when Qin He bellowed. "Stop, you foolish one! Who taught you to light a fire like that?" Ekes was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Qin He had somehow hung a gleaming copper coin around his neck, exuding an air of authority. The success of cremation relies on the fire being lit correctly. Hand it over. Bewildered, Ekes complied, and Qin He took the kindling, igniting it with a fire starter and pouring a ladle of oil on top. Causing flames to roar, Ekes was left in a state of confusion. What was the difference in how the fire was lit? In the midst of his distraction, Qin He dashed over to Lu Sanjin. Placing his hands on his hips, "You, simpleton, must light the fire facing the fire god star. Only then will it possess divine power." Lu Sanjin was equally perplexed. What divine power? What fire god star? Where was it? Ignoring Lu Sanjin's confusion, Qin He snatched the kindling from his hands and helped him ignite the furnace. Next was old Liang, Uncle Liang, standing so close could singe your beard. The entire encampment echoed with Qin He's boisterous voice. "Halt! You must offer a prayer to the gods before igniting the fire. How can you have your back to the fire god star? Stop! Lighting a fire requires a sense of ritual. Why aren't your pants pulled up? Lighting requires attention to posture and aesthetics. Who allowed you to squat? Your posture while lighting the fire is so unsightly. Do your parents know?" A cacophony ensued, leaving the 10 cremators at the East City crematorium questioning their very existence. Was there truly so much to consider when igniting a fire? The key point was that Lu Sanjin realized that Qin He had repeatedly pointed in the wrong direction when referencing the fire god star. Curious, he inquired, only to be met with Qin He's retort. "The fire god star can move. It's such a large star, can't you see?" Lu Sanjin looked up. In the pitch-black night, where were the stars? Thus, in a state of confusion, all 10 bodies at the East City crematorium were ignited by Qin He, and dissatisfied, he expanded his domain to the cremators of the other 3 cities. The other cremators, noticing the gleaming copper coin on Qin He's chest, were too intimidated to speak. As a cremation official, whatever he said was law. Amidst the commotion, the cremators gradually came to realize that Qin He was simply having one of his eccentric moments. With a mind that seemed unhinged, they decided it best not to engage with him. If they didn't let him light the fires, he would come over and point out their mistakes, causing them embarrassment. Moreover, they could not retort, as he outranked them. Thus, as the night wore on, even if Qin He lounged with his legs crossed, a cremator would occasionally approach with a grin. "Brother Qin, it's time for me to light the fire." Chapter 57. The Iron Hammer Divine Captor. What exactly did the master see in him? Inside the canvas tent, Wei Wu sipped his tea while observing Qin He busily igniting fires outside. Perplexed, the issuance of a copper coin by the master could be traced back 5 years. What merit did this evidently eccentric individual possess? "Wei Guer, should I go over and make him behave?" A young cremation official of similar age inquired. Wei Wu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Let him be. A little commotion isn't a bad thing. It keeps everyone alert and prevents them from dozing off. Moreover, the recent plague in Feng County is unusually severe. The capture team has uncovered some troubling matters." The young cremation official nodded and went out to make arrangements. As dawn approached, the sky lightened, and a crowing rooster shattered the darkness. The fires from the cremation furnaces extinguished, while those still burning received more fuel to hasten the process. The tradition of not lighting fires during the rooster's crow was a long-held custom among the cremation workers. After a night of toil, it was time for the cremators to rest. Qin He scooped the hot ashes from the cremation furnace and ceased operations. The provisions sent by the Flying Fish Guard included steamed buns, 3 for each person. Though the quantity was modest, their size was substantial, sufficient for an ordinary person to fill their stomach. Those who dined at the Emperor's table never went hungry in this desolate land of Feng County. They were fortunate to enjoy white flour. Naturally, the cremators were thrilled. White flour was a luxury even the wealthy could not afford at every meal. For a common family to enjoy it once was akin to celebrating a festival. Wei Wu seized the opportunity to encourage the cremators, delivering the usual motivational platitudes meant to inspire hard work. Qin He found it tiresome, swallowing his buns in a few bites as he reflected on the night's efforts. The results were mixed. The disappointment stemmed from the abysmally low quality of the rewards. Many bodies yielded nothing of value. The suppression of the soul-capturing lantern left him infuriated. Yet, on the positive side, if quality was lacking, quantity could make up for it. He had gained 15 years of internal energy and 20 years of cultivation. In total, his internal energy had surpassed 150 years, and his cultivation had exceeded 120 years. His sole skill was sparrow stepping, sparrow stepping. Upon learning this technique, one will move as lightly as a sparrow, effortlessly dancing through the air and demonstrating remarkable agility. It was a commendable skill, bestowed by a deceased individual who had spent a lifetime teaching in a private academy. While he may not have cultivated a multitude of notable students, he had indeed produced several distinguished individuals. Given his unique background and the exceptional circumstances of his death, this skill emerged. However, the name was rather unrefined. Sparrow stepping lacked any grandeur. Compare it to other names like celestial unraveling steps or heavenly spin steps. Those sound far more impressive. Clearly, the namer lacked sophistication. Overall, the harvest was mediocre, yet acceptable. Qin He's dissatisfaction stemmed solely from the vast disparity between his expectations prior to departure and the reality of the results. After toiling through the night and igniting over 60 corpses, the minimal rewards felt inadequate. He needed to devise a plan. Continuing in this manner was hardly worthwhile. Lying on his back, Qin He found himself too fatigued to formulate any strategies, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, 20 miles away at the Xianyun Temple on Puyun Mountain, the incense offerings surged. Both the ill and the healthy flocked to worship the mountain deity, for this deity was known to bestow protection. Sincere devotion would yield blessings. Despite the ongoing loss of lives, those who perished were merely insincere in their faith. Those who seek divine protection without genuine intent are merely deluding themselves, deserving of their fateful end. The common folk, steeped in ignorance, remain unresponsive to enlightenment. They do not comprehend that the plague is transmitted through close contact, instead attributing their suffering to the curse of the plagued deity. They believe that only through fervent prayers for protection can they avert catastrophe. The throngs of supplicants continue to swell, gathering in ever-increasing numbers. Tens of thousands, having cleansed themselves by the water's edge, face the rising sun, their voices rising in a chorus of reverence, each countenance marked by solemn devotion. A grand idol of the chief deity stands amidst 18 subsidiary idols, arranged along the mountainside for the worshippers' veneration. Some individuals, in a desperate bid to secure a more favorable position, engage in fierce altercations, even resorting to monetary transactions. Within the temple, the main idol gleams brilliantly, shimmering in the reverberations of the chants. As if it were on the verge of animation, a sight both dazzling and magnificent. Upon closer inspection, the idol reveals pointed ears and sharp cheekbones, sprouting wings. Yet it is no divine being. It remains unclear from whence this mountain spirit or water demon has come to share in the temple's sanctity, congregating the merits of worship. Meanwhile, outside the realm of Puyun Mountain, a covert unit of the Flying Fish Guard emerges from the dense morning fog, their demeanor one of utmost vigilance. Silence envelopes them, their presence so stealthy that even the birds perched in the treetops remain oblivious to the humans below. At the forefront stands a man with pronounced brow bones and deep-set eyes. His visage somewhat gaunt, yet his gaze is exceedingly sharp, two flickering flames seemingly dancing within his pupils. This individual is Yuan Jing, the commander of the Flying Fish Guard's 1,000-man unit, known as the Iron Hammer of the Gods. Responsible for the capture of countless notorious bandits and malevolent spirits. Armed with an ancestral iron dragon god hammer, he embodies a force to be reckoned with, capable of slaying both human and divine adversaries alike. For years prior, a water demon had spiraled around the bay of Tonghui River, severing the canal and claiming innumerable lives. When the Iron Fan god caught wind of this, he single-handedly took to a boat and decapitated the demon, catapulting his reputation to new heights. The capture team, comprising over 200 members, lay in ambush within the forest overnight, all for this day's mission. Before long, a lithe figure approaches at a swift pace, moving silently, not even disturbing the birds above. This person reaches Yuan Jing's side and bows respectfully, stating, "Sir, We have ascertained that the original deity of Xianyun Temple has vanished, and in its stead resides a bat demon of unclear strength. Commanding a band of approximately 40 mountain bandits as its minions, a glint of murderous intent flashes in Yuan Jing's eyes as he coldly responds, "Audacious bat demon, to brazenly spread the plague and hoard merits. Dispatch the order. Teams 1, 2, and 3 shall infiltrate the temple and exterminate the demon. Teams 4 and 5 will remain in reserve to ensure the eradication of evil." Yes, his subordinates acknowledge, and soon after, over 200 members of the capture team disperse, clutching plague-repelling powder as they stealthily blend into the throng of worshippers, making their way toward the summit's Xianyun Temple. Viewed from above, they exhibit a well-trained formation, providing mutual cover with an impressive display of discipline. Clad in coarse linen, Yuan Jing leads the charge. However, at that moment, a sharp, mocking laughter pierces the air. "Kekekek. Iron Hammer God Yuan Jing, I have long awaited your arrival." The faces of the flying fish guard pale, for this voice possesses a disorienting quality, seemingly emanating from all directions. It can only belong to the bat demon, whose form remains hidden yet possesses an uncanny awareness of their presence. "Bold demon, spreading plague and hoarding merits, your crimes warrant death. Why do you not reveal yourself?" Yuan Jing halts, slowly drawing the iron dragon god hammer from his back. The hammer, dark as night, resonates with a dragon's roar as it vibrates, summoning a gale that rustles Yuan Jing's linen attire. "What a remarkable iron dragon god hammer you possess, Commander Yuan. However, I too have my tricks. Should you manage to overcome us, we may yet see who triumphs. If not, Kekekek." The bat demon's derisive voice echoes once more. As the words linger in the air, Yuan Jing observes that the worshippers, once engaged in prayer, have suddenly fallen silent, rising in unison to face the flying fish guard. Their eyes gradually suffused with a crimson glow. The faces of the guard shift dramatically, and one officer exclaims, "This is bad. These worshippers have been ensnared by some enchantment, a malevolent ritual, perhaps?" Yuan Jing's expression darkens as he hastily commands, "Rear ranks to the front, form a defensive formation, and retreat." Chapter 58. The self-proclaimed wild god Qin He slumbered through an entire day, missing lunch entirely. After his previous experience at the crematorium, where he witnessed the incineration of over 30 corpses, this time proved even more arduous, with over 60 bodies to burn, nearly doubling the toll. The exertion was immense, but thanks to his internal strength having doubled and the cleansing effects of a marrow-washing elixir, he managed to endure. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he could withstand the ordeal of 60 corpses. Upon awakening, Qin He noted that most of the cremators were already up, engaged in hushed exchanges. Their voices a mere murmur. Curious, he scanned the room and spotted Su Changshou conversing with the officials from the other 3 cities. He approached him. Su Changshou, noticing Qin He, waved him over. "What's going on?" Qin He inquired. "There's been an incident," Su Changshou replied, his expression serious. "The capture team seems to have visited the Xianyun Temple at Puyan Mountain. It's highly likely they encountered a skirmish, and it seems they did not emerge victorious, suffering considerable casualties. Our leaders have all gathered at the county office for a discussion." "Xianyun Temple?" Qin He raised an eyebrow, recognizing the name. The couple whose remains had been burned at the Eastern City crematorium had perished at that very temple. "You know of Xianyun Temple?" Su Changshou queried, observing the change in Qin He's demeanor. "Not really." Qin He feigned ignorance. "Xianyun Temple is quite renowned at this moment," an officer from the Western City crematorium chimed in. Narrating, Puyan Mountain was once home to a white crane, which lived for over a century, developing a certain degree of spiritual prowess. It was benevolent, often providing villagers with rare medicinal herbs to treat their ailments. It was said to possess remarkable healing abilities, and would even return lost children from afar. Over time, the villagers revered this white crane as a mountain god, offering sacrifices during festivals. In return, the crane aided them in their troubles. As its reputation grew, the villagers constructed a temple to honor it, naming it Xianyun Temple. Officials have come to investigate in the past, but upon witnessing the crane's kindness and the villagers' respect, they allowed it to remain. And thus it continued for decades, until this year, when a band of mountain robbers seized control of the temple. "Mountain robbers?" Su Changshou expressed confusion. "It seems unlikely they could best the capture team. Especially not against the Iron Hammer God. I cannot say." The officer from the western city shook his head. The capture team tends to keep their lips sealed. They arrived long before us, and thus far, no news has surfaced. Alas, let us hope this does not affect us. Otherwise, it would be troublesome, Su Changsho said, concern etched on his face. The group exchanged a few more words, yet none possessed any further useful information. Xianyun Temple, the wild crane immortal? Qin He muttered, turning to depart. The concept of wild gods, such as mountain and water deities, piqued his interest. What constitutes a wild god? It is a deity that has not undergone formal consecration, characterized by a strong sense of self-proclamation. Unlike the recognized gods, which receive worship across various locales, wild gods can be any supernatural creature or spirit claiming divinity in obscure corners. The more reputable ones foster mutual benefit. You bring offerings, and in return, they may grant your requests, accumulating merit in the process. Conversely, the worse ones resort to extortion. If you fail to honor them, they may wreak havoc, capsizing your boats or creating obstacles in your path. The most malevolent among them may even demand sacrifices, devouring children periodically, threatening to flood your villages if their demands are unmet. In summary, the realm of wild gods is rife with chaos, with a plethora of entities of varying powers. Weaker beings can be easily dispatched by a mere Taoist or monk, while stronger ones may require the intervention of the flying fish guard or officials. Many are beyond the capacity of the authorities to confront, such as the dragon god of the Yellow River or the goddess of the Luo River. Formidable figures indeed. Should they become displeased, even emperors find themselves at their mercy. If one refuses to comply, they threaten to unleash devastating floods, jeopardizing the very foundations of dynasties. Ultimately, these entities are not mere folklore. They exist in reality, and power reigns supreme. If you possess strength, no one can challenge you. In your self-proclaimed domain, you are akin to a deity, dictating the rules of engagement. Conversely, if you lack power, you risk being usurped at any moment. Let us return to the matter at hand. The repercussions of the capture team's return to the county town are to be managed by the officials. While the cremators continue their work, as night descended and dinner was consumed, the cremation process resumed. However, the cremators soon noticed that after Qin He had pointed to his own corpse, he merely settled into a corner. Reclining with his legs crossed, closing his eyes in meditation, no longer instructing others on where to ignite the flames. A stark contrast to his earlier self. The others exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain whether to proceed with their tasks or seek his guidance. Eventually, Lu Sanjin was nudged forward, approaching Qin He with a grin. "Qin Guer, I need to light the fire over there." Qin He opened his eyes, fixing a piercing gaze on him. "Why do you need my help to light your fire? Are you out of your mind? Get lost. Right away." Lu Sanjin scurried off. The other cremators observed this and realized that Qin He had temporarily returned to his usual self. "Look, he's back to normal. No more outbursts." They decided not to wait any longer and resumed their work, igniting flames under the cloak of night as the labor of the cremators commenced once more. Lu Sanjin tilted his head in contemplation. Yesterday, Qin He had forbidden him from standing, squatting, or bending down. Perhaps he could try lying down instead? Thus, he reclined on the ground to ignite the corpse. Once ignited, he instinctively turned towards the corner, seeking acknowledgement, only to be taken aback. Qin He had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 59. The calf. Where could Qin He have gone? He contemplated visiting the idol cloud temple. Such a notoriously wicked dungeon often harbored formidable foes, allowing one to reap rewards with a clear conscience. Yet, before embarking on this venture, he needed to secure a mount, a cow. Why a cow, you ask? He was no horseman, but had recently acquired the skill of riding a cow. Whether riding a cow was swift remained uncertain, but it was certainly preferable to walking. After searching high and low, Qin He discovered that finding a cow was no simple task. The authorities primarily employed horses for transporting goods, while only a few cows remained with the nearby conscripted laborers. Moreover, he had to be cautious, avoiding crowded areas for his scheme. At last, he stumbled upon a small calf, which had come alongside its tethered mother. While the calf itself was busy scratching its itch beneath a tree, Qin He approached with a grin, and before the calf could react, he swiftly mounted it. The startled calf leaped and kicked. Attempting to unseat Qin He, the riding skill activated. Riding technique. By mastering this art, you shall synchronize with your mount, traversing mountains and valleys as if gliding upon flat ground. Suddenly, an understanding blossomed between the calf and Qin He. Here are their mutual thoughts. I want to ride you. I don't want you to ride me. I want to ride you. I don't want you to ride me. I insist on riding you. I don't want to. I don't want to. If you don't let me ride, I'll tickle you. Invisible hands. I once tickled a bull to death. That bull was stronger than you. Moo mom, there's a pervert here. I'm so scared. Dear audience, let me clarify. I merely say this for your amusement. Let us not take it too seriously. The riding technique is merely a skill. In short, through a blend of coaxing and intimidation, the calf bore Qin He towards Puyun Mountain. To ride is a technical endeavor, demanding harmony and rhythm from both rider and mount. Otherwise, how could the riding technique be considered extraordinary? As Qin He settled upon the calf's back, he felt remarkably stable. The rhythm, the coordination, truly like a flowing stream. Man and beast became one. Scaling mountains and fording streams, Qin He remained blissfully unaware of any jolting. It truly felt as if he walked upon solid ground. Initially resistant, the calf gradually discovered the joy of running. With Qin He's inner strength aiding it, the calf galloped with vigor, fortunate not to have sprouted wings. For then it would no longer be running swiftly, but rather flying low. The trees and foliage whizzed past, and the calf joyfully proclaimed, "Moo, moo, moo, I am the fastest cow in the world." With no one else on the road at such an hour, the calf raced with abandon. Qin He felt a surge of anxiety, urging it to slow down, yet the spirited calf paid no heed. Reveling in its speed. Alas, calamity struck. As they turned a corner, a figure unexpectedly appeared. A lone traveler traversing the mountain path in the dead of night, audacious indeed. The calf, unable to halt, collided with the person, sending them sprawling. Qin He failed to discern who it was, only catching a glimpse of a bald head spinning in midair, adorned with 2 rows of scars resembling those of a monk. Before he could even command the calf to stop, it had already darted around the bend, disappearing from sight. Just then, a foul curse echoed from behind. "Umitba, may your entire family be damned. Who dares to obstruct this monk?" Upon hearing this, Qin He thought, how remarkable that such a tumble could still elicit curses. This was no ordinary individual. Time to flee, lest he become embroiled in a dispute. Thus, both rider and mount quickened their pace. At this moment, beneath the night sky at Puyun Mountain's idol cloud temple, a bloodied, emaciated corpse was violently hurled into the corner, shattered into pieces. Insufficient merit, far too insufficient. I require more merit, much more. In a hidden chamber of the temple, a bat-headed, gray-furred humanoid creature raged, brandishing bloodied claws and growling in fury. Below, more than a dozen mountain bandits trembled in fear, pale-faced. Leading them was a man with a hawkish visage and a leather cap. His expression pained. "Master Bat Immortal, we have exhausted every means to deceive the nearby populace. There are simply no more souls to be had." His true name was He, a notorious bandit wanted by the Flying Fish Guard for many years. Known as Chow the Thief, he led a band of outlaws, perpetually on the move, and due to their transient nature, the Flying Fish Guard had never managed to apprehend him, his crimes being too numerous to recount. Yet, despite the seemingly carefree life of a fugitive, it was fraught with difficulty, as he had to support a gang of lackeys. Regardless of how much silver he obtained, it would be squandered within a fortnight. Moreover, the myriad disasters afflicting the northern lands had rendered the populace destitute. Even the landlords found their granaries depleted. Consequently, He found himself with diminishing spoils while prices soared, making survival increasingly arduous. Just over a year ago, circumstances had begun to improve somewhat. The notorious Flying Fish Guard's chief, Shunlian, had inexplicably been stripped of his rank and exiled to the frontier. What a celebration it had been among the bandits. The Cat King had been banished to the northern side of the Great Wall, leaving the mice to frolic freely. Henceforth, the once prosperous and previously untouchable regions surrounding the capital became the new hunting grounds for bandits. For a time, He reveled in his good fortune, but as time passed, he grew weary of small-time heists and sought to undertake a grand scheme. He recalled tales from his travels of individuals who had colluded with mountain spirits and demons to swindle the populace, reaping bountiful rewards. The concept was straightforward, deceiving the people into worshipping and donating to a deity, with one party reaping merit and the other wealth. After much deliberation, Chow Haizi concluded that this venture was feasible. Through inquiries, he learned of a bat cave on Wuling Mountain in Guangchang Prefecture, home to a minor demon known as the Bat King. Bolstered by courage, he approached the mountain, and the two parties struck a deal. As for the Bat King, it was naturally suited for such undertakings. The common folk were not gullible. Why would they worship him without cause? Whose wealth fell from the sky? The people were astute. Their worship stemmed from genuine need, and should that need go unmet, they would cease to return. Thus, if there was no demand, they must create one. An overarching need at that. The Bat King possessed a plethora of ailments to spread, each a different kind of plague. This was the origin of the epidemic in Feng County. The alliance of humans and demons, hoarding merit, engaging in illicit gains, and willing to spread disease to harm an entire county's populace, resulted in corpses piling high. Both gods and men were enraged. May the heavens strike them down. Chapter 60. The spirited youth, however, the Bat King's appetite was insatiable, and it showed no regard for reason. The surviving populace of Feng County had gathered here, and the maximum amount of merit had already been amassed, yet the Bat King deemed it insufficient. Had any human dared to be so unreasonable, Chow Haizi would have dispatched them without hesitation. But the Bat King was no mere mortal. During their collaboration, Chow Haizi had failed to discern its true nature. In recent times, as the Bat King amassed power, it increasingly resembled a humanoid figure, likely to attain full form before long. Such a demon, with its burgeoning capabilities, was beyond Chow Haizi's ability to contend with. Today, even the renowned Flying Fish Guard's iron-fisted captain, Yu Wenjing, nearly fell victim here. Alongside the growth of its power, the Bat King grew ever more irritable, unable to tolerate even the slightest dissent. The corpse in the corner had met its demise for uttering a mere misstep. The Bat King, insatiable for merit, also voraciously consumed human blood and essence. With a single bite, flesh and blood were transformed into pure essence, leaving only desiccated bones and skin. A sight most horrifying. How vile. The Bat King's crimson eyes glowed with agitation. It was on the verge of unleashing its wrath, barely needing an additional merit to incite its fury. Master Bat Immortal, perhaps I could assist you in capturing a few spirited individuals as offerings? Chow Haizi typically employed such tactics to deflect the Bat King's ire. As expected, the Bat King growled in response. Then go swiftly. Chow Haizi felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly set out to capture victims. The temple was thronged with thousands, making it easy to snatch a few spirited young men. A simple proclamation of the mountain god's summons would entice most to come forth eagerly, only to be cleansed, bound, and thrown into the lair as offerings. Chow Haizi, well acquainted with this process, soon returned with two individuals, both vibrant young men, one barely past his youth and the other still in his teens. Upon witnessing the Bat King, terror engulfed them, their eyes wide with horror as they frantically sought escape. The Bat King approached with a sinister grin, roaring as it seized one youth in each claw, preparing to bite into the neck of the younger. Gulp, gulp, the Bat King devoured hungrily, visibly draining the life from the boy, who rapidly withered until he became naught but a skin-covered skeleton. The other youth, overwhelmed by fear, found his panic short-lived, soon meeting the same grim fate. Discarding the two remains, the Bat King turned to Chow Haizi, expressing dissatisfaction. Too few. The essence is insufficient. I demand more, more. Chow Haizi could only acquiesce, leading more individuals to capture, taking the remains with him. Upon exiting, he cast the corpses aside into a nearby courtyard, where similar remains had already accumulated in heaps. Chow Haizi glanced at the grisly sight, a chill creeping down his spine, and hastily ordered his subordinates to close the courtyard door. Faced with such a brutal demon, even the notorious bandit found himself somewhat at a loss. In truth, he had long harbored the desire to depart. Amidst a rampant plague, the populace scrambled to part with their silver in exchange for talismans and holy water. While he had already amassed a fortune, his coffers overflowing, this place had become devoid of any profit. He had suggested leaving, yet the Bat King refused, instead incessantly urging him to gather more followers. It seemed that it would not depart until it had fully transformed into a human form. Chow Haizi felt a sense of urgency. Although the Flying Fish Guard had failed during the day, it would inevitably return. There was no future for him in this place. A strong instinct warned him that if this venture were to fail, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Tio returned to the matter at hand. Chow Haizi descended the mountain with a dozen bandits. After a thorough search, they found no one with more vigor than the two unfortunate souls encountered earlier. With no other choice, he led his men to the outskirts of the mountain. The surrounding area was mostly filled with new devotees who had just arrived at the Idol Cloud Temple, hoping to procure a couple of them. Otherwise, if the Bat King became irate, it would be unclear who would bear the brunt of its wrath. As the group searched, they suddenly spotted a young man riding a cow approaching from the opposite direction. He appeared to be in his 20s, standing tall with piercing eyes. Upon his arrival, he shone like a firefly in the dark night, nearly impossible to overlook. What a spirited young man! Chow Haizi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, they had found someone. Surely the Bat King would be pleased this time. He hurriedly approached and asked, "Young man, have you come to pay your respects?" The spirited young man paused, nodded, and flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. "Yes, indeed, to pay my respects." "Just arrived?" "Just arrived," he replied. Chow Haizi slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "My great deity informed me this morning that a young man riding a cow would arrive at the foot of the mountain at midnight. I was instructed to wait for you, as you are destined to meet the deity and receive a fortuitous opportunity." "Dio, you know what a fortuitous opportunity is?" "It is a reward." The spirited young man wore a skeptical expression. "Indeed, a reward. Dio, you desire it?" Chow Haizi coaxed gently. "Absolutely. I came here specifically for a reward. I never expected you to be so proactive. This is quite a surprise." The young man appeared incredulous. Chow Haizi, somewhat perplexed by the young man's peculiar demeanor, decided not to dwell on it further as the task at hand was pressing. With a smile, he said, "Then come with me up the mountain. My great deity has been waiting for you." "All right, let me secure the cow first," the young man replied, dismounting. "No need. Your cow seems quite spirited as well. Let us take it with us," Chow Haizi insisted. Not only was the young man lively, but the calf he rode was equally vibrant, its eyes sparkling. If the Bat King was still hungry, they could offer it a cow, which should suffice. "Very well. Let us go together." Thus, the spirited young man hopped back onto his cow. Chow Haizi instructed his men to lead the cow and the young man up the mountain. They wound their way to the secret chamber. This time, he was too lazy to bind the young man. It was easy to tie a person but difficult to restrain a cow, so he simply chose not to. The young man appeared clean and unblemished, saving the trouble of a wash. With a creak, the door to the secret chamber swung open, and Chow Haizi told the young man, "My great deity is inside. You may enter." Surprisingly, the young man showed no fear as he led the cow inside. One could not tell if he was simply bold or perhaps a bit daft. In this pitch-black chamber, others were typically bound upon entry, yet he walked in voluntarily. Chow Haizi harbored no doubts. As soon as Qin He and his cow stepped inside, he hastily ordered the door closed and locked, performing the actions in swift succession, fearful that the young man might escape. Soon, sounds of struggle and the Bat King's roars echoed from within. "Boss, it seems the Bat King is quite pleased with that unfortunate soul. Its roars are even louder than before," one of Chow Haizi's subordinates remarked. Chow Haizi nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Let us hope that after devouring this man and his cow, it will be in a better mood to discuss leaving this place expediently. Chapter 61. The Bat King. Now, the Bat King was hanging upside down from the ceiling of the secret chamber, taking a brief respite. When the door opened, and a person along with a cow entered, it slammed shut with a resounding thud. The chamber was enveloped in darkness. Ordinarily, one would assume the newcomer could not see. Yet, that person lifted his head, astonished, exclaiming, "What a massive bat!" The Bat King's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, its demonic aura swirling around, and it let out a roar as it swooped down. This visitor was no benign entity. The Bat King was no novice. The number of powerful beings who had perished at its hands exceeded the count of 100. A mere glance exchanged with the Bat King was enough to ascertain that this individual was no ordinary foe. Seizing the initiative, the Bat King launched itself toward Qin He with the weight of a mountain behind its attack, its claws glinting coldly, resembling iron. This was a maneuver it had mastered, its most lethal strike. In an instant, it descended upon the young man's head, its claws aimed directly at him. However, in that moment, the young man nimbly sidestepped to the side, moving as swiftly as a sparrow, yes, merely half a step. Yet that half-step was precisely enough to evade the Bat King's lethal grasp, an exquisite display of skill. This was the sparrow step that Qin He had recently learned. The sparrow step. Mastering this technique grants one the agility of a sparrow, allowing for deft movements and remarkable feats within a mere breath. This was the brilliance of the sparrow step. Though its name might sound unrefined, the skill itself was undeniably potent. Countless techniques of evasion had become second nature to Qin He. Having reached an advanced level upon mastery, the term miraculous was not one that just any skill could claim. Returning to the unfolding events, the Bat King's attack missed its mark, leaving it nearly colliding with the ground. In a flurry, it twisted its body to launch another claw strike at Qin He. However, combat entails a certain decorum, akin to a game of chess. Why should it be allowed to take 2 consecutive moves? Before it could unleash its claw, Qin He retaliated. With a large, dark iron shovel, he struck the Bat King's face with tremendous force. Boom! The Bat King was sent flying. Astonishingly, its sharp teeth shattered upon impact. A howl of pain erupted as the Bat King staggered back, yet its demonic energy remained intact, and it flapped its wings to charge at Qin He once more. This time, it employed its wings instead of its claws, wing slash. This was the Bat King's assassination technique, appearing deceptively gentle, yet swift as a blade. Many formidable opponents had fallen prey to this move, caught unaware and severed along with their weapons, having tasted defeat. The Bat King unleashed its trump card. Yet, Qin He was already in motion. How far? Just a step. The wind from the large black shovel whipped through the air, rapidly magnifying in the Bat King's eyes. Boom! It struck again, this time causing even more damage, leaving half of its face distorted. Roar! The Bat King was now thoroughly enraged. Its belly gurgled ominously, as though something within was boiling, its bloodlust surging, its eyes ablaze with fury, and its form expanding in size. Whoosh! Its speed doubled as it lunged at Qin He once more. Noticing this, Qin He sprang away, taking 2 steps back to dodge. Boom! The Bat King returned yet again. The other side of its face now equally distorted, a rather symmetrical display. The Bat King was thoroughly vexed. Striking a person's face is an affront to dignity. Just as humans value their faces, so too do demons. How could it face the world if the other demons learned that it had been struck 3 times in the face during battle? Human, you ought to refrain from targeting my face. The Bat King demanded. Qin He paused, nodding. Very well, I shall not strike your face. After all, striking the face could lead to complications later. If the furry visage were to be marred, mending it would pose a challenge. You must keep your word, the Bat King insisted, distrustful as it had never known the speaker to uphold promises. I swear, absolutely, Qin He declared, raising 2 fingers in a gesture of oath. Seeing this, the Bat King once again summoned all its might and charged at Qin He. Bang! Crash! Thud! Boom! This time, the Bat King managed to endure a few more exchanges. However, it ultimately retreated, clutching its groin. Human, you possess no morals. The Bat King's words escaped through gritted teeth. It doesn't hurt. I didn't strike your face. Qin He protested innocently. The Bat King's face twitched, its fighting spirit shattered by the relentless blows from the large black shovel. This individual was unfathomable. With a gust of wind, it flapped its wings and darted toward the door. Yet, it overlooked one crucial detail. The door had been shut and locked by Chow Haizi. This misstep would cost it dearly. Noticing the Bat King's attempt to flee, Qin He remarked, "Oh, you wish to escape? That simply will not do." It was no easy feat to come all this way. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed 50 corpse nails that rained down like a torrential storm. The sound of muffled thuds resonated as the Bat King, with its back turned, was pinned against the door. Having surpassed 2 decades of formidable inner power, the strength was no longer comparable to before. Even with the Bat King's demonic aura shielding it, it could not withstand the assault. The combination of the corpse nails and the flying needle technique, striking the vital points, rendered even the living immobile. As if they were corpses, the Bat King found itself unable to move, even speech eluding it. Its demonic energy attempted to dissolve the nails, but the process was painfully slow. Qin He approached, marveling at the Bat King's size and strength. Its muscles bulging, towering over him, exuding an imposing presence. The Bat King's eyes reflected a plea for mercy. It could hardly fathom how, after just driving off the Iron Hammer God Hunter during the day and claiming victory, it now found itself in such dire straits by nightfall. The identity of the newcomer was a mystery. Never had it heard of such a formidable figure. Naturally, Qin He paid no mind to the Bat King's plight. Smashing the door in half and removing the door panel, preparing to ignite a fire, he was eager to uncover the secret behind the accumulation of merit, as it was clear that it was not merely about performing good deeds. Qin He had already attempted that, to no avail. If merely doing good deeds could earn one merit, this world would be populated with deities. At first, the Bat King was oblivious to Qin He's intentions. However, upon witnessing Qin He wielding a shovel to chop the door into firewood, it was seized by terror and struggled with all its might. Yet, it was all in vain. By the time Qin He had prepared the firewood, it remained ensnared. The clean corpse was spared, for even the most blind underworld officials would not mistake the head of a bat. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Once the firewood was stacked, the flint was summoned. The Bat King, a creature of some renown in the demon realm, was consumed by the fierce flames of the abyssal fire, leaving behind the myriad sins it had committed. The flames could not atone for even one of its transgressions. However, this was of no concern to Qin He, for the judgment of the Bat King was the domain of the underworld's Yama. His sole responsibility was to escort it on its final journey, and perhaps reap some rewards in the process. Nothing more. After more than an hour, the Bat King was reduced to ashes. The black and white curtain fell, and the sound of wooden clappers pierced the dim light, swaying elegantly. The shadow play unfolded, blurring the lines between illusion and reality, allowing Qin He to witness the life of the Bat King. Chapter 62. The art of summoning winds and rain. The Bat King was born in a cave teeming with countless bats. From the outset, it was disadvantaged, having fallen from the cave's ceiling and sustained grave injuries, rendering it unable to fly. This cave was not solely inhabited by bats. Serpents, rodents, demon spiders, and weasels also lurked below, all preying upon bats. Within moments of landing, the Bat King would have been devoured. Yet, fortune favored it. As it landed at the boundary of two horned serpents' territories, the two serpents engaged in a fierce battle over their quarry, ultimately perishing in the process. What are horned serpents, you ask? They are serpents adorned with protrusions on their heads, aspiring to grow horns. These serpents had already formed inner Dan, and with time, could potentially transform into a dragon or python. This was a heavenly opportunity that the Bat King seized upon, by swallowing the two serpent Dan. Not only did it heal its injuries, but it also gained a modicum of intelligence, understanding the path of cultivation. Over the course of a century, the Bat King nightly absorbed the essence of the moons, deepening its cultivation. However, beginning its journey by devouring the two serpent Dan left it with deficiencies in its cultivation. Even after a century of practice, its formidable power could not transform its bat form into that of a human. The frail bat body was insufficient for great endeavors. Without achieving human form, its path of cultivation would reach a dead end, unable to progress further. Desperate for a solution, the Bat King ventured into the world, accumulating countless grievances and creating numerous sins. Eventually, it discovered a method to attain human form by gathering merit. Merit, the righteous force of the human realm, serves to ward off malevolence and rectify inherent deficiencies. However, while it sounds straightforward to amass merit, it is a daunting task. Beasts are often rejected by humans, and the process is time-consuming. Many creatures, unable to wait for enough merit to accumulate, perish before they can achieve their goals. Thus, the Bat King considered taking a shortcut, and fortuitously, He approached. They quickly reached an agreement. The plan was simple. The Bat King would spread disease, while He would occupy temples, utilizing certain drugs that could exploit humanity to create the illusion of preventing and treating plagues. Covertly, the Bat King would employ a sinister technique acquired years prior to manipulate the worshippers, extracting vast amounts of merit and wealth. This, in essence, was the origin of the plague in Fong County, an unholy alliance between demons and humans. Wreaking havoc upon the innocent, shadows danced, souls were judged, and the figure in the black robe proclaimed, "Monsters and demons walk among us, countless souls sacrificed to the heavens. Do not question the vastness of the path. Human hearts are far blacker than those of demons. Reward. The art of summoning winds and rain. The art of summoning winds and rain. By mastering this technique, you shall embody the deity of thunder and rain, bestowing blessings upon the world. Note: this technique requires the expenditure of merit. Upon first glance at the reward, Qin He felt a surge of excitement. Summoning winds and rain sounded immensely powerful. It was a divine art. And regardless of its utility, it promised to be entertaining. Yet, upon reading the subsequent note, his expression soured. Damn it, he muttered, I haven't earned a single coin of merit, yet here are 2 spells that consume it. Such was the nature of rewards. They arrived without alteration. Qin He could only console himself that patience would yield future utility. Fortunately, he had gleaned from the shadow play of the Bat King how merit was gathered. Merit consists of 2 components, contribution and virtue. Contribution refers to accomplishments, while virtue pertains to the fulfillment of others' desires, particularly those of a fervent nature. What constitutes fervent virtue? It is the act of fulfilling another's wish. One so intense that it reaches the level of prayer. If a person, adequately fed and clothed, receives a garment from you, they may express gratitude, but that does not accrue merit. Conversely, if a beggar, shivering in the cold, beseeches the heavens for a garment, and you provide one, only for them to return to the temple to offer thanks, that is merit earned. In simpler terms, it involves 3 steps: making a wish, having it granted, and expressing gratitude. The essence of merit is a kind of willpower, and all 3 elements must coexist. This is why the gathering of merit necessitates the presence of temples, even if there are none. There must be idols. Deities attract incense offerings, which are not merely smoke but merit being accumulated. As people burn incense, they murmur wishes, silently yearning. However, there lies a complication. Qin He scratched his head, realizing that while the 3-step process was not inherently difficult, the scale of the endeavor would certainly create a significant stir. The merit of an individual or even a handful of individuals would be negligible. What was truly valuable required the collective effort of thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions. The challenge was that righteous deities had already divided the merits of the mortal realm among themselves, with each domain occupied by a deity. To privately amass merit was a grave sin, punishable by death. Minor thefts would prove futile. Was this not a daunting task? Indeed, it was far more challenging than merely consuming a meal to enhance one's internal strength or burning a corpse to increase one's cultivation. However, a saying rings true: without accumulating small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. The timid perish of hunger while the bold feast. Qin He was not one to easily retreat. Otherwise, he would squander the opportunity afforded by the merit gold body technique and the art of summoning winds and rain. What was crucial was that an opportunity presented itself. The mess left by the Bat King, with some adjustments, could potentially yield significant merit. Just as he pondered this, an unexpected visitor arrived. Who could it be? Chow Haizi. Chow Haizi dared not disturb the Bat King during its feasting and waited over an hour before returning with people in tow. Approaching the secret chamber's entrance, he was left dumbfounded. What did he see? A spirited youth and a cow. The cow was scratching itself against the wall, while before the spirited youth lay a pile of unextinguished flames, within which lay a corpse, its shape unmistakably that of the Bat King. The Bat King had been burnt by this person. In an instant, Chow Haizi's mind buzzed, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. The shock was overwhelming, too sudden and terrifying. If this person could vanquish the Bat King, he could easily do the same to him. Chow Haizi had no desire to follow in the Bat King's footsteps. Not only him, but the entire band of mountain bandits turned pale upon seeing the lifeless body. None were foolish. Fleeing was not an option. Even if they wanted to run, they could not be the first to do so. The first to act would be the one targeted. You foresaw my arrival, yet did not predict its demise. Qin He grinned. Chow Haizi was drenched in cold sweat, yet a flicker of wit ignited within him. Without hesitation, he knelt and bowed his head, saying, I, Chow Haizi, have encountered a master. We were all coerced by the Bat King, forced to assist him in his wickedness. It was truly beyond our control. Please spare us. Clearly, he sought to deceive Qin He, to obfuscate the truth. Yet, he was unaware that Qin He had already witnessed the entirety of the Bat King's shadow play. Comprehending the origins of this affair, the figure in black robes offered a fair assessment. Monsters and demons walk among us, countless souls sacrificed to the heavens. Do not question the vastness of the path. Human hearts are far blacker than those of demons. Indeed, human hearts outstrip demonic ones in wickedness. Had Chow Haizi not initiated the connection with the Bat King, the plague in Feng County would never have come to pass. The true instigator was not the Bat King, but Chow Haizi. With the Bat King's demise, Chow Haizi believed himself safe from repercussions. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to Qin He, who had his own plans in mind. Chapter 63. The Celestial Bullied. Were all coerced? Qin He feigned ignorance. Absolutely true, Master. Your insight is remarkable. Yes, we were all forced by the Bat King, utterly victimized. Chow Haizi and the mountain bandits nodded fervently, as if pecking at grains of rice, fearful of being too slow to avoid annihilation. Oh, so that means the Bat King's actions had nothing to do with you? Qin He inquired further. Absolutely nothing. We were all compelled, they reiterated, nodding vigorously. Good. Qin He smiled triumphantly, gesturing towards the wooden chests in the corner. Then these silver coins are also unrelated to you, correct? Chow Haizi. The mountain bandits. Speak. Qin He narrowed his eyes. With a slight tremor, the crimson stone floor cracked beneath him, sending shards flying into Chow Haizi's face, startling him into instinctively retracting his neck. What terrifying internal strength! Yes, they are unrelated. Chow Haizi nodded again, his heart bleeding. This was wealth painstakingly gathered under the increasingly irate Bat King, now slipping away effortlessly, as if waving a sleeve without a trace of nostalgia. And what about you? Qin He turned to the mountain bandits. Seeing Chow Haizi's response, they had no choice but to comply. Whatever is yours is yours. Qin He was satisfied, moving to pat the wooden chests. Inside were gold, silver, and jewels of every hue, filling several large boxes. To be honest, I have no interest in gold and silver. If you must assist me with the task, I can bestow these treasures upon you. Finally, Qin He revealed his true intentions. Upon hearing this, Chow Haizi felt a whirlwind of despair and elation. The treasures he had just seen confiscated now held the possibility of being rewarded back to him. Naturally, he eagerly agreed. For wealth, men would risk their lives. Chow Haizi had toiled for this fortune, which could sustain him for years. As for whether Qin He would keep his word, such concerns had become secondary. Many mountain bandits had already perished in this place. A hefty cost indeed. Should he fail to retrieve the silver this time, Chow Haizi's standing in the martial world would be irreparably diminished. He could only gamble everything, hoping that this expert would keep his word. Otherwise, he would find himself with no way forward. Subsequently, Qin He recounted the situation. What matter? Naturally, it involved gathering merits. With the head of the household changed, the process of accumulating merits must continue unabated. After hearing this, Chow Haizi slapped his thigh, confidently pledging that he would ensure the matter was handled with utmost finesse. In his line of work, he was brimming with confidence. The two engaged in hushed whispers for a while, after which Chow Haizi set out, rallying a group of people to dramatically dismantle the original bat deity statue. In its place, they hung a new painting, a youthful figure riding a black bull. The ink still fresh. It is said that in the den of bandits, talent abounds. Indeed, among Chow Haizi's men was a former painter. Remarkably, in a matter of moments, he skillfully rendered Qin He's likeness, adorned with a mask, and hung it on the wall. The new deity was thus established. Thereafter, Chow Haizi unleashed his expertise, thoroughly demonstrating the concept of ultimate interpretative authority. The Bat Demon was rebranded as a minor celestial being, whose abilities were lacking and whose duties were poorly executed. Thus, heaven had dispatched a new deity to the mortal realm. Who? The Azure Bull Immortal. Do not question why the Azure Bull was depicted as black. Chow Haizi scoured the entire temple and found no trace of the color azure. He was adept at deception. When the devout populace inquired, he merely stated that the bull could change colors. What was the Azure Bull? He would promise to transform it into a red bull by tomorrow. The worshippers were none the wiser, a throng of them so oblivious that 9 out of 10 could not decipher a single word, making them easy to deceive. Otherwise, how could so many perish daily without introspection? Returning to the main narrative, while Chow Haizi was spinning his tales, Qin He had already cast a plague pill and 2 healing pills into a well within the temple. Everything was in readiness. When the first plague-ridden individual, their body covered in sores, drank from the well, the wounds miraculously healed at an astonishing rate. Word spread rapidly. one telling 10, 10 telling 100, and soon the entirety of Puyun Mountain was in an uproar. Merit 1, Merit 1, Merit 1. As Qin He observed the notifications flooding his mind, a smile spread across his face, unable to contain his joy. After much effort, a favorable outcome had finally emerged. Merits were beginning to accumulate. Chow Haizi, well versed in the business, efficiently managed the wishes, the drinking of water, and the fulfillment of promises in a seamless manner. Within a little over an hour, merits had amassed to 5,000 and were still on the rise. Witnessing this, Qin He hesitated not for a moment. He mounted his young bull and set off for home, with 5,000 witnesses to the efficacy of the plague pill and healing pills. The position of the deity was assured. As for the 7 or 8 chests of gold and silver treasures, Qin He took not a single coin, for those treasures were heavily tainted by karmic debt. The Bat King, in its unscrupulous ways, had earned the wrath of heaven and the hatred of the people, and all that it had acquired was imbued with misfortune and curses. Anyone who touched them would suffer. Qin He discerned this through his ability to perceive Qi. As his strength gradually grew, so too did his skill in this art. With the Bat King's demise, Chow Haizi was not far behind. The entire band of mountain bandits was shrouded in an aura of death. There was no need for Qin He to intervene. Heaven would take care of them. The young bull galloped swiftly, embarking on the return journey. Just as Qin He departed, a figure emerged from the thicket by the roadside. With a shining bald head, 2 rows of scars, a prominent belly, a round face, and a thick neck. It was a large monk. Upon closer inspection, one could see a pair of bullhorn marks on his forehead. The monk glanced at the idol cloud temple, his expression shifting slightly. He joined his hands in prayer, muttering incantations, and with a swipe of his fingers across his eyes, they transformed into a golden hue. Looking toward the idol cloud temple, he glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Umitba, you audacious demon, how dare you harm living beings? Today, this monk is in a foul mood, and you shall pay the price with that." He drew 2 demon-slaying staffs from his robes and charged up the mountain like a whirlwind. His speed was such that he appeared to vanish in an instant. The gust of wind startled Chow Haizi in a matter of moments. The monk dashed directly into the temple's secret chamber. Upon entering, he beheld a still smoldering corpse, and beside it, a steaming pile of dung. The monk was momentarily taken aback, his large head frozen in thought for several seconds, pondering. What could have led to this death? He then approached the dung, touched the bullhorn mark on his forehead, licked his finger, and then prodded the dung, licking it again. His eyes widened. The same scent. I've got you now. Chapter 64. Merits acquired. The monk swiftly climbed onto the roof, reaching the highest point. Scanning the 4 directions in the dim light of dawn, he spotted a man and a bull galloping away at breakneck speed. Halt! I shall have a word with you about this incident. The monk darted down the mountain like the wind, gripping his demon-slaying staffs, but the duo soon vanished from sight. They had come and gone in a flash, as if they had never been there at all. Meanwhile, at the capital, several dozen miles from Fong County, the first light of dawn pierced the sky, the moment when night and day intertwine. The north gate of the capital stood wide open, with hundreds of people lined up on either side. Silent as the grave. The only sound was the fluttering of the flying fish banners in the chilly morning breeze, in the distance, for swift horses pounded the ground with their hooves, stirring up clouds of dust, their riders emanating the unique aura and killing intent of the borderlands. Leading the charge was a figure clad in thin blue garments, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his chiseled features bearing the frost and dust of the frontier. Commander Shun of the Flying Fish Guard returns to the capital. Commander Shun of the Flying Fish Guard returns to the capital. The announcement echoed far and wide. The 4 warhorses galloped straight into the city, their iron hooves clattering against the bluestone pavement, resonating with a crisp sound. We welcome the commander back to the capital. Hundreds of Flying Fish Guards bowed in unison. Shun Lian maintained his speed, surveying the ranks of the Flying Fish Guard, and wherever his gaze fell, all heads instinctively lowered, unwilling to meet his eyes. The commanding presence of the Flying Fish King was unmistakable. Any news? After 2 rounds of inspection, Shun Lian reined in his warhorse and inquired. Half a month ago, a report from the Weiliang residence indicated the sighting of an 8th-grade mountain spirit at Minglin Mountain, resulting in the deaths of over 100 individuals. A month prior, the Ling Mountain Guard reported sightings of strange ships near the coast, leading to the deaths of several hundred in Fong County. A bat demon had been amassing merits, spreading plague, with over 70,000 dying from the epidemic. The Iron Hammer God Catcher's extermination efforts had failed and was currently regrouping in Fong County. At Jilo Mountain in Shu, a 9th-grade flying zombie was being investigated. The corpse-burning hall had been infiltrated by an unidentified powerful individual, and the governor of Hejian, Liang Shiji, had reported supernatural occurrences at his residence, with over 20 casualties. As the reports continued. Once the last one was delivered, Shunlian ordered, "The second capture team will accompany me to Fong County. The rest shall resume their duties and proceed with the necessary protocols." Yes. The flying fish guards bowed in acknowledgement, then dispersed swiftly, leaving the north gate empty save for 2 flying fish and a few guards. Su Xianchun and Tian urging exchanged glances, their expressions sour as if they had consumed something foul. At this moment, they truly grasped that the flying fish guard had never regarded them as leaders. These reports had never even graced their desks. It was indeed a place where not a needle could penetrate, nor a drop of water could seep in. Returning to Qin He's side, the young bull galloped furiously, finally reaching Fong County as dawn broke. After releasing the bull, Qin He returned to the temporary corpse-burning site. Su Changsho was in a tizzy, and upon seeing Qin He heaved a sigh of relief, hurriedly pulling him aside to ask, "Where on earth did you go last night?" "I was frantic, thinking you had been taken by a demon. I went out to relieve myself and accidentally got caught in a phantom wall. I only emerged at dawn." Qin He had already concocted this excuse. Su Changsho's expression shifted. "A phantom wall? Quite impressive indeed." Qin He remained unfazed, spinning his tail with such ease that even he was impressed. Su Changsho was left momentarily speechless. Given the number of deaths in Liang County, it was only natural that things would be grim. Merely being trapped was considered fortunate. If he had encountered something sinister, the odds of survival would have been slim. Supernatural events were far more perilous than corpse transformations. Well, as long as you're back, that's what matters. Last night, Wei Wu noticed you were missing during his patrol, and I told him you went to the restroom. After a while, he clearly didn't believe it. You should be cautious, as I sense he is targeting you, Su Changsho cautioned again. No worries, he doesn't have the time to focus on me. Qin He replied with a mysterious smile. Qin He dared to leave the temporary corpse-burning site without fear of Wei Wu's retribution. The previous night, he had set fires all over without Wei Wu saying a word. Sneaking out in the dead of night would hardly be a significant issue. Moreover, he had provided Wei Wu with a task that would keep him preoccupied. After bidding farewell to Su Changsho, Qin He returned to his tent, lying down contentedly as he watched his merits continue to rise. On the way back, his merits had increased by another 2,000, totaling 7,000. The momentum was still building. Judging by the number of worshippers, the final merits could reach at least 50 or 60,000. He wondered if this would be sufficient for cultivating the merit golden body technique, as for the wind and rain summoning technique. Qin He naturally brushed it aside. Having finally amassed some merits, he would deal with it later. Now, he simply awaited the harvest. Qin He reclined against the stone wall, soaking up the sun, and when no one was watching, he popped a fruit of power into his mouth. As he chewed, a sweet flow coursed through him. This fruit was exceptionally delicious. Qin He had saved several, reluctant to consume them all at once. With a series of light crackling sounds, his strength increased slightly. The autumn chill was settling in, but the sun was warm and comforting, and Qin He gradually felt drowsy. Just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a commotion erupted nearby. Qin He rolled off the wall, activating his keen hearing skill, and overheard someone exclaiming, "Old man, stop your excuses. It was you who knocked me over with your bowl last night. You mad bald fool, spouting nonsense. When have I ever ridden a cow? The mark upon my head is from your cow's horn. Just look at this, what a state it has left me in. Release me, you insane baldy. If you do not let go, I shall call for help." Upon hearing this, Qin He felt a jolt in his eyelids. Goodness, even from so far away, someone has come to our aid. Indeed, he is no ordinary person. Fortunately, I acted decisively in my escape. What should I do now? I must hasten to resolve this, lest I expose myself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin He broke into a grin. An idea forming in his mind, he resolutely returned to the tent, kicking each of the 10 cremators who were sound asleep. Wake up! Wake up! No more sleeping, there's trouble outside. The group of cremators rubbed their eyes and sat up, with old Liang asking, Qin He, what has happened? Someone is bullying our people outside. Qin He replied, Our people? The cremators exchanged glances, and ekes asked, We're all here. No one has been bullied. I am referring to the old man who brings us water. Qin He clarified, That old man is not one of us. We are not familiar with him, Lu Sanjin replied, shaking his head vigorously as if it were a rattled drum. Just waking up, who wants to get out of bed? Qin He is probably having another fit. With Lu taking the lead, the others shook their heads in agreement, stating they were not familiar with him. Old Liang went even further, declaring that the old man was careless, transporting filthy water mixed with mud. He found him utterly displeasing. Qin He was exasperated, pointing at them. Do you have no sense of public duty? Do you not understand the importance of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? That old man is a senior citizen, and he brings us water. If he is bullied, we must stand up for him. Otherwise, how can we build a harmonious society? Why is everyone's awareness so low? The cremators listened, utterly baffled, unable to comprehend Qin He's words. Surely he was having another fit. Old Liang, however, grasped a part of it, saying, respecting the elderly and caring for the young. That fellow is not even older than I am. Qin He, how infuriating. What happened to the gene of enjoying a spectacle overnight? Fine. If none of you will budge, I shall have to resort to drastic measures. So, you refuse to go, is that it? Very well, from now on, when I host a banquet, those who do not attend shall not be invited again. Upon hearing this, the cremators sprang up as if electrified. Lu Sanjin, with a serious expression, declared, Qin He, I suddenly find your words profoundly reasonable. Indeed, that old man is so old yet still bullied. We cannot tolerate this, ekes added. Old Liang stroked his beard, his face calm. I suddenly feel he resembles my brother who passed away 40 years ago. It strikes a chord with me. Whoever bullies him is crossing paths with old Liang. Chapter 65. A monk assaults Qin. He gathered his men and headed towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he beheld a large monk, bare-chested and round, covered in wrinkles from head to toe, with 2 rows of scars on his forehead. At that moment, he was gripping old Ji's collar, pointing at a nearby calf. Just admit it, is this calf yours? If it is mine, so what? If it is yours, then it is you who has rammed into me. Nonsense. Cows are for plowing, not for riding. You are making baseless accusations. Do not attempt to argue. I cannot possibly mistake. It was your cow that struck me. The two were tugging at each other, drawing a crowd. As Qin He arrived, he strode forward, arms crossed. Do you have no sense of public decency? Must you create such a ruckus? The neighbors cannot sleep. They have work to do. The cremators were silent. The old man, seeing someone approach, felt as though he had found a lifeline. Young brother, please help me judge this matter. I do not know where this mad bald fool came from, insisting that I rode my cow into him. How absurd! The large monk persisted. My tongue is keen and can trace the source. Do not think that just because you have a cow, that this flying corpse cannot evade my pursuit. I shall not mistake. It was your cow that struck me. We must reason this out. Qin He, seeking to mediate, turned to the monk, a slight smile playing on his lips. You claim his cow hit you. Where exactly did this occur? The monk's cheeks twitched as he stubbornly replied, 10 miles outside of Puyun Mountain. So far away? Qin He feigned surprise. Listen, everyone. This is sheer nonsense. Puyun Mountain is over 40 miles away, all mountainous terrain. How could my calf possibly strike someone there? Indeed, you are wrong, Qin He asserted. How can one unjustly tarnish another's reputation? Even if one is scheming, it should not be so blatant. Exactly, that is pure nonsense. The crowd echoed, Puyun Mountain is so far. It would take a day to traverse those mountain roads. Upon hearing this, the cremators began to chime in. The large monk's face flushed red. I stand upright and speak rightfully. If I utter a single lie, may the heavens strike me down. Observing this, Qin He thought, oh, quite resolute you are. You won't back down, will you? Very well. Let us see how long you can withstand this. Monk, first release the old man. Qin He pretended to pull at the monk's hand, gripping the old man's collar. And as he leaned in, he swiftly flicked the old man's waist, causing him to fall to the ground with a yelp. Qin He then bellowed, "Oh no! The monk is assaulting people. A monk is striking others. Who knows from which temple this monk hails? Come and see." His voice boomed, waking everyone at the temporary cremation site. The crowd quickly gathered, forming circles around the scene, pointing and whispering. The large monk could no longer withstand the pressure. Bitterly muttering, "Commoners cannot be reasoned with. They infuriate me," and fled. His retreating figure resembled a plump meatball with long legs. Qin He, witnessing this, found it amusing. This monk is quite interesting to that moment at the Puyun Mountain Idol Cloud Temple. After finishing his tasks, Chow Haizi suddenly discovered that the deity who rode the cow had vanished, leaving him momentarily bewildered, uncertain whether the deity had left or was hiding somewhere. After searching thoroughly, he found not a single trace. This left Chow Haizi feeling both relieved and fearful. Relieved that the treasures remained untouched, fearful of the uncertainty surrounding the departure of the cow-riding deity. As the saying goes, silver is white, gold is yellow, and eyes are red. With wealth so close at hand, who would not be tempted? Chow Haizi gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. He decided to abandon the transaction with the cow-riding deity and directly take the silver and leave. Those who perish for wealth, birds who die for food. He came for the silver. The perfect opportunity to escape lay before him. If not now, then when? It must be said that Chow Haizi was quite decisive. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely hesitate for days before daring to leave. Yet life is governed by fate, and not entirely by human will. When fortune shines, all forces align. When misfortune strikes, even heroes are not free. Just as Chow Haizi was dragging the silver out of the mountain gate with a cart, a group of people approached, each wielding sharp blades, exuding a menacing aura. The leader, a tall man clad in blue, with a spring-embroidered curved blade at his waist, had sword-like brows and starry eyes. Upon seeing him, Chow Haizi nearly wept. Why life is over. He slumped against the cart as if a mouse confronting a cat. Immobilized. Who was this man? Just returned to the capital, the commander of the Flying Fish Guards, Shenlian. Having roamed the underworld for over 20 years, Chow Haizi was naturally familiar with Shenlian. This man acted with careful deliberation. His appearance signified that this place had become a dead end. Not to mention humans, even a mosquito would find it hard to escape. This was a true case of the King of Hell claiming your life at 3 in the morning, leaving no one to survive until 5. Any bandit encountering Shenlian was akin to meeting the living King of Hell, as expected. With a whistle, the Flying Fish Guards surrounded him, sealing off all exits. A group of mountain bandits might bully the common folk, but against the elite of the Flying Fish Guards, they were immediately crushed. The Flying Fish Guards advanced to apprehend, and any resistance was met with a swift blade, delivering immediate justice. Chow Haizi understood he had no hope of survival. Captured by the Flying Fish Guards, it was a certain death. In that case, it was better to die early than to suffer longer. He drew a dagger and plunged it into his heart, committing suicide out of guilt. As his corpse fell, Shenlian rode over to take a glance, calmly stating, "Record, number 139. Wanted criminal, Chow Haizi, alias Chow the Thief. Apprehended at Idol Cloud Temple." Yes, a scribe noted at that moment. A Flying Fish Guard rushed in to report, "Commander, for unknown reasons, the Bat King has been burned to ashes." Chapter 66. Please cooperate. Go take a look. Shenlian urged his horse up the mountain, arriving at the secret chamber and surveying the surroundings. The entire chamber was permeated with a faint metallic smell of blood, mingling with a musty odor that was quite unpleasant. The blue stone slab was mottled, littered with decaying refuse, with one door collapsed and another splintered, while a burnt figure lay within. It appeared that due to the low temperature of the firewood, many bones had not completely turned to ash. The remaining bones were unlike ordinary ones, as some wing bones were vaguely discernible, undoubtedly belonging to the Bat King. A small flag officer carefully scooped up a pile of semi-dry cow dung nearby and placed it in a wooden box. "What is this cow dung for?" Shenlian inquired. Behind him, the ironclad hunter Yu Wenjing asked. During this encirclement, the 1,000 households from both teams were certainly present. Reporting to the commander, "This pile of cow dung has a finger hole, which could serve as evidence." The small flag officer replied truthfully. Why? Yu Wenjing nodded. The scribe, observing, took notes. "Report, Commander, We have confiscated a statue from the temple. The plague-stricken populace has been praying and making wishes to this statue. A small flag bearer rushed in with a scroll. Unroll it and take a look, Yu Wenjing instructed. The scribe hurried over to join the small flag bearer in unrolling the statue. In the scene depicted, there stands an individual alongside a cow, neither exuding any remarkable energy. The person appears utterly ordinary, and the cow lacks any semblance of grandeur. The individual dons a mask, while adjacent to them are four prominent characters. Qin He. The ink has scarcely dried, and the paper is wrinkled. What are your thoughts? Shun Lian inquires. Chibu air duis Qin He, Ji Qingliang, snorts disdainfully, remarking, another sordid affair of gathering merits for oneself. The Bat King was eliminated in a black market deal. And now this gang of mountain bandits led by Cao Haizi has been subdued. The portrait is hastily crafted. It is unclear whether this was a deliberate act or a spur-of-the-moment decision. The traces of the battle almost entirely belong to the Bat King, with this so-called Qin He leaving scarcely any evidence behind, suggesting a power that exceeds that of the Bat King by a considerable margin. Yu Wenjing also shares his perspective. Shan Lian remains non-committal, turning his gaze towards the junior officer and inquiring, "What is the situation with the well?" Reporting to the commander, "There is something peculiar about that well. After the townsfolk drink from it, their festering wounds seem to heal at an astonishing pace, as if it truly possesses curative properties against the plague. This is water drawn from the well." The junior officer explains, presenting a damp water pouch. Shan Lian accepts it, opens the pouch, and inhales its contents, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. After a brief pause, he states, "Let us await the results of the interrogation." The water pouch then passes to Yu Wenjing and Ji Qingliang, both of whom sniff it and exchange puzzled glances. The capture team acts swiftly. After executing 4 or 5 of the captured mountain bandits, they divulge even the minutiae of which finger to use for nose-picking. Not long after, a sketch of Qin He is presented before the 3 men. Shan Lian and Yu Wenjing fall into silence, while Ji Qingliang's lips twitch as he remarks, "Isn't this Wei Wu, the disciple of Tu Baisho? Brother Wu, the situation with Qin He is becoming increasingly intolerable. Not only did he abandon his post last night, but today he has stirred up trouble, gathering a group of corpse burners and a wild monk, causing unrest throughout the camp. As the sun begins to set, Wei Wu, having just returned to the temporary cremation site, is met with a report from his cousin, Wei Yuanji. Wei Wu's expression darkens. He harbors a disdain for Qin He, who was always peculiar during their time at the cremation hall. After receiving a copper coin as a reward directly from Tu Baisho, his disdain only deepened. This fellow, with his lewd grin and oily demeanor, is revered and admired by the other corpse burners, while Qin He regards him as if he were some sort of animal. "Bring him and Su Changshou to me at once. Does he really believe I cannot handle him? The Dongqing military command may hesitate, but my cremation hall has no such reservations." Wei Wu slams his hand on the table, seething with rage. Wei Yuanji sneers. He naturally shares his cousin's disdain for those whom Wei Wu dislikes. Just as he is about to step out, a group of individuals enters. The leader, with a square face and a bushy beard, is none other than Chang Wan, a captain from the capture team. Without a greeting, the group barges in, clad in armor and wielding weapons, their expressions somewhat hostile. "Chang Captain, what brings you here?" Wei Wu quickly rises to greet him. Sensing something amiss, Chang Wan strives to appear amicable, smiling as he says, "It's nothing significant. I merely wish to inquire about a certain situation from Wei Zongqi. Of course, I shall speak candidly. Feel free to ask." Wei Wu nods. Chang Wan ponders for a moment. "Well, we may need to change locations." "Huh?" Half an hour later, in a dimly lit chamber, Wei Wu finds himself shackled to a stool, his hands and feet bound. Opposite him, several copper mirrors reflect the flickering flames, nearly blinding him. His face, darkened with anger, he raises his shackled hands, exclaiming, "Chang Wan, what is the meaning of this? Please, Wei Zongqi, do not be agitated. I am merely following orders for a routine inquiry and hope for your cooperation." Chang Wan replies, his face obscured by the shadows behind the mirrors, leaving only a vague silhouette visible. "Where have I failed to cooperate? We both hail from the Feiyu Guard, and you may ask whatever you wish." "Is this really necessary?" Wei Wu grits his teeth. "Please remain calm, Wei Zongqi. This is simply standard procedure and does not imply anything sinister. I kindly request your cooperation." Changwen's tone is calm and unhurried. Wei Wu feels as though he is striking cotton, his anger dissipating. Taking a deep breath to suppress his indignation, he replies, "Fine, ask away. Let us commence formally then." Changwen moves the paper and pen from the corner of the table before him. Lifting the pen to gaze at Wei Wu. Name: Wei Wu.age.24. Gendered: Do I look like a woman to you? Please answer truthfully. Male. Your answer is unclear. You should state male. Can you not ask something you don't already know? Are these questions even interesting? Did you leave the temporary cremation site last night? No, I remained at the temporary cremation site all night. Where specifically? In the tent. Did you go outside? I got up a few times during the night. How many times? 6 times. That is quite a few. What is the reason? Is there a problem with your kidneys? That is none of your business. I drank too much tea. All right. What time did you get up 6 times? Are you out of your mind? How would I remember that? You should be aware that discrepancies in the inquiry process will not bode well for you. The matter you are entangled in is quite serious. Changwen's eyes gleam ominously. Again with the procedure. Is this the absurd process designed by that fool? Wei Wu grits his teeth in frustration. This inquiry process was personally designed by Commander Shen. Do you have any further questions? Wei Wu straightens abruptly. For the next half hour, Wei Wu endures an excruciating barrage of trivial inquiries from Changwen, nearly driven to the brink of madness. The final question posed is, do you have any peculiar fondness for cow dung? Damn you, Changwen. A man may be killed but not humiliated. I'll take you on. Wei Wu erupts entirely, shouting as he charges at Changwen with the chair. Chapter 67. Liberating oneself as darkness descends. Wei Wu still has not returned. The entire temporary cremation site buzzes with speculation. While Changwen's departure with Wei Wu may have been somewhat courteous, even the most discerning eye can tell he was taken away under duress. Qin He, observing from afar, can hardly contain his amusement. Having never employed the art of disguise before, he is pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of his first attempt, successfully leading Wei Wu into a trap. Qin He rides a cow to Xianyun Temple, not bearing his own visage, but rather that of Wei Wu's, cleverly donning a mask on the statue to prevent the merits accrued from being attributed to Wei Wu. He can vividly imagine the band of mountain bandits at Xianyun Temple adamantly asserting that Qing Yo de Xian is indeed Wei Wu, and how long it would take Wei Wu to clear his name of suspicion. With Wei Wu gone, Qin He feels an exhilarating sense of freedom. Without a second thought, he commands Lu Sanjin, Li Kezi, and Gu Sihai to move his cremation furnace far away, hiding behind a low wall to evade the soul-capturing lantern. As for Wei Wu's lackey, Wei Yuanji, a fellow without even a copper coin to his name, he stands by in stunned silence, watching Qin He move the furnace without daring to utter a word. Fortunately for him, he refrains from speaking. Had he dared, Qin He possesses 100 ways to teach him a lesson. Without Wei Wu, you are just a mere apprentice in the cremation hall, and even a first-star cremation officer is still an officer. Do not underestimate the village official. Qin He increasingly realizes that this single copper coin can be surprisingly useful at times. Naturally, there are those who try to dissuade him, such as Su Changsho and Old Liang. They are left dumbfounded. Why would you not burn here, where it is so safe under the soul-capturing lantern, and instead venture so far? Are you out of your mind? Yet upon reflection, it becomes evident that Qin He's mind seems to wander off every other day. He is indeed a bit unhinged. Let it be, he'll manage. He is a distinguished cremation officer, quite capable of handling matters. Su Changsho shakes his head in resignation, adding, this affliction seems to be worsening. We must devise a remedy. After nightfall, the procession for delivering corpses arrives. While others bring a single body to the cremation furnace, Qin He, in contrast, pushes away an entire corpse cart, loaded with 6 bodies, representing the workload of a cremation worker over 2 days. Onlookers are left agape, and Wei Yuanji can no longer maintain his composure, hurriedly pursuing him. Why are you dragging away so many corpses at once? I only burned 1 body last night and did not complete my task. Hence, I must make up for it today. This is called dedication to my duties, do you understand? Qin He continues to push the cart, entirely disregarding him. Wei Yuanji finds himself rendered speechless, his face flushed, unable to muster a single retort. Seeing this, Su Changsho rushes over, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't be angry, Yuanji. My little brother here has a few quirks. With that, he gestures towards his own head. Is he really unwell? Wei Yuanji's face betrays a hint of surprise. Having fled from our homeland to the capital, our entire clan is left with just him. It has been quite a shock. Su Changshou nods earnestly. Oh, that's rather pitiable. Wei Yuanji suddenly felt he had found a way out and said, "How about I send him another cart of corpses?" "Ah, that won't be necessary." Su Changshou looked at Wei Yuanji with a face full of terror, his hands flailing about like a fan. He thought to himself, "Is this madness contagious? Another one has come." Wei Yuanji also realized his words lacked thought, and awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, "I know someone who can treat hysteria." "Who?" "At the mouth of Chongling Alley in the capital, there's a fortune-telling blind man." "A fortune-teller? That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Anyway, some say he is effective." Qin He halted his cart and glanced at the two murmuring individuals, his expression darkening. "You're the ones who are sick. Your whole family is ill." The remark was unpalatable, so Qin He simply shut his ears to their chatter and began preparing the corpses for cremation. The 6 corpses had no fortune, perishing on the eve of the plague's resolution. The cremation furnace was not one of those large furnaces, but rather small, requiring Qin He to improvise. He placed one larger corpse alongside a smaller one into the furnace. The corpses were intact, making the preparation uncomplicated. He cleaned their limbs and faces, shook off the lime from their clothing, and deemed the cleansing complete. He shoveled coal into the furnace, ignited it, and the cremation commenced. One of the corpses twitched slightly. Though it did not rise, it brought Qin He immense joy. This indicated that avoiding the soul-capturing lamp was indeed effective. Next came the waiting period. Qin He resisted the urge to pull out the flint and endured for over 2 hours. The bodies were reduced to ashes. One belonged to a tenant farmer, the other to a woodcutter. They were ordinary individuals leading ordinary lives, their existence marked by hardship, and when the plague struck, few remained from their families. The reward was a power fruit and a tome titled Polishing Techniques. Polishing Techniques. Mastering this art will render your sharpened tools unparalleled in sharpness and indestructible. Qin He smiled. It was quite remarkable that even ordinary corpses yielded such rewards. The practicality of the reward was particularly significant, especially for the corpse-subduing nails. These nails were merely ordinary nails, their sharpness dependent on how they were forged at the blacksmiths. With this polishing technique, the corpse-subduing nails could be enhanced. Just as Qin He contemplated upgrading the nails, a pillow arrived. It was quite decent. The reward came from the woodcutter, who honed his skills by sharpening axes daily. Without hesitation, he learned the polishing technique and stored the power fruit in his spatial pocket, then continued by removing the ashes. 2 more corpses were placed into the furnace, and everything proceeded methodically. However, at that moment, the cremation workers' camp erupted in chaos as someone screamed, "The plague has struck!" The cremation workers scattered in disarray, some fleeing while others shouted, all covering their mouths and noses in terror. Qin He rushed over to see 2 cremation workers from the northern city lying on the ground, convulsing, their bodies covered in a multitude of black bumps, clearly the plague. This was merely the beginning. The 2 who had collapsed seemed to trigger a chain reaction as 3 more cremation workers fell ill. 2 were from the western city's cremation site, and 1 from the southern city's. Chapter 68. The county magistrate's son Wei Yuanji, far from having the authority to preside over the situation, was himself so frightened that he ran far away. He had come along with Wei Wu, who had been taken away, leaving him with no initiative whatsoever. The 4 duty officers from the 4 cities were somewhat inept, and within a short time, 5 had collapsed, terrifying indeed. Qin He sighed at the sight. They had indeed been struck down. With the exception of the eastern city's cremation site, the other 3 were not spared. The King of Bats had spread dozens of plague variants in Feng County, the most lethal being this plague, known in later times as the Black Death. It was highly contagious, with rapid onset and uniform progression. By the 3rd day, fatalities had begun to occur. Qin He had no effective means to intervene, as he had run out of plague pills and healing ointments. They could only hope for the resilience of the afflicted. If they could endure until they reached Xianyun Temple, their lives might be saved. After the initial panic subsided, a few of the duty officers regained their composure. 3 of them coordinated to move the afflicted cremation workers into a tent for isolation, while 1 remained with Wei Yuanji to report to the county office and discuss a solution. As they deliberated, another 4 cremation workers collapsed, bringing the total to 9, nearly a quarter of their number. At this moment, the Flying Fish Guard's captain, Chang Wan, played a significant role. Upon learning of the situation, he swiftly ordered the temporary cremation site to pack up and head to Xianyun Temple. He had received confirmed news that the well water at Xianyun Temple had properties to prevent and treat the plague, and the outbreak there had already been brought under control, of course. Some personnel needed to stay behind. The workers at the Eastern City cremation site exchanged glances, feeling a bit hesitant, but seeing Qin He and Su Changshu remain unmoved, they decided to stay. Despite a quarter of their number falling ill, none were from the Eastern City site, which gave them a degree of reassurance. Throughout the latter half of the night, the temporary cremation site became significantly emptier. Qin He watched the departing group, then resumed his work. In times of chaos, human lives were as insignificant as blades of grass. The soul-capturing lamp provided sufficient safety for the cremation workers, yet the plague inevitably seeped in through the cracks. 9 casualties. Was that a lot? Not particularly. In their respective cremation sites, losing 9 out of 40 individuals over 3 days could only be considered slightly above average. Furthermore, these 9 were merely down. They had not yet succumbed. It is worth noting that the average lifespan of a cremation worker was less than 3 months. This was the nature of tumultuous times. There was today, but no tomorrow. One simply had to grow accustomed to it. As dawn approached, Qin He focused intently and produced a rather intriguing corpse. Tio described this individual in a single word: tiger. The deceased was named Song Yinglong, the son of the county magistrate Song Huixing, who had fretted over his son since childhood. Song Huixing himself was a scholar, having spent decades in study. Yet, one should not underestimate a scholar. That title carried prestige, and with a bit of wealth, one could purchase a minor official title to bring glory to the family. For his entire life, Song Huixing aspired to achieve greater heights, hoping to pass the imperial examination and elevate his career. However, despite decades of effort, he faced repeated failures. After reaching middle age, he finally had a son. Instantly, Song Huixing felt he no longer needed to compete with himself. He had a son now. If he couldn't succeed, he would cultivate his son instead. The age-old desire for one's child to succeed. An old adage states, when one earnestly tends to flowers, they fail to bloom. When one carelessly plants willows, they flourish. If one is overly fixated on an endeavor, constantly recalling it and seeking perfection, it is likely that the endeavor will not succeed. Life is rarely as one wishes, with most desires unmet. Song Huixing was indeed earnest. Exceedingly so. His fervor led him to wish that Song Yinglong could recite poetry while still nursing, compose verses before weaning, pen exquisite essays at 5, and excel in the highest imperial examination by 15. While the child drank milk, Song Huixing would immerse himself in the 4 books and 5 classics. When the child was eating, Song Huixing would set his meal aside, insisting that the child recite a passage from the classics before eating. If the child awoke in the middle of the night, Song Huixing would tell him not to sleep yet, insisting on reciting a passage before resting. When the child needed to relieve himself, he would recite a section of the classics, urging him to learn before doing so. Each day, the first task was to have the child ingest a couple of spoonfuls of ink, proclaiming that with ink in the belly, poetry and literature would naturally flow forth. One might say that even a child, let alone a mere calf, would struggle under such pressure. The more Song Huixing nagged, the more rebellious Song Yinglong became. If you want me to study, I shall not. I will practice martial arts instead, he resolved, even seeking a master for himself. How to find one? Through auditions. The commotion stirred the entire county. However, as the son of the county magistrate, he had the means. Upon hearing of the auditions, various practitioners from the martial world took notice. The county magistrate's son seeks a master. This is a lucrative opportunity. The auditions were nothing more than an exercise in bravado, a spectacle of inflated claims. Ultimately, Song Yinglong chose a master who practiced the iron cloth technique, claiming it rendered one impervious to weapons and poisons, ensuring invincibility without the need for arduous training. Only a comfortable soak in herbal-infused water combined with incantations was required. What kind of master was this? Merely a swindler from the martial world. The soaking was not a genuine bath, but rather a concoction of herbal-infused water. One could simply gather some wild herbs and roots, steep them in water and boil. One had their training concoction. However, it was not cheap. 50 taels of silver for a bucket. The entire scheme was rife with deception, with numerous accomplices participating in the ruse, convincing Song Yinglong of its authenticity. Over time, he drained several thousand taels from his family's coffers. Eventually, the swindler, seeing that the county magistrate's family had nearly been drained of their wealth, decided it was time to leave. He told Song Yinglong, "Good disciple, your iron cloth technique has been mastered. From now on, you shall be impervious to blades and poisons. I shall wander the world, and if fate allows, we shall meet again." Song Yinglong was moved, bidding farewell with tears, even pilfering over 1,000 tales from home to give to his master for the journey. Such a farce, after being raised on ink and poetry. His mind had been muddled. Once the swindler departed, Song Yinglong began to show off. He would often strut down the street, flaunting his muscles. When he encountered a knife seller, he would challenge, "Iron cloth, I fear not your blade. Go ahead, strike me." When meeting a bricklayer, he would taunt, "Come, throw a brick at me." The knife seller and the bricklayer, realizing he was the son of the county magistrate, feared repercussions if they harmed him. They could end up in prison or even face exile. Thus, they hesitated to act. However, Song Yinglong was relentless. "If you 1T strike me, I'll make your lives miserable. I'll pester you daily until you can't conduct business." Left with no choice, they conspired in a corner and devised a plan. They would use dull blades and soft bricks, both seasoned tradesmen knowing how to deceive. The stage was set, and the audience was gathered. As the blade came down, it barely touched him, and when the brick was thrown, he remained unharmed, eliciting applause from the crowd. Song Yinglong, filled with pride, rewarded each participant with 10 taels, leaving everyone jubilant. Thus, the story spread like wildfire. And soon everyone knew how to play along with the county magistrate's son. Once appeased, there is still silver to be gained. What a splendid affair this is, akin to the beneficent child of wealth. In truth, if things were to proceed in this manner, even if Song Yinglong temporarily fails to grasp the situation, he will inevitably awaken to reality, perhaps encountering someone audacious enough to strike him with a knife or a brick. Yet, such is fate. The one daring to strike has yet to appear, and then the plague arrives. Upon hearing of the plague, others scramble to hide. But Song Yinglong, fully aware of the lurking dangers, boldly strides towards them. Having grown weary of being impervious to blades and spears, he yearns to test his resilience against a myriad of poisons. He ventures into the homes of the afflicted, inhaling the pestilential air deeply. Emerging with an air of arrogance, he declares, "Behold, I am immune to all toxins." Yet, the next day he finds himself unable to rise, and by the third day, he succumbs. One may mock others, but the plague knows no mercy. He has become a complete farce in a shadow play. A figure cloaked in black proclaims, "Heaven and earth are suspended in balance." What then is the name of the steadfast Tao? Wisdom knows no hindrance. Ignorance is blind to the future. As for the reward. Animal Language Technique. Chapter 69. The Animal Language Technique and the Strong Beast Pilled. By mastering this technique, you can communicate with the livestock and poultry you have raised. Qin He observes, quite satisfactory. Though it is limited to animals he has personally reared, it is still rather commendable. Without hesitation, he learns the skill, instantly grasping its essence. A minor regret lingers, however, as he has yet to rear any animals. Save for a severely injured turtle he has yet to consume. He wonders if it qualifies as being raised. Having not fed it, it may well have spoiled. Setting aside the skill, Qin He gazes at the ashes of Song Yinglong. Uncertain of how to express his thoughts, Song Yinglong has indeed become a grand jest. Yet the humor fails to elicit laughter. In a county where tens of thousands have perished, he is merely one among the multitude. Human beings are seldom mere spectators, only to be laughed at by others. Ultimately, Song Yinglong is but a naive soul, unaware of the duality of human nature. Had it not been for this plague, who knows, he might have eventually found enlightenment and led a commendable life. Alas, in this world, every outcome exists, save for the hypothetical. A single plague has ushered countless souls to the realm of Yama. Even the county magistrate of Song, as Su Changsho recounted, fell victim to the plague, and upon his body's retrieval, a letter reporting the epidemic was found in his possession. His entire family perished. At such a critical juncture, the county magistrate did not flee. Ironically, the county magistrate, who had taken his family to the capital seeking aid, is likely completely unaware of the revelries occurring in some courtyard or hall. Had the county magistrate followed suit and taken Song Yinglong along to seek assistance, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Had they fled, they could have returned to their positions, their family intact. What defines chaos is not the individuals within it, but the failure of righteousness to thrive. After clearing away the ashes, the sky was fully bright. Qin He concluded his work. After a night of tireless effort, all 6 corpses had been processed. In addition to the aforementioned rewards, he received 13 years of inner strength, 12 years of cultivation, and a strong beast pill. The strong beast pill, crafted by the apprentice alchemists of the abyss, is made from the inner cores of demonic beasts. It fortifies and enhances vitality, rendering the consumer impervious to ailments. The rewards were quite commendable. The accumulation of inner strength and cultivation aside, the strong beast pill holds great promise. Regardless of the apprentice alchemist's credentials, anything from the abyss is bound to be exceptional. The abyss has never disappointed Qin He. The drawback is that this item is exclusively for beasts. He contemplated consuming it himself, yet recalling the previous lesson with the plague pill, he refrained. Should there be adverse effects, he could find himself transformed into a bull-headed creature, which would certainly be a source of great amusement. The subsequent 2 days effectively marked the conclusion of his journey to Feng County. The effects of the plague pill far exceeded Qin He's expectations. Upon discovering the well water's efficacy in combating the plague, the flying fish guards distributed it far and wide, successfully curbing the outbreak within a day. Qin He experienced a bittersweet joy. The joy stemmed from the miraculous healing properties of the well water, which solidified the divine status of the azure bowl immortal, continuously accruing merit. The pain lay in the cessation of corpses available for processing. Regardless of how terrifying the plague may be, a bowl of well water suffices to cure all ailments. The source of corpses had nearly dried up. For 2 complete days, Qin He managed to collect a single corpse for cremation, having to instruct others on how to ignite the flames. This garnered him a fruit of strength as a reward. On the 3rd day, the corpse burners from Xianyun Temple returned, but on their way, the number of afflicted individuals doubled. 8 among them could not endure, perishing en route. On the 4th day, the crematorium announced the return to the city the following day. Having gathered supplies, with nothing to occupy his time, Qin He decided to visit the young calf. Upon arrival, he found the old man repairing the ox cart, while the young calf urinated nearby. Spotting Qin He, the calf abruptly halted, its body trembling as it held back the latter part of its stream, only to scurry off to a secluded corner to finish before returning. Qin He couldn't help but smirk at the creature's antics. The two shared a moment of eye contact, and Qin He produced the recently acquired strong beast pill from beneath his arm, placing it in his palm. The young calf approached, sniffing curiously, then extended its tongue to roll the pill into its mouth, gnawing at it haphazardly before swallowing, seemingly pleased with the taste and gazing expectantly at Qin He, as if hoping for more. However, Qin He could only offer one, making it impossible to provide another. At that moment, the old man finished repairing the cart and led the mother cow away. The young calf glanced back at Qin He, then at the departing mother, hesitated briefly, and followed suit, though it looked back several times. It ultimately wandered off. Little one, the road ahead is long. May our paths cross again someday. As dawn broke, the convoy of the Wuqing military division embarked on their return journey. The fierce plague instilled a sense of relief in everyone, making the atmosphere on the way back considerably lighter than when they had set out. Particularly at the Eastern City crematorium, every cremator returned in full health, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. None could pinpoint the moment when the death toll at the Eastern City crematorium began to dwindle, leading to a more vibrant daily life. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Who was the source of such discontent? It wasn't until their return to the city in the morning that his suspicions were finally cleared. Restoring his freedom, he learned of the events that transpired. Someone had conspired in his name to visit Xianyun Temple, colluding with bandits to amass merit. This was a grave offense. Despite the flying fish guards not dismantling Xianyun Temple, they had strategically left it intact, awaiting the opportunity to capture the so-called Azure Bowl Immortal. Once apprehended, they would swiftly execute him. The 3 days of confinement were excruciating for Wei Wu, laden with memories he wished to forget. That wretched Chongwen had the audacity to bring in a basin of cow dung for him to poke with his 10 fingers, claiming it was for comparison of finger shapes. Wei Wu washed his hands dozens of times, yet the stench of dung lingered. Chapter 70, Early Death, Early Rebirth. Wei Wu vowed that should he ever encounter the Azure Bowl Immortal, he would surely drown him in cow dung. Let him poke dung for no reason. The perverse fiend. Wei Wu's vow was not made lightly. He was indeed determined to seek revenge. Theo expressed his remorse. Chongwen informed him of the finger size of the azure bull immortal, which was rather unusual. Simply put, it was plump, and not just a little so. In times of chaos, finding a skeleton is a simple task, as they abound on every street. However, finding a plump individual is a rarity. With the sun rising and a gentle breeze blowing, Qin He reclined on the cart, legs crossed, feeling quite pleased. The primary objective of this journey had been accomplished. His merit had accumulated to 40,000 and continued to rise. The cremators were equally content, each secretly stashing away a bag of steamed buns. On the day the flying fish guards broke camp, dawn was approaching, and the kitchen had prepared enough food for the entire camp. However, in the haste of departure, there was no time to pack any. Thus, all the provisions were left to the cremators at the Eastern City crematorium. Each one left with their bellies round, taking what they couldn't consume along. After 2 or 3 days, Qin He could already detect the odor, yet the cremators still cherished their treasures, even discussing pooling their buns together as a welcome gift for the 8 cremators left behind. In times of hardship, the impoverished never disdained spoiled food. On the journey back, the flying fish guards whizzed by, their steeds kicking up clouds of dust. In contrast, the Wuqing military division resembled a weary elder, taking an entire day and night to reach Fang County, and the return to the capital would similarly consume a day and night. As the sun set in the west, Qin He and his companions finally arrived back at the crematorium. The entire place was eerily quiet, with no one coming out to greet them or even express curiosity. What a joke, and they promised us some steamed buns, but now they offer none. Old Liang's temper flared. He had envisioned a triumphant return, ready to share his hoarded wine while regaling the tales of their journey to Fang County, a splendid affair. Yet, this scenario turned out to be a lonely celebration. No buns? Then I won't give any either. Lu Sanjin and Li Kezi also felt disgruntled, and the group redistributed the buns they had just offered. Qin He surveyed the desolate crematorium, a slight unease creeping into his heart. In the air, there lingered an almost imperceptible scent of blood. At that moment, the duty room door creaked open, revealing Yang Baitu. Old Yang, where's everyone? Su Changshu inquired. They have perished. Yang Baitu fell silent for a moment before uttering those 2 words. His voice was soft yet thunderous, freezing the atmosphere in an instant. Su Changshu's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "What has transpired?" The previous night, the Dili spies had attacked here. Through Yang Baitu's recounting, the others learned of the events that unfolded the previous night. The tale was simple yet profound enough to instill a sense of desolation in all the cremators. The Dili spies had suddenly assaulted the Eastern City crematorium, entering each room to commit murder. Ling Zhonghai, Gao Linkuan, and Li Tai had immediately fled upon sensing danger, narrowly escaping. However, the cremators locked in the cremation room were not so fortunate. They were all slaughtered. In the span of a single night, the Eastern City crematorium had become a site of death. By the time Ling Zhonghai and the others returned with the flying fish guards, the Dili spies had long since vanished without a trace. Tonight, all were free for a day. Ling Zhonghai and 2 others ventured to the military headquarters to retrieve new cremators, with work not resuming until tomorrow. Yang Bai had remarked, and upon finishing, exchanged a few words with Su Changshu before shaking his head and stepping down. The cremators exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of emotion. One cremator had been claimed by the undead, and a raid by the Diwu had resulted in further casualties. In these times, humanity proved far more fearsome than the most ghastly of corpses. No one uttered another word. Silence enveloped them as they returned to their respective cremation chambers. The Diwu's attack had starkly jolted the cremators, who had only just begun to harbor a flicker of hope for the days to come, back into the grim reality of their existence. Qin He too returned to his chamber. Days passed, and a layer of dust settled in the cremation room, everything remaining as it was prior to Qin He's departure. The Diwu's intent was singular, to kill, with ruthless efficiency, leaving no traces of fire or chaos. Lying on his bedding, with his head resting upon it, a flicker of flame danced within Qin He's heart. This world harbored 2 ultimate philosophical questions capable of resolving 90% of one's troubles. One is, what business is it of yours? The other is, what business is it of mine? Ever since Qin He had saved a woman who had nearly cost him his life, He had held this as his guiding principle, a constant reminder. He was merely a cremator, the lowest of the low in the dynasty. Burning corpses and collecting rewards was sufficient for a life of ease. Cremators came and went in cycles. Those who were not slain by the Diwu would inevitably perish at the hands of the undead. Why concern oneself with matters that did not directly affect him? 8 worthless lives, 2 with missing teeth, speaking with a lisp, and 1 who was mute, grinning foolishly with a mouthful of yellowing teeth that could suffocate. Worthless lives, better to die early and be reborn. Qin He muttered a curse, rolled up his bedding, and succumbed to sleep. After a day and night of toil, weariness enveloped him. After some time, Su Changsho entered. Saw Qin He sleeping, sighed deeply, and quietly left, murmuring, "What a wretched world this is." As the door closed, Qin He opened his eyes. He rose and meticulously searched the room. Eventually, he discovered a fresh dent on the heavy iron door. Evidently made by a blade, a Diwu had broken the lock and forced entry. Upon witnessing this, a cold glint flashed in Qin He's eyes. "Since you have damaged my iron door." This no longer falls under the category of trivial matters. He retrieved a large black shovel from beneath his armpit and leapt from the rooftop, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 71. The Sole Witness. Lingen Alley, a notorious haunt in the western city, had gained a fearsome reputation for being haunted. A few years prior, Diwu spies had slaughtered nearly half the residents, leading to rampant tales of ghosts and sightings of transformed corpses roaming the alley. Over time, Lingen Alley became a place avoided by the living. Even in daylight, townsfolk hurried past, too fearful to linger even for a moment. At night, no one dared to approach, as the alley lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Like a monstrous predator ready to devour any unwary soul, as the second watch arrived, a cold wave swept in, and lights were extinguished. Not far from Lingen Alley, the old watchman, known as Qin He, tapped his bamboo stick, patrolling the streets. The watchman's family had been in the night watch business for generations, akin to the officers at the cremation site, belonging to the lower echelons of public servants. From father to son, the tradition continued. Unlike the other watchmen in the 3 cities who favored the louder gong, Qin He preferred the bamboo stick, believing it to ward off misfortune, having protected his family for many generations. Thus, the Qin family earned the nickname Old Stick. Yesterday, Old Stick had passed away, and today, his son was taking over. Upon first hearing it, one might think Old Stick had risen from the dead, but in truth, it was merely a matter of succession. Returning to the topic at hand, Old Stick approached the mouth of Lingen Alley, his heart racing. This place was cursed, notorious for the undead. He had witnessed one with his own eyes. Silence. An unsettling silence. The entire alley was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light or sound. Old Stick, observing keenly, hurried through while tapping his bamboo stick. Suddenly, 2 piercing screams echoed from deep within Lingen Alley. Old Stick's hair stood on end, for he knew that no one resided there. How could there be screams? Were they human or ghostly? The screams continued, relentless. Something shot out from the depths of the alley. Emitting a shrill wail, flames ignited deep within the alley, spreading at an alarming rate, engulfing everything in mere moments. Old Stick had never witnessed such a fire. Its hue was a pale red, and even from across the alley, he could feel its searing heat. Strangely, no black smoke accompanied the flames. Terrified, Old Stick dared not linger on the street and quickly sought refuge in a nearby abandoned house. He climbed onto the rafters, extinguished his lantern, and observed in silence. This was his sanctuary. He had scouted such safe havens along his patrol route, allowing him to evade danger swiftly. Thanks to this strategy, Old Stick had narrowly escaped Diwu raids several times. Just as he settled in, he heard footsteps approaching from the depths of the alley. Stumbling, breathing heavily, Old Stick could clearly hear the sound of a throat quivering in fright. A figure stumbled from the depths of the alley. Slipping and falling to the ground, by the light of the flames, Old Stick discerned a bald head, adorned with only a few rat-tail-like braids. It was a Diwu. The Diwu glanced back into the alley, retreating in terror, wailing in fear. In the next instant, something shot out from the alley, pinning him violently against the wall. Debris and blood flew, and the man felt as light as a scrap of cloth. The Diwu convulsed twice before his head hung limply. A shadowy figure emerged from the alley, approached the pinned Diwu, and withdrew the object that had slain him, dragging the corpse back into the alley. A long trail of blood extended from the wall, disappearing into the shadows. Old Stick was paralyzed with fear, scarcely able to breathe, his mind blank. The scene was horrifying. The ferocious Diwu had been impaled against the wall. Utterly defenseless, Old Stick dared not stay any longer, hastily descending from the rafters and slipping out the back door to report to the military headquarters in the western city. That night, he became the sole witness. The raging inferno inevitably drew the attention of the Flying Fish Guard and the 5-city military headquarters. The alarm sounded, and the elite of the Flying Fish Guard led the soldiers of the 5-city military headquarters toward Lingen Alley. The towering flames illuminated nearly half of the western city. The soldiers, under the command of the Flying Fish Guard, attempted to douse the flames. Yet, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. No matter how much water was thrown, the fire refused to extinguish, nor did it show any signs of abating. After fruitless efforts, they could only watch helplessly as the grand estate was reduced to ashes. The fire raged throughout the night, only extinguishing when everything that could burn had been reduced to cinders. As dawn broke, Qin He, the commander of the Flying Fish Guard, led 2 captains to survey the ruins. Nothing remained, save for the charred bones of those who had perished. However, identification was unnecessary, for there was a witness. The task at hand was merely to tally the number of Diwu who had met their demise that night. Reporting to the commander and esteemed captains, based on the unburned weapon fragments and armor at the scene, it is evident that the deceased were Diwu spies lurking in the capital. Preliminary investigations suggest that the assailant employed a blunt weapon of significant force, capable of shattering both man and weapon. A 100-man officer who had been examining the scene reported, presenting evidence meticulously arranged on a tray. Among the items were a broken blade tip, shattered wolf-tooth club remnants, fragments of a chest guard, meteor hammer spikes, and a shattered hammerhead. Such incredible power! Yuan Jing's expression shifted. Even the hammerhead had been splintered. Ji Qingliang was equally astonished. What manner of combat style does this individual possess? Shen Lian mused, a frown creasing his brow. The investigating 100-man hesitated for a moment before responding. From the various clues currently at hand, it appears that this individual's fighting style lacks finesse. Relying solely on brute strength, Shen Lian pondered for a moment before instructing, continue the investigation and swiftly compile the assailant's characteristics. Understood. Chapter 72. Uprooted the following day, the entire capital was abuzz with commotion. If the fire had merely been a fire, it would have been inconsequential, however. The peculiar color of the flames was unmistakable to all who beheld it. They knew it was no ordinary blaze. Some claimed it was ghost fire, others called it heavenly fire, and still others labeled it karmic fire. Rumors swiftly spread, asserting that the site of the fire was a stronghold of Diwu spies, and that during his patrol, Old Stick had witnessed a Diwu being slain in broad daylight. It was said that a single individual had single-handedly dismantled the Diwu's lair, wielding a long-handled weapon. Reactions to the rumors varied. Some believed, while others remained skeptical, largely due to the recent claims made by the Flying Fish Guard that they had already eradicated the Diwu stronghold. It wasn't until the Flying Fish Guard issued an official statement confirming that the burn site was indeed a Diwu spy den, with 13 spies having perished, that the rumors gained traction. The reasons and circumstances surrounding the incident were not elaborated upon. A stone cast into a pond stirred ripples of discussion. The topic of Diwu activities surged once more, filling the streets and alleys with fervor. Well done. Su Changsho savored a sip of wine, clapping Qin He on the shoulder with palpable excitement. I wonder who that heroic figure is. If I knew, I'd bow 3 times and call him Grandpa Hero right now. Qin He, pouring a dish of salted beans into his bowl, regarded him with a puzzled glance. He may not desire a grandson like you. I was merely speaking hypothetically, Su Changsho replied, setting down his cup. Don't you think this matter is thrilling just to hear about? The 8 unfortunate cremators from our crematory can finally rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Becoming addicted to killing is hardly a virtue. Qin He shook his head, lifting a plate of pickled vegetables. That's an entirely different matter. The warrior feasts on the flesh of his enemies and drinks the blood of the Huns. Such is the most gratifying pursuit in this world. Su Changsho, at a loss for words, shook his head. You lack culture and do not understand. There is a saying, the rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man. Do you know who said that? Who? Qin He lifted his head, Jiu Dajiang. Su Changsho declared, I believe that saying holds merit. Responsibility of every man. Qin He tilted his head, questioning, isn't that an insult? Old man? Young man? He then added a dish of spicy peanuts to his bowl. No, this man is not an insult. It simply means, oh, never mind, you wouldn't understand. In chaotic times, those capable should step forward, just like that heroic figure, truly admirable. Su Changsho gave a thumbs up, raised his cup once more, and savored another sip. Qin He cast him a dubious glance before lowering his head to slurp his noodles. In just a few moments, he had devoured half of his bowl. Let me tell you, Su Changsho picked up his chopsticks. Hey, where did all the dishes go? At Lu Mansion, Gan Tuji and Lu Chang'an sat across from each other, both wearing gloomy expressions, especially Gan Tuji, whose eyes were bloodshot. Revenge. It came too swiftly and violently. Just moments after slaughtering every last person at the East City crematory, our hideout was entirely obliterated. The once formidable Bayala squad, renowned on the battlefield of Liaodong, now consists of only me. Had I not been here discussing our next course of action with Lu Chang'an, I too would have been reduced to ashes. Gan Tuji felt a profound sense of humiliation, the shame of being the sole survivor while all others perished. Lu Chang'an, on the other hand, was gripped by a chilling dread. Unfortunate events had been occurring one after another. First, Lu Tsong was inexplicably burned alive at the crematory, followed by a series of mysterious disappearances. The torturers vanished, and Bego disappeared, and 2 elite soldiers sent to investigate also went missing. And then, just last night, our hideout was razed to the ground, with no one escaping. Lu Chang'an was overwhelmed by fear, for he realized a pattern. Any connection to the East City crematory inevitably led to disaster. After the disappearance of the 2 elite soldiers, Lu Chang'an immediately ceased operations. Although no concrete information was returned, their disappearance was telling enough. It was almost certain that the East City crematory harbored an extraordinary master. However, just like An Begu, the caliber of one's generals dictates the quality of their soldiers. Brutes. A couple of days ago, Gan Tuji, unable to contain himself, secretly dispatched someone for another probe. It succeeded. Every single person at the East City crematory was exterminated, and they gleefully reported back to me, at the time. I too found it hard to believe, but I thought that the East City crematory had finally been dealt with. I never anticipated that the retaliation would be so fierce, resulting in our stronghold being completely incinerated. 13 lives lost, a considerable amount of resources nearly eradicated. Lu Chang'an could easily imagine the wrath of Lord Akin. After sitting in silence for a while, Lu Chang'an sighed heavily, rubbing his forehead. Now that matters have reached this point, we must urgently seek aid from Lord Akin. We are now in a passive position, with Shan Lian returning to the capital. The Flying Fish Guard will surely act soon, and we risked being caught in a pincer attack. Gan Tuji's rare silence signaled his agreement with Lu Chang'an's assessment. Not long after, a carrier pigeon soared from Lu Mansion into the sky, swiftly heading north. After finishing breakfast, Qin He returned to the crematory, counting the rewards he had received the previous night. 13 corpses, 9 of which he had inadvertently shattered due to excessive force, rendering them incomplete and deemed non-existent, without even a shadow play to depict them. Once he calmed down, Qin He inevitably felt a pang of regret. Impulsiveness indeed is the devil, yet even so, the rewards for the 4 elite members of Bayala remained substantial. Chapter 73. A skill of remarkable proficiency. Bayala was the elite among the 8 divisions of the Di Lu army, each member having cultivated their inner strength. In the Flying Fish Guard, they would be akin to captains or 100-men leaders, known for their bravery and extensive combat experience, their fighting prowess unparalleled. The 4 elite soldiers of Bayala collectively yielded a book titled Wind Listening Positioning Technique, another called Shape-Shifting Technique, a Softening Pill, and a Golden Healing Pill. The Golden Healing Pill was particularly familiar. It could heal the grievous wounds of thousands with just 2 thrown into a well. Its miraculous properties beyond question. Having used one last time, it was a timely replenishment. The Wind Listening Positioning Technique. By mastering this art, you will discern the sounds of the wind within 100 steps, making it impossible for you to be evaded. The Shape-Shifting Technique. By mastering this art, you may exchange positions with anyone within 100 steps. Both skills are quite commendable. The Wind Listening Positioning Technique is highly practical. When paired with the wind ears, within 100 steps it becomes akin to a realm of divine perception. everything at your command. The shape-shifting technique can serve as a combat skill, allowing you to swap places with anyone within 100 steps, a crucial advantage in critical moments. Lastly, there is the softening pill. This particular pill is somewhat ambiguous. Softening pill. Upon consuming this pill, a part of your body will become soft and elastic. Firstly, it specifies a part of your body. It feels random, lacking selectivity. Then, soft and elastic. What does that even mean? Qin He lowered his gaze, tugging at his trousers, feeling particularly high stakes. This pill, once ingested, has no antidote. What if the wrong part becomes soft, or the wrong part becomes elastic? Qin He took the softening pill and golden healing pill from his mind. Noticing they resembled each other, the color akin to frozen lard, the golden healing pill slightly larger, the softening pill somewhat smaller. Shaking his head, Qin He tucked them under his armpit, storing them away. The wind-listening positioning technique and shape-shifting technique were promptly learned, instantly filling his mind with the knowledge of these two secret arts. Combining the wind-listening positioning technique with the wind ears. Whoosh! The autumn breeze swept through the crematory, transforming the sounds in the trees, corners of the house, and changes in airflow in an instant. Every object within the crematory that could be touched by the wind, regardless of whether it was in motion or not, its position appeared in Qin He's mind as if modeled. A sensation akin to omniscient oversight enveloped him, prompting an exclamation of astonishment. The combined effect of the two skills was akin to gaining a divine perspective, from the position of a wall to the location of a centipede. Everything unfolded in his mind. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be the necessity of wind. Without wind, there can be no sound, and without sound, there can be no positioning. Swish! Qin He tilted his ear, listening intently, and with a lightning-fast motion, flung a corpse nail that pierced the door panel, striking a corner wall dozens of steps away. A black centipede, crawling towards the wall, was instantly impaled in the head, curling up in agony before ceasing to move. Qin He rushed outside, thoroughly satisfied. While the wind-listening positioning technique alone was impressive, lacking the wind ears and flying needle technique would significantly limit its potential. The synergy of all three was akin to an enhanced version of the Eastern Invincible, a true marvel. After toying around with the techniques, Qin He returned to the crematory. That moment, he heard splashes from a water bucket in the corner. Qin He paused, suddenly recalling the large turtle that had been smashed to bits by a strike from a turtle shell, still languishing in the bucket. Lifting the wooden basin resting atop the bucket, he saw the large turtle flipping onto its back, weakly flailing in the water, quickly retracting its head upon spotting Qin He. Goodness, Qin He mused, it's been days, and yet it still clings to life despite such severe injuries? This meat must surely be delicious. Today, you shall be my meal. It had been a while since he had enjoyed a proper feast. Qin He drew out a knife, preparing to catch the turtle, only to hesitate. While he had the turtle, he lacked seasoning. Spicy stir-fried turtle? It seemed to lack a key ingredient. Steamed turtle? The flavor would be too overpowering. Turtle sashimi? Unthinkable. After much contemplation, Qin He decided to set the knife aside, planning to purchase some spices and 2 radishes the following day. However, noticing the turtle's lack of strength, he tore off a piece of a coarse bun and tossed the crumbs into the water. Though weak, he hoped it wouldn't starve before tomorrow. The large turtle, catching the scent of food, stretched its neck and took a sizable bite of the bun, devouring it hungrily, clearly famished. Qin He found the turtle's head bobbing amusing and continued to feed it. Soon, he had fed the entire bun. Truly unpalatable. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Qin He's mind, startling him. The voice repeated, "Pa!" He watched as the large turtle spat out a piece of bark it had failed to chew. This was the automatic activation of the animal speech technique. No, it wasn't an automatic activation. Rather, his act of feeding had established a nurturing relationship with the large turtle. Animal speech technique. By mastering this art, you can communicate with domesticated animals. Qin He was speechless. He never imagined that the first creature he would nurture would be something that had once been food. What a turn of events. Unprepared for this at all. The most crucial question is, how can one act upon it in the future? Even if one can act, how can one bring oneself to do so? Yet, the situation is as it stands. Qin He must accept it, whether he wants to or not. The first time is always the hardest, but after experiencing it, one becomes accustomed. Qin He simply squatted down and, using the language of beasts. Inquired, "How old are you, having grown so large?" The turtle was taken aback, its head swiftly retracting, and its pair of beady eyes regarded Qin He with suspicion. "It understood." "Understood?" Qin He flashed a smile and said, "If you understand, then respond. Who are you?" The turtle asked, "Why should I tell you? Do you know who I am?" Upon seeing the turtle's defiance, Qin He inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the offspring of the great king of Ao. Release me back to the Grand Canal, or my father will not spare you," the turtle threatened. The mention of the great king of Ao made Qin He's eyes sparkle with intrigue. He had seen the great king in shadow puppetry. Anyone who made a living on the water knew of the great king's renown. He was the deity of the Tonghui River, safeguarding the Grand Canal and thriving on the offerings from passing boats. His life had been quite prosperous in recent years, but it had not always been so. In the past, he was not as formidable. The struggles among wild gods over territory were commonplace. The court had sent people to eradicate him several times. But the great king of Ao avoided confrontation, leaving them powerless. After numerous attempts, they were left with no choice but to tolerate him. "Can you summon your father?" Qin He asked, rubbing his hands together. With a single line, Qin He left the great turtle utterly dumbfounded. This statement was impossible to follow. The great turtle had brought up the great king to intimidate Qin He, hoping to escape with its life. Who was the great king? The renowned water deity of the Grand Canal, who had spent many years in cultivation and only recently claimed a stretch of the Tonghui River, becoming the water god. The identity of the great king's offspring allowed the turtle to roam freely in the underwater realm of the canal, feared by all, lest they provoke the great king. Yet, this human with a large face appeared to be filled with anticipation, leaving the turtle utterly bewildered. "What is this? Is he eager to become a meal for his father? My father has cultivated for over 300 years, possessing boundless magic. Can you summon him? My father has a connection with the second prince of the Dragon King of Luoshui. They once worshipped together. You can summon him. No, my father. You can summon him. You can summon him." With a grin, Qin He's eyebrows danced as he coaxed, nearly drooling. "The great king of Ao, the water god. This creature is far more formidable than the Bat King. A single strike could crush it, half for consumption and half for offerings. Speaking of which, the last time he roasted the Bat King, it yielded a wonderfully fragrant aroma that tempted Qin He, though he had refrained from indulging, as bats were simply too repulsive. But the great king of Ao was different. It could be eaten. It was delicious. Imagine stewing it with a couple of large roosters. What a feast that would be! Most importantly, the great king of Ao was no benign entity. All who traversed the Tonghui River did so in trepidation, unaware of how many ships and lives had perished at the great king's jaws. The first corpse Qin He burned, the scholar Lu Chengji, had met his demise when the great king overturned his boat, leading to his drowning. The great turtle was thoroughly skeptical of this large-faced human. Was he out of his mind? "If my father comes, not only you but even this dark and murky place will be submerged. Here's the deal. Summon your father, and I will set you free." Qin He quickly rearranged his expression and offered inducements. "You wish to see my father?" the great turtle asked with suspicion. "I have long admired your father's esteemed name. I wish to invite him for, not that, for a meal," Qin He asserted earnestly to my father. "He is not available at a tea this moment." Even the slow-witted great turtle sensed something amiss. This large-faced human was drooling as he spoke. The great turtle's heart raced, unsure of this being's true nature. That night, after a rendezvous with the little princess of the turtle sage, as it whistled and sang on its way home, this large-faced human appeared. Diving into the water, the stench emanating from him could not be washed away even by the currents of the Grand Canal. Curiosity got the better of it, and it hid in the mud to observe. Curiosity kills the turtle. It soon realized that trouble was brewing and was caught. Having cultivated for over 20 years, its abilities were still shallow, leaving it with no means of resistance. It could only hope that this large-faced human would release it once it was set down. Yet it was mistaken. This human was unlike any other. When it came to fighting, the turtle's shell shattered, injured. The great turtle found it hard to escape. It could barely keep itself afloat, let alone evade capture. The human remained oblivious that the turtle was not a fish. Exhausted and hungry, it had only managed to hold on until today with a breath of spiritual energy. Qin He's face darkened as he tossed the great turtle onto the chopping board. The sound of the knife resonating ominously beside it. The great turtle, seeing this, recoiled in fear, its beady eyes filled with terror. "Are you certain your father is unavailable?" Qin He's voice echoed, reminiscent of a haunting whisper from the Yellow River. As he spoke, he brandished the knife. "I was mistaken. I was mistaken. He is available." The great turtle stammered, its spirit shaken. "That's more like it. I've gone to great lengths to invite you for a meal. Not coming would be a grave insult." Qin He replied with satisfaction, his smile growing. After further questioning, the great turtle, realizing it was at the mercy of this human, had no choice but to reveal the summoning method. It was quite simple. All that was needed was contact with the waters of the Grand Canal, and it could summon its father. Previously, it had been caught unexpectedly by Qin He, unable to call for help. However, the great king of Ao only traveled at night, never during the day. Qin He patiently awaited the night. Having prepared the cremation room for the remains, he took the great turtle and made his way to the bank of the Grand Canal. From day to night, the great turtle became increasingly uneasy, pondering the absence of any preparations for the meal, while the large shovel was decidedly foreboding. "Summon him," Qin He commanded, binding the great turtle with rope and tossing it by the water's edge. The great turtle refused vehemently. This was a trap. Although its father had over 100 offspring, a father was still a father. How could it fall for such a trick? No way, absolutely not. The great turtle began to dawdle. Yet before it could procrastinate for more than a few breaths, it felt a heavy weight on its back. Looking up, it saw the large shovel pressing down on its cracked shell, the pressure mounting. Soon, the great turtle felt its shell nearing collapse, a violent pain coursing through its body. In a panic, the great turtle cried out, "Father, save your dear son." The great turtle howled, and Qin He speculated that it would take at least half an hour for assistance to arrive from the Tonghui River. However, to his surprise, within mere moments, a wave appeared on the horizon, rapidly rising from the center of the river, heading straight towards him. Nighttime vessels spotted it and began to shout in alarm, hastily trying to evade the oncoming wave. Qin He retreated, positioning himself about 50 paces from the shore to wait. Before long, the massive wave crashed against the bank, the waters surging as if a tsunami had struck. When the waters receded, an enormous turtle lay there, its exposed shell large enough to fit a cooking pot. Its claws were like eagle's talons, its blood-red eyes gleaming, and its horns sharp. Its aura was significantly stronger than that of the Bat King. This was the great king of Ao. The great king of Ao surveyed the surroundings, fixing its gaze on Qin He, and bellowed, "Impudent human! How dare you offend the majesty of my water tribe? Do you seek death? Then come up and seize me," Qin He taunted, beckoning the great king with a finger. However, the great king of Ao remained cautious, scanning the area for potential traps. This solitary human gave it an unsettling feeling. In the past, when the flying fish guards had hunted it, they had often employed such tactics. Realizing the predicament, Qin He thought, "This is not good. If the great king of Ao remains submerged, it will be difficult to deal with. Given its speed, it likely possessed some water evasion technique and was quite suspicious." True to form, the great king of Ao called out, "Why should this king come up? If you have the guts, come down." Qin He was momentarily at a loss for words. He had envisioned the great king of Ao launching itself from the water in a furious rage, chasing him to the shore, perhaps covering 10 or more miles, then he would retaliate with his shovel, striking until it was defeated. Yet he had forgotten that this creature was no ordinary being. Its intelligence was on par with that of a human. Otherwise, the flying fish guards would not have been unable to handle it. "Come up if you dare. Come down if you dare." "Why should I come down? Why should this king come up?" "This king will not come up. If you don't come up, I'll kill your offspring. Go ahead. This king has over 100. Thus, a stalemate ensued between the two, neither party willing to budge. Just when both sides were at a loss for what to do, the great turtle broke the silence with a desperate plea. "Father, he's all alone. Just him." The great turtle was anxious. If its father did not come ashore, what would happen to it? For the sake of its own life, it had to resort to deception. Only by tricking its father would it have a chance. Otherwise, it would find itself in the pot by morning. As for whether Qin He was truly alone, the great turtle had no idea. The great turtle's words struck a chord. Upon hearing this, The great king of Ao Jiao let out a fierce roar and charged towards Qin He. This display of trust was enough to shake the heavens and move the earth. The bond between father and son runs deep. Upon seeing this, Qin He was overjoyed. Indeed, it is not fearsome foes like wolves that one should dread, but rather incompetent allies akin to pigs. Here he goes. The king of Ao Jiao lunged directly at Qin He, and before its massive beastly form even reached him, it opened its maw to unleash a torrent of water, akin to an arrow slicing through the air at astonishing speed. Qin He deftly sprang aside just as the water arrow zipped past. As he landed, the colossal figure of the king of Ao Jiao descended upon him, its jaws gaping wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, heralding a foul wind. Seizing the moment, Qin He swung his large iron shovel with all his might, standing his ground without flinching, with a resounding crash. The shovel collided with the king of Ao Jiao's head, sending it hurtling through the air. The immense creature tumbled and rolled mid-flight, its array of sharp teeth shattering into fragments. However, a pang of unease struck Qin He's heart. Why? The force was so great that his blow sent the king of Ao Jiao flailing less than 20 paces from the water's edge. Any further, and it would plunge back into the depths. In that fleeting moment, his strength surged, and he had consumed quite a few strength fruits, yet he had never truly tested the extent of his power. Resolutely, he decided to deliver a finishing blow. Qin He dashed towards the king of Ao Jiao, but to his astonishment, the creature performed a somersault and swiftly burrowed into the earth, employing the legendary technique of earth escape. By the time Qin He arrived, the king of Ao Jiao had completely vanished underground. A deafening crash echoed along the riverbank as a large trench collapsed, and the king of Ao Jiao burst forth from the earth, diving back into the water. Alas, Qin He lamented, feeling a twinge of regret. The duck that was nearly his had flown away. Indeed, he had underestimated the myriad creatures of the world. Without some formidable skills to back him, one could hardly dominate the canal. As soon as the king of Ao Jiao hit the water, it transformed into a wave, speeding away even faster than it had arrived. A voice echoed back. Son, you must hold on. Your father will cultivate for another 200 years before coming to rescue you. Qin He, king of turtles. Despite his reluctance, Qin He could only watch as the king of Ao Jiao receded into the distance, casting a wistful glance at the king of turtles. Your father no longer wants you. The king of turtles, frightened, quickly retracted its neck and stammered. I can summon another one. Really? Qin He's eyes brightened, thinking to himself that there were indeed many treasures hidden in the underwater realm of the canal. He resolved to strive to master the water escape technique and visit each of them in turn. Subsequently, he placed the king of turtles back at the water's edge, only to hear it cry out, Uncle Tortoise King next door. Save your godson, Qin He, King of Ao Jiao, Chapter 76. The Art of Deception. Qin He did not wait for the Tortoise King's uncle, as the ruckus from their recent skirmish had been considerable. Any creature with even a modicum of prowess in the underwater world of the canal would have sensed it. If one could abandon their own son, how much less regard would they hold for mere hired help? On his return journey, Qin He curiously scrutinized the king of turtles. He observed that its shell indeed appeared somewhat elevated, with faint cracks resembling those of a tortoise, not caused by external force but rather inherent in its nature. Qin He was uncertain about the specifics. Regardless, some time later, 50 miles south of the Tonghui River, a colossal king of turtles engaged in a fierce battle with an enormous tortoise, resulting in a prolonged period of calm along that stretch of the canal. Devoid of disturbances from monstrous beings, upon returning to the crematorium, Qin He casually tossed the pleading king of turtles back into the water barrel, feeling a bit downcast. The disparity between his grand expectations and their unfulfilled reality was quite stark. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Who could have anticipated that the king of Ao Jiao would possess not one, but two forms of escape techniques? While its brute strength and water arrows posed little threat, it was that life-saving prowess that truly astonished him. As the corpses assigned for the night gradually turned to char on the cremation furnace, it came as no surprise that they passed through safely. The shadows danced, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Qin He discovered that this individual's life story was rather intriguing. Others may extort through intimidation or allure, but he, Zhao Qing, relied solely on his eloquence. The deceased was named Zhao Qing, who came from a lineage of modest wealth, thus he had received some education. However, Zhao Qing was notably indolent. Wherever he could spend money to avoid labor, he did so without hesitation. When his home leaked, instead of simply climbing to the roof to reposition a few tiles, Zhao Qing would call upon a neighbor. "You do it, and I'll pay you." When his water tank ran dry, he summoned a neighbor to fetch water for him, promising payment. When his floors became dirty, he called upon a neighbor to sweep them, offering to pay if he found himself without splints after using the latrine. He would resort to scraping with copper coins, fearless of getting his hands dirty. One must question whether a person so lazy could manage a household. The aforementioned scenarios were not where he truly spent his money. The real expense stemmed from his nature, his penchant for indulgence without the willingness to exert effort. He sought lavish food and clothing, yet his laziness knew no bounds. Consequently, the Zhao household grew increasingly impoverished while the neighbors prospered. Yet, one could not deny that Zhao Qing possessed a knack for making money. He would go wherever there was a celebration, especially to the homes of wealthy families, upon hearing of a joyous occasion. He would dress impeccably and, with a few bits of paper and some wooden stones, deceive the gatekeepers into allowing him entry. Once inside, he remained patient, waiting for the hosts to propose a toast. At that moment, when the crowd was at its fullest, he would rise, clasp his hands, and declare, "Today is a grand occasion, filled with joy and splendor. Heaven shines upon you, and the earth blesses you with talent. May you be bestowed with countless fortunes. At this auspicious hour, I offer 10 blessings, each for a mere tael of silver. Might the hosts grant me this humble request?" At this juncture, everyone's attention was drawn to the one who stood up, spouting auspicious words. Who wouldn't he feel elated? Naturally, the hosts would feel compelled to reward him, and what was a mere tael of silver to a wealthy family? On a day of celebration, when someone extends their congratulations with such eloquence, a tael of silver is but a trifling gift. Most hosts would not refuse such an offer. Once the hosts agreed, the performance commenced. Zhao Qing began to shower them with blessings. Today, the hosts radiate joy, their faces aglow with fortune, blessed by auspicious stars above and prosperity entering their door. I wish you from this day forth, everything going smoothly, fortune flowing like water, and may you sail through life effortlessly. Bravo! The audience erupted in applause. His eloquent and auspicious words were perfectly timed, appealing to all. The hosts were even more delighted. In their joy, they would surely part with silver. Zhao Qing would bow, saying, "1 tael of silver. May you prosper." The hosts might initially wonder why he was asking for money after already offering 10 blessings, but seeing Zhao Qing extend his hand, they would relent, realizing that 1 tael of silver was negligible. In a celebratory atmosphere, with joy and auspiciousness reigning, the most important thing was to maintain goodwill. The hosts would give the silver, Zhao Qing would pocket it, and then continue. Today, the auspicious site is adorned with lanterns and festoons, all things renewed, with glory and wealth on display, and talents flourishing within. I wish you from this day forth everlasting harmony, auspicious dragons and phoenixes, and may you soar high like 2 dragons. Bravo! The applause grew louder. His words were indeed well spoken, and the host's happiness encouraged the guests to join in the celebration. Harmony reigned between host and guest. At this moment, Zhao Qing would bow again. 2 taels of silver. May you prosper. The hosts might feel a tinge of annoyance. Hadn't they just given him silver? Why was he asking for more? Zhao Qing, holding up 2 fingers, would explain, 2 dragons soaring, thus 2 taels of silver. At this point, the hosts would feel somewhat displeased, but the overwhelming majority would not want to lose face. 1 tael, 2 taels. What was the difference? On a joyous occasion, with auspiciousness in the air, it was paramount to maintain decorum. Most would quickly change their tune. No, I didn't mean to refuse. Here, take the money. With 2 taels of silver in hand, Zhao Qing would continue. Today, the auspicious dwelling is filled with color and light, a symbol of renewal with wealth and honor displayed, and talents flourishing. I wish you from this day forth 3 blessings and 2 fulfillments, 3 clear skies and 4 whites, 3 offerings and 5 vessels, and may the sun rise with auspiciousness. Bravo! The applause reached new heights. The words were even more splendid, all revolving around the number 3. Where could one find such auspicious phrases? Zhao Qing would bow. 4 taels of silver, May you prosper. The hosts would grow increasingly reluctant. How had the sum doubled from 2 to 4? Yet the atmosphere had grown even more festive, and the guests eagerly anticipated what would come next. Be why now? The hosts had essentially been cornered by Zhao Qing. Even if they felt displeased, they could not bear to show it, maintaining an appearance of delight while handing over the money. What's 4 taels of silver? They would think it was merely a small increase from 2, manageable enough. Thus, the performance continued. After the 4th blessing, the amount rose from 4 to 8 taels. After the 5th, it soared from 8 to 16. After the 6th, it jumped from 16 to 30-2. By the 10th blessing, it had reached 512 taels. What a remarkable arithmetic puzzle this was. The overwhelming majority would instinctively think, the first blessing is 1 tael. The second 2, and it's just doubling from there. Surely it won't amount to much. The generous would shrug it off, while the stingy would begrudgingly concede to the joyous occasion, thinking that spending a bit of money for good fortune was a fair trade. Yet, in reality, by the 10th blessing, it totaled over 100 taels of silver, a considerable sum. Enough to purchase 10 cows, 100 taels. This was no small amount, and even the most generous would wince at such a loss. Zhao Qing had begun with a mere tael, gradually ensnaring the hosts until they could no longer bear it, profiting at every turn. Meanwhile, the guests, caught up in the applause, enjoyed the show without spending a dime, unwittingly playing their part in Zhao Qing's scheme. You speak of such nefarious deeds. Even if your words are filled with auspicious cheer, can you truly expect to live long? Chapter 77. The Enigmatic Little Notebook. As the saying goes, if one frequently walks by the riverbank, how can one avoid getting their shoes wet? Zhao Qing incessantly flirts with the edge of death, ultimately encountering a vengeful spirit upon a darkened path. Who is this specter, you ask? Earlier, we mentioned a certain assistant from the Dongqing military department, a clandestine figure who orchestrated the arrival of Su Changsho to the East City crematorium as a form of insurance. Since time immemorial, clerks have been as steadfast as iron, while officials have been as transient as flowing water. Do not be deceived by the clerks' lack of refinement or title. Their lineage often spans generations. Firmly entrenched in their domain, and should an official fail to grant them a modicum of respect, their tenure becomes untenable. Such is their formidable influence. This specter, in fact, is the overseer of the Clerks Guild. Known as Master Cao. In the realm of the Dongqing military department, aside from the current official, Lord Lu Wentong, Master Chao's words carry the most weight and are often referred to as second master. Furthermore, this incident did not transpire within the confines of Master Chao's residence. Zhao Qing, adept at extorting money, must possess keen insight and acute hearing, discerning which households are vulnerable to his schemes and the extent to which he can press his advantage. Otherwise, he would have long since met a fatal end. If it had occurred within Master Chao's estate, it would have been a matter of discretion, where even a mere copper coin would suffice as a token of gratitude, never daring to ask for more. But what is the essence of this matter? To make a long story short, in his youth, Master Chao became enamored with a young maiden at a small red mansion, whose beauty was as radiant as a flower. Enchanted, he sought to redeem her, yet he dared not bring her home, for a formidable matriarch resided there, whose ferocity was unmatched. Moreover, marrying her would be inappropriate. Despite his high standing, Master Chao lacked the scholarly title necessary to take a concubine according to Great Li's laws. His esteemed position was preserved by a man who valued his reputation. What was to be done? He purchased a residence to keep her hidden away. Thus, Master Chao maintained a secret liaison, which, over time, became increasingly discreet as the years wore on and the charm of his mistress faded. Zhao Qing, however, remained oblivious to this affair. The mistress bore him a son, and after 17 or 18 years, he was to marry. Naturally, Master Chao felt compelled to attend, proclaiming to all that he was a distant elder. To ensure the occasion was lively, he discreetly arranged for numerous guests, all of whom held some social standing. On that day, as fortune would have it, Zhao Qing emerged from a tavern and found himself intrigued by the merriment of this household. He perused his little notebook, but found no record of such a family. Perhaps it belonged to some hidden merchant? After surveying the scene, he decided that opportunity awaited. He must seize the day. Thus, he stealthily wrapped a stone in paper and infiltrated the gathering. Alas, this was akin to crossing the threshold of the netherworld. As events unfolded, the familiar patterns persisted, Yet others were unaware of Zhao Qing's identity. The East City crematorium's most formidable figure surely recognized him. With Master Chao's cunning, he welcomed the auspicious words Zhao Qing offered, insisting that he could extort as he pleased, and any hint of displeasure would be deemed his defeat. On the day of the eldest son's grand celebration, let the festivities commence without reservation. However, the question of how the money would be retrieved still loomed. Zhao Qing's demise was inevitable. Typically, he would cease his extortion after the sixth phrase, allowing the last four to slip away unchallenged. Yet today, having just exited the tavern, emboldened by drink, he pressed on. With each phrase, Master Chao remained unfazed, applauding enthusiastically. Zhao Qing, sensing divine favor, reveled in his fortune. His tongue flowed like a river, and after the 10th phrase, he improvised 2 more, completing a set of 12. He left with a staggering sum of over 400 taels of silver. Master Chao, too, was pleased, reveling in the auspicious phrases exchanged, leading to a joyous atmosphere where the wine flowed freely. Yet, that very night, Zhao Qing was cast into the depths of despair, his gains swiftly reclaimed. His silver tongue, now rendered useless, was preserved by Master Chao. Covered in filth and blood, Zhao Qing endured a torturous night before succumbing to his fate. Shadows loomed, souls were weighed, and the figure in the black robe proclaimed, "Tales and performances serve as guidance. Walk the central path among the 3 roads. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. The righteous path is fraught with tribulation, reward." The enigmatic little notebook. This is a wondrous little notebook, one that shall never be exhausted. With a flick of Qin He's wrist, a small yellow notebook materialized. Just large enough to fit in the palm of his hand, it was devoid of any writing, completely blank. Qin He found himself puzzled by its purpose. How could it be inexhaustible? Would tearing pages count as usage? Contemplating this, he swiftly tore out several pages, only to find the notebook remained thick and unchanged. Indeed, it was quite extraordinary, and no longer would he require bamboo slips for his personal needs. He now possessed an endless supply of paper. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized it was not applicable for his own use. Frustrated, Qin He shook his head in disbelief. Such an intriguing artifact bestowed upon him, yet proved to be of little practical value. He tucked the notebook under his arm for safekeeping, knowing not when it might come in handy. Raising his gaze to the remains of Zhao Qing, the figure in the black robe had spoken truthfully. Tales and performances serve as guidance. Walk the central path among the 3 roads. This meant that in life, one must tread the righteous path, avoiding the treacherous byways. Yet, in these tumultuous times, the righteous path lay in ruins. If walking the right path ensured survival, why were there so many corpses scattered about? Zhao Qing was undoubtedly deserving of his fate, yet he had at least enjoyed a carefree existence for half his life. Was that not enough? What of the countless laborers who toiled endlessly, suffering hunger and deprivation? What wrong had they committed? In this chaotic world, amidst the halls of power and the wilderness, who could delineate right from wrong, good from evil? Qin He had no desire to ponder such dilemmas. He was merely a cremator, wishing only to fulfill his role, observing the impermanence of life and the shifting tides of fate. Unless it were to involve him directly. Dong. The hour had come. The doors swung open. As dawn broke with a pale light, the sound of a gong echoed, signaling the opening of the crematorium's massive iron doors. Qin He grasped the urn of ashes and, greeted by the gentle morning light, stepped forth from the crematorium. 18 cremators lined up to return ashes. Those with families took them home, while those without were cast into the canal. Zhao Qing had family, yet none came to claim his ashes. The last remnants of his existence were swept away by the waves, vanishing without a trace. 8 newly arrived cremators regarded Qin He with intense curiosity and scrutiny. He was the only one in recent years to ascend from cremator to cremation officer, a figure of legend in their eyes. Qin He preferred not to be the center of attention. Yet he could not control their perceptions. After being the first to return the ashes, he departed the crematorium for breakfast. Though his stomach was not particularly hungry, he relished the taste of food, for it imbued life with a sense of warmth and flavor. Qin He cherished that warmth. After finishing his meal, he made his way to the blacksmith's shop, intending to upgrade his mortuary nails. As he encountered increasingly formidable entities, the small nails proved inadequate. He required something thicker and sturdier. After describing his needs, Iron Sanchi slapped his forehead. Ah, you mean coffin nails. Thus, what Qin He envisioned as robust nails transformed in Iron Sanchi's words into coffin nails. Fortunately, there were over 200 available, originally ordered by a carpenter who had met his end while lying in his own coffin, leaving the order unfulfilled for over a year. Departing the blacksmith's shop, Qin He ventured to the market, purchasing a selection of wine, meat, vegetables, and dried dishes, intending to prepare a fine meal for himself. It had been some time since he had enjoyed spicy food, and he found himself yearning for it. Upon returning to the crematorium, Qin He squatted beside a water bucket, sharpening his knife in preparation for slicing the meat. The large turtle within the bucket peered out, terrified to the core. Sir, can we negotiate on the matter of not using that knife? I have a secret to share. Qin He paused, intrigued. If I share it, can I exchange it for my life? Chapter 78. Exquisitely delicious. There are words to be spoken and farts to be released. Qin He shot a glare at the turtled eye. In truth, he had no idea how to prepare turtle dishes. He would never consider it if he had an alternative. No, we must make a pact. If I speak, you must spare my life. The turtle insisted stubbornly. Clang. Qin He brought his knife down beside the bucket. With little effort, the blade sunk deep into the wood. The sharpness startled both the turtle and Qin He. What skill, he marveled. After just a few strokes, the blade had become remarkably sharp. Speak, Qin He commanded, fixing his gaze on the turtle. The turtle, glancing nervously at the gleaming blade, gulped audibly and said, while you were out earlier, someone came in and rummaged through your belongings. Qin He's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if it could be Su Changshou. However, that didn't make sense. Su Changshou had seen him leave the crematorium first in the morning and would have approached him directly if he needed something. The most crucial detail was that the turtle spoke of rummaging, not searching for someone. Such behavior was indeed peculiar. Who was it? I don't know. What did they look like? They had a scar at the corner of their eye and warrior clothing. Qin He pondered, realizing that if they were dressed like him, they must be one of the cremators. Among the 10 cremators sent to Feng County, none bore a scar at the corner of their eye, which meant it had to be one of the 8 newcomers. A grin spread across Qin He's face. He had been feeling a bit bored, and now some excitement was on the horizon. However, he remained uncertain about their intentions. Drawing out the knife, he resumed washing vegetables and slicing meat, the rhythmic chopping echoing as the turtle quivered, fearing that Qin He might suddenly turn and capture it for the cutting board. After a busy session, by midday, the meal was prepared. A generous plate of spicy stir-fried meat, a steamer of white buns, a dish of salted beans, a plate of pickles, 2 servings of greens, and a jar of wine. Though the spread was modest, enjoying it alone with self-poured drinks was immensely satisfying. The great turtle, upon realizing he would not be required at the table, heaved a sigh of relief and craned his neck, fixating his gaze on the delectable morsels laid out before Qin He, salivating at the sight. For so many days, he had subsisted solely on a meager, hard, and bitter steamed bun, which was nearly impossible to swallow. Do you wish to partake? Qin He inquired, casting a glance at him. The turtle nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Thus, Qin He reached down, lifted him onto the table, and crumbled a bun before him. The turtle, truly famished, devoured it voraciously, and before long, the entire bun had vanished down his gullet. After finishing, he gazed longingly at the array of dishes before Qin He, particularly at the vibrant red meat dish that seemed especially enticing. From which Qin He had taken the most. Would you like to try this? Qin He asked, intrigued. The turtle nodded once more. Qin He then picked up a slice of meat and placed it before him. The turtle took a hearty bite, chewing once, twice, and then halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. He felt a gag reflex, but dared not retch. The last thing he wanted was to provoke Qin He and risk being accused of disparaging his culinary skills. Qin He, observing this, was pleasantly surprised. Not bad. You managed to keep it down. You seem to have a knack for spicy food. His interest piqued, he explained. This is called chili pepper. It may be unpalatable at first, but you'll grow accustomed to it. If we consider it, you and I might just be the first in this eastern land to embrace spicy flavors. Well, perhaps not entirely accurate, as there was another who tried before you. But he lacked your potential and spat it out immediately. The turtle looked at Qin He, somewhat uncertain, and asked, and what became of that person? He met his end by my hand. Qin He replied. The turtle perked up and, with renewed vigor, exclaimed, "This flavor is exquisite." Qin He's heart soared at this response. "Indeed, your adaptation is remarkably swift. You must be a natural when it comes to spicy cuisine. A kindred spirit. Come, indulge in more meat." The turtle, however, remained silent, a slight frown on his face. The meal was thoroughly satisfying for both Qin He and the turtle. Once their appetites were quelled, Qin He took up his shovel and headed towards the mass grave. Since the shovel had been fashioned, he had yet to visit the site, but today, feeling in high spirits, he decided to explore and see if he could unearth a couple of corpses, all the while bolstering his reputation as the king of the mass grave. Upon arriving, he noticed a pack of dogs had also gathered, recognizing him as the individual who had previously raided their food supply. This could prove troublesome. The dogs began to howl, summoning their companions. Before long, a large, bull-like dog, accompanied by a throng of smaller ones, appeared. Qin He realized it was time to act. The territory was limited, and victory determined ownership. There was no room for negotiation. The dogs charged, howling in unison, and Qin He met their advance with fervor. He swung his shovel with precision, sending any dog that lunged at him flying, leaving no beast unscathed. The ensuing chaos resembled a whirlwind. With Qin He navigating through the fray unscathed, as the battle raged, the larger dogs soon recognized Qin He's formidable prowess and hurried off to report to their leader. With a howl, the dog pack retreated, quickly vanishing from sight. Qin He set down his shovel, noting that this pack was far more organized than the previous encounter. It seemed a formidable character had emerged among them, perhaps even evolving into something more. He resolved to search for this dog king. Capturing a canine spirit would be a worthy endeavor. However, he pondered whether there would be any reward for such an act. The snake spirit, Lute Song, and the bat king he had previously incinerated had both attained humanoid forms, at least resembling humans. Yet, the dog spirit lurking in the mass grave might still be a far cry from such an evolution. To be safe, he decided to bide his time. It would be a pity to act prematurely and miss out on potential rewards. With the departure of the dogs, the 2 or 3 nearby mass graves now lay under Qin He's dominion. Yet, under the watchful gaze of 200 dog noses, there were no corpses to be found. They had been thoroughly excavated. Qin He searched for quite some time, discovering not a single hair. Then, an idea sparked in his mind. Utilizing his newly acquired skill of divination, he could discern the good and evil of individuals, assess fortunes and misfortunes, from the fate of dynasties to geomantic principles, all within a single glance. He had yet to employ this ability since the last encounter at the mass grave. As he cast his vision over the area, Qin He discovered that the grave had transformed. Several wisps of colored smoke erupted from the earth, rising majestically into the sky. There were gray, black, green, and even golden hues, each more intriguing than the last. The nearest was a grayish wisp, located just 100 paces away in a hollow. Intrigued, Qin He approached and found the surface unremarkable, littered with dog excrement and fragmented bones. Without further hesitation, he surmised that something must lie buried beneath. He swung his shovel and began to dig. His skill in excavation proved advantageous. The shovel was as effective as a bulldozer, with a powerful swing. The earth flew from the hollow as though he were merely scooping tofu. Remarkably, he unearthed a substantial pit, 3 zhang wide, yet still had not struck anything of value. After laboring for half an hour, he finally caught sight of something significant. To his astonishment, he had uncovered a coffin. Qin He was taken aback. What business did a coffin have in a mass grave, typically reserved for the forgotten and unburied? This was a luxury, more befitting a wealthy household than a site of discarded corpses. And this coffin was no flimsy affair. When struck, it produced a deep, resonant thud, indicating solid craftsmanship. The surface was weathered, yet remnants of paint were still discernible, suggesting it had once been well cared for. The specifications of this coffin indicated it belonged to someone of importance. Ordinary folk could scarcely afford such an extravagant burial vessel. This posed an intriguing conundrum. The depth at which the coffin was buried indicated a deliberate interment, not a hasty disposal. Pondering the implications, Qin He was inclined to act without overthinking. He seized his shovel and wedged it into the coffin's seam. Prying it open with force, with a resounding crack, the lid lifted slightly, and in a flurry, the nails popped out. With another powerful strike, the lid flew off entirely. His enthusiasm was palpable. This black shovel was becoming ever more beloved by him. Whether digging or prying, it proved versatile and effective. Peering into the coffin, Qin He prepared for any potential threats that might leap forth, ready to retaliate with his shovel. However, before he could discern the contents, a torrent of potent corpse gas erupted from within, forcing him to retreat. The volume of this gas was overwhelming, rapidly filling the hollow. With no option to retreat further, Qin He had to channel his inner strength to shield himself from the noxious fumes. Almost immediately, a wave of discomfort washed over him as the corpse gas assaulted his senses. Then, a dark figure emerged from the coffin, rising to its feet and locking eyes with him in an instant. It leapt from the coffin and fled. "Wait!" Qin He exclaimed, startled, and he took off in pursuit. The potency of the corpse gas suggested this was no ordinary being, likely a grand beauty of the highest caliber. Though weaker than the alluring corpse he had encountered previously, it was significantly stronger than the pale zombie he had faced. It was evident that this entity had been absorbing corpse gas from the mass grave. Cultivating its power, in a wonder a coffin lay beneath this cursed ground. Such a place was teeming with bodies and ample corpse gas. The figure dashed ahead, and Qin He followed closely behind, as they escaped the gas's influence. He finally got a clearer view of the fleeing figure. It was small and hunched, resembling an elderly man, clad in a dark red burial robe. Its short legs propelled it forward with astonishing speed. Qin He unleashed all his inner strength, yet he could only maintain visual contact. Lacking any skills for acceleration or charging, he found himself at a disadvantage. The chase continued, leading them out of the mass grave and into the bustling city. Qin He was bewildered. Why would the corpse head towards a populated area instead of the secluded woods? The mystery deepened, but he pressed on. Eventually, they reached the docks, where the figure darted into the warehouse of the Sanjiang gang. Qin He followed closely behind. The warehouse was filled with supplies, and the figure's flight slowed as it encountered obstacles. Qin He closed the gap, swinging his shovel, but missed the specter, instead shattering a supporting beam. The Sanjiang gang members, witnessing this chaos, were taken aback. Who dared wreak havoc on their territory? The audacity was unprecedented in their 10 years of operation. The warehouse guard, flustered, smashed a cup in anger, shouting, "How dare you? Kill them!" Armed members began to converge, brandishing knives and clubs, ready to pursue the duo. The ensuing scene was nothing short of chaotic, as the figure fled and Qin He followed closely, with the Sanjiang gang hot on their heels. With a resounding thud, Qin He swung again, missing the figure but creating a gaping hole in a newly repaired vessel. Another swing shattered a crate of porcelain, and yet another swing damaged a ship's keel still under construction. The ruckus was akin to a wild bull rampaging through a porcelain shop, a cacophony of destruction echoing throughout the warehouse. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the devastation. With the keel broken, the ship was rendered useless, and his fury erupted in a cacophony of shouts, signaling for reinforcements. With a swift motion, an arrow whistled through the air, summoning a horde of reinforcements. Today, they would not rest until these two interlopers were dealt with. The chaos was only just beginning. The corpse dashed ahead, while Qin He pursued closely behind, with the Sanjiang gang hot on their heels. Before long, the warehouse of the Sanjiang gang crumbled entirely. After a brief turn, the corpse darted away, slipping into the territory of the Chaohua gang next door. Naturally, Qin He followed suit. A cacophony ensued, with the Chaohua gang erupting into chaos. Those aware of the situation recognized it as a pursuit involving Qin He and the corpse, but onlookers, witnessing the Sanjiang gang's members rushing in, presumed it to be a gang fight. The Sanjiang gang, in turn, mistook the two fleeing figures for members of the Chaohua gang. Thus, another tumult erupted, with the Chaohua gang and the Sanjiang gang clashing fiercely as the sun dipped lower in the sky. The corpse sped north along the canal, traversing one gang's territory after another, with Qin He relentlessly in pursuit, oblivious to the countless objects he shattered along the way. The disorder resembled a blazing inferno consuming a camp. Devolving into utter chaos, the entire dock was engulfed in turmoil. By the time one man and one corpse made their way into the capital, the commotion at the dock showed no signs of abating. No one could ascertain how this fracas had ignited. Arrows flew skyward, each signaling its own summons. The Dongqing military department received alarming reports, startled by the magnitude of the commotion, fearing it was a rebellion instigated by the Chaohua gang. After nightfall, Qin He emerged from the city, his face as dark as coal. He had ultimately failed to capture the corpse of the noble concubine, which had vanished into the labyrinthine alleys. Damn it. Qin He lamented inwardly, feeling a pang of regret for his recent misfortunes. The king of Ao had escaped, and now a corpse had slipped through his fingers. What a calamity! Boss, it was him. Upon returning to the canal dock, Qin He found his path obstructed by over 20 members of the Sanjiang gang. Leading them was a man with a turban wrapped around his head and a face adorned with thick, bristly hair. It was none other than Yuan Sanjiang, the leader of the Sanjiang gang. Yuan Sanjiang scrutinized Qin He with a fierce glare, a glint of murderous intent seeping through his teeth. You dare destroy my Sanjiang gang's warehouse? State your name, for I, Yuan Sanjiang, do not slay nameless specters. After the fight, I shall reveal it to you. Qin He, seething with indignation, charged directly at the Sanjiang gang. Yuan Sanjiang, taken aback, noted the audacity of Qin He, who was not merely brash but extraordinarily so. With a shout, both sides engaged in combat. Bang! Crash! Thud! Boom! Following a frenzied melee, Yuan Sanjiang and his crew lay groaning on the ground, clutching their groins, each writhing in pain. Street fighting techniques, remember this. My name is Wei Wu from the Burning Corpse Hall. I shall not change my name nor my surname. Qin He dusted off his clothes, feeling a bit more at ease before striding away. Chapter 80. The radiant body of merit. Upon returning to the Burning Corpse Hall, Qin He settled onto his bedding, realizing the necessity to reassess himself. Having chased down 2 significant targets, his vulnerabilities had been laid bare. First was his internal strength, which had nearly accumulated to 180 years, yet still could not be manifested outwardly, serving only to bolster his own might without achieving its intended purpose. His mastery of Tao and magic was mediocre at best. He possessed the 36 techniques to subdue spirits, but they proved ineffective against the corpse in close combat. His sparrow step technique posed little issue. However, ranged combat proved more troublesome, especially against the resilient corpse. Today, Qin He had also launched spirit-subduing nails, yet the results were disheartening. The corpse was remarkably agile, darting swiftly and evading with ease, often retreating into tight corners. Most astonishingly, the nails he managed to strike it with would be self-extracted, had become something otherworldly. This left Qin He questioning whether it was truly a corpse or some other entity cultivating corpse energy. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the coffin nails had not been utilized in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for it to escape. Lastly, there was the matter of speed, though he triumphed. He could not keep up, which was exasperating indeed. He needed to continue being cautious. The wonders of the world are intricate, each with its own strengths, and he could not master them all. Humility was key. Qin He shook his head, silently admonishing himself. Yet, he was not without his trump cards. There was one that was due for activation. That was the merit body technique. With merit accrued, once the golden body was forged, he would stand alongside the divine. This technique was a reward granted by the burning slave. The merit following his journey to Feng County had exceeded Qin He's expectations, reaching over 79,000. Several days had passed, and merit continued to accumulate, though at a noticeably slower pace. It was time to forge himself a golden body. Qin He took his time, bathing and changing clothes, then accepted the corpse delivered that day. When the night grew deep, he activated the merit body technique. Within his mind, over 70,000 merit points rapidly dissipated, and he felt a surge of energy as the world within his consciousness was enveloped in golden light. A miniature figure, identical to Qin He, sat at the center of this world, slowly absorbing the golden light, until the entire figure was cloaked in a resplendent golden hue. The merit body, forged through the merit of all beings and blessed by the righteous path of heaven and earth, was impervious to all evil. It forged the spirit while safeguarding the entirety of his being. Truly a superior technique. The time taken to forge the golden body was considerable. After about half an hour, the miniature figure in his mind was entirely transformed into gold, gradually opening its eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer passing through its gaze. A notification appeared in his mind. Congratulations, your first-rank merit body has been successfully forged. The merit point update indicated an increase of 9,527 points, totaling a consumption of 70,000 merit points. Qin He rose to his feet and tested his newfound abilities. A slight tremor coursed through him, and an aura of golden light manifested as a protective barrier enveloped his entire being. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The merit body not only provided active defense, but also passive protection. In other words, even if Qin He were to fall asleep and be attacked by various malevolent spirits, including corpses, those entities would not be able to harm a single hair on him. Instead, the merit body would rebound, resulting in injury at the least, or worse, complete annihilation of their souls. Such was its formidable nature. The merit body countered all demons and spirits, including malevolent entities, and this was merely the first-rank merit body. It could be further upgraded to the 9th-ranked, at that stage. One would indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. However, the merit required would undoubtedly be immense. The first rank had consumed 70,000, while the second rank would require at least double that, if not more. Having secured his golden body, Qin He rummaged beneath his armpit and retrieved 200 coffin nails. Had he possessed even a few of these today, he would not have faced such setbacks. Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as the noble concubine remained within the capital, she could not escape Qin He's grasp. He resolved to upgrade himself further before seeking her out. The coffin nails were significantly larger than the previous ones, each measuring about the length of a chopstick and as thick as a pinky finger. He fetched a whetstone and carving knife. Activating his skills in tool crafting, golden needle technique, and shadowless hands simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. Qin He moved with astonishing speed, his hands a blur. Each large spirit-subduing nail was meticulously arranged in a row, the tips so sharp they seemed capable of piercing the very air, causing one to wince merely by gazing upon them. Meanwhile, in a desolate burial ground, a man clad in black and wearing a mask stood silently at the edge of a massive pit that had been excavated, his keen eyes glinting beneath the moonlight. Strangely, while the moonlight cast a shadow upon him, it appeared far fainter compared to the shadows of the surrounding withered flora. "Master," came a voice from behind. Accompanied by approaching footsteps, a colossal figure drew near, its mouth filled with sharp fangs and its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Upon closer inspection, it was a giant wolf, even more imposing than an ox. "I placed you here to prevent this situation. You have failed in your duty." The black-clad man spoke, his voice like the grinding of metal, indistinguishable in gender, and particularly grating to the ears, akin to the sound of two iron pieces scraping against each other. "I apologize, master. It was my oversight," the giant wolf replied, lowering its head. "Who is it?" it inquired, recognizing the garb of a corpse burner. "A corpse burner?" The black-clad man's gaze sharpened slightly as he turned towards the distant burning corpse hall in Dongqing, as if he could pierce through the thick veil of night to reach room 7. "Shall I take action?" the giant wolf asked, in no need. "Shan Lian has returned to the capital. Any subsequent movements must be executed with utmost caution. You need only guard this place. I shall make other arrangements." "Understood, master." "Are you saying that Wei Wu chased a being clad in a funeral garment along the canal and triggered a large-scale conflict among the Chaohua gang?" In the command center of the Jinyue, Shan Lian received Yu Wenjing's report, reading through it rapidly before asking, "What is your analysis?" "The celestial bull immortal has appeared," Yu Wenjing replied, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Shan Lian nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. "And that being in the funeral garment? It is one of the corpses stolen in Sichuan 8 months ago," Yu Wenjing stated. "Stolen from Sichuan, journeying all the way to the capital, only to be pursued by the celestial bull immortal?" Shan Lian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Now that is intriguing. The sudden emergence of the celestial bull immortal, the corpse in a funeral garment vanishing without a trace, the mysterious disappearance of the slaves, and the enigmatic demise of the Bat King. All signs point to an imminent spectacle. Though the main cast does not include us, it is nonetheless a rare occurrence." Shan Lian's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. "Why, Yu Wenjing?" puzzled, inquired. "Might I request your guidance, Commander?" "The capital is the finest stage, the night the best cover, and the corpse in a funeral garment the perfect jester. The extent of this performance's brilliance hinges upon its opening act." Chapter 81. The masked man beneath the shroud of night. The sprawling capital resembled an immense beast lying in wait upon the earth, eager to devour its prey. Hoot! Hoot! The eerie calls of the owl echoed, instilling a sense of unease. Caution! The air was dry, a warning against fire hazards. As the clock struck 3, the city prepared for thieves and intruders, closing doors and windows. The night watchman in the western city, an elderly man, struck his bamboo staff as he patrolled the streets, the sound steady and languid, seemingly no different from usual, yet anyone trailing behind would notice his hurried pace. At this moment, the ancient bamboo staff in the old man's hand felt warm against the chill of the wind. He was almost certain that something was about to unfold tonight. Having served as a night watchman for 4 generations, the Lao Qin family had never met an untimely demise. No matter the peril, they always managed to evade catastrophe, relying on this keen intuition. Regrettably, the old night watchman lacks cultural refinement. Were he able to pen a tome, each utterance from the esteemed Qin family would surely become the guiding principles for all night watchmen. With hurried steps, he resolved to conclude his patrol post-haste. The waning moon hung high, shrouded by dark clouds and a fierce wind. It is often said that on moonless nights, danger lurks, and when the wind howls, mayhem ensues. An ominous atmosphere thickened in the air. If he could traverse the alley before him and reach the main street, safety would be within his grasp. Yet, at that moment, a soft sound emerged, and a shadowy figure materialized in the center of the alley, obstructing his path. Clad in a dark crimson garment, it appeared diminutive, resembling a hunchbacked elder. The old watchman halted, every hair on his body standing on end. The bamboo clapper, once merely warm, now burned in his grasp. Who dares impede my nocturnal watch? Step aside immediately, lest you provoke my wrath. He inhaled deeply, pointing at the figure with a voice resounding like thunder, brimming with authority. This was the ancestral technique for startling the night. As one patrols, encounters with the inexplicable are inevitable. As the saying goes, humans fear ghosts 3 parts, while ghosts fear humans 7. To face them without trepidation grants one a significant advantage. To cower, however, invites defeat. Regardless of what lay before him, a mighty roar often resolved the majority of troubles. The remaining challenges would hinge on fate and strength. Yet, it was apparent that this entity was not easily deterred by a mere shout. The dark crimson hue was seldom favored by the common folk, nor welcomed in the grand estates. It was primarily associated with one grim occasion: funeral garments. With a single glance, the old watchman recognized the portent of doom. Prior to his patrol, the western city garrison had warned of a malevolent corpse clad in funeral attire that had infiltrated the capital, urging caution. He had unwittingly crossed paths with this very specter. The technique of startling the night was but a desperate gamble. As expected, the figure did not retreat but charged towards him with alarming speed. The old watchman, upon seeing this, turned and fled, his piercing screams echoing through the night. "Help! Help!" His desperate cries roused countless nocturnal creatures lurking beyond the glow of his lantern. From above, at least 3 dark figures raced towards the commotion. The first to arrive was a masked man clad in dark attire, his agility remarkable as he effortlessly vaulted over a wall, leaving behind an imprint of his hand. "Help! Help!" the old watchman exclaimed, hastily calling for aid. The masked man, a blur of motion, swept past him, extending his hands to reveal a yellow cloth bag. Chanting an incantation with urgency, the bag expanded in the wind and lunged toward the funeral garment specter. Upon sighting the bag, the specter emitted a ghastly shriek and turned to flee, visibly terrified. Yet, as the bag opened wide, a tempestuous wind surged forth, drawing the specter in, compelling it to retreat in an instant. In an astonishing turn of events, after ensnaring the specter, the yellow bag rapidly shrank. The masked man caught it deftly, slinging it over his shoulder as if it were but a sack of grain, significantly reduced in size. The old watchman, taken aback, realized he was in the presence of an extraordinary individual. As the masked man approached, the old watchman hastily bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brave sir, for saving my life. I am but an old man." However, before he could finish, he noticed a gleaming knife had inexplicably appeared in the masked man's hand. The breath he had yet to exhale was drawn back in. "Help!" The old watchman's cry rang out once more, laced with terror. He turned to flee, recognizing the masked figure as a villain. Yet, his speed was no match for the masked man. who swiftly closed the distance, swinging the knife towards his neck. Had the old watchman not paused, he might have escaped. Yet, he was acutely aware that the only beings capable of keeping secrets to the utmost degree were the deceased, though even that was not absolute. Just as fate seemed to seal his doom, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a whoosh, a dark object hurtled towards the masked man. The masked man's eyes widened in alarm as he instinctively abandoned his weapon and retreated. A thunderous explosion ensued, and the once gleaming blade shattered into shards, enveloping the masked man. Taken by surprise, he had no time to evade. A portion of shrapnel struck his arm, blood erupting forth as the yellow bag fell to the ground. Who approaches? The masked man gripped his arm, his expression grave. At that moment, he discerned a faint silhouette emerging from the shadows at the base of the wall, barely distinguishable as human. Clutched in its hand was a dark weapon. Devoid of sheen. I am Wei Wu of the Flying Fish Guards Corpse Burning Division. Who are you? The shadowy figure stepped forth from the darkness, revealing a young man clad in coarse linen. The Flying Fish Guards Corpse Burning Division? The masked man's eyes flickered with suspicion. Yet he refrained from lingering, swiftly reaching for the yellow bag on the ground, preparing to flee. This newcomer possessed formidable and enigmatic strength, making confrontation ill-advised. However, in the next moment, an astonishing event transpired. The masked man felt a sudden blurriness and found himself standing at the base of the wall. Opposite him, the young man in linen grinned, bending to retrieve the yellow bag. Teleportation? The masked man was filled with dread. The art of teleportation, derived from Zhuge Liang's secret techniques over 2 millennia ago, had long been lost to time. How could it resurface in the present? Who are you? He almost shouted in disbelief. Why ask again? I am Wei Wu of the Corpse Burning Division, and my name shall not change. Remember it well. The young man hoisted the yellow bag onto his shoulder, scrutinizing the masked figure, seemingly weighing his options. The masked man felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Without hesitation, he turned and leaped into the adjacent courtyard, vanishing from sight. The young man in linen scoffed, muttering, "Today, I shall spare you. Should we meet again, you will lie in a most dignified manner." Just then, a chant echoed in the night. The universe is unyielding, all laws extinguished, break. The yellow bag emitted a sizzling sound as the funeral garment specter tumbled out, swelling in size and making a hasty escape. The young man narrowed his eyes. My beloved, do not flee. Chapter 82. My beloved, do not flee. The specter scampered away with remarkable speed, its short legs whirling like wheels. Upon seeing the yellow bag with a hole torn in it, Qin He realized it had been the masked man's incantation that caused the rupture. What a futile endeavor! Just wait, I shall seek you out shortly. This bag appears quite useful. I shall not return home tonight without it. Clutching the bag under his arm, Qin He pursued the specter with great haste. As the pair departed, 2 more figures rushed into the scene. One was a bald monk with a gleaming head, wielding 2 demon-slaying staffs that resembled chopsticks, incongruous with his imposing stature. Halt, you wicked fiend! The monk has arrived. The monk's voice boomed like a bell, reverberating through the night. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, he encountered a familiar figure. Who was it but the old watchman, who had narrowly escaped death, staggering and drenched in cold sweat, still crying out for help. The monk raised a hand to stop him. Good sir, where is the demon? Allow me to capture it. The old watchman, seeing a monk, felt a flicker of relief. But as he recalled the earlier masked man and gazed into the monk's cold, glinting eyes, his trepidation surged anew. With the monk's grasp on those lethal staffs and the distinct folds of flesh around his neck, he was far from ordinary. Terrified, the old watchman gasped and turned to flee once more. Help! Help! His cries echoed with renewed desperation, sending shivers through half of the western city. The monk stood momentarily stunned, scratching his bare head, confusion written all over his face. After a few seconds, he shook his head and knelt to search the ground. Soon, he discovered 2 lines of delicate footprints, small and peculiar, with a wide front and pointed back, unlike human tracks. With a flick of his tongue, the monk tasted the footprints, smacking his lips in realization. Umitba, are these traces of a corpse puppet? If this threat is not neutralized, dire consequences will ensue. The monk hastily rose, sniffing the air as if sensing something amiss. He then made hand gestures, chanting, "Winds from all directions." Enter my mouth. Om mani padme hum. Let my tongue find the trail. With that, he turned in various directions, extending his tongue as he followed the path Qin He had taken. Help! Help! The old watchman continued to scream. Stumbling from the alley onto the main street, at that moment, he spotted a group of individuals approaching, each armed with weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, whips, maces, clubs, and more. An array of 18 distinct arms. At the forefront was a man adorned with 4 copper coins, brandishing a wolf-toothed club as he strode forward. Where is the one pursuing you? Upon seeing them, the old watchman let out a wail, nearly weeping with relief. It was the Flying Fish Guard's corpse-burning division. Safety at last. Time and again, he had narrowly escaped death in the alley behind. There is a masked villain, a stout monk, and a funeral garment specter. He stammered, a stout monk? Wei Wu's eyes widened in fury, gritting his teeth. Qing Yodisian, you have indeed emerged. Wei Wu had been searching for this individual for days. In these times, stout individuals were rare. They were either from affluent families or temples, having scoured every temple in the capital without success. He had just received news that the notorious Qing Yodisian, who bore his likeness while committing misdeeds, had been spotted at the docks, stirring chaos with the funeral garment specter. How dare you enter when there are paths to heaven and no gates to hell? Wei Wu exclaimed, rallying his brothers without a second thought, abandoning the burning corpses to pursue their quarry. Wei Wu swore that once he found the immortal green bull, he would drown him in a pit of cow dung, ensuring that he would forever be united with the filth, rendering him incapable of doing anything but poking at it. The group quickly dashed into a narrow alley, just in time to see the tall monk fleeing from the opposite end. Stop! Don't run! Wei Wu's feet propelled him into a frenzied chase. Whoosh! 10 large corpse-tying nails sliced through the air, sealing off all escape routes for the corpse in the funeral garments. No further surprises ensued. The corpse was immediately pinned to the wall. Upon witnessing this, Qin He clapped his hands and grinned widely. The thick and robust nails were indeed effective, sharp beyond compare. Such a frail body was easily pierced. The funeral garment corpse let out a piercing scream, desperately attempting to pull out the nails, but it was utterly futile. Its tiny claws were scorched by the talismans inscribed above, emitting wisps of blue smoke. Qin He observed closely and thought to himself, good heavens, this thing certainly has the body and head of a human, albeit withered and desiccated. Resembling a gnome, it possesses sharp fangs and grayish-white eyes devoid of pupils. Yet its hands and feet are not human at all. The hands are elongated, covered in animal fur, likely resembling the arms of some kind of ape, hanging down to nearly meet the heels. The feet are even more astonishing, appearing akin to webbed duck feet, broad at the front, tapering at the back, with 3 toes connected by webs, though far thicker and larger than those of a duck. It is, in essence, a grotesque amalgamation of human, ape, and some webbed creature. Qin He was not particularly knowledgeable about such beings, but he had seen their silhouette in shadow puppetry. It was highly probable that this was some sort of artificially crafted corpse puppet. Who would have thought that beneath the masked grave lay such a thing? There was no doubt that the masked figure was involved. After a moment of contemplation, Qin He wasted no more time and swiftly pressed 20 small corpse-tying nails into the key acupoints of the funeral garment corpse. Instantly, the corpse fell still. Observing this, Qin He proceeded to remove the large nails one by one, storing them back in his armpit space. The large nails were indeed formidable, but once they pierced the body, they protruded sharply, making them difficult to handle, especially for such a frail corpse. Thus, the small corpse-tying nails still had their utility. Once everything was in order, Qin He tucked the funeral garment corpse beneath his armpit and began searching for the masked figure's trail. Whether it was to unravel the scheme beneath the mass grave or to locate the yellow cloth bag, he had to find him. Activating his fortune-telling technique, the pitch-black night transformed into an entirely different scene in Qin He's eyes. In the heart of the capital, above the imperial city, it was as if a rising sun had emerged, blinding Qin He to the point where he could hardly open his eyes. The accumulated willpower of the subjects of the great Li dynasty over the centuries, even in decline, still radiated with divine brilliance. Such brilliance created an illusion of darkness beneath the light. Qin He could not discern the entirety of the capital. Only the fringes far from the imperial city revealed faintly unusual auras. Among them, One seemed vaguely akin to that of the masked figure. Without any hesitation, Qin He pursued. Not long after Qin He departed, the tall monk arrived, panting heavily, seeking out the location where the funeral garment corpse had been pinned. Extending his long tongue, he licked the wall with a slurp, smacking his lips, his eyes widening as he continued to chase down the path Qin He had vanished. Behind him, Wei Wu led a group of people, glancing left and right, hurriedly following suit. Chapter 83. Brothers, kill him! Help! Help! Time rewinds. Just as the old man was shouting, in a dilapidated temple in the western city, 5 or 6 individuals were gathered around a table. A dim light flickering above, barely illuminating their faces. A voice broke the silence with suspicion. Lord Zwama, is it like this in the capital at night? Do not be alarmed, Lord Asha. The capital is densely populated. And with the court's incompetence, the grievances of the common folk run deep, resulting in an abundance of transformed corpses. Thus, nights are far noisier than in Shangjing. This is a normal occurrence. So that is the case. As long as it is normal, then, shall we proceed, Lord Asha? Very well, to be brief, while representing Lord Aki Na and patrolling the capital, there are 3 key matters. First, this winter has arrived early, and preparations are insufficient. The king is plotting to breach the pass and secure the Grass Valley. Lords Wama must prepare intel accordingly. Second, we need to rebuild the action team of the capital's Bayala. Third, we must clarify the causes of death for Nbagu, Lu Tsong, and the convict. Furthermore, help, help, as they spoke, the chilling cries rang out once more, louder and closer. Lords Wama, are you certain this is really normal? It might be that the transformed corpse is rather inexperienced, and it hasn't yet pounced on anyone. Do not worry, Lord Asha. Nothing will happen. Well then, Lord Asha, I would like to discuss the operational procedures of the Bayala team. Yes, Lords Wama, please continue. Just as the old man had feared, the capital, cloaked in nightfall, was destined to be lively. On the other end of the western city, Qin He, clutching the funeral garment corpse, searched high and low but found no sign of the masked figure. The aura of the masked figure was erratic and increasingly drew nearer to the imperial city, and the darkness beneath the light deepened. Moreover, Qin He, with his keen hearing, detected that someone seemed to be trailing him from behind. Without the rabbit in sight, a wolf was pursuing him. Qin He swiftly climbed a large tree, scanning the surroundings. The pitch-black night posed no hindrance to him. It was as bright as day at that moment. He spotted a tall monk ahead and a fish-tailed officer adorned with 4 copper coins following closely behind, flanked by a large group of armed individuals, emanating a sense of murderous intent. It was none other than that little scoundrel Wei Wu, who, instead of working at this late hour, was wandering aimlessly. Observing the paths taken by both factions, it was evident that they were tracking the very route he had traversed. Even Qin He, despite his usual foolishness, could comprehend that these 2 groups were pursuing him. He couldn't help but ponder. The tall monk's peculiar behavior suggests he might be after the funeral garment corpse. But what is Wei Wu's purpose? Isn't the task of chasing down criminals the duty of the flying fish guard? Why is this cremator meddling? Pondering the situation, he realized that having a group of people trailing him could not bode well. He needed to give them something to occupy themselves with. After a brief moment of contemplation, a plan formed in his mind. He slid down the tree, took a turn, and approached the tall monk from behind. Whistling and grinning, "Hey, monk, do you recognize me?" The tall monk was extending his tongue when he heard the voice and suddenly turned around. Good heavens, it startled Qin He. That tongue was as long as a dog's, and had he not recognized the monk, he might have thought he encountered a demon in the dark of night. The monk quickly retracted his tongue and focused on the speaker, only to see a figure partially obscured by darkness. Almost invisible, yet the face was discernible. After a moment of scrutiny, the monk's eyes widened in surprise, pointing, You, are you not the wild immortal from the idol cloud temple painting riding the bull? Indeed, it is I. The one who crashed into you while riding the bull. Come chase me, ha ha ha. Qin He teased, beckoning with his finger before turning to flee. The monk's temper flared, forgetting the funeral garment corpse. He exclaimed, Umitba, you scoundrel, after crashing into me, you dare act so brazenly? I vow to have a proper discussion with you. Do not flee with that. He bolted after Qin He, resembling a meatball that had come to life. The monk ran swiftly but could never catch up to Qin He, ultimately losing track of him. Just as he was about to search, Qin He returned from the front, now wielding a wolf-toothed club and accompanied by a group of armed men. Upon seeing each other, both parties froze in surprise. The monk hadn't anticipated reinforcements for his adversary, and Wei Wu was equally taken aback that the monk had returned after losing track of him. They had never met before, nor did they harbor any enmity, but both regarded each other with hostility, simultaneously pointing, exclaiming, "The immortal green bull." After this proclamation, both were momentarily stunned. Was there truly such a thing as self-introduction in this manner? "Quite audacious, brothers. We have found the main culprit. Let's kill him," Wei Wu bellowed, brandishing his wolf-toothed club as he charged toward the monk. "Umitba, you scoundrel. After crashing into me, you dare to bully the few with your numbers. What shamelessness!" The monk was no pushover either. He formed hand seals and chanted incantations, loudly declaring, "Mystic light golden bell, protect my dharma body. Om mani padme hum, golden bell shield." Suddenly, a golden bell-shaped light descended from the heavens, enveloping him, its brilliance forming a protective barrier around him, exuding an air of dignity. Summoning the golden bell shield, the monk charged toward Wei Wu's group. Clang, clang. The clamor was deafening. The monk fought valiantly against the multitude. Qin He, observing from a height, found the spectacle mesmerizing. The masked figure had ceased pursuit, setting the funeral garment corpse down and pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds from his armpit. Nothing else mattered to him but enjoying the show. Wei Wu, that little scoundrel, wielded his wolf-toothed club with remarkable ferocity, delivering a blow to the monk's golden bell shield that made it flicker incessantly. The monk, unsure where he had picked up some underhanded tricks, brandished the demon-slaying staff, employing various grappling techniques, choking, hair-pulling, eye-gouging, and groin-kicking. Leaving Qin He in a W.E.in summary, the monk held the advantage, and it was no wonder. The golden bell shield was simply overpowered, impenetrable to blades and impervious to fire. On the side of Wei Wu, the sheer number of men was substantial, yet their inability to breach the defenses rendered them mere passive targets, enduring blows until several fell, clutching their groins and writhing on the ground. Observing the dire situation, Qin He realized that if this continued, Wei Wu could only withstand for a duration equivalent to a stick of incense. Contemplating his next move, he activated his divination technique. As the ethereal light swept across the scene, he was astonished to discover a flaw in the great monk's golden bell shield. It was far too small for his ample physique, leaving his posterior exposed. "Thus," he bellowed, "aim for the monk's backside." Chapter 84. A surprise the clamor of combat rang out, yet none could discern the origin of the shout. Upon hearing those words, Wei Wu seized the opportunity to target the monk's ample rear. With all his strength, he thrust his wolf-toothed club forward. Puff! A soft sound echoed. Ah! The great monk leapt 3 feet into the air, clutching his rear and howling in agony. Qin He was taken aback. Wei Wu's execution was remarkably effective. With pinpoint accuracy, he struck true, reminiscent of his own past prowess, truly a disciple well-versed in his craft. The great monk was now in considerable distress, not only from the pain but also from a noxious aura emanating from behind him. His face contorted as he glared at Wei Wu, exclaiming, "You shameless wild spirit, why does your club reek of decay?" Wei Wu, witnessing the monk's suffering, gleamed with delight and sneered, "Allow me to enlighten you. This wolf-toothed club has indeed penetrated the rear of a seductive corpse before. Today, you shall savor a similar experience. Surprised, are you? Unexpected, perhaps?" The great monk's face turned a ghastly shade of green as he stammered. You are no son of man." Only now did he grasp the gravity of the situation. Too late. "Brothers, attack him." The cacophony resumed, yet the great monk, having revealed his vulnerability, ultimately could not withstand the onslaught. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. And the relentless assault on his exposed rear was too much even for a celestial being. With a feigned maneuver, the great monk turned and fled at great speed, only to discover 2 blades lodged in either side of his rear. Wei Wu and his men pursued relentlessly. Qin He, watching them vanish into the distance, felt a lingering sense of anticipation. The spectacle was captivating, yet far too brief. Unbeknownst to Wei Wu, who had no knowledge of the monk's vulnerabilities, The allure of the chase was akin to a mere 20 seeds of sunflower, insufficient to satiate one's appetite. Yet, Qin He was equally perplexed by the intensity of animosity between the two. It was understandable that the great monk harbored a grudge against Wei Wu, having mistakenly believed him to be the one who had assaulted him. But what of Wei Wu? What grievance did the monk hold against him? It was evident that Wei Wu's hatred for the monk was significantly more potent than the monk's disdain for him, a palpable animosity that seemed to yearn for retribution. Puzzled, Qin He shook his head. Setting aside his thoughts, he would need to seek out the masked individual and discuss matters concerning the chaotic burial site. Besides the corpse he had unearthed, there were several others to consider. He resolved to do his utmost. As Qin He contemplated a visit to the vicinity of the imperial city, a region blind to his divination technique, a sudden sound pierced the air. A signal arrow soared into the sky, exploding above the capital, illuminating the night with a flying fish design. Instantly, numerous figures surged forth from the shadows like a tidal wave toward the western city, capturing anyone they encountered. Those who resisted were met with swift blades. Under the decree of Dali, a night curfew was in place. To be seen roaming the streets at this hour was to be deemed either a thief or a scoundrel. Swift justice awaited the guilty. With a resounding crash, a voice boomed, "Bold White Lotus demon, why do you not surrender?" Qin He was taken aback. The flying fish guards had laid an ambush, intent on capturing every fish, big or small, regardless of their origins. "You stand there, you high-ranking monk. Come down." A trio of flying fish guards approached, the leader pointing at Qin He and accusing him as a thief. Realizing the accent, Qin He thought, "Incredible! Even the flying fish guards from Taiyuan have been mobilized." Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized his skill of shifting forms in the blink of an eye. The guard who had been pointing at him found himself atop a tree, nearly losing his balance from shock. The remaining two guards could scarcely believe their eyes and turned to find that Qin He had already fled far from their midst. Yet Qin He had not fled in fear. He was intent on pursuing the masked figure. The disturbance created by the flying fish guards had unveiled the masked individual, who was now being relentlessly pursued by two chief officers. The shout that had pierced the night belonged to one of these officers. Clad in light yellow brocade, easily identifiable, one wielded a club, the other a knife. Both were renowned captors. The masked figure, clearly on the verge of collapse, was struggling against injuries, and now faced the combined might of the two chief officers. Just as the situation seemed dire, a massive net descended from the heavens, ensnaring the masked figure within. With blades and clubs closing in, capture was imminent. Qin He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The flying fish guards had acted with careful planning, and the opportunity to intervene had passed. Though reckless action was not out of the question, it would invite unnecessary complications. Moreover, he sensed a presence lurking in the shadows, one even more formidable than the two chief officers, who could say what awaited his intervention. Recognizing the need to withdraw, he chose to retreat. With no hesitation, Qin He locked onto an individual within 100 paces and executed his skill of shifting forms once more. Flash, another flash. The more he employed this ability, the more adept he became, previously unaware of its full potential. Apart from the considerable expenditure of his spiritual energy, it bore no apparent flaws. In fact, many of his skills remained underexplored, and he resolved to delve deeper into them in the future. After several instances of rapid blinking, he found himself outside the range of that lurking presence. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered himself in a dilapidated temple, where 5 individuals sat in a circle beneath a dim light. One of them, pale as wax, was none other than Lu Chang'an, the left deputy minister of war. The others wore dogskin caps, their heads bearing the unmistakable marks of freshly shorn money patterns. The 5 stared in astonishment at Qin He, who had materialized before them. One among them exclaimed, "Lord Deputy, is this a normal situation?" Chapter 85. Surprised? Lu Chang'an inhaled sharply, astonished by the scene. "Are you blind? Have you never seen such chaos? The escort that accompanied you southward has vanished, and now you find yourself amidst these unknown miscreants. Clutching, is that a corpse shroud? Kill him!" Lu Chang'an shouted in terror. The remaining 4, seasoned warriors, swiftly drew their curved blades the moment they sensed the tension in the air, and with a command, for sharp blades descended upon Qin He. At that moment, Qin He was utterly bewildered, questioning where he had just arrived. In the blink of an eye, for curved blades were aimed at him. Good heavens, is this scene not terrifying? He pondered. There was no time to waste. He needed to return. With a swift motion, Qin He vanished, and the escort returned. Duoling, a promising young man among the Ba Yazi, nephew of the esteemed Aki Na, was well-connected and poised for future leadership. But in that instant of confusion, he could not be spared. The 4 blades struck true, severing heads and sending blood and gore flying. Lu Chang'an wiped his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape, as a chill surged from his feet to his head. The 4 Ba Yazi stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. How could dueling return after the blades fell? Just then, a loud cry rang out from outside. Someone, the Di Lu spies are holding a meeting in the dilapidated temple to the west of the city. The volume was such that even the deaf would awaken. The dogskin-capped individuals turned to Lu Chang'an, eyes wide. Lord Deputy, this is certainly not normal, is it? Lu Chang'an's face blanched, on the verge of tears. My Lord Asha, we must flee. The shout had ignited chaos within the Western Temple, where the flying fish guards, already conducting extensive searches, converged with soldiers from the Western Command, illuminating the night as bright as day with their torches. Qin He, witnessing the commotion from a distance, let out a hearty laugh as he departed the city. That night, the capital was alive with the fervor of a grand festival. An hour later, at the Flying Fish Guards training ground, the dust settled. Shunlian, Yu Wenjing, and Ji Qingliang surveyed the fruits of their labor, a mix of joy and concern. Among those apprehended were White Lotus demons, Di Lu spies, notorious thieves from the capital, highway robbers, and even a monk. The total numbered over 30, some dead and some alive, the former carried away, the latter shackled and silenced. There were both pleasant surprises and unexpected disappointments. The delight stemmed from capturing a group of Di Lu spies plotting a conspiracy. 5 were caught, but 1 managed to escape. The greatest gain, however, was the apprehension of a White Lotus demon, alongside a monk, for highway robbers, and several unidentified individuals. Take them away for interrogation, Shun Lian commanded, waving his hand. And the Flying Fish Guards rushed forward to escort both the living and the dead. The great monk protested, Wu, but 2 or 3 guards struggled to restrain him. Yu Wenjing gestured for more assistance. And 7 or 8 additional guards soon arrived to hoist him away. It seemed this monk was a disciple of Master Fa Chan, the abbot of the Golden Light Temple. As Yu Wenjing watched the great monk being carried off, he turned to Shun Lian and inquired, does he have a grudge against Tu Baisho's disciple? That should not be the case, Shun Lian replied. The grievances of the previous generation should not involve these juniors. Both Tu Baisho and Master Fa Chan were not the types to spread rumors. Yu Wenjing shook his head. A hint of mischief crept into Shun Lian's smile as he suggested, then let Tu Baisho's disciple conduct a discreet interrogation. We shall watch the drama unfold. Yu Wenjing and Ji Qingliang exchanged glances, both inhaling sharply at the implications. Returning to the main topic, with the departure of Qingyo Daxian and the shrouded corpse. How do you assess the situation? Shin Lian turned to inquire of the Tude. The struggle between Qingyo Daxian and the White Lotus demon is morally ambiguous, as their positions blur the lines of good and evil. In terms of strength, Qingyo Daxian may be even more formidable than anticipated. Ji Chengliang remarked, if we can pry the truth from the White Lotus demon, we will ascertain whether Qingyo Daxian is human or demon. Yu Wenjing added. Shun Lian subtly nodded and instructed. Conduct the interrogation promptly. Understood. Upon returning to Qin He's side, the shrouded corpse was brought back to the crematory chamber. Half of the allocated corpses had already been incinerated. In reality, the events that transpired were not lengthy, amounting to less than an hour. Qin He planned to place the shrouded corpse into the flames as well, as its diminutive and desiccated form occupied little space. The cleansing of the corpse was an indispensable step, and simultaneously, Qin He was intrigued by the arcane process of corpse puppetry. As he unwrapped the corpse's garments, he finally beheld its entirety. Its gnome-like physique was unmistakable, scarcely half a person in height, emaciated with no remarkable features aside from the jagged teeth and claws resulting from its aberration. However, Qin He did discover numerous mottled blood clots upon its claws and the shroud, indicating that this entity had encountered blood during its creation. Disturbingly, it required blood to sustain itself. Most striking were the signs of stitching on the corpse, clearly sewn together at the junctions of its arms and legs. Yet, it was not merely a matter of stitching. There were many indiscernible marks as well, Qin He found himself at a loss, pondering the hypocrisy of the White Lotus sect, which throughout history has been notorious for its treachery. What exactly were they scheming? Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on the incomprehensible matters, as he would inevitably encounter them again. For now, securing his reward was paramount. He placed the shrouded corpse into the cremation furnace. Dousing it with 2 ladles of oil, the shroud swiftly turned to ashes. Yet the changes in the corpse were not immediately apparent. It was evident that this body was resistant to burning, as it had proven difficult even when using the corpse restraining nails. However, the more challenging the corpse, the greater the reward. To expedite the process, Qin He vigorously fanned the flames. The infernal fire, now infused with ample air, blazed more intensely, raising the temperature of the crematory chamber significantly. The incineration of the shrouded corpse finally accelerated. As Qin He busied himself, the tortoise's head slowly emerged from the water bucket. Observing Qin He's industrious back, it hesitated for a considerable time before softly saying, "Master, I can assist you." These past days had been fraught with anxiety for the tortoise. Despite a shift in Qin He's demeanor after sharing a meal, it remained acutely aware that without utility, it would eventually find itself in the pot. This was a master who would burn others without hesitation, capricious in temperament. Its singular thought was to survive. Qin He glanced back at the tortoise and chuckled. "What can your small frame accomplish?" I can help you operate the bellows. If my injury heals," the tortoise replied, its voice dwindling by the end. It wished to express its willingness to work, if only to secure its safety, even if rebuffed. Yet, unbeknownst to it, the thoughts of the speaker often resonate with the listener. Qin He was momentarily taken aback. The tortoise's potential usefulness, aside from other considerations, could serve as a guardian. Just yesterday, it had reported a suspicious cremator loitering about. With shared camaraderie over meals and past utility, it would be somewhat inappropriate to cast it aside, especially as Qin He had no expertise in preparing tortoise dishes. After some contemplation, he decided to formally remove it from his menu. A tortoise was simply a tortoise. If it could share in spicy meals and act as a guardian, then it was a valuable companion. Thus, he retrieved a healing pill from his armpit and tossed it into the water bucket, saying, "This is a medicinal remedy for your injuries. Tend to your shell first." The tortoise's shell had yet to heal since it had been shattered. "Thank you, master." Upon hearing this, the tortoise was elated. Whether the medicine would prove effective remained uncertain, but at least Qin He's attitude indicated that its life was not in immediate peril. Without hesitation, the tortoise gulped down the white pill suspended in the water. Qin He turned back to the bellows, pulling twice before noticing a change in his expression. He hurriedly retrieved another white pill from his armpit, noting its similarity in color and size to the one thrown into the bucket. Sniffing it, he smacked his forehead. "Oh no, I grabbed the wrong one." Before he could react, he swiftly seized the tortoise by the neck. Lifting it, however, it was too late. The tortoise's head remained in Qin He's grasp, while its body thudded to the ground, rolling away until it reached the iron door. Its neck stretched out unnaturally long. How to describe it? Have you ever watched One Piece? Chapter 86. A daring idea: the softening pill. Upon ingestion, a specific part of your body will become soft and elastic. Qin He had always been wary of this pill. Who knows which part of the body it might render pliable? If it were not the intended area, there would be no antidote. Now, the tortoise's neck was elongated, resembling a fire hose. Qin He observed the tortoise. "Brother, are you all right?" The tortoise's bulging eyes spun around. "Master, I feel a bit short of breath." Upon hearing this, Qin He was alarmed. If it couldn't breathe, he wondered if he could prepare the ingredients in time. Tomorrow, it might well spoil. "Can you retract your neck?" Qin He inquired further. "What's wrong with my neck?" The tortoise, confused, strained to look but could not see. It's just a tad elongated. After careful consideration, Qin He replied, "Master, may I take a look?" Perhaps you should try retracting it first." "All right." The tortoise began to struggle at the door, attempting to pull back its neck. Qin He observed with hope. There was potential. The tortoise flailed about, but its neck managed to retract a bit. "How's that, master? It feels very strenuous." "Strenuous is fine. I have a solution." As Qin He spoke, he reached beneath his armpit and produced a strength fruit. "Eat this. It will enhance your strength." The tortoise hesitated momentarily but saw no alternative and began to consume the strength fruit. Its bulging eyes widened. It had never tasted such a delectable fruit in its life. After finishing, an overwhelming sensation of power coursed through its body. "Dio, you feel stronger?" "Yes, I feel stronger." "Can you breathe now?" "Yes." "Try retracting your neck." The tortoise exerted all its might. Whoosh! Its soft neck coiled back like a retractable hose, swiftly pulling its body back to Qin He's feet. Qin He noted the dramatic improvement. "Can you still extend it?" he asked again. The tortoise exerted itself, but the combined weight of its body and shell prevented it from fully retracting its neck. However, that was not a concern. Qin He reached for another strength fruit. "Here, eat this." The tortoise gazed at Qin He, feeling as though he was bathed in divine light. The tortoise, having been both a father and godfather in the Grand Canal, was no naive creature. Although it had limited experience, it had seen enough to recognize the extraordinary nature of this fruit. Yet, this master offered it so casually, 2 fruits without a second thought. In the underwater world, even a single bite of such a fruit would incite chaos. It felt as though it had latched onto a leg even thicker than the river god of Luo Shui. The rapid onset of such fortune left the tortoise unprepared, nearly moved to tears. "Why are you dawdling? Quickly eat," Qin He urged, his mind racing with a bold idea. If this were to come to fruition, he could let his pursuers run a full 39 meters before making his move. The space beneath his armpit could not accommodate such a long weapon, but the tortoise could assist with that. A weapon like this, who wouldn't he want it? Surprised, elated. "Ha!" The tortoise devoured the second strength fruit in a few bites. Whoosh! Its body retracted, displaying remarkable elasticity. "Quickly, quickly! Let us see how long your neck can extend." Qin He eagerly set the tortoise down, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The tortoise, now intrigued, began to stretch its neck longer and longer, circling the house. Once, twice, thrice. "Wow! Incredible! Keep going! Extend, extend, extend." The entire crematory chamber echoed with Qin He's exuberant shouts. Outside, the watchmen Ling Zhonghai and Gao Lingquan exchanged bewildered glances. What was this treasured creature in the crematory up to now? Meanwhile, at the West City Gate, Lu Laojin, with a mule cart laden with dung, pulled up to the entrance. "Gentlemen, it's nightfall." Lu Laojin smiled ingratiatingly. The gate guards quickly covered their noses. The gate captain stepped forward, recognizing Lu Laojin, and with a look of distaste, waved to the guards, "Open the gate." The guards hurriedly opened the inner city gate. Lu Laojin guided his mule cart slowly through the gate. One guard couldn't help but mutter, "Today's odor is particularly strong." Once the mule cart passed through the gate, it thudded shut behind them. After a while, the outer city gate creaked open. According to the laws of Dali, any attempt to open both gates after curfew was deemed treasonous, punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Lu Laojin drove his mule cart out of the city gates and arrived at a dung yard located 4 li from the city, beneath a wall where he found himself alone. He knocked on one of the dung barrels and called out, "Lord Lu, we have arrived." Suddenly, from within the foul-smelling night soil barrel, a figure almost sprang forth, covered head to toe in the remnants of the 5 grains, crawling out to retch violently by the roadside, as if his very guts were about to come up. Even Lu Laojin, who had spent most of his life hauling dung, instinctively covered his nose at the sight. The person in question was none other than Lu Chang'an, who had narrowly escaped the pursuit of the flying fish guard. The reason Lu Chang'an chose the dilapidated temple as their meeting place was that he had prepared an escape route, which, of course, led to Lu Laojin in the western city. After bursting out of the broken temple, with 4 Bayara in pursuit, he and Lord Asha made their way to Lu Laojin. However, upon realizing that the only way out was to dive into the dung barrel, Lord Asha resolutely refused, drawing his waist knife and turning to fight the flying fish guard. Lu Chang'an acknowledged that the not-so-bright Lord Asha was indeed a man of courage. Yet, in the world of espionage, the greatest fear is to display such courage at the wrong moment. Lu Chang'an was well aware of this. After expelling the last remnants of his stomach contents, he rushed to the water basin to wash up, while Lu Laojin provided him with clean clothes. Once changed, Lu Chang'an mounted his mule and set off northward under the cover of night. This time, he was finally certain of the identity of the obstacle blocking his path, the cremator of the East City crematorium. Qin He. Though one could disguise their face, The scent of coal was much harder to mask. Chapter 87. The Purification Technique in the Dead of Night. In Room 7 of the East City Crematorium, Qin He lay on his bedding, propping his head on his leg, humming a tune and looking utterly relaxed. The giant tortoise stretched its long neck, which had two knots, one tied to a post and the other to the bellows lever. Its neck flexed with remarkable elasticity, driving the bellows to blow air. The furnace blazed with a fiery red, waves of heat radiating. Occasionally, it would lower its head to roll up the nearby oil ladle and thin spatula. Adding a bit of oil or coal to the furnace, to achieve this effect, Qin He had sacrificed 4 of his strength fruits and 1 healing pill. The results were quite satisfying, though he hadn't yet tested the tortoise's strength. It was sufficient for cremation duties. With the tortoise's diligent care, the cremation speed had significantly increased compared to the usual lethargic pace. Soon, the ordinary corpse assigned for cremation that night was processed. In passing, he received a new skill, the Purification Technique. Purification Technique. By employing this technique, you can eliminate all unpleasant odors from the target's body, with effectiveness varying by individual. Qin He took a look and found it to be quite practical. Last time, Su Changsho had remarked on the unpleasant stench of a mixture of corpses and coal that clung to him. Now, Qin He could also enjoy a refreshing and clean experience. He learned and executed the technique, consuming a small amount of mana. The result was quite impressive. Even the odor from his armpits had vanished. After a moment's thought, Qin He decided to apply the purification technique on the tortoise, which carried an earthy, fishy smell, even more pungent than his own. But that too was eliminated. This daily little skill proved to be remarkably useful. Although the shroud-wrapped corpse was difficult to burn, its small size ensured it would be cremated before dawn. As time passed, when the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, the shroud-wrapped corpse was duly cremated. The black and white curtain slowly descended, and through shadow puppetry, Qin He witnessed the life of the shroud-wrapped corpse. The corpse, originally named Ji Wubing, was the eldest son of the Ji family from Pingwu County in Long'an Prefecture, Shu. Born with a physical defect, he was a dwarf, and his name, Wubing, was given by his parents in the hope that he would grow and be free of ailments. Yet, the condition of dwarfism is a fate sealed by destiny, leaving no room for self-healing. Ji Wubing was born small and, by the age of 4, had only just learned to walk. His parents, already disenchanted with him, later had a second son named Ji Tianlu, and their indifference towards Ji Wubing only deepened. The treatment of the two brothers became starkly different. Ji Tianlu enjoyed the finest of everything, lavish banquets celebrating milestones such as his first month, first birthday, and the tying of his hair into a crown. Meanwhile, Ji Wubing, short and dark, resembled a monkey and spent his days among the servants, subsisting on leftover scraps. His parents preferred to ignore his existence, banishing him to the woodshed, seldom seeing him for months on end, as if he were a ghost in the household, bullied even by the servants and dogs. Yet, despite his plight, Ji Wubing was eager to learn. When Ji Tianlu was sent to a private school, he often skipped classes, mingling with a group of ill-bred friends. Conversely, Ji Wubing listened attentively from behind the wall, mastering the 4 books and 5 classics. The schoolteacher soon noticed the boy who frequently eavesdropped and, upon inquiry, realized he was the Ji family's eldest son. Recognizing his thirst for knowledge, the teacher allowed him to attend classes. As time passed, years went by, with one brother squandering his education while the other thrived. Recommended by the teacher, Ji Wubing successfully passed the county and prefectural examinations, becoming a tongsheng, a candidate for future scholarly honors. What is a tongsheng? It is a preparatory title for aspiring scholars. Gaining a degree is no simple feat, as one must first pass the county and prefectural exams to qualify. Having become a tongsheng, Ji Wubing was on the path to becoming a shouzai. While the title of shouzai was not particularly valuable in the Dali dynasty, it was still a legitimate honor. With sufficient wealth, one could even donate for an official position, perhaps becoming a county clerk or a minor official, all quite attainable. Moreover, during these years, Ji Wubing's academic prowess garnered the attention of a young woman, Gu Xiaoya, who hailed from a prominent family but was born to a courtesan, making her less favored at home. The two, sharing similar experiences, grew closer and eventually pledged their lifelong devotion to each other. At this point, it seemed Ji Wubing's life held promise. However, the greater the hope, the deeper the suffering. Ji Wubing had found hope, but what of Ji Tianlu? Seeing his physically impaired elder brother, Ji Tianlu perceived a threat to his inheritance. If Ji Wubbing became a xiozai and sought an official position, it would require a substantial donation, potentially half of the Ji family's wealth. Their parents had promised Ji Tianlu that upon their death, all family wealth would be his, leaving Ji Wubbing with nothing. Ji Tianlu calculated that this meant he would be sacrificing his own interests for his brother's status. After the exchange, who would inherit the remaining wealth, himself or Ji Wubbing? The stakes were evenly balanced. After much contemplation, Ji Tianlu resolved that he must eliminate his brother. If Ji Wubbing, a useless creature, continued to live, he might one day pose a threat. Having bullied Ji Wubbing for years, Ji Tianlu could not tolerate the thought of his brother emerging from the shadows. Thus, on Ji Wubbing's way to the examination, a group of hired thugs, employed by Ji Tianlu, ambushed him. Despite Ji Wubbing's desperate pleas for mercy, it was futile. They broke his limbs and drowned him in the river. Ji Wubbing died, his body drifting along the river for a day and night before awakening. Not as a corpse but as a transformed being. He was given a choice by a mysterious entity, to perish or to accept a resurrection through dismemberment, promising revenge afterward. With his limbs broken and filled with rage, Ji Wubbing chose the latter. This choice led to 3 years of torment, where the so-called resurrection involved the gruesome art of corpse refining. Transforming him into a being part human, part corpse. By day, he retained a sliver of consciousness. By night, he became a frenzied monster. After 3 years of suffering, he had mastered the art of corpse refining and was ready to spill blood. The mysterious being brought Ji Wubbing back to his family home. Ji Wubbing pleaded with the being to take him away, knowing that once night fell, his murderous instincts would emerge, threatening his family. Ji Tianlu deserved punishment, yet Ji Wubbing still held a shred of affection and humanity, unwilling to let his family suffer. However, the being was determined to extinguish that last remnant of humanity in Ji Wubbing. Refusing to relent, as night descended, Ji Wubbing fought against his inner ferocity until he spotted someone, Gu Xiaoya. She cradled a child, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Tianlu, who was playfully engaging with them. The 3 of them appearing blissfully happy. After Ji Wubbing's disappearance, Gu Xiaoya had mourned for over 6 months, searching for him, but eventually, life must go on, and time dulled her grief. Now of marrying age, she found herself wed to Ji Tianlu, who, drawn to her beauty, pursued her with a morbid fascination. Despite her reluctance, familial obligations bound her, and she was married off to Ji Tianlu, eventually bearing him a child. Gradually forgetting Ji Wubbing. While this might be understandable to Ji Wubbing, now a half-human, half-corpse, the sight was like a dagger aimed at the last vestige of his clarity. Enduring scorn, laboring in the shadows, with a promising future shattered. While the villain who caused his downfall reveled in the joys that should have been his die in a fit of rage, Ji Wubbing annihilated all 36 members of the Ji household that night. For an entire night, he mourned the lifeless Gu Xiaoya in his arms. What followed was a struggle between the flying fish guard and the mysterious being, which I shall not detail further, leading to Qin He releasing him from the East City mass grave. The shadow lamp captured his soul, and the black-robed figure pronounced, "Born into misfortune, bound by fate. One death cannot resolve the suffering. Straying from the path breeds resentment. Before the king of hell, where to voice grievances, how lamentable reward." The Horse Bell, Chapter 88. The Horse Bell. Upon seeing the reward, Qin He could not help but grin widely. The horse bell, one of the 9 instruments for containing corpses, can emit a sound to warn of danger, possessing the power to suppress corpses. The 9 instruments for containing corpses consist of glutinous rice, talismans, inked threads, golden needles, black donkey hooves, the horse bell, the soul-capturing lamp, corpse-containing pills, and the rebirth seal. The horse bell ranks 6th, just below the soul-capturing lamp of the Flying Fish Guard's cremation hall. The crafting of such an item is complex and tedious. First and foremost, the materials. The horse bell is not merely a mundane iron bell, but rather a mystical artifact crafted from the celestial bone of a creature known as a mahu. Such beings are exceedingly rare in this world, known for their penchant for devouring corpses, and their skulls possess the remarkable ability to subdue the dead. After procuring the necessary materials, the next step is the intricate process of refinement, which involves a series of secretive techniques spanning numerous stages. Upon completion of the refinement, one final step remains, albeit not particularly difficult. It requires the bell to be affixed to the neck of the lead horse in a merchant caravan, allowing it to journey through the land. enduring the elements and absorbing the essence of human life, which over time will imbue the bell with a certain spiritual sentience. This process may take as little as 30 years or extend to 50. Such a lengthy span of time, one generation during prosperous times and two during chaos, raises the question, even with materials in hand and knowledge of the refining methods, how many souls possess the patience to wait a lifetime for its fruition? Thus, the crafting of such items is not intended for personal use, but rather as a legacy for future generations. In stark contrast to this, Qin He completed the task in a mere afternoon and evening, albeit with considerable effort. With a flick of his wrist, the horse bell appeared in his hand. It was a bell, weathered and rusted, appearing no different from an ordinary horse or camel bell. The exotic materials and secretive crafting methods were entirely unrecognizable. The marks of time were heavy upon it, with a patina that spoke of age. A gentle shake produced a delightful, clear ringing sound. After a few more adjustments, Qin He tucked the horse bell into his spatial pocket and addressed the large turtle. This corpse should be incinerated and contained separately. Understood, my lord, the large turtle replied, glancing back and nodding eagerly. Within the crematory furnace, the remains of Ji Wubbing had been reduced to mere bones. A clever individual by nature, yet fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Born into affluence but cursed with dwarfism, he was unable to enjoy the privileges of his lineage. After enduring countless hardships to seek fame, he ultimately fell victim to treachery. Compared to the torment inflicted upon him by supernatural beings, such grievances seem trivial. Go refine a corpse while alive is a fate worse than death. Witnessing various methods of corpse refinement sent shivers down Qin He's spine. One misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Fate was decidedly unjust towards him. The White Lotus supernatural beings. Qin He squinted, recalling how those methods had terrified him deeply. His heart raced. This must be a grudge. Suddenly, the sound of a gong reverberated, and the doors of the crematory opened in succession. The day's work had concluded, and with no one mourning, it was yet another peaceful Christmas Eve. Qin He exchanged ashes for 15 copper coins and made his way south, where he added a small mound to the gravesite of Ji Wubbing beside the horse butcher and Lu Chengji. Lu Chengji would no longer suffer in solitude. By the time they returned to the dock, the sun was already high in the sky. After a quick breakfast, Qin He entered the city. Just as he arrived at the city gate, a formidable horse caravan charged out, radiating an aura of menace. Causing the townsfolk to hurriedly scatter, a vendor, unable to evade in time, was overturned along with his cart, yelping in pain. Qin He observed that the leader of the group, clad in a dark yellow flying fish robe and wielding an iron club, was none other than the iron club catcher, Yuan Jing. The contingent comprised over 40 elite members of the capture squad. With the iron club catcher deployed, it was uncertain where they were headed. Eastward from the city was likely the path to Lingshan Wei, where it was rumored that a ghostly ship had emerged, resulting in the demise of several hundred souls. Why are there so many demons and monsters in this world? The nearby citizens whispered. Qin He smiled broadly as he entered the city, taking twists and turns until he arrived before a spacious estate, the plaque emblazoned with two prominent characters, Yuan Mansion. Scaling the wall, it wasn't long before Qin He emerged, now dressed in a dark yellow flying fish robe, striding confidently towards the North Pacification Division's Jiaoyu prison. The flying fish robe exuded an imposing presence, causing passers-by to instinctively yield the path. In no time, Qin He arrived at the prison gate. Greetings, Lord Yuan. The guard on duty bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Qin He waved his hand, striding past. The guard remained bowed until Qin He was out of sight, his expression puzzled. Wasn't Yuan heading towards Lingshan Wei? Why had he returned? Shaking his head, the guard dismissed the thought and resumed his post. As Qin He walked, many bowed in respect, indulging his fleeting sense of authority. Just as he contemplated where to find someone, he spotted an approaching figure. It was Wei Wu, that little rascal, pinching his nostrils and carrying a basin, his face beaming with delight. Qin He, perplexed, gestured for him to come over. Wei Wu hurriedly approached, bowing and scraping. Greetings, Lord Yuan. Upon seeing the basin, Qin He was taken aback. It was filled to the brim with fresh cow dung. What on earth are you doing with that? He exclaimed, hastily covering his nose. Reporting to Lord Yuan, this is used for fingerprint comparison, Wei Wu replied, his grin radiant as if he had just received a promotion. Qin He shook his head in disbelief, thinking to himself that these people were truly peculiar. Ignoring the matter, he inquired, "Where is that White Lotus cult demon being held?" Reporting to Lord Yuan. "He is in room 10 of the Jiazi block, currently under interrogation." "Very well, you may proceed." "Yes, my lord." Dismissing Wei Wu, Qin He meandered to the Jiazi block. After a thorough search, he finally located a door marked with the number 10. Its color reminiscent of excrement. Inside, the sound of whips cracking echoed ominously. Chapter 89. The 10th Torture Chamber. Lord Qin He. The guards outside the door saluted deeply. "Open the door." Yes, the door swung open, and Qin He stepped inside. Before him stood the masked demon from the previous night, now entirely unclothed and shackled in a star-like formation, surrounded by an array of torturous instruments. There were whips, clamps, hot irons, scrapers, brushes, hooks, spikes, blades, floral patterns, and even fur. An overwhelming assortment. The masked demon appeared truly pitiful, every inch of their skin marred and bleeding. A robust flying fish guard wielded a whip, striking the demon with calculated precision. This was no ordinary cattle whip. The tail was adorned with iron hooks, each lash leaving a deep gash. The lead interrogator, Chang Wang, stood with 6 or 7 subordinates. Upon seeing Qin He, they quickly bowed in reverence. "Greetings, Lord Qin He." No need for formalities. "How is the interrogation proceeding?" Qin He gestured dismissively, pulling up a chair to sit. Reporting, "Lord Qin He, the White Lotus demon is quite obstinate. Despite enduring a full night of interrogation, he has yet to utter a single word." Chang Wang said, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Qin He nodded. "Continue your efforts." "Yes." Chang Wang complied, directing the flying fish guards to persist in their methods. After enduring an entire night, Chang Wang felt an immense pressure mounting. The sooner the White Lotus demon spoke, the more valuable the information would be. Yet, they had nearly exhausted every method of torture, and this stubborn individual remained silent. With Yu Wenjing's arrival, Chang Wang felt even greater pressure, particularly regarding the impending outcome. After a while, unable to bear it any longer, Chang Wang covertly glanced back at Yu Wenjing, only to be taken aback. The esteemed Qin He was casually seated, nonchalantly crossing his legs and munching on sunflower seeds. Chang Wang questioned his own reality. How could the illustrious iron club catcher, known for his stern demeanor, be so relaxed in front of his subordinates? Yet, rank held all the power, and Chang Wang dared not question it, burying his thoughts deep within. After a brief period, the interrogation yielded no results. The masked demon hadn't even lifted their head, remaining so still that one might mistake them for deceased were it not for the faint signs of breath. At that moment, it seemed Yu Wenjing had finished his seeds, rising and brushing off his clothes. "Everyone, step outside. I have a few questions for him." "Yes." Chang Wang's face wore a look of uncertainty, but he dared not defy the order. Signaling his subordinates to leave, Qin He stood and approached the masked demon, who finally stirred, slowly raising their head to regard him. "What is this? No longer playing the spectator. Do you know who I am?" Qin He was slightly taken aback. It was only then that he noticed the masked demon's face, handsome, with a certain air of defiance that compelled one to strike them. "The Iron Club catcher Yu Wenjing is not someone of your caliber." The masked demon smirked, and a flicker of light passed through Qin He's eyes, and a smirk of his own formed. "The one truly enduring the torment is not you." This remark momentarily caused the masked demon's gaze to waver. But their expression remained unchanged, resolute. "I possess a strong will. The tortures of the flying fish guards are merely a means of loosening my joints. If you think you can extract anything from me, you are sorely mistaken." Qin He shook his head. "You are mistaken. Your eagerness to assert yourself reveals your desperation. Often, the more one lacks, the more fervently they strive to display it. You are a bit too anxious." The masked demon's eyes flickered even more intensely, gritting their teeth. "Stop with your pretentiousness. You cannot intimidate me. Bring forth your best. Is that so?" The sarcasm on Qin He's face deepened. "Very well. Let me analyze the situation for you. The human spirit can indeed withstand physical pain, yet the body's neural responses are instinctual and challenging to suppress. Thus, a true victim of torture will involuntarily convulse in response. Of course, it is not insurmountable to suppress this reaction, particularly for those with strong inner strength. Yet, it seems you have no need to do so." Upon hearing this, The masked demon's expression finally shifted. As Qin He paced, he continued with a smile. Allow me to speculate. When did you sever your own sense of pain? After your capture, you certainly had no opportunity, which leaves only one possibility. Before your capture. Oh, right, when you were captured, it was by a net that ensnared you, and your vision was inevitably obstructed. You realized escape was futile? So you decisively seized the moment when Jing and Ji Chengliang's sight was momentarily blocked, numbing your own pain receptors in preparation for the impending torture. While others might falter, you, the practitioners of corpse manipulation, possess an unparalleled understanding of the human body, enabling you to endure. Your thoughts are meticulous, and your resolve is unwavering. In conclusion, Qin He gave him a thumbs up at that moment. Upon closer inspection, the masked villain's face was marred with a tinge of terror as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who on earth are you? I believe you should be more concerned with what I desire rather than my identity, for you currently lack the privilege to know who I am." Qin He broke into a complete smile, an exhilarating sensation coursing through his entire being. This damned feeling of arrogance, this intoxicating sensation of cornering someone step by step. How delightful! Qin He finally comprehended why the torturer had become so infatuated with inflicting pain. With everything about the enemy within his grasp, their flesh, thoughts, souls, and fears, all laid bare before him, the secrets of the adversary were gradually unearthed, their terror deepening as they slid inch by inch toward the abyss of despair. This feeling, it is addictive to any human. All of this was merely the remnants of the torturer's play, and Qin He simply borrowed his puppet show to assert his dominance over the masked villain. In that moment, Qin He's smile appeared devilish in the eyes of the masked man, and his next words nearly signaled surrender. What do you want?" The masked villain was genuinely frightened. For Qin He was entirely correct. He had indeed sealed his own pain receptors with a secret technique, allowing him to withstand all forms of torture in silence. Although this technique is indeed secretive, it can be unraveled with relative ease. He could hardly envision the scenario of enduring torture once his pain receptors were restored. The person before him was not affiliated with the Flying Fish Guard, but rather someone with whom to negotiate. "I want to know everything about the White Lotus sect," Qin He stated, his demand clear. "You must be dreaming." The masked villain's eyes widened in agitation as he retorted, "I could never betray my sacred sect, not even unto death." Such resoluteness indicated that negotiation was futile. "Then you may perish," Qin He declared, turning to leave. The masked villain's expression shifted drastically, witnessing Qin He's unwavering departure. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Stop." Qin He halted, involuntarily smirking. "Well, I cannot divulge the core secrets, but regarding other matters, feel free to inquire. I shall answer what I can." After a brief pause, the masked villain's voice emanated from behind. Chapter 90. Comfort in disguise, that's more like it. Why act so stern? Allow yourself some comfort, it's not disgraceful. Qin He turned with a beaming smile, coaxing gently. "Just don't ask too much. The core secrets I absolutely will not reveal." The masked villain ground his teeth in response. I understand. Don't be so agitated. I am not from the Flying Fish Guard. I'm not here to turn your life upside down. Negotiation is a matter of bargaining." Qin He casually pulled over a chair and sat down with a smile. "Then let us begin our conversation. First, may I have your name?" "Feng Jingyu." The masked man hesitated, somewhat reluctant to respond. "How is that written?" "The wind in Feng, the surprise in Jing, and the feather in you." "The surname Feng is quite rare," Qin He remarked, his gaze scrutinizing. "Though you believe me so foolish as to lie about such matters?" Feng Jingyu replied sharply, "Very well, next question. Did you create that dwarf corpse puppet?" Qin He continued without irritation. "No, was it created by the White Lotus sect?" Feng Jingyu's eyes flickered, hesitating for a moment before replying. "Yes and no." "How so?" Qin He inquired, intrigued. "Our sacred sect is no longer a unified entity. Those who practice corpse manipulation exist nominally under the sect, but in reality, they have formed their own faction. I can only divulge this much." "Excellent. This is a promising start," Qin He said with satisfaction. "May I then interpret this as meaning that the information regarding the corpse manipulators does not constitute the core secrets of the White Lotus sect? At least not to your faction? You devil." Feng Jingyu's complexion shifted, yet he did not overtly reject the notion. "Welcome to hell. Trust me, Devils often uphold their promises more than deities. Qin He's smile grew ever more radiant. Ask away. Feng Jingyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to relent. What is the origin of the corpse manipulators, and what is their purpose? Corpse manipulation is an ancient practice, older than the White Lotus sect itself. Its origins obscured by time. Over the past century, they gradually formed a faction known as the Corpse Manipulation Gate, shrouded in mystery. What is the purpose of corpse manipulation? The puppets can be used for combat, wealth acquisition, and cultivation, serving numerous purposes. It is said that some advanced puppets resemble living beings and can infiltrate society. They use living people for manipulation? Using living beings is but one method. There are many others. Where did the corpses you possess originate? Acquired from the Corpse Manipulation Gate. What are they used for? That is a core secret. I refuse to answer, Feng Jingyu declared, eyes wide. Fine, let me change my question. Where is the person who sells corpses to you? Qin He narrowed his eyes. That is also a core secret. I cannot. Feng Jingyu began. Qin He stood up, abruptly interjecting. This is the last question regarding the White Lotus sect. I must know. Feng Jingyu's expression turned as if he had entered a dye shop. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Only this once. This person's whereabouts are exceedingly secretive. I do not know where he is. Only that he conducts corpse manipulation rituals on the full moon each month. Very well, Qin He nodded in satisfaction. Now for the final question. What is the incantation for this bag? As he spoke, Qin He retrieved a yellow cloth bag from his pocket. Moments later, he exited the torture chamber with satisfaction. Chang Wan and the others awaited him not far off, daring not to eavesdrop. Qin He beckoned them over and exchanged a few pleasantries, exerting a bit of official authority before departing for the crematorium. Counting the days, he realized that the manipulation of the alluring corpse had been underway for over 10 days. Though the rewards improve with time, the anticipation gnawed at him. He was eager to know the progress. The last time he saw Wei Wu brandishing the wolf-toothed club he had thrust into the alluring corpse, it suggested they were nearing completion. Just then, a cremation officer passed by, and Qin He seized the opportunity to inquire. Discovering that the cremation was indeed imminent. Thus, having fulfilled his purpose for this visit, he left the prison, returned his attire, and headed back to the crematorium. Upon arriving, he noticed a figure kneeling at the entrance. To his surprise, it was the old steward of Liang Shiji's household, Lai Fudaha. Without needing to ask, Qin He knew that the Liang family must have encountered a calamity. Previously, when they had burned the body of the old Liang Tian, it had merely addressed the symptoms without eradicating the root cause. The lurking malevolence had yet to be eliminated. As expected, upon seeing Qin He's return, Lai Fu immediately prostrated himself before him. Tears streaming down his face, pleading, Master Qin, please save my Liang family. A malevolent entity is wreaking havoc, having claimed the lives of over 20 members in just a few days. Wei family has been utterly devastated. Over 20 lives lost? Qin He was taken aback, realizing the threat was far greater than he had anticipated. Lai Fu nodded, clinging to Qin He's garments in desperation. I beseech you, Master Qin, please intervene and save my family. With so many sorcerers, monks, and Taoists in the world, why seek out me, a mere cremation officer? This seems inappropriate. Moreover, wouldn't it be better to report this to the Flying Fish Guard? Qin He inquired. Puzzled, I cannot hide the truth from you, Master Qin. I had previously sought the assistance of several sorcerers, yet none proved effective. Instead, the malevolent entity has grown even more ferocious. As for the Flying Fish Guard, my master, not part of the same faction, the Donglin party? Lai Fu hesitated before nodding in affirmation. I implore you, Master Qin, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Qin He replied, his expression darkening as he brushed him off and entered the crematorium. What a joke. Just because you plead does not mean I must respond. The last encounter was unpleasant, and I am not in the mood this time. As for how many lives the Liang family has lost, I can perfectly answer with 2 philosophical questions. 1. What is it to you? And 2. What is it to me? Indeed, it is of no concern to me. Lai Fu was left speechless, as Qin He's sudden refusal extinguished the flicker of hope that had just arisen in his heart. Instinctively, he rose to stop Qin He but was intercepted by Yang Baitu, who emerged from the duty room, his mustache twitching in authority. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel must not enter. Do you dare take another step? I will have you escorted to the military department. Young Baitu had more authority in this matter than Qin He. Last time, Qin He had managed to secure a reward, while young Baitu had received only a vague promise of gratitude from Liang Shaji, to no avail, which had infuriated him. This old man, appearing amiable and unassuming, was not one to be trifled with. Qin He could not be bothered with the ensuing drama and returned directly to the cremation chamber. The giant turtle, noticing Qin He's return, stretched its long neck out from the water bucket, saying, "Master, that individual came again while you were away." "Who?" Qin He asked, taken aback. "The one who rummaged through your belongings last time." Qin He narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of anger. "Damn it, there's a path to heaven, yet you refuse to tread it. There's no door to hell, yet you dare to barge in twice. I had no time to deal with you before, but today, I will ensure you are dealt with thoroughly." In recent days, Qin He has not paid much attention to this individual, unaware of which crematorium he is associated with. "Boss, if we're to discuss it, aside from the incident with the D Troops attack, our crematorium has been quite tranquil," he remarked. "Indeed," replied Lu Darren, who praised the commendable performance of our East City crematorium just yesterday. As Qin He approached, he overheard Ling Zhonghai cheerfully patting his chest and saying, "What are you all discussing?" Qin He inquired. The four men, upon seeing Qin He, instinctively made room for him, Su Changsho explained. "We were talking about recent events at the other two city crematoriums." "What has happened at the other two crematoriums?" Qin He asked, somewhat puzzled. "Don't you feel that our crematorium has been excessively quiet lately?" Li Tai interjected. "Not long ago, it was peaceful every night, and corpses ceased to haunt us. Other crematoriums envied our situation." Qin He chuckled. "Isn't that obvious? The black serpent, formed from the accumulation of resentment and ill fortune that absorbs yang energy, was slain by my own cleaver. Naturally, the cremators can maintain their yang energy, making incidents less likely. Furthermore, one's own merits can quell any ominousness. Now, it is no longer as easy to rouse a corpse as it once was." Of course, this was a secret known only to Qin He, who had no interest in revealing it. He added, "Perhaps the corpses assigned to us are simply less malevolent." "That cannot be said,"